The crimson afterimage formed by the black robe charged straight over, a chilling aura mixed with a heavy scent of blood, and fingernails gleaming with a faint cold light. His scarlet eyes shone brightly in the gloom, like a demon's. Hubert held the book in his left hand, and surging magic power rushed toward it. The contents of the book instantly appeared in his mind. All the spells within manifested in his brain, as if they had been naturally imprinted there. Every incantation and every casting motion felt rehearsed countless times. He could clearly feel that as long as he had enough magic power, he could use any spell from the book at any time. After Hubert's magic power poured in, the magic book pulsed with blood energy. Hubert pushed his right hand toward the oncoming crimson afterimage, and powerful blood energy surged out, forming a semicircular crimson barrier. Bang! The violent impact caused crimson energy waves to surge. The crimson barrier shattered, and the black robe retreated. His scarlet eyes looked at Hubert in surprise, then landed on the book in Hubert's hand, filled with fanaticism. The other party's naked greed naturally couldn't escape Hubert's notice. The crimson power the opponent used was similar to the power of the magic book in his hand, which explained why he felt the opponent's energy was familiar. Did you come for this book? Did Borgin send you? So, you were planning a double cross. Which corner of the world are you a mercenary from? Hubert asked tentatively, showing mockery and disdain on his face, but remaining extremely vigilant internally. He had no information about the opponent and didn't know what methods he possessed. A slight misstep could cost him his life. How could greedy and despicable merchants possibly command the great bloodkin? The black robe pulled down his mask, revealing a pale, bloodless face. His face was long, his chin sharp, and his eyes were scarlet like blood. Hand over the Book of Dracula, and I will spare you. That item belongs to my bloodkin and must be returned to the bloodkin. So he is a member of the bloodkin, no wonder he uses the power of blood. Hubert pondered secretly, realizing that the magic book in his hand was the source of all this trouble. Judging by the opponent's reaction and the magical energy he felt, the Book of Dracula must be a treasure of the bloodkin. He just didn't know how it had fallen into outside hands, coincidentally obtained by him, and then accidentally discovered by one of the bloodkin. The corner of his mouth curled up. Spare me? Does he really think I'm an idiot? He tried to kill me without a word at the beginning. If he hadn't realized my strength, I would be dead now. Handing the book over wouldn't be equivalent to handing over a weapon. Moreover, since the Book of Dracula is so precious, the secret must be kept, and only dead men can truly keep secrets. What's in it for me? I bought it for 50 galleons. You know Borgin is notoriously greedy. You must be a Hogwarts student. What would Dumbledore think of a Hogwarts student using the power of the bloodkin? Fudge and Malfoy at the Ministry of Magic would certainly be delighted if a Hogwarts student was found using blood magic. The black robe sneered. 50 galleons, not one less. Hubert raised his voice. His right hand was behind his back, gathering a crimson energy sphere. He took 2 steps back and drew out his words, "You don't trust me, and honestly, I don't trust you either." As soon as the words fell, he threw out his right hand. The blood sphere, the size of a wash basin, split into 2 in midair, then 2 split into 4, and 4 split into 8. 8 small blood spheres instantly surrounded the black robe. The spheres quickly began to spin, linking together to form a magical array. Mere blood spheres. Playing with blood in front of the bloodkin is overestimating yourself. Then you try it. Threads of blood were drawn from each of the 8 blood spheres, flowing along the array's pattern. A strange energy brewed within, transforming into a giant blood hand that grabbed toward the black robe. The black robe leaped away, but a strand of blood touched his robe, corroding it into light smoke. When the blood hand failed its strike, it reversed and grasped toward the black robe. The black robe dared not delay, darting left and right as a biological afterimage. However, the cylindrical curtain formed by the array trapped him in the center. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't jump out. How about corrosive blood spheres? I also have transfiguration, please enjoy the show. Hubert waved his hand. The blood hand instantly transformed into a blood wave, which covered the sky and descended from above the array. The blood wave churned, its ferocious aura threatening to swallow the black robe. The black robe's expression changed, and his scarlet pupils sharply contracted. He clenched his right fist, and his entire body surged with power. Blood energy wrapped around his fist. He planted both feet firmly on the ground, let out a loud roar, and slammed his fist fiercely against the array barrier. Whoosh! The blood wave crashed down, splashing across the ground. The areas touched by the blood wave became pitted and uneven, emitting wisps of blood energy. The black robe wiped away cold sweat. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and broke the barrier with a full force strike, or he surely would have been reduced to withered bone. A fierce glint flashed and disappeared in his eyes. He exerted force with his feet and rushed out, leaving only a streak of blood behind. The afterimage flew past, and a powerful force struck Hubert, sending his body flying backward into the wall. Foot. Hubert spat out a mouthful of black blood. As expected of the blood kin, your speed and strength are formidable. I have things to do today, let's chat properly next time we meet. With a flick of his hand, he pinched 4 small black spheres between his fingertips and threw them at the black robe. Bang! White mist spread out, carrying a pungent, spicy smell. It was powder specially ground from the spiciest peppers and mixed into the spheres. As for the effect, one only needed to look at the black robe, who was coughing and tearing up incessantly in the smoke, to know. Hubert flipped over and leaped across the top of the wall. He had already learned the black robe's background, and from the recent exchange, he understood he couldn't take down the black robe immediately, so why linger here? Although he had the support of the power gemstone and the speed gemstone, the recent strike had caused his vital energy and blood to surge, leaving him almost exhausted. Cough, cough. His strength was constantly draining as he ran. But he dared not relax for a moment, because he could faintly sense the bloody aura behind him. It belonged to the black robe, who still hadn't given up. Large beads of sweat emerged from his forehead, and his vital energy fluctuated. The station was bustling with people coming and going, and naturally, no one noticed the stumbling Hubert. He rushed out of the station, the glaring sunlight making him squint. Beep beep. Car horns blared one after another, and traffic flowed ceaselessly on the wide road. The pungent smell of gasoline rushed into his nostrils, making him feel uncomfortable. But this scene was familiar. This was his first time coming to the Muggle world, the world of the Steel Jungle. It truly brought back memories. He looked back at the station. The crimson aura was growing stronger. He quickly scanned the vehicles parked along the road, then plunged into a red beetle car. "You're hurt, Hubert?" Hermione immediately supported the nearly falling Hubert, speaking with a mix of surprise and concern. She and Mrs. Granger had just left Diagon Alley and were preparing to drive away, never expecting to run into Hubert right outside the station. Life truly is full of unexpected encounters. Hubert chuckled softly, then urgently instructed, "Leave immediately at the fastest speed possible. I'll explain everything on the way." Black exhaust fumes spewed from the back of the beetle, and the small red car quickly merged into the stream of steel traffic. After Hubert left in Mrs. Granger's beetle car, a pale-skinned man in a black suit appeared in the station square. His curly blonde hair covered his long, narrow face, and his red eyes quickly scanned the bustling road, searching for something. "Kid, how dare you take something belonging to my bloodline? We will meet again someday, hee." A low chuckle, like a night owl's, escaped his lips. "Sir Ruthven, my master requests your presence in a moment." A black-clad attendant emerged from behind Ruthven, bowed slightly, and then spoke without a hint of emotion. Ruthven's crimson eyes swept over him. "Are all servants of the Malfoy family so ill-mannered? Pure-blood families, hee. Sir, the honor of pure-blood families must not be profaned." The attendant stood rigidly, his voice firm. "I will relay your words to my master." "HMPH, Ruthven sneered, "a bunch of arrogant, self-important parasites." The two walked to a secluded spot and instantly left the noisy station using apparition. In Wiltshire, England, a massive castle stood on a vast expanse of grassland. In front of the castle, the lawn was lush green, meticulously trimmed into various shapes. Beside the fountain, various precious birds strolled leisurely. Without warning, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and the once bright castle instantly became dark and quiet. Space trembled, and 2 figures appeared at the manor's entrance. Ruthven surveyed the magnificent and beautiful Malfoy manor before him. Although he disdained these pure-blood wizards, he couldn't help but marvel at their financial power and heritage. Although the bloodline has a long lifespan and calls themselves nobles, they are creatures of darkness, always lingering on the fringes of mainstream wizarding society, shunned by wizards. Led by the attendant, Ruthven crossed the lawn and the fountain, arriving at a study within the castle. The study's doors and windows were tightly shut, black bookshelves lined the walls, and a black desk and chairs occupied the center. The dim study was quiet and solemn, and a silver-haired, aloof middle-aged man sat silently behind the desk. His right hand slowly stroked the silver snake head on his cane, its cold touch keeping his restless heart calm. As a Malfoy, he had to maintain composure at all times to ensure the family's interests. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Ruthven strode in. "Cousin Lucius, long time no see." He walked to the opposite side of the desk, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down. "What's your address and manners, Ruthven?" Lucius frowned, his tone icy. "That is basic cultivation. I'm not one of you nobles. I'm just a vampire disowned by the family now. I can only eat my fill by relying on the scraps you lords bestow upon me, working like an ox or a horse. What's the point of manners? Can they be eaten? If I could, I guarantee I'd be more noble than you. This is the basic situation of the Hogwarts Board of Governors family members. This time, the family will move against Dumbledore, and Hogwarts' interests should be guaranteed by the Malfoy family. Lucius lowered his voice and changed the subject, not arguing with this family outcast. Ruthven had been framed by political enemies and turned into a vampire when he was young, transforming from a core family member to one who could only lurk in the shadows as the family's fangs. Naturally, he was full of resentment. A family has light, but also darkness. Everything is for the family's interests. So my noble lord wants this crude vampire to do his bidding? Ruthven's lips curled into a sneer. He picked up the document on the table, which contained detailed introductions of the Board of Governors family members and instructions for action. This is a family mission, there must be no mistakes, Lucius said sternly, then waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Family, Ruthven slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving behind 2 mocking laughs. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps echoed as a silver-haired boy ran from the end of the corridor. When he saw Ruthven, his normally proud face immediately broke into a wide smile. He rushed over and hugged Ruthven. This is great, Uncle, you've finally returned, Draco said excitedly, pulling Ruthven. I came to Dad's study to borrow a book, and Dobby said you were back. This is wonderful. When did you come back? When are you leaving? And how long will you stay this time? He lowered his head, his voice sad. We haven't seen each other for so long. Dad always says you're busy outside for the family. Ruthven gently stroked his nephew, whom he had watched grow up, his only tie to this family. His previous profligacy and disdain vanished, replaced by a sincere, kind smile. That's right, laugh when you want to laugh, cry when you want to cry. That's my good nephew. Don't always imitate your father, always with a deadpan face. Don't forget, I have a gift for you. This is a magic pocket watch. You can discover its functions yourself. He hung a pocket watch around Draco's neck. You've grown a lot since last time, ha ha. Thank you, Uncle. All right, I have to leave, otherwise your father will rush me to do his bidding again. Draco looked dispirited, his eyes vacant, watching Ruthven's retreating figure disappear down the corridor. He opened his mouth, but all his words were stuck in his throat. He knew why his beloved uncle was leaving and what he was going to do. Although he wanted to keep him, he couldn't, because he was a Malfoy, a glorious Malfoy. Power, with power, you can keep him, get everything you want. The murmuring, hoarse, seductive voice intermittently sounded, and wisps of black mist emerged from the notebook in Draco's hand, coiling up his arm. The scorching sun hung high, its dazzling rays beating directly down. Summer had arrived, but the weather wasn't overly hot. Beneath the blue sky, detached houses were neatly arranged, forming small squares. In front of one house was a small courtyard, with a parasol placed over a small wooden table in the center. Elsewhere in the garden, evergreen trees were planted. Following the vines up the wall, looking through the window revealed a tidy bedroom. The bedroom decor was simple, organized, and very clean. White walls, white bedding, and blue sky and white cloud wallpaper adorned the walls. Hubert lay on the bed, holding a book. His face was somewhat pale. He had suffered severe damage to his sternum when Ruthven struck him last time, and it had not fully healed yet. Squeak! Hermione opened the door and entered the room carrying a red plate filled with various colored candies. In the span of a year, Hermione had grown much taller. Her bushy hair was tied back with a scrunchie, and she wore a white shirt and jeans. She looked neat and clean, and the smile on her face radiated confidence. Mum told me to bring you some candy. She placed the plate on the cabinet beside the bed. I already notified Hagrid using an owl, so you can rest here and recover without worry. Hubert put down the book, an awkward expression on his face. He didn't know how to break the silence with Hagrid, but after being away for several days, he truly missed the stone hut. He got out of bed. After several days of rest, aided by potions, although not fully recovered, he was basically fine. My body is better now. I'll be leaving in the next couple of days. Thank you and your aunt for taking care of me during this time. Don't mention my injury to anyone else, including Hagrid, he whispered. Ruthven wouldn't give up on the Book of Dracula. He would surely continue his search. Hubert didn't want Hermione to get involved, nor did he want anyone else to know about this, otherwise, he couldn't explain the Book of Dracula. Blood kindred, like werewolves, were dark creatures and were not accepted by the mainstream wizarding world. Over the past few nights, he had secretly studied the Book of Dracula, which utilized very sophisticated alchemy to combine a spellbook and a magical artifact. In addition to recording notes, a magical book could also inscribe magic. The user only needed to drive the magical book with magical power to release the magic contained within. This kind of alchemy technique was highly renowned and very rare. Hubert had seen it introduced in the Book of Balance, where it was described as a very precious form of alchemy. So far, Hubert had not met anyone who possessed this technique. He spent a great deal of effort but still couldn't figure out the refining principles of the Book of Dracula. However, the magic and knowledge recorded within opened his eyes and made him understand why Ruthven cared so much about this book. The book recorded various knowledge about the blood kindred, ranging from the origin, evolution, and development of the race, even including some early secrets. Furthermore, the blood kindred magic within the spellbook pleasantly surprised him. Due to their innate physical constitution, the blood kindred possessed a natural advantage in physique. They were fast and strong. In addition, the blood kindred also had their unique blood kindred magic, which was cast by leveraging their own bloodline. Wizards and other races could not cast it. But the heavens were fair. The blood kindred's magic, being overly reliant on their bloodline, caused blood kindred magic to weaken with each passing generation. As their bloodline thinned, the blood kindred's magic gradually declined. However, the Book of Dracula was a spellbook refined by an early blood kindred genius, who requested an alchemy master to incorporate his bloodline into the process. This book broke the shackles of the bloodline, allowing the owner to cast the spells contained within. The spellbook originally circulated among the blood kindred, but due to a twist of fate, it fell into the hands of a wizard and eventually ended up with Hubert. The vast quantity, complete system, and powerful blood kindred magic opened his eyes. Hubert believed that as long as he held this book, no one would doubt his identity as one of the blood kindred. Blood kindred Ruthven, I'll give you a surprise next time we meet. You still haven't told me why you were injured last time. Was it that man in black who hurt you? Who was he? Hermione pressed. It was a vampire, but it's over now, don't worry. Vampires, who are mentioned alongside werewolves, they are dark creatures. Why are they in Diagon Alley? Doesn't the Ministry of Magic regulate them? Hermione gaped. Although she had read about this race in books, this was her first direct encounter. I'm going to write a letter to the Ministry of Magic to report this. The ERA's enforcement capabilities should be strengthened. How can they allow a vampire to attack a student in Diagon Alley? Hubert shook his head with a wry smile. He had forgotten that Hermione was a girl brimming with a sense of justice. We don't have any evidence, and the Ministry of Magic won't respond. If I report it, I'll expose myself. Let's drop this for now. I'll be staying at Hogwarts later, and Dumbledore is there, so nothing bad will happen. He immediately stopped Hermione, otherwise, she might truly write a letter of condemnation to the Ministry of Magic's office. Perhaps Dumbledore gave her confidence, and she let the matter go. Hubert quickly tidied his belongings, then walked downstairs with Hermione. Hermione's house was split into 2 floors, featuring typical Britain decor. However, the interior furnishings felt very warm, and the wall next to the staircase was covered in photos, family portraits and vacation pictures. The entirety of one blue wall on the first floor was dedicated to photos of Hermione, from when she was just born, learning to speak, taking her first steps, to growing up, going to school, and winning awards. You are very happy, they are truly wonderful. Hubert sighed sincerely. In Hermione's family, he saw the most precious and genuine love. This kind of love was so rare in the wizarding world, and it was precisely the lack of this love that led to one misfortune after another. And what about himself? He was raised by Hagrid since childhood. Although Hagrid was a good person, could a half-giant be a qualified full-time caregiver? Hubert secretly shook his head. Something was always missing from this home. Auntie, uncle, hello. Hubert proactively greeted the Granger couple who were watching TV. They were very kind and had looked after Hubert well these past 2 days. Mrs. Granger pulled Hubert onto the sofa, stroking his head and chatting. Just like that, another day passed, and Hubert finally said goodbye, promising to visit again when he had time. On the bustling streets, the car horns were noisy, but Hubert, sitting on the bus, felt a mix of familiarity and excitement. Outside the window, men and women wearing various trendy clothes came and went. This style, completely different from the wizarding world, was truly city life. In the distance, the ancient castle stood on the cliff edge, and not far away, the forbidden forest was deep and secluded. Below the cliff, the black lake shimmered. Outside Hogwarts Castle, the grass was green, and 2 small stone huts stood. Hubert, clad in a black robe, carried 2 packages as he walked toward the stone hut. As the stone hut grew nearer, his expression became increasingly conflicted. How should I tell Hagrid that this is a pastry from the Muggle world, and I bought it especially for him? The pastry is delicious, would you like to try some? This is the best pastry in the Muggle world. Unknowingly, he had reached the door of the stone hut. The wooden door was tightly locked. The stone hut was quiet, without a sound. Hubert gently placed his hand on the wooden door. He could push it open with just a little force, but that slight force felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Squeak, following the sharp sound of the door frame being squeezed, a tall dark silhouette blocked the doorway. The silhouette revealed a smiling face and opened its arms to tightly embrace Hubert. "Welcome back, Hubert." "I'm back, Hagrid." Hubert used all his strength to tightly embrace Hagrid. All unspoken words were contained within this hug. There was no need for explanation, no need for reconciliation, no need for anything, because they were family, and because this was their home. "How was your time with Hermione? Did Hermione get prettier? Although everyone says her front teeth are big, I think she's very beautiful." Hagrid pulled Hubert into the house and began asking about Hubert's experiences at Hermione's house. Hubert briefly recounted the events, omitting the matters concerning Ruthven and the Book of Dracula. "The best pastry in the Muggle world, try some." Hubert opened the box, revealing the exquisite cake inside. "Hermione said this is very good, Mrs. Granger buys it for her birthday every year." "Ha ha, I'll try it." Time flew by, and the years flowed away in this mundane and inadvertent manner. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and September quietly arrived without warning. The grass was still green, and the forbidden forest was still tranquil, with Hogwarts quietly standing on the cliff edge. Everything at Hogwarts seemed to be forgotten by time, frozen motionless within it. In the distance, a massive green-haired dog raced over. Fang stuck out its tongue and strode its hooves, running freely. Unfortunately, it was too heavy, and its speed slowed down after sprinting for a few hundred meters. "Fang, you need to lose weight." A loud laugh came from above Fang, and a cloud made of yellow sand carried Hubert, clad in a black robe, down from the sky. In 2 months, Hubert's height had changed rapidly. He was a head taller than before. He still had an oval face and black bangs, wearing the black god-controlling robe. His right hand held the ode to life, and his left hand wore the ring of all things. The difference was that there was a multicolored butterfly on his shoulder. The butterfly's wings were broad, and every flap scattered shimmering pollen. The butterfly's body was hazy, seemingly real yet illusory, as if it were encased in a halo, or perhaps non-existent. Fang stopped in front of the door and turned to run toward Hubert. Hubert smiled gently and held out his left hand. The multicolored butterfly fluttered up and landed on his fingertip. Shimmering pollen spread out, enveloping Hubert. The pollen immediately dispersed, and another Hubert stepped out from his body, standing beside him. The two stood side by side, looking identical in appearance and clothing, without the slightest difference. Fang stopped 5 meters away from Hubert, staring suspiciously at the two Huberts, shaking its green head, unable to understand why its young master had become two. Woof woof. Although Magit has only just been born, its illusion magic is more than enough to deal with you. It is a very precious advanced magical creature. The two Huberts spoke to Fang simultaneously, then exchanged smiles, walked around Fang, and headed toward the stone hut. Fang followed behind, whining anxiously. The butterfly on the fingertip flew up. The two Huberts walked together in sync, then merged into a single Hubert, and the multicolored butterfly returned to its shoulder. The multicolored butterfly is also known as the illusionary butterfly, a very rare and precious magical creature. As the name suggests, it specializes in illusion magic. A newborn illusionary butterfly is about the size of a common butterfly and can only perform simple, confusing illusions, possessing no offensive capability. However, what the world does not know is that the illusionary butterfly possesses another powerful ability, mimicry, a powerful innate skill. Every time the illusionary butterfly undergoes metamorphosis, it gains a chance to transform into another type of magical creature. As long as its cocoon is watered with the blood of the corresponding creature, when it emerges from the cocoon again, it can become that creature. This transformation is not like the wizard's animagus, which can only turn into common animals. It is a true transformation into that magical creature, possessing all the abilities and physique of the corresponding magical creature. Therefore, upon obtaining the illusionary butterfly, he immediately decided to keep it as his pet. Having it was equivalent to having several pets. Moreover, its illusion magic paired well with his transfiguration, making it his best choice. "Hagrid, did you buy the medicine to drive away the carnivorous slugs?" Hubert pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Hagrid was sitting on a stool, and a small wooden bucket containing some kind of potion was placed on the table in front of him. Hagrid looked up and grinned. "Do you know who I saw? Ha ha, you'll never guess." "Harry Potter and Hermione," Hubert said with a smile. Hagrid's face immediately fell. He rubbed his head and shook it. "You are always so clever, able to guess what I'm thinking. I really don't understand why the Sorting Hat didn't put you in Ravenclaw." They met up in Diagon Alley. Hubert didn't dwell on the question and changed the subject. Hagrid immediately lowered his head, a look of relief on his face, and whispered, "It was Knockturn Alley." Harry went to Knockturn Alley. He patted his chest. "You know how dangerous that place is." Harry mispronounced the word using Floo powder. "Luckily, I was there and saw him, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable." Dumbledore should strengthen Harry's protection. Finally, he emphasized his point of view. "Did you see Malfoy?" Hubert asked calmly. According to the timeline, the Malfoy family should have been in Knockturn Alley dealing with prohibited items. But Hagrid shook his head vigorously. "No, I didn't see them. I walked around Knockturn Alley for a long time but didn't see them." "Why are you asking about them?" "I heard Arthur say that the Ministry of Magic conducted another raid, so their family must be very busy." "Nothing much," Hubert replied casually to the somewhat gloating Hagrid. "Did they not go? Did I miss them, or did they genuinely not go? Has my butterfly finally flapped its wings and stirred up a great wind? Lord Voldemort, I wonder what you will do this time?" The night silently descended, and the sky was draped in a black veil before anyone realized. The brilliant lights of Hogwarts shone once more, and familiar laughter again filled the great hall. The 4 long tables were laden with abundant food: chicken legs, bread, and more, welcoming the little wizards who had returned, as well as the new incoming little wizards. Following the procedure from last year, the little wizards nervously stepped forward, placed the Sorting Hat on their heads, and awaited the choice of fate. Every time a student was sorted into a house, the wizards below would cheer, celebrating the addition of new companions and strength to their house. On the high platform, Dumbledore, dressed in white robes, and the various professors applauded the little wizards. This was their favorite moment. Older people always enjoyed being around children, often being infected by their innocence and laughter. Beside one of the tables, Hubert, who had advanced to a second-year student, quietly watched the nervous little wizards on the platform, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. It was such a familiar scene. A year had passed without him realizing it. So many things had happened in that year, feeling like a dream, prompting a sigh that time flies like an arrow. "Hubert." Hermione jogged over from behind and gave him a hug, her face alight with excitement. "It's so good to see you. I couldn't practice magic at home. I really wished I could come back to Hogwarts sooner." "Where are Harry and Ron?" "I saw them in Diagon Alley, but have they arrived?" "Why haven't I seen them?" "And Ginny, that beautiful redhead girl up front, that's Ron's sister. She's starting Hogwarts this year, and Ron says she's definitely going to Gryffindor. Their whole family is Gryffindor. Drink some juice first, and speak slowly, there's no rush." Hubert handed her a cup of juice and made room for her beside him. It had to be said that the Hogwarts house elves cooked wonderfully. The selection was rich and the dishes complete. The passage to the underground kitchen was right next to the Hufflepuff common room, and students often snuck into the kitchen through it. The house elves usually treated them to delicious food, and he heard that Fred and George were frequent visitors. "Maybe we should consider a kitchen adventure trip." "What did you say? A kitchen adventure trip? Do you know where the Hogwarts kitchen is?" "Going there is against school rules." Hermione took a sip of juice and a bite of bread. She hadn't eaten anything since the train ride and was starving. Hubert shook his head and pushed the fruit tart in front of her. "I was just joking around." "How did you do on the assignment Professor Flitwick gave you?" "I've already found the materials for the questions you discussed in your letter the day before yesterday. It's all finished, but it was inconvenient to look up magical books and materials at home. You know, the Ministry of Magic monitors this strictly, and I didn't want to scare other people. Ordinary people don't always have a good impression of wizards, especially witches." Hubert took out a stack of materials, as thick as a pile of coins, from his cloth pouch and handed them to Hermione. These were the reference materials she had asked him to help find. During the summer break, the two often corresponded, discussing related magic issues. As far as he knew, Hermione's study of spells had advanced by leaps and bounds this summer. At least regarding the sheer number of spells she mastered, Hubert admitted he couldn't compare. "Harry, Ron." Hubert called out toward the entrance. Harry, whose head had been drooping, immediately pulled Ron and ran over upon seeing Hubert and Hermione. The group hugged, expressing the joy of reuniting after 2 months apart. Harry, especially, felt like every day at his aunt's house dragged on for a year. He constantly looked forward to the summer ending quickly, dreaming only of returning to Hogwarts. After 2 months apart, both Harry and Ron had grown taller, now reaching the height of an adult's shoulder. The boys had matured significantly compared to the 90 they had when they first started school, and their faces looked somewhat more resolute. Both of their faces were dusty, and their clothes were torn and ragged, as if they had just been through a fierce fight. "What happened to you? Why are you so late?" Hermione put away the materials and asked worriedly. Harry and Ron's smiles immediately dropped, and they awkwardly and disjointedly recounted the events. It turned out that they had been blocked while trying to pass through platform 9 3/4 and missed the Hogwarts train. Ron suggested driving his father's modified flying car to the school, but the flying car was attacked by the Whomping Willow, and they barely managed to escape. The perilous journey didn't end there. On the way to the Great Hall, they were caught red-handed by Filch. The return to Hogwarts was full of twists and turns and continuous danger, so naturally, their expressions were not good. If Ron could have predicted that Mrs. Weasley was going to send him a howler, he might not have been in the mood to stay here. Clang, clang, clang. Dumbledore tapped the glass cup he held with a spoon, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the hall. All the little wizards quieted down, craning their necks to look at the greatest white wizard in the wizarding world. "First, I welcome another batch of little wizards joining Hogwarts. Our strength is growing. And I welcome all wizards who have finished their happy summer holidays to return here and begin new studies." Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause. "Next, I introduce to you our new defense against the dark arts class teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart." Dumbledore gestured with his hand, and a handsome blond man wearing classic gentleman's attire stood up on the high platform, flashing a brilliant smile and bowing slightly to the crowd. His movements were unhurried, elegant, and composed, making everyone feel warm and welcomed. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted wildly again, louder than the applause when Dumbledore spoke. The little witches in the hall were the most frantic, whether they were newly enrolled little witches or high-grade witches. They were all clapping furiously. "They are absolutely crazy," Ron muttered softly. His mother was also a fan of Gilderoy Lockhart. He had long heard of this great writer's reputation, but he just didn't like him. There was no reason, he simply didn't like him. Hermione turned her head and glared fiercely at Ron, who immediately drew his head back. Hermione's glare is scarier than Mum's. The welcoming feast ended in this fervent atmosphere, with joy for some and sorrow for others. Most witches were naturally happy to welcome their idol. However, male wizards, like Ron, were not so pleased. And then there was Snape, sitting among the professors, whose face remained dark and who hadn't shown a single smile. With the arrival of the new semester, Hogwarts returned to its usual liveliness. Gilderoy Lockhart taking up the post as the new defense against the dark arts class teacher further ignited the enthusiasm of the witches. His handsome appearance garnered attention from witches everywhere, and love letters poured in ceaselessly. The shift in attention from the witches naturally saddened the hormone-ridden wizards, but due to Lockhart's status as professor, the wizards could only weep secretly in the corners. Hubert did not pay attention to these things. With the arrival of the new semester, he still had many tasks to complete. Professor Flitwick had already assigned the task of studying advanced magic runes knowledge, as well as analyzing black light. The dark magic power within his body was a ticking time bomb, forcing him to spend a great deal of energy researching dark arts. Following his habit, he woke up early and studied with Justin in the common room. The sayings "the early bird gets the worm" and "a slow learner should start early" both emphasized the importance of diligence. Years of habit had made this routine automatic. Moreover, with classmates like Justin accompanying him, he naturally wouldn't slack off. Hubert walked into the classroom carrying his books. Only a few people were inside. Malfoy and Hermione were both present, with Hermione still sitting in the front row. Since this was defense against the dark arts class, she seemed especially excited. What surprised him was that Draco was also sitting in a prominent position in the front row. His silvery white long hair and pale, handsome face stood out brightly among the wizards. Seeming to sense Hubert's gaze, Draco turned his head, his light grey eyes narrowing as he glanced at Hubert. He turned away, a strange smile appearing on his arrogant face. A black light flashed deep within Hubert's pupils and vanished. He chose a seat in the middle, took out Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, and started reading casually. As for why he wasn't looking at the textbook Lockhart had listed for Dark Arts class, it was because he truly didn't know what use Lockhart's books, such as Me and My Magic or Wandering with Gowls, had for defense against the dark arts. However, Hubert's attention wasn't on the book. "What's going on with Draco?" Why has he changed so much, and why is the aura around him strange? Compared to the first semester, Draco had changed a lot. This wasn't referring to changes in his height or appearance, but rather his overall demeanor and strength. Although the original Draco had extremely high talent, being a pureblood noble meant the habits he developed from childhood made him arrogant and conceited, but his strength wasn't particularly high. However, the current Draco, Hubert could clearly sense the powerful magic within his body and the dark aura surrounding him. Hubert lowered his head, his eyes flickering. He didn't understand what Draco had experienced over the summer to change so drastically. The appearance of Rusvan the vampire, and Draco's transformation, meant the plot had deviated from its original path and become confusing. Losing his foresight made him both excited and fearful. Unknowingly, the number of students in the classroom grew. The formerly quiet classroom became noisy, as little wizards gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. Those from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were the most active, one outgoing and the other fond of gossip. "Hubert, what are you thinking about?" Neville asked quietly, sitting next to Hubert. Over the course of a year, guided by Hubert, he found his aptitude for herbology. He possessed extremely high talent in herbs and developed great enthusiasm for it. Even the Dean of Hufflepuff praised him highly and thought well of him. His academic achievements gave him confidence, and he was no longer timid when dealing with others. "Where is Li? Why haven't I seen him?" Hubert asked in return, changing the subject. When the thumb monkey was mentioned, Neville's face fell. "Chatterbox took Li yesterday, and I haven't seen him all night. Luna always protects Chatterbox, and I can't go to the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory area to look. I hope Chatterbox doesn't bully Li too much." Over the summer, Chatterbox made him lose the fur on his back. "It came to Hogwarts with Luna too?" Hubert asked in surprise, deciding internally that he would absolutely never seek out Luna willingly. Thump, thump, thump. Loud footsteps echoed from the indoor staircase, and Lockhart, wearing a gold-trimmed jacket, walked down the stairs. The oversized portrait of Lockhart hanging on the wall smiled and greeted the real Lockhart. "I believe all you little wizards know who I am." Lockhart stood on the stairs, visible to everyone in the classroom. "That's right, I am your Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor for this year, internationally renowned personality and author, Order of Merlin, 3rd class recipient, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Gilderoy Lockhart." He brandished his wand, striking a pose he deemed handsome, and flashed a brilliant smile. Clap, clap, clap. The girls in the classroom immediately applauded, showing their welcome to their idol. Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. What he loved most was basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd. "A pretentious clown," Draco said jealously, wrinkling his nose. "Only a pureblood noble like himself should have the right to show off and be looked up to by everyone. Before we begin the lesson, let's start with a little test." Lockhart took light steps, a smile playing on his lips. "If someone answers everything correctly, I will give them a book personally signed by me." Hubert looked at the test paper on the desk, and black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. Question 1. What is Lockhart's favorite color? Question 2. What is Lockhart's favorite food? Question 3. What does Lockhart like to do most? Question 10. What is the most dangerous creature Lockhart encountered on his adventures? Hubert couldn't help but curse internally. What kind of ridiculous questions were these? What he liked, what he ate, and what he did, what did that have to do with defense against the dark arts? He looked up at the other wizards. The male wizards, like him, stared blankly at the test paper, looking miserable. The witches, however, were enthusiastically answering the questions, especially Hermione, who was writing furiously with her head down. "Hermione, you must really love Lockhart and tests." Lockhart collected all the test papers. He held the papers in his left hand, his chin slightly raised, displaying his most charming smile. "This was just the simplest test, the answers are all in travels with magic. Let me see. Who is Hermione Granger? This beautiful girl achieved a perfect score. Let's give her a round of applause." Hermione trembled excitedly in her seat, watching Lockhart with a flushed face. "Whose paper is this, Hubert?" Lockhart pulled out a clean, blank test paper from the stack and asked softly. "Hubert, did you run out of time? Why is your test paper blank?" Lockhart still wore a smile. The wizards in the classroom all stared suspiciously at the blank test paper Lockhart held high. It was clean and neat, and apart from Hubert's signature at the top, there wasn't a single mark in the answer sections. "I had plenty of time," Hubert replied unhurriedly. "That's truly disheartening. You actually don't know that my favorite color is purple. It's the most beautiful color in the world." "We know," the witches replied loudly. Lockhart smiled and nodded, continuing to read the test paper, raising his voice. "What is the thing I love most in my life?" He lowered his head close to Hubert. "Let me see, have you read my books? Anyone who has read even a little knows that my greatest ambition is to sweep away the evil of the world." Then he ran a hand through his golden hair, and of course, promoting my exclusive hair potion. He winked at the witches. "Not only do lovely girls need beautiful long hair, but male wizards also need to pay attention to their appearance. If you need any, remember to go to Diagon Alley, my exclusive agent is there, and mentioning my name gets you a 10% discount. That includes you too, Hubert. You don't know me now, but I trust you won't become obsessed with me after reading my books." Ha ha ha. Both male and female wizards burst into laughter. Hubert's face flushed slightly. He had truly witnessed Lockhart's narcissism and shamelessness. "But you shouldn't joke about me, especially twice." A black light surged deep within his pupils, and a restless aura erupted from his heart. The smile that was charming in the eyes of the witches seemed so dazzling and hateful to him that he wanted to punch him. "Stay after class, I'll give you a set of my books. Go back and study them carefully. This is special treatment I'm giving you, so cherish it." Lockhart continued to chatter relentlessly. Screech! The stool was pushed back, and the grating sound echoed throughout the classroom. The wizard's gaze all focused on Hubert, who had suddenly stood up, watching him in surprise. "Professor Lockhart, I'd like to ask you a question. What course did Headmaster Dumbledore invite you to teach us?" Lockhart's look of astonishment flashed and disappeared, but his smile remained, drawing admiring glances from the witches. He grinned and said, "Everyone in the school knows it's the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As everyone knows, I am a member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Association. Second question, what does this so-called test, about what color you like, what you like to eat, and what you love most, have to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts? Are they spells, or will answering them allow us to learn magic?" Hubert pointed at the test paper in Lockhart's hand and scoffed. "Become your fan? Why should I become your fan? Can reading your books turn me into a great wizard? If that were true, then Headmaster Dumbledore must be your biggest fan, as he is the greatest wizard in the world. The books contain my adventures around the world and the various dark creatures I encountered, and, of course, how I defeated them and eliminated the evil of the world." Lockhart said loudly. "Ha ha, fighting dark creatures? The Eras at the Ministry of Magic should truly hire you as a teacher. That way, when they encounter dark wizards and dark creatures, they can just pull out a test paper about Professor Lockhart's preferences, and success will be determined by who scores higher. With your methods, the Eras are sure to display great power, score 100 points, and bring evil to justice." "Eliminating evil? That's unfortunate. You should have been born earlier so you could have participated in the war against the Dark Lord 11 years ago. But it doesn't matter, the Dark Lord hasn't disappeared. Knowing about you, this messenger of justice, he will surely miss you." The laughing classroom instantly fell silent, and expressions of horror appeared on the wizards' faces. Hubert had actually mentioned the Dark Lord, the person whose name they were too afraid to speak. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione barely managed to remain calm. The other was Draco, who lowered his head with an inscrutable expression. Lockhart's smile froze on his face. How did Hubert mention that name? Didn't he know the terror and cruelty of the Dark Lord? Truly. He fell silent for a moment, then spun around abruptly, his leather shoes stomping hard on the floor, producing a loud sound as he tried to mask his internal panic and embarrassment. He strode back to the podium and picked up a cage covered with blue silk cloth from the floor. "Evil is terrifying, which is why Professor Dumbledore asked me to teach you defense against the dark arts, because I have extensive experience. Now I am going to show you the most evil creature in the world, one that can delve into your deepest fears. Of course, with me here, you don't need to worry." Neville tugged at Hubert's sleeve, trying to get him to sit down. After speaking so many words consecutively, the frustration in Hubert's heart dissipated, and his mind cleared up again. What was wrong with me? Why was I so agitated just now? I actually questioned Lockhart directly. Although I dislike him, I wouldn't usually contradict him right in class. He frowned and quickly pondered. Only the influence of dark magic could explain it. The dark magic has started affecting my emotions. I must resolve this quickly. This kind of subtle, silent influence that changes a person is the most terrifying thing. He certainly didn't want to become a volatile, gloomy lunatic. "Cornish pixies!" Neville exclaimed. Under Hubert's influence, Neville also had some knowledge of magical creatures. Inside the cage on the podium, dozens of blueskin pixies with large black eyes chirped and chattered. They shook the cage, trying to get out. The little wizards were attracted by these wondrous creatures and emerged from their recent fear. "Mr. Finnegan, laugh all you want. They are quite troublesome creatures," Lockhart said with a laugh, then opened the door of the iron cage. The house elves immediately flew out of the cage, and the newly freed pixies cheered. Chirp, chirp. The grating sounds filled the classroom, making the little wizards cover their ears uncomfortably. Dozens of blue pixies cheered, flapping their wings and rushing toward the little wizards. "My book, let go of my book. Don't tear my textbook. Ah, my clothes." Screams rose and fell, broken books and papers flew everywhere, and the entire classroom instantly descended into chaos. The goblins in the air turned into mischievous devils, using every means to destroy everything in sight. Harry pulled Ron into a corner, waving a book to swat away the pixies grabbing at his hair. Draco, taking Goyle with him, hunched over and ran toward the classroom door. "They are only pixies," Lockhart said loudly, laughing. He pulled out his wand, tossed his beautiful golden hair, and smiled. "Petrificus tot. Ah, my wand." A pixie threw the wand snatched from Lockhart's hand to another partner, which flew above Lockhart's head and tugged at his golden hair. Lockhart fell to the ground, immediately scrambled up, and stumbled up the stairs. He nervously patted the dust off himself. "Capturing the pixies is your test." Then, with a bang, he closed the door and hid inside his office. Draco stood at the doorway, sneering as he watched the wizards frantically shouting inside the classroom. Blue-skinned goblins flew through the air, gathering in small groups to attack the little wizards. The room was in chaos, papers flying everywhere, and the little wizards screaming and hiding in the corners. "What should we do?" Ron hid his head behind a desk, Harry next to him, fiercely swatting away a goblin trying to attack him with a book. He originally wanted to pull out his wand, but these goblins were neither enemies nor dark wizards, and the magic he knew couldn't deal with so many goblins. "Hermione, what should we do?" He turned to Hermione and asked. "Stupid Gryffindor, stupid Harry Potter. Let me show you the true power of Malfoy." Draco smiled slightly, then pulled out his wand and pointed it at the flying goblin. Corrosive liquid. Thick green sulfuric acid poured down onto the goblin's head, drenching it from head to toe. "Geek!" A horrible shriek burst from the goblin's mouth. The sulfuric acid corroded the goblin's skin, pungent smoke rose, and the blue skin visibly blackened and decomposed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a tattered rag full of holes. The goblin fell from the air and landed on the ground, struggling with its limbs and wailing in pain. "What are you doing, Draco?" Hermione cried out, unable to bear looking at the goblin on the floor. "How could you hurt them like that?" The panic in Draco's eyes flashed and disappeared. This was the first time he had cast magic like corrosive liquid, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. But who was Hermione to publicly question the great Malfoy? He sneered at Hermione, his face full of disdain. "They are merely a group of underground magical creatures. To dare attack the great Malfoy, they deserve punishment." The fate of their companion seemed to provoke the goblins, and they immediately became frantic. Visible sound waves transformed into ripples, and the piercing screams seemed to burst people's eardrums. The little wizards covered their ears, painfully crouching on the ground, barely able to stand up and resist. Dozens of goblins shrieked and lunged toward Draco. Facing the oncoming goblins, Draco showed no fear. A dark aura surged around him, and powerful magic gathered at the tip of his wand. "Mass corrosive liquid. Stop!" Hermione shouted loudly. Even more thick green sulfuric acid sprayed from the wand tip than before, spreading out in midair to form a sulfuric acid tide. Dozens of goblins trembled under the sulfuric acid tide, about to be submerged beneath the wave. The little wizards closed their eyes, unable to bear looking at the goblins. Although they had just been pranked, such a punishment was too cruel. Living in an era of peace, when had they ever witnessed such a brutal scene? Non-Newtonian fluid shield. A soft shout rang out, and yellow mist flew out, transforming into a sphere that enveloped the goblins inside. The sulfuric acid splashed onto the sphere, making sizzling sounds, and the surface of the sphere became covered in black spots, but ultimately it was not penetrated. "Hubert, you can't stop me," Draco roared. A humble Hufflepuff actually thought he could stop me? Ridiculous. Corrosive arrow. He brandished his wand, and sulfuric acid formed a long arrow. Sulfuric acid flowed inside the arrow, and the arrowhead flickered with green light. No little wizard doubted the power of the long arrow. The Slytherin little wizards looked at Draco in fear, not expecting his strength to be so formidable. Hubert smiled faintly. Under his control, quicksand differentiated from the sphere and transformed into a palm with clear lines in the air. It slapped toward the incoming corrosive arrow. The yellow palm and the green arrow collided in midair. Sizzle! The sulfuric acid arrow pierced into the palm, making a grinding, grating sound. Ha ha, I'm different now. Hubert, give up, you're no match for me. Draco increased his magic, and the green long arrow advanced slightly further under his propulsion, piercing the palm, with the arrowhead emerging from the back of the yellow hand. Hubert was secretly surprised. Although he felt Draco's magic power was much stronger, he hadn't expected his strength to improve this much. Although he was still not as good as himself, Draco's magical proficiency had reached the level of a third-year wizard. What exactly happened during his summer vacation, or was this the true heritage of a pureblood wizard family? But if he wants to defeat me, he's still lacking. He flicked his wand, and the yellow palm flexed its 5 fingers under his control, gripping the green long arrow. Yellow mist emerged from the palm, enveloping the long arrow. With a snap, the long arrow shattered, and sulfuric acid dripped down. The yellow palm seized the advantage, sweeping downward with strong force toward Draco. Draco looked panicked and retreated backward out of the classroom. The palm struck the door frame, causing the frame to shake and dust to fall. Draco was breathing heavily, secretly relieved as he looked at the cracks on the door frame. He glared fiercely at Hubert. That guy almost hurt me, but his current strength was inferior, though he would catch up soon. He seemed to think of something, glanced around at the stunned little wizards in the classroom, then snorted coldly and strode out of the room. Hubert did not pursue him. Since the opponent had shown weakness, he naturally couldn't do anything serious to Draco. This was Hogwarts, after all. He smiled faintly and used the quicksand to control and put the goblins back into the cage and secure it. Hubert, are you okay? Hermione, Harry, and the others gathered around. It's a good thing we had Hubert, otherwise Draco would have gotten arrogant again. Ron interjected. His magic is truly wicked. Is that dark arts? Harry fell silent. Whether he admitted it or not, Draco's strength had completely surpassed his own. He and Draco had always been at odds, disliking each other. Now that Draco's strength had greatly increased, he would have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. He looked at Hubert. When did Hubert become so powerful, even surpassing Draco? Maybe he should start working hard too, so he wouldn't be left too far behind by his companions. Students, congratulations on completing my personal test and capturing all the goblins. Without anyone noticing, Lockhart had emerged from the room and was standing on the stairs. Let us first congratulate Hubert. His brilliant performance was truly eye-opening. I have decided to gift him a set of books personally signed by me, hoping he can make further progress. Coward, Ron muttered, but his words did not affect Lockhart, who tossed his freshly combed golden hair and flashed a perfect smile. Class dismissed. Harry, stay behind. You and I are both celebrities. I have many letters from readers asking about you, and I need your help replying. You know, I generally can't refuse my dear readers. Just like that, amidst Harry's wails and Ron's schadenfreude, the defense against the dark arts class ended. Hubert grabbed his books and walked out of the classroom. If it weren't for Hermione clinging to his side and asking for help, his mood might have been quite pleasant. In the Slytherin dormitories, unlike the crowded Gryffindor dorms, the Slytherin rooms were spacious. This was a gathering place for pureblood wizards, and the Slytherin dorms, which always prided themselves on nobility, were naturally spacious and decorated with antique elegance. As Draco, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, his room was naturally splendid. The room was decorated with antique luxury, predominantly in natural wood. In the center of the living room were 3 leather sofas and a wooden table, and the surrounding walls were adorned with serpentine totems carved with gold and silk threads. With a bang, Draco slammed the door shut. His pale face was filled with anger, his hands tightly clenched. Why is it Hubert? He roared at the air. It should be me. I should be the one enjoying the glory. Draco, why did he stop me? Why could he stop me? He's just an ordinary Hufflepuff. How can he compare to a noble Slytherin? Hiss. Black mist emanated from him, forming a black figure in front of him. A crimson gleam flashed in the figure's eyes, looking greedily at Draco. It was the scent of blood food. You need power. Only powerful strength can make Harry Potter and Hubert bow at your feet. The noble pureblood wizard family Malfoy will be glorious again because of you, and everything in the world will prostrate before you. Whispers of demonic sound poured into Malfoy's ears, and Malfoy's consciousness gradually fell into chaos. He unconsciously walked to the cabinet in his bedroom and took out a black notebook. Yes, that's it. Offer your life to him, and you will get everything you desire. The black figure's eyes burned with fanaticism, inciting Draco. Hurry and offer your life to me, and I can regain life. Life, what a precious and tempting thing it is. Dumbledore, what will you feel when you see me again? And my friend Hagrid, you escaped punishment with Dumbledore's help back then. I wonder if you'll be safe this time. My old friends, how I miss you all. Ha 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 ha. I've designed a magic item, but to forge it, I need your help. I've seen the gem and cross sword you gave Harry, and Professor Flitwick also praised them as very ingenious magic items. In the corridor, Hermione, holding books, said to Hubert beside her, I'd like your professional opinion as an alchemist. You know, I'm good at spells, but my alchemy skills aren't as good as yours. Hubert turned his head, looking at Hermione in surprise. The usually proud Hermione Granger actually admitted she was inferior to him. What's so strange about that? Everyone has flaws. I just read a lot of books, I'm not omnipotent. Hermione lifted her head, raising her chin, and said proudly, but Professor Flitwick was right, I am indeed smarter than you. He. She really can't stand to lose even a little. Hubert muttered, but this was the proud Hermione. What kind of magic item do you want to create? Hermione thought for a moment, then took out a piece of paper from her books. On it was drawn a palm-sized circular disc, intricately engraved with complex patterns, with dense text explaining it on the side. I'm currently studying spells with Professor Flitwick, and I'm quite good at it. The crises several times last semester made me realize that combat is my weakness. Drawing on your experience, I want to use my strengths to compensate for my weaknesses. My experience? What experience do I have? Hubert wondered. I'm just an ordinary Hufflepuff. Harry is the savior, he thwarted the Dark Lord's conspiracy. Hermione looked closely into Hubert's eyes, trying to see his true thoughts. Her mind rapidly recalled the figure who stood in front of her in the lavatory, blocking the troll, and the golden palm that descended from the sky in the Forbidden Forest, as well as the identical palm she had just seen in the classroom. Why hide your identity and strength? Your magic power is incredible, why pretend to be an ordinary Hufflepuff? Hermione's thoughts churned. She couldn't see through her friend, who was about her age, and didn't understand what he was thinking. If she hadn't personally experienced those events, she might have, like other students, believed Hubert was just an ordinary, friendly Hufflepuff student. I trust you, Hermione said with a double meaning. As a friend, if he had reasons for hiding something, there was no need to pry. When he wanted to talk, he would naturally speak. All she had to do was trust and wait. This is a magic disc, with a magic array that I've initially designed. The magic disc can store magic, allowing the user to quickly cast spells with its help. I know many spells, but in combat, the choice and casting speed of spells are hard to keep up with. So I thought if there was an item that could store all the spells I know, then in combat, I could quickly choose, and the magic disc could save time in casting spells. Hubert took the paper and looked at it. Hermione's design was very ingenious, and the explanation was detailed. Unbeknownst to them, they had already walked to the front of the Gryffindor common room. The corridor was empty, with no one around. Hubert's heart stirred, and he said to Hermione, in combat, situations are quite tense. Wizards don't have much time to think about which magic to cast. They usually use the magic they are most familiar and proficient with. What suits them is the most powerful. There are many types of magic, and even the same magic can have different uses. Even a simple Petrificus Totalus, if used well, can defeat an enemy in one move. I suggest you reorganize the spells you know and edit together those that can be cast continuously, like combo moves in games, to enhance magic output. Imagine your opponent casting one spell, while you, in the same amount of time, can cast several combined spells. That will definitely make your opponent realize what true magic output is. Hermione listened to Hubert's concept of magic output, her eyes sparkling. A big advantage of magic is its powerful output, but the more powerful it is, the longer it takes to cast. Hubert had often heard people talk about instant cast magic and combo ideas. Hermione had proposed the magic disc. If the two were combined, with the number of spells Hermione knew, it would definitely give her a significant advantage. Let's go into the common room to continue. Hermione pulled Hubert into the Gryffindor common room. The Gryffindor common room was spacious and bright, a different style from Slytherin's. At this time, the common room was empty, with all the little wizards playing outside. The two found a spot and began to engross themselves in modifying the magic disc. Unnoticed by anyone, a mesmerizing 7-colored butterfly gently flew towards the nearby girls' dormitory passage. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, a mesmerizing 7-colored butterfly fluttered gently. 7-colored pollen spread with the flapping of its wings, and the entire bedroom was bathed in a multi-hued glow. As the pollen dispersed, a strange fluctuation spread. Majid gently flapped its wings, flying from the bed to the bookshelf, from the bookshelf to the wardrobe, covering every corner of the bedroom. "Wow, what a beautiful butterfly!" An exclamation rang out from the bed. A fair-skinned little girl with red hair poked her head out from under the covers. She immediately jumped out, ignoring her wrinkled white nightgown, and pounced towards Majid, who was flying in midair. Her hands touched Majid, but passed right through its body. "Ah, a ghost!" Ginny exclaimed. Majid's form was illusory and its colors vibrant, completely different from a ghost. She bravely stepped forward, her curious big eyes examining it closely. The butterfly was beautiful, with spots on its wings like countless stars. The surrounding space was hazy, as if it were in another dimension. She slowly extended her hand, trembling slightly as she tried to touch the butterfly with her finger. Her crystal white fingernail gradually approached the butterfly's wing, inch by inch, inch by inch. Finally, her finger touched the butterfly, but passed right through its wing. Ginny recoiled as if she had received an electric shock, immediately pulling her hand back. "Ginny, what happened?" Hermione ran in and grabbed Ginny's hand, comforting her. "I'm sorry, Majid might have scared her." Hubert stood at the doorway, gently waving at Majid. The mesmerizing butterfly flapped its wings and, with a few flashes, flew back to his shoulder, then vanished. "It's my pet, a mesmerizing butterfly. It's usually quite mischievous, always likes to wander around and tease people." Hubert smiled apologetically, "but it's very gentle and won't actively harm anyone. She's so beautiful." Ginny recovered, pointing at the 7-colored pollen in the air. The pollen drifted down, scattering everywhere, rendering the dormitory dreamlike and fantastical. Few girls could resist such dreamlike beauty, let alone a little girl like Ginny. Because of Ginny's appearance, Hubert voluntarily left the Gryffindor common room and made an appointment with Hermione to meet again. The concept of the magic disc and the main magic array had been determined, only some minor details needed to be finalized that evening. Hubert paced down the corridor, his leather shoes echoing thump-thump in the empty hallway. His eyes were dark, and his expression grim. He had taken the opportunity to enter the Gryffindor common room, allowing Majid to secretly enter the girls' dormitory to search for Tom Riddle's notebook in Ginny's possession. However, Majid had searched the entire girls' dormitory and hadn't found the notebook. Now that Ginny had discovered Majid, he would have to be very careful if he wanted to search again. Had Tom Riddle's notebook disappeared because Ginny had hidden it elsewhere, or was it never with Ginny in the first place? If it wasn't with Ginny, then whose hands was it in? Had Lucius handed over Tom's notebook according to the original plan? One question after another arose in Hubert's mind, 1,000 threads with no clear solution. Although he knew part of the plot, any variable introduced would lead the story's development down a completely different path. This was the problem Hubert now faced. He had to rely on his own judgment and ability to solve the appearance of variables. It was an inevitable outcome. This butterfly, had flapped his wings, and as a variable, he would inevitably bring about more variables. With the appearance of variables, his precognition would gradually disappear. Hubert had long known that this day would come, and he would not shrink back or escape. The most important thing now is to find Tom's notebook and extract from him the method to resolve the dark magic in my body. Hubert secretly made up his mind. The dark magic problem had to be solved as soon as possible. He could feel the restless power deep within his bloodline, almost impossible to suppress. The next outbreak would inevitably cause immense harm. The peaceful life at Hogwarts flowed like water, calm and without a ripple. 2 days passed in a flash. Hermione had sought Hubert out several times to discuss the refining of the magic disc. Through their collaboration, the magic disc was almost complete. All that remained was Hubert's final touches, after which it could be given to Hermione to weave her own magic sequence. Draco had disappeared since his last conflict with Hubert, and not a single rumor had come from Slytherin. Harry was happy for 2 days, finally able to avoid Draco. Recently, Wood had intensified Quidditch training, vowing to win the championship cup. Because of this, Gryffindor's Quidditch players were suffering immensely. Harry privately complained several times, but he was always the first to arrive at the training grounds. Bright sunlight streamed down, the sky was azure and cloudless. Today's weather was the best it had been in days. Harry, carrying his flying broom, followed closely behind Wood. Given Wood's personality, he would naturally seize the opportunity to train. "I researched a new tactic over the summer, Harry. Remember to cooperate with me when we get on the field later. We must continue to work hard in this year's Quidditch match and defend our championship title." Wood, wearing a red training uniform, walked swiftly like the wind. The hem of his robe flapped, making him look like a spirited general on the battlefield. "Oh, is that Wood?" A high-pitched, mocking voice interrupted Wood. A group of wizards in green robes emerged from the other side of the door. The one leading them had curly hair and protruding teeth. "I think you can go back now." Today's Quidditch training ground is for us, Slytherin. Wood frowned slightly. Flint, Gryffindor booked the field today. Flint tossed him a scroll of paper and laughed. So what? We have Professor Snape's special order. Today we are training our new seeker. Who? Flint and the others parted, and Malfoy, with his silver hair meticulously combed, walked out from the middle. He held a new black broom in his arms, a triumphant smile on his face. Harry Potter, your broom is outdated. Is that a Nimbus 2001? Where did you get them? Ron and Hermione had run over at some point. Ron looked in shock as each of the Slytherin players held a brand new Nimbus 2001. Draco looked at him with disdain. Poor people could never imagine the lives of the rich. My father sponsored them, Draco said proudly, chin raised. You guys who can barely afford food, if you leave Potter and become my follower, maybe I'll be happy enough to have my father reward you with one too. My father isn't like some people, he'll give me the best equipment. Gryffindor players aren't chosen based on money, Hermione retorted, but on true skill. Draco turned around, walked up to Hermione, looked into her eyes, wrinkled his nose, and said seriously, no one was talking to you, you filthy little mudblood. You're going too far, Malfoy, Ron said angrily, pulling out his wand, which was held together with tape. Eat slugs. A green light shot from the tip of the wand, bouncing off him and sending him flying backward. Ha 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 ha. Harry and Hermione immediately rushed forward to help him up. Ron's face was pale, and he held his chest, spitting out a slug. We need to go find Hagrid immediately, Harry said, and then he and Hermione quickly left, supporting Ron. Hagrid, Hagrid. Harry, supporting Ron, shouted loudly in front of the stone hut, then hastily pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The stone hut was still cluttered but orderly. Hanging from the ceiling were an unknown number of wooden cages of various sizes and thick ropes. On the wooden shelves on the walls were bottles and jars of unknown contents. This requires professional equipment. Hagrid walked over with a small iron bucket and handed it to Ron, who then spat out a slug. Ron, it has to calm down on its own. Who did you cast a curse on? It was Malfoy, Harry replied, patting Ron's back. He said Hermione was. I don't know how to say it. Hermione stood up, turned her back, crossed her arms, and her face showed sadness. He called me a mudblood. No way. Hagrid's mouth was slightly open, his face full of shock. What does mudblood mean? It means dirty blood. Mudblood is a derogatory term for children born of muggles, whose parents can't use magic, like me. Hermione turned around, her voice raised, tears in her eyes. Polite people wouldn't say that. Harry, some wizarding families, like the Malfoys, think that so-called purebloods are superior to others, Hagrid explained to a confused Harry. That's pure nonsense. Even without magical talent, one can become a wizard, just like who? Hagrid seemed to realize something and immediately stopped speaking. He pulled Hermione closer, stroking her long hair and saying, Our Hermione is so smart, what magic can't she use? Child, don't think about those things, don't take them to heart, okay? Hermione, holding back tears, nodded gently. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the cold moonlight shone through the French windows into the empty room. In the spacious room, several pillars, large enough for a person to embrace, stood tall. By the moonlight, sparkling spiderwebs could be seen in the corners, with a spider lurking, waiting for prey. Next to the French window, Hermione sat by the window with her hands wrapped around her knees, staring blankly at the dark forbidden forest in the distance. The cold moonlight fell on her, and she buried her head in her knees, her body trembling slightly. From a dark corner, Hubert walked in through the entrance. His footsteps were light, and the moonlight draped over him. He slowly paced to the window, where the glass was etched with intricate, ancient patterns. You know, I actually envy you and Ron. You have a complete family, with your parents by your side, and loving, harmonious siblings. His voice was clear and bright as he looked into the distance. Such families are rare in the wizarding world, especially among the so-called pureblood families. They are even scarcer. It is precisely the lack of this love that has caused many tragedies, and aren't these tragedies just another form of their craving for this love? Hermione looked up, tears in her eyes. She looked at Hubert in the moonlight, his profile as holy as a god. Headmaster Dumbledore once said that the greatest power is not magic but love, and this is also the most precious thing in the world, worth protecting with our lives. Grindelwald, the Dark Lord, was as powerful as he was, yet he is recognized as the greatest wizard in the magic world. Do you know why? He turned his head, revealing a smile, his black eyes sparkling. Why? Hermione asked softly, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Some have distinguished family backgrounds, while others were orphans from a young age and suffered greatly. Their magical cultivation was equally unmatched, but they chose completely different paths. Only Dumbledore received the sincere love and respect of all. So what makes us successful is not our family background, not our bloodline, but our own choices. He squatted down, looked into Hermione's eyes, and said softly, "Hermione, you are the smartest wizard I have ever met, even smarter than me. I never deny that. The path ahead is yours to choose. Your future achievements will surely be 10, even 100 times greater than those so-called pureblood wizards. I firmly believe this." Hermione gazed into Hubert's eyes, clearly seeing her reflection in his pupils. She suddenly smiled broadly, looking so pure and beautiful in the moonlight. She looked at Hubert and said seriously, "Thank you, Hubert." Hubert took out a silver bracelet from his cloth pouch. A round disc with mysterious patterns carved on it hung from the bracelet. The disc was smooth as jade, warm and slick to the touch. Under the moonlight, it glowed faintly, like the moon hanging in the sky. Mission accomplished. The magic disc is officially yours. Give it a name. Hermione looked up at the bright moon disk high in the sky and whispered, "It is as beautiful as the moon hanging high in the sky, so let's call it Artemis, the name of the Greek goddess of the moon." A beautiful name. Meow, meow. A loud cat's meow came from outside the door, followed by rhythmic footsteps. Hermione's face changed. It was Filch and his cat. If Filch caught them wandering around the school at night, they would definitely lose points. She, Harry, and Ron's experience last semester was still vivid in her mind. "Don't worry, my Midget is best at illusion magic." Hubert smiled slightly, and Midget appeared from his shoulder. A mesmerizing light enveloped the two of them, gradually disappearing into the moonlight. Hubert gently led Hermione towards the entrance. Filch, holding a lamp, scanned the room with his hawk-like eyes. Yet, he completely overlooked Hubert and Hermione, who were so close. Madame Norris meowed a few times at his feet. Hermione's hands were tightly clenched, and a slight sweat beaded on her forehead. She could almost hear her own heartbeat and breathing. "Meow. My dear Madame Norris, we should go patrol somewhere else. Those damned little wizards, if I catch them, I'll strip them of their clothes and hang them in the courtyard." Filch cursed in a low voice, his footsteps growing more distant. "I'll take you back." Hubert led Hermione gently through the corridor towards the Gryffindor dormitory. In the empty corridor, the candles on the walls crackled. "Who's that?" Hermione whispered. At the end of the corridor, two tall, thin, red-haired figures, identical in appearance, were sneaking cautiously, crouching low. They were carrying plates of food, returning from the kitchen. It was the brothers George and Fred. The two brothers did not notice Hubert and Hermione, and in their sight, they were stealthily looking around like thieves. Hogwarts at night was not as quiet and peaceful as it seemed on the surface. From a certain perspective, Filch's worries were justified. Hubert and Hermione encountered several groups of students who had secretly snuck out of their dormitories along the way, most of them Gryffindor little lions. Hermione chuckled, looking down. After bringing Hermione back to the dormitory, Hubert did not return but left the dormitory area. Wandering outside the castle, walking on the grass, bathed in moonlight, he unconsciously reached the shore of the Black Lake. The Black Lake under the moonlight shimmered when viewed from afar. The calm waters reflected the bright moon in the sky. A gentle breeze stirred his loose hair. Facing the distant, faintly visible peaks and the endless lake surface, Hubert desperately wanted to let out a roar, venting all the frustration and troubles in his heart. Hermione was insulted by Malfoy. From a moral standpoint, Malfoy was wrong, but the reality of the wizarding world was just as Malfoy described. The privileged class occupied high positions and enjoyed wealth and glory. Muggles and half-bloods born without a family lineage can only live at the bottom of the wizarding world, working hard for meager wages. The division among the wizarding privileged class is strict, with family legacies counted in centuries and millennia. Bridging this huge time gap cannot be accomplished in a single short lifetime. It requires several, even dozens, of generations to catch up. Perhaps some believe that as long as they have money, they can live freely without having to cater to others. However, humans are social creatures, and as long as they live in the wizarding world, they are bound to interact with others. The opinions, evaluations, and respect others have for them will inevitably pull them into that social circle, struggling for fame and fortune. This affects every aspect of life, from minor things like neighborly relations and daily work to major choices like career paths. The privileged grow up with a golden spoon and easily enter the Ministry of Magic to obtain high positions after graduating. In contrast, ordinary wizards must scheme just to become a small clerk, and those who fare poorly can only work as unknown laborers in a shop. This is the current state of the wizarding world. Some things cannot be compensated for by galleons. Take the Weasley family, for example. No matter how poor they are still a pureblood wizard family. Their relatives and friends are connected to various major families, and their children can easily enter the Ministry of Magic or pursue better options after graduation. Hermione is smart, an academic star at Hogwarts. Yet, after graduation, in this wizarding world where she has no connections, her future is equally uncertain. Compared to a cold and harsh society, an individual is simply too insignificant. If this is the case for Hermione, he himself is even worse off than she is. Hubert understands his situation. He is a muggle with no talent for casting spells whatsoever. The Philosopher's Stone can temporarily support his spellcasting, but what will happen when he reaches the higher years? Other wizards grow stronger in magic as they age. Upon graduating from Hogwarts, their magical power will at least reach adult levels. But what about him? If he doesn't find a solution, he dares not imagine what a wizard who hasn't even reached graduate level could do in the wizarding world. A fierce wind blew from the lake surface, causing the hem of the god-controlling robe to flap loudly. Silver moonlight shone on his face, and his dark eyes flashed with cold light. So what if I'm a muggle? So what if they are privileged? He stared at the dark shadow in the distance, his voice cold as a blade. No one can stop me from gaining magical power. If someone tries, I will make them disappear. He clenched his fists tightly, and black light flickered in his pupils. Wisps of black mist emerged from his body, and his formerly sacred countenance became sinister and dark. Who is there? Hubert turned his head and asked coldly. He stood upon a tall boulder by the lake, silhouetted against the moonlight, his black hair flying. The ode to life pointed toward a dark corner not far away. If you won't come out willingly, then I'll invite you out. A golden light shot out from the tip of the ode to life, and the stone in the shadow immediately exploded into defined dough. A blond middle-aged man wearing black robes stepped out. The man's face was pale, and blood stained the corner of his mouth. He had a long face, a pointed chin, and crimson eyes that held a bloodthirsty gleam. Ruthven smirked and sniffed the air towards Hubert. Such a familiar scent. Have we met somewhere before? Delicious blood, it makes me unable to restrain my desires. He extended his crimson tongue and licked away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Hubert's expression was cold, but his heart was filled with shock. The person who arrived was none other than Ruthven, the vampire he had met in Nocturne Alley. How could he be here? This was Hogwarts, protected by magic. For a vampire to appear openly at Hogwarts, had the Academy's magical barrier developed weaknesses? Kid, we meet again. Since our hasty farewell last time, this lord has missed you dearly. HMPH. Hubert snorted coldly. I missed you too. He rubbed his chest, where the wound was still faintly aching. This was Hogwarts, his home ground. Since Ruthven had come here, Hubert naturally wasn't afraid of him. Hubert secretly waved his wand, and the stones on the ground shot toward Ruthven under the cover of night. When dealing with an enemy, there is no need to talk about chivalry. Striking first and defeating the opponent is the best policy. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of stones shot out at bullet speed, but Ruthven was also extraordinary, leaping up and jumping away the moment the stones were fired. Hubert naturally wouldn't let him go, controlling the stones to form a spiral pursuit. Ruthven fled left and right under the barrage of stones, looking disheveled but completely unharmed. Vampires are known for their strength and speed, and Ruthven, as a vampire noble, was naturally among the best. Break, he roared, punching out. A wave of blood light swept forth, knocking away the oncoming stones. But before he could celebrate, a golden handprint slammed onto his back with lightning speed, sending him flying and carving a long trench in the ground. He climbed up and dusted himself off. The vampire's innate talent granted him a powerful physique, and the heavy blow he just took did not cause him much harm. Kid, you're vicious and decisive enough. He smiled broadly, seemingly unconcerned by the previous attack and his embarrassment. The vampire physique truly lives up to its reputation. I heard you are very afraid of people from the church. You managed to withstand my quicksand, but I wonder how many holy light spells I obtained from a unicorn you can handle. Hubert sneered, taking out a square blood clot and placing it into the Vientiane. The Vientiane absorbed the blood clot, and holy light burst forth from Hubert, the dazzling radiance making it hard to look directly at. Ruthven's expression changed. He was not afraid of physical attacks, and he didn't care much for most magic. Hubert's magic level was low, and Ruthven could completely withstand it based on his powerful physique. But holy light magic was different. Heaven is always fair. For everything given, something must be taken away. Vampires gain powerful physiques, swift speed, and bloodline magic abilities, but light-based magic became their nemesis. Don't you want to know the secret of the Book of Dracula? Hubert retracted the light, but his robes still glowed faintly, ready to strike at any moment. He stood on the giant rock, looking down from above, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Tell me what you know. The little brat has quite the temper. Ruthven took a step back, widening the distance between them, and teased, the secrets within the Book of Dracula, which originates from the vampire race, are not that simple. Don't try to threaten me either. Although I can't kill you, you can't catch me. Hubert naturally knew he was speaking the truth. Although the power borrowed from Wancian could restrain Ruthven was fast and could easily escape. Daring to come to Hogwarts at night means you must want something. How do you want to trade? Ruthven's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind and said, help me investigate what recent changes Draco Malfoy has undergone, and I will tell you a hidden magic trick to open the Book of Dracula. Draco Malfoy? Hubert asked in surprise. What relationship did they have? One was a vampire, and the other was a pureblood noble. Their statuses were worlds apart. Why would Ruthven investigate him? You are a student at Hogwarts, making it easy for you to approach Malfoy. He has recently undergone changes. I can feel his life force weakening. We vampires are quite sensitive to these things. I need you to investigate the cause and ensure his safety. I'm very curious why a proud pureblood noble is worth trading a vampire treasure for. He is my dearest nephew, and I will not allow anything to happen to him, Ruthven said with a serious expression, hiding nothing. Hubert's expression trembled. He could hear the sincerity and determination in Ruthven's tone. Regardless of his stance, style, or morality, this resolve to decisively sacrifice for the person he wished to protect was moving. Loss of life force? Are you sure? Hubert was inwardly excited but kept a straight face. Hubert only knew of one magical item that caused life force loss, Tom Riddle's diary. Majid had searched Ginny's bedroom to no avail, and the path forward had been murky, but unexpectedly, he had found a clue here. Ruthven frowned. He had received Lucius's orders to execute the plan. He encountered Draco at Hogwarts, but Draco's changes greatly worried him. After not seeing him for over a month, Draco's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. If that were all, he would be happy for Draco. However, the inherent abilities of the vampire race made him distinctly feel that Draco's body was getting weaker and weaker. While his physical appearance hadn't changed, it was an essential loss of life force. Time was short. He had done a quick scan but found nothing. Thus, he needed someone near Draco to investigate the changes happening to him, no matter the cost, to ensure Draco's safety. I agree. Draco's changes, Tom's diary, and the secret of the Book of Dracula, any one of these reasons was enough for him to investigate Draco. Crap, they are catching up. In the distance, pinpricks of light appeared at Hogwarts, and a group of people carrying torches ran toward them. Ruthven, wrapped in his black robe, laughed. If you don't want to take the blame for me, I advise you to leave quickly. After speaking, he turned and darted into the darkness in the distance. Hubert glanced over. Professor McGonagall, along with Professor Snape and several other professors, was running quickly toward them, carrying torches. Hubert waved his wand, jumped into a spatial rift, and used Skyflight to leave. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived next to the giant rock. Snape scanned the entire area, picked up a pebble from the ground, and examined it closely. Clear traces of transfiguration magic, mixed with vampire power. He sniffed his nose, like an old bat. The air is permeated with the smell of those vampires' filthy blood. Who was the other person present? Professor McGonagall inspected the surroundings but found nothing. She said to Filch, who was standing nearby, from now on, strengthen the patrols and management of the students, and strictly prohibit going out at night. I must suggest to Headmaster Dumbledore that we re-examine the school's protective barrier. Someone managed to sneak into Hogwarts and even attempted to harm a student. This is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Ryan Thatcher is unharmed, or else I wouldn't know how to explain it to his father. Sleepless night. Darkness is always the best way to hide secrets. Whether it's something shady or a secret event, the night is always chosen. Not a single detail of what happened that night at Hogwarts was leaked, and there was no news within the school. Hufflepuff was the best informed place at Hogwarts, yet Hubert, as a member of Hufflepuff, hadn't heard anyone mention it. He attended classes and studied normally. Everything was peaceful. Lockhart was still fooling the little wizards in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, enjoying the adoration of his witches. He hadn't bothered Hubert again, and the two were left alone. Harry, however, was miserable, often being kept after class to help Lockhart reply to fan mail. Lockhart always believed that Harry was the same type of person as him, eager to spread his fame and bask in the attention of others. Harry complained bitterly many times in private, but it was useless. Lockhart still loved him. Upon my personal application, the school will re-establish the dueling club. Lockhart stood on the podium, showing off his charming smile. Although Lockhart was arrogant and narcissistic, one had to admit his handsome looks. In the center of the massive classroom, there was a long T-shaped stage, and Lockhart walked upon it like a star. We have invited Professor Snape to be my assistant. Now, please welcome Professor Snape. At the end of the stage, Snape walked over with a gloomy face. He scanned the little wizards below, who collectively fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Ha ha ha, Lockhart's laugh broke the awkward silence. A wizard duel is a sacred affair, governed by strict rules and etiquette. Professor Snape and I will now demonstrate a wizard duel for you all, so watch closely. The two walked to the center of the podium and separated, then raised their wands, bowed to each other, and pointed their wands at one another. Begin! No sooner had the word fallen than a green light shot out. Lockhart was hit by the green light and sent flying into the stone pillar behind him before he could finish his incantation, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wow! The little wizards exclaimed softly, their eyes shifting between the proud Snape and Lockhart. Lockhart stood up, dusted himself off, and flashed a brilliant smile at the wizards, not feeling embarrassed at all about being defeated. Professor Snape demonstrated very well. I just wasn't ready. Now, I invite two students to come up and duel. Snape looked like he wanted to say something, but Lockhart immediately ushered Snape off the stage, scanned the room, and then said, Harry, you come up. Which student would like to come up next? Draco. Snape glanced at Draco, whose eyes were burning with excitement in the crowd, and then called out the name. Draco leaped up, jumped onto the stage, and stood opposite Harry. Potter, you are no match for me. Retreat now, while you still can. Draco stood on the stage, his head held high in arrogance. Harry said nothing, silently pulling out his wand and gripping it tightly. He knew he was no match for Draco, but he couldn't back down. Even knowing he was bound to lose, he still had to fight. Everyone says you're the savior, but are you? Skipping classes, breaking school rules, reckless, arrogant. Draco listed Harry's flaws one by one, and Harry's face grew darker with each word he spoke. Weak in power, and brainless too. How can someone like you be the savior? It's laughable. Today, I, Malfoy, will make you truly understand yourself, and show you what kind of person you really are. Shut up, Harry shouted. I never said I was the savior, nor do I believe I am. Draco, are you going to fight or not? The two held their wands upright before their chests, performing the wizard's bow to each other. Petrificus Totalus. Whirlwind dance. Both struck at the same time, and two green lights collided in the air. Harry waved his wand, leaping left and right to dodge Draco's attacks. With the power of the two speed gemstones, his physical body was much stronger and more agile than Draco's. He moved deftly around the stage, looking for opportunities to counter with a spell. Draco's magic was abundant, and his mastery of spells was skillful. Magic surged within him, and powerful, surging energy erupted, determined to strike down the enemy before him. But Harry was too fast, his spells couldn't hit Harry at all. Magic shot out from his wand tip like bullets. The two were at a stalemate. Draco attacked while Harry dodged, occasionally counter-attacking. In a short while, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves, but neither had gained the upper hand. Potter, isn't Gryffindor known as the brave and fearless lion? But all I see is a monkey that only knows how to run. Ha 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 ha. All the Slytherin students below burst into laughter, while the Gryffindor little wizards looked displeased and grew dissatisfied with Harry, who was constantly dodging on stage. Sweat beaded on Harry's forehead. Although it had only been 2 short minutes, his physical strength was severely depleted. After all, he wasn't a knight known for his stamina. He narrowed his eyes, his body tense, the battle igniting his sharp instincts. With the help of the speed gemstone, he rapidly changed positions, dodging Draco's spells one after another. He knew his strengths and weaknesses. His magic and spell mastery were inferior to Draco's. Under the opponent's complete suppression, he could only seize the opportunity to gather all his strength and defeat the opponent in one blow. Potter, give up, you are no match for me. Now. Harry leaped to dodge a spell, weaving through the gaps in the magic, and charged towards Draco. Silver light surged in his hand, and his wand transformed into a cross longsword. The distance between them was short, and Harry was in front of him in an instant. Draco's expression faltered for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Facing the silver longsword just a meter away, he showed no fear, pointing his wand at the sword's tip. The tip of the silver sword and the wand tip met. The sword gleamed with a cold light, about to cleave the fragile wand in two. A wicked smile played on Draco's lips, and a black, corrupted light erupted from his wand tip, forming a semicircular black shield. Harry activated the power gemstone, thrusting the longsword with all his might. Draco's magic surged, supporting the black shield. The sword's tip pressed against the shield, and the two were locked in a stalemate on the stage. "Kill Harry Potter, kill Harry Potter." A strange voice emerged from the depths of Draco's heart, and thin black lines spread through his body. His consciousness gradually blurred. Serpent Sorcerer, a 3-meter-long black giant snake was summoned. The black snake coiled around Harry's arms, its triangular tongue only 20 centimeters from Harry's face, flicking out. The chilling cold that assailed him made Harry shiver involuntarily. His skin could clearly feel the coldness of the giant snake's exposed fangs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant snake's vertical pupils stared at the prey within reach, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Hiss, 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 hiss. Harry's pupils contracted, and he let out the same strange sounds. The black giant snake seemed to understand his words, abandoning Harry and turning to attack Draco behind him. Useless. A fierce glint flashed and vanished in Draco's eyes, and the black giant snake dissolved into mist. "What if you understand parcel tongue? You still lose." With a thought, his magic surged out, and a powerful impact slammed into Harry. Harry was sent flying backward by the shockwave, off the dueling platform. How could Draco miss such a good opportunity? A sickly green light shot from his wand towards Harry in midair. Harry, unable to retaliate in midair, could only watch as the spell struck him. Seeing the spell about to hit him, Harry even closed his eyes. An identical green light shot from below the stage, striking Draco's spell and extinguishing it. Hermione lowered her wand, and Ron immediately stepped forward to catch Harry. Draco coldly glanced at Harry and Hermione below the stage, then gave up his attack. The first battle thus ended with Harry's defeat. "I'll go." Harry's defeat did not make the little wizards give up. Instead, it ignited Gryffindor's courage, and a little wizard jumped onto the dueling platform. Whirlwind Dance. A huge black wind blade struck the little wizard off the dueling platform, and another little wizard jumped up. Whirlwind Dance. Whirlwind Dance. Whirlwind Dance. One little wizard after another was knocked away. Draco only used one move, standing steadily on the stage. The little wizards below looked at the arrogant figure on stage with fear. Was this the strength of the pureblood families? They had never seen such a domineering and sharp Malfoy before, and for a moment, they dared not step forward again. In the crowd, Hubert smiled, but his thoughts churned. He was certain that Tom's diary was on Draco. He had confirmed it when Draco attacked Harry. The subtle, familiar dark aura on Draco, identical in origin to the dark magic hidden in his own bloodline, naturally couldn't escape him. Draco dominated, and the first duel ended abruptly. The news of Draco defeating Harry and many wizards spread, and his reputation echoed through the 4 great houses. He became the most prominent figure, unrivaled for a time. In the Slytherin dormitory, a black figure appeared before Draco. Draco's eyes were dull, his face bewildered, and he stood dazed, completely lacking the spirited vigor he had shown on the challenge stage. Instead, he resembled a mindless puppet. "Draco, I bestow upon you the identity of Slytherin's heir. Open the Chamber of Secrets, summon ancient companions, fulfill your duty, and kill the half-blood wizards." "Yes, my lord," Draco replied numbly. Then he pulled out a notebook and, as was customary, dripped his blood onto the black cover. The black figure absorbed the blood, and its form became more solid. The contours of its face became clear. It was a young face with sharp features. "Harry, how are you?" Inside the Gryffindor common room, Harry slumped onto a sofa, completely exhausted. The fight with Draco had drained him of a great deal of stamina. Ron and Hubert had to help him back to the common room. He waved his hand. Draco's final blow had merely shocked him. He hadn't sustained any internal injuries. However, his mood was poor. This battle had shown him the gap between himself and Draco. His magic was not as potent, and he hadn't mastered as many spells, nor was he as proficient. If it were a fight to the death, he would definitely be the one who died. He lowered his head, his long hair covering his face. The firewood in the fireplace crackled loudly. The few of them sat in silence, none speaking. Draco's performance was a huge blow not just to Harry, but also to Hermione and Ron. Originally, school life was happy and peaceful. Although there were occasional conflicts and arguments, everyone was roughly on the same level, perhaps even surpassing Draco. But now, Draco had completely surpassed them. This immense pressure made them feel uncomfortable. Draco was Harry's arch-rival. They often fought. Did this mean Harry would have to avoid him from now on? No, absolutely not. Harry and Ron shouted simultaneously in their hearts. Do you understand the importance of studying now? Hubert chuckled. Ron and Harry were notoriously poor students, daydreaming in class, never reviewing before lessons, and refusing to touch a book if there was a chance to play. If it weren't for Harry's strong combat talent, Dumbledore and his group protecting him, and the villains occasionally making mistakes, Hubert doubted he would survive a single episode. Harry, this is Hogwarts, don't worry too much, Hermione comforted him. You are an excellent wizard, you just haven't utilized all your advantages yet. Although Draco is very powerful, you are not entirely defenseless against him. What should I do? Harry looked up at Hubert and Hermione with blazing eyes. He absolutely refused to be inferior to Malfoy. He had to surpass him, even if it meant doing things he disliked, such as burying himself in books. A wizard's battle is about maximizing strengths and minimizing weaknesses, using your greatest advantage to defeat the enemy. Think about where your advantages lie, and then train specifically for them, Hubert replied. Every wizard has their strengths. Hermione excels at spells, and he himself is stronger in transfiguration magic. Battles between wizards are not exams or debates, they are about using superior strength to defeat opponents, striking down the enemy with the speed of thunder. True combat is not a knight's duel, concerned with the so-called fairness and justice of knights. Using your weakness to attack the opponent's strength, or throwing away your weapon for a fair fight, is pure idiocy, and idiots often die on the battlefield. My advantage? Harry muttered to himself, sinking into thought. Scenes from past battles flashed through his mind. Since entering Hogwarts, his path had not been smooth. When it came to combat experience, no one among his classmates, except Hubert, could surpass him. He touched the cross longsword on his right hand. Powerful energy surged from the power gemstone and flowed through his body, and his gaze gradually became resolute. I want to dual cultivate swordsmanship. He executed a sword flourish, and a white streak of light flashed past. The gemstone gives me immense strength and speed, and the cross longsword has tremendous lethality, yet it doesn't interfere with casting magic. If I fight someone, I believe my swordsmanship will give the opponent a surprise. Utilizing all your advantages and resources, that's a great idea. Hubert praised him, referring to the dual cultivation of swordsmanship and magic. Being able to cast magic while also engaging in close combat was a disguised form of magic and martial dual cultivation. Hubert was quite eager to see how far Harry would cultivate. Perhaps he might even pioneer a new school of wizardry. After chatting for a while, Hubert left the Gryffindor common room. The location of Tom's notebook had been confirmed, and he had to retrieve it quickly. Tom Riddle could absorb the user's life force to resurrect himself. Although he didn't like Draco, he didn't want him to lose his life, especially since his death would resurrect Tom Riddle. Night quietly fell, and Hogwarts returned to peace. Professor McGonagall issued a notice strengthening the management of Hogwarts, strictly forbidding unauthorized nighttime excursions, threatening severe punishment for violators. Under Filch's strict enforcement, the troublemakers at Hogwarts had recently quieted down considerably. No one wanted to provoke McGonagall. In the dim corridor, a spectral butterfly fluttered gracefully. Controlled by Magit, it flew through the corridor and entered the Slytherin area. The spectral seven-colored butterfly made no sound as it flew all the way to Draco's dormitory. The dormitory was dark and silent. Draco lay quietly on the bed, buried under the covers. Magit circled the room, and seven-colored pollen drifted from its body, filling the entire space. Found it. Lying next to Draco's pillow was a black-covered notebook. It was Tom Riddle's notebook. Magit's body shimmered, transforming into Hubert's appearance. He walked to Draco's bedside and cautiously reached out to grab the notebook. Draco turned over, resting his head on top of the notebook. Magit placed a hand on Draco's head, and the seven-colored pollen sprinkled from his palm, entering Draco's body with his breath. Before long, snoring sounds began. Magit gently moved Draco's head aside and pulled out the notebook. The notebook was ordinary-looking, with a black cover and white pages. As Magit held the notebook, preparing to leave, a streak of black light suddenly shot out from the notebook towards Magit. Magit was caught off guard and struck by the black light, reverting to its original butterfly form. The notebook floated in midair, and black mist surged, transforming into a tall black shadow. The black mist formed a large hand reaching for the butterfly. Being newly formed, Magit was naturally no match for Tom. It flapped its wings, dodged the black mist, and then disappeared after a few flashes. Interesting. Who discovered my existence? The black shadow muttered to itself. Was it Dumbledore or Lucius? Or someone else? I must accelerate the plan. The life force absorbed from Draco is too little. It's not enough for me to regain a body. Basilisk, we haven't met in decades. I wonder if you are doing well? Your master misses you greatly. The black shadow reverted to black mist and shrank back into the notebook, floating back to Draco's bedside. The snoring inside the room continued, as if nothing had happened. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, Hubert suddenly opened his eyes. Magit landed lightly on him, its aura weak, having sustained minor injuries from Tom's attack. Tom Riddle absorbed Draco's life force and gained some power. This has become troublesome. Hubert frowned, having originally thought Tom Riddle was trapped inside the notebook. Heh, why am I worrying so much? I'll tell Russell the situation. I'm sure he'll be more anxious than I am. Inside the girls' bathroom, it was empty and quiet. No one wanted to come here. This was because someone had died here before. Her name was Myrtle. Ghosts were common at Hogwarts, but Myrtle was an exception. She died decades ago during a Chamber of Secrets incident, killed by a monster controlled by the legendary heir of Slytherin. In the center of the girls' bathroom, there was a huge circular basin, inlaid with faucets around the edges, and adorned with beautiful carvings at the top. This was Myrtle's territory, and little wizards were even more reluctant to visit. But now, an uninvited guest arrived. Draco walked in, cloaked in black robes, and went straight to the faucet, twisting it rhythmically with his hand. His eyes were vacant, his face expressionless, and fine black lines surfaced in his pupils. Crack, crack, crack. The circular basin broke apart, revealing a bottomless black hole in the center. Draco leaped in and jumped down the black hole. After he jumped, the basin automatically returned to its original state. Near the bathroom entrance, a 7-colored butterfly landed on the doorknob, taking everything in. Deep below the ground, massive underground pipes crisscrossed. Apart from the original builder, no one truly knew their path. In the darkness, Draco skillfully navigated through the pipes and arrived before a long-sealed iron door. The black iron door was embedded in the stone wall, cast from pure iron, of unknown thickness, and certainly impossible to destroy by human strength. He touched his wand to the black iron snake carving on the door, and the snake's coiled body began to move rhythmically. With a click, the iron door opened, revealing the world inside. Torches along the passage suddenly ignited, illuminating the Chamber of Secrets. A straight corridor led to the end, flanked by massive snake-head statues with gaping mouths and sharp, chilling teeth. On the stone wall at the very end was a giant statue of a human head with flowing hair and beard. The ground trembled, and an enormous basilisk crawled out of the mouth of the human head statue. The basilisk glided up to Draco, raising its massive head to look down at him. As the heir of Slytherin, I summon the ancient basilisk. Follow the sacred covenant and obey my commands. Draco opened his mouth and made rhythmic sounds, speaking Parcel tongue, which only the basilisk could understand. Fulfill the dying wish of Sorlaser Slytherin, kill the mudbloods of Hogwarts and cleanse this noble school of magic. Hiss, hiss. The basilisk raised its head high, seemingly replying. In a dim corridor, Harry, wearing large formal robes, rubbed his forehead. He had just attended a defty party for a group of ghosts, which had been eye-opening and exhausting. Lately, he had been hearing strange voices, which greatly bothered him. He had asked Hubert, Hermione, and others, but they couldn't hear anything. Ah! Harry cried softly, his forehead scar throbbing with pain. Kill him, kill him. The familiar whispers sounded again, circling his ears, impossible to shake off. Who is it? Harry complained, shaking his groggy head and forcing himself to focus. I'm going to catch you this time. He quickly ran forward, following the whispering sound. It was nighttime, and little wizards were gathered indoors, leaving the corridors sparsely populated. He ran the whole way, the voice becoming clearer. It's right ahead. Harry sped up, finding the corridor completely empty of passers-by. He turned the corner and instantly froze. On the other side of the corner stood a petrified student, completely lifeless. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes filled with shock, panic, and disbelief. The lamps on the wall cast a dim, yellow light, and a moth flew from a distance toward the flame. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded, and Filch arrived, leading a group of wizards who surrounded them. Wow! Everyone gasped, taking a step back, separating themselves from Harry and the statue, leaving them encircled. Potter, what have you done? Filch demanded, his face dark with disbelief. You did this, didn't you? It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Harry immediately retorted, his voice panicked. I just got here and found him. The little wizard stirred, discussing in low voices, occasionally glancing at Harry with suspicion. Remember during the dueling club? Harry could control the snake Malfoy summoned. I found it strange too. He can even speak that Parcel tongue, only you know who could do that. And, I believe Harry, he didn't do it. Hermione stepped forward, walking beside Harry and speaking loudly. She pointed to the words written in blood on the wall and read, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. This is a plot by that heir. Clear the way, clear the way." The little wizard stirred, and Dumbledore, accompanied by Snape, walked through the crowd. He looked at the familiar handwriting on the wall and the petrified wizard. A familiar scene resurfaced in his eyes, something that happened decades ago. "Everyone maintain order and return to your dormitories," he commanded immediately. "Harry, stay behind." The little wizards obeyed the command and quickly and nervously left the frightening scene. Harry stayed behind anxiously, walking up to Dumbledore and lowering his head. He didn't know how to explain. Would Dumbledore believe him? Dumbledore looked at the fearful Harry, his thoughts drifting back decades, the same scene, the same setting, the same anxiety. He offered Harry a smile, calming the nervous boy, and spoke gently. "Don't be afraid, child. Can you tell me what happened?" "Yes, Principal." Under Dumbledore's calming influence, Harry gradually settled down. He recounted how he attended the party, returned to the castle, and discovered the petrified wizard, omitting the strange voices he had heard. Dumbledore listened carefully, not missing a single word. He lowered his head, looked into Harry's emerald eyes, and asked meaningfully, "Child, is there anything else you wish to tell me?" Harry was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "No, sir." Disappointment flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He patted Harry's shoulder. "You should go back and rest now. He is hiding something," Snape said discontentedly after Harry left. "Why didn't you expose him and make him tell us? Trust takes time, Severus. I believe Harry." The next day, the news of the little wizards being petrified spread, and Harry became the prime suspect. Although Madame Pomfrey came out to clarify that the petrification could be reversed, the students in the school were still deeply unsettled. As the prime suspect, Harry faced resistance from the wizards, and even his housemates began to distance themselves from him. The matter concerning the heir of Slytherin was brought up again, and Slytherin students clamored for Harry to transfer to their house. "I searched through all the library books and records. Legend says that when Sorlaser Slytherin left, he sealed a chamber of secrets within the school. No one knows its location except for his heir. Legend says Sorlaser stored treasures inside, and his successor can use these treasures to fulfill his last wish, to drive out Muggle-born wizards." Hermione flipped through the books, sharing the information she had found with Harry and Ron. Harry sat slumped on the couch, his face drawn. Recently, the wizards at the school had drastically changed their attitude toward him, constantly giving him the cold shoulder. Their looks of fearful awe hurt him deeply. He tried his best to explain, but no one listened. They all steered clear of him. Initially, he tried explaining to everyone individually, but slowly, he grew tired and gave up. Decades ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once before. Students were injured then, and there was even a death. Hermione's words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake. Harry suddenly looked up. "Who?" Hermione shook her head. The library records contained very little information. This was everything she had managed to find. Right now, the most important thing is to reverse the petrification magic and find the cause of the petrification. Otherwise, more students will be harmed in the future. Hubert added from the side. He knew the full situation but could not reveal it. Tom had controlled Draco to release the basilisk. He didn't know what Tom's ultimate goal was, but his own goal was clear: retrieve the notebook from Draco and gain control over Tom. The mandrake that Professor Pomona Sprout is cultivating still needs some time to mature. Once the herb matures, we can make the restorative potion. What we need to do now is find the Chamber of Secrets, discover the cause of the petrification, and clear Harry's name. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "Now, only you guys believe me. I don't know what I would do otherwise." Ron patted his shoulder, comforting him. "You're my best friend. We will always believe in you." The four discussed things for a while longer before separating. Hermione and Hubert were responsible for researching information, while Harry and Ron were responsible for investigating the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Coming out of the Gryffindor common room, Hubert did not return to Hufflepuff. The students in the house were unsettled, and Hufflepuff was rife with rumors, so Hubert didn't want to join the commotion. He left the castle and slipped into the Forbidden Forest. Even though it was daytime and the sun was shining brightly, the Forbidden Forest still felt dark and damp. Having lived here for over a decade, Hubert was still not very familiar with the Forbidden Forest. He pulled out a map and followed the red markers to find his way. After crossing a small stream, a tree hollow tall enough for a person appeared nearby. Hubert pulled out the Ode to Life, the tip of his wand lit up with white light, and he walked inside with his wand held high. "Do you have any news?" In the center of the hollow, Ruthven, with his golden hair, approached him. Hubert did not answer him but stopped 5 meters away. He took a red magic book from his cloth pouch. It was officially the Book of Dracula. "You sly boy," Ruthven chuckled, then took out a piece of paper. "The paper contains the method for activating the secret technique. If you follow the instructions, you can obtain the hidden secret art of the Book of Dracula. Trust me, you won't regret it. I have one more question. That night, when you came to Hogwarts, were you trying to kidnap Ryan Thatcher?" "Boy, don't push your luck," Ruthven said coldly. "That's not part of our deal." After encountering Ruthven last time, Hubert felt something was strange. After conducting multiple private investigations, he discovered that Ryan Thatcher had nearly been kidnapped by a stranger that night. Hubert was certain that person was Ruthven, but their relationship and why Ruthven wanted to kidnap Ryan remained unknown. He took the paper, quickly scanned it, and put it away only after confirming the content was correct. Draco has been controlled by a magical notebook. His mind is being confused by the notebook, and his life force is also being absorbed by it. Hubert briefly introduced his findings, concealing the existence of Tom and the Chamber of Secrets. He simply stated that Tom's notebook was a special magical item capable of absorbing the user's life force. The magical world was full of strange things, so the existence of such an item was not unusual. "I estimate that if it isn't stopped, the notebook will completely absorb Draco's life force, and that will be the end of him." "Does the notebook have offensive capabilities?" Ruthven did not panic despite his nephew being in mortal danger. Instead, he grew calmer. "How can we make it return the life force to Draco?" Hubert deliberately pondered for a moment. "We need to seal the notebook and then force it to return the life force to Draco. It is already able to manifest and has offensive power. If we want to seal it, we must plan carefully. Leave this matter to me. I will lure Draco to the Forbidden Forest. I need your help to perform the sealing spell from the Book of Dracula. Although we Blood Clan can also cast magic, we are not very proficient." Hubert, who wanted to acquire Tom's notebook, was naturally delighted and agreed to the plan. Ruthven's scarlet eyes watched Hubert's figure disappear into the cave entrance, his expression unreadable. Naturally, he didn't believe everything Hubert said. Something was certainly being concealed. "Boy, no matter what tricks you play, you won't escape my grasp." He clenched his fist tightly. If he hadn't been injured by McGonagall and Snape last time, how could he have been intimidated by Hubert's mere light magic? Although magic has counter-elements, it is not absolute. It depends on the difference in power between the casters. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can also evaporate water. Hubert left the Forbidden Forest, and the sky was already growing dark. The stone hut was lit by dim, yellow candlelight, and wisps of dark smoke rose from the chimney. Hagrid was cooking dinner. He opened the door to his stone hut, walked in, and took the spiral wooden staircase up to the second floor. "Master, you're back." Gold-Silver immediately jumped off the stool and proactively greeted him. "These are the dark arts books Gold-Silver collected over the past 3 months. He handed a black package to Hubert. Hubert nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the task Gold-Silver had completed. "Did anyone notice your movements?" "No, Master." Hubert walked to the wall. The previously smooth wall cracked open, revealing a person-height doorway. Behind the doorway was a dimly lit secret room. The room was small, with a table in the center holding dozens of dark arts books. Scattered on the floor were crumpled papers covered in strange calculation formulas. Hubert took out the Book of Dracula and the paper Ruthven had given him from the cloth pouch. He read the contents of the paper carefully. "What a genius idea and design. It's a pity I won't have the chance to meet this great alchemist." According to the introduction on the paper, the Book of Dracula had a blood fiend incorporated into it during its creation, thus granting it 2 forms. What was recorded on the paper was the method to unleash the Book of Dracula's second form, the Blood Fiend. The Blood Fiend is a creature of legend, already extinct in modern times. The book records that blood fiends are born in foul blood, are inherently evil, and enjoy sucking human blood and devouring souls. The more blood they absorb, the stronger their abilities become. Every time a blood fiend is born, it causes a bloodbath. Hubert sat down cross-legged, placed the book on his lap, and flipped to the last page. The entire sheet of paper was covered with a magic array diagram. He lightly cut his wrist and dripped blood into a bowl. Then he mixed fluorescent powder, magic crystal powder, and blood wolf blood into his own blood. Following the recipe on the paper, he prepared the ink, then dipped a fine pen tip into the blood and traced the array pattern in the book. Holding the pen in his right hand, he drew meticulously, without the slightest pause or mistake. All his efforts would be wasted. When his final stroke fell, the entire array formed a closed loop. The blood-formed array hummed and emitted a flash of blood-red light before being absorbed by the Book of Dracula. The Book of Dracula, having absorbed the blood, trembled inexplicably, floated into the air, and emitted dazzling blood-red light and a bloody smell. The book melted in the light, which finally subsided, transforming into a ball of blood. The blood mass squirmed, dropped to the ground, and revealed its form. This is the soul-devouring blood fiend that everyone fears. Hubert rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, finally confirming that he wasn't seeing things. The red carrot in front of him was indeed the blood fiend incarnation of the Book of Dracula. The carrot blood fiend resembled the little monster king from a movie he had watched called Monster Hunt. It had a round belly, a carrot-shaped head topped with bloody flames. Its large, round red eyes were watery and bewildered, and its small hands anxiously covered its pouting little mouth. Carrot? Hubert squatted down and asked tentatively. The blood fiend's eyes immediately lit up, and it ran toward Hubert on its short little legs. Giggle. The blood fiend laughed and jumped around Hubert, its clear laughter dispelling the gloom of the Chamber of Secrets. Hubert held its little hand and played with it. Legend held that blood fiends were born in foul blood, but this one did not smell of blood. Instead, it emitted a faint fragrance. You look like a carrot, so from now on, you'll be called Carrot. The blood fiend giggled again, celebrating its new name. Hubert was infected by its joy and laughed as well. Suddenly, it revealed two sharp, tiny teeth, its cute expression turned ferocious, and blood-red light shot out of its round eyes. The incident was so sudden that Hubert had no time to react. His finger had already been bitten. It instantly drilled into Hubert's body through the wound. Ah! Hubert screamed in pain and collapsed onto the floor, his veins bulging all over his body as his blood surged quickly and was absorbed by the blood fiend. His previously smooth skin wrinkled and withered at a visible rate, instantly aging him 20 or 30 years. His soft black hair turned grey, and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Rusfan! Hubert roared savagely. Rusfan truly hadn't been kind enough to easily hand over such a precious secret technique to him. The blood fiend recognizes its master by absorbing the master's blood and life force. If the master survives, they gain its allegiance. If they don't, there is no future. Given Hubert's body, he naturally couldn't withstand the blood fiend's consumption. Rusfan's move of killing with a borrowed knife was certainly vicious. As the blood and life force within his body drained away, his consciousness became increasingly blurry. Just as he was despairing, the dark magic that had been suppressed deep within his bloodline suddenly burst forth, having lost its restraint. The black magic, like a torrent, surged mightily along his blood vessels, consuming everything. The red current formed by the blood fiend and the black current collided, refusing to yield, and erupted within his body. Master, what happened to you? In his daze, Hubert seemed to hear Gold Silver's anxious cries before a sharp pain in his head caused him to completely pass out. Gold Silver's massive eyes streamed with tears, and his face showed deep self-reproach. It was all Gold Silver's fault. Gold Silver shouldn't have helped the master buy dark arts books, and should have stopped the master from studying the dark arts. If the master died, what would Gold Silver do? Bad Gold Silver, bad Gold Silver. Master, what should Gold Silver do? What should Gold Silver do? Gold Silver was flustered. He didn't know how to save his young master. His young master's life was draining away, and if he didn't stop it soon, the master would die. Hagrid, Gold Silver should find Hagrid. He can definitely save the master. He flashed away instantly, and then, after a spatial flicker, Gold Silver appeared in the Chamber of Secrets, dragging a bewildered Hagrid. Hubert, why are you like this? Hagrid knelt on the floor, panicked. He could barely recognize his adopted son. The 12-year-old sunny youth had turned into an old man in his 50s or 60s. His hair was completely white, his skin dry and wrinkled, and he was completely bloodless. It's all Gold Silver's fault. Gold Silver should have stopped the young master from researching the dark arts. Old master, please save the master. Gold Silver pleaded tearfully. Only then did Hagrid notice his surroundings, gloomy and dim, with dark arts books scattered haphazardly everywhere. The evil, dark aura emanating from the books made him uncomfortable. He looked at Hubert, lying on the floor, his breathing growing weaker, his eyes filled with distress, regret, and apology. He immediately took out a bottle of red potion. This was his most precious potion, used for saving lives. Even if someone only had one breath left, it could bring them back. This life-saving potion was extremely valuable. He only had one bottle. He used it on his adopted son without hesitation, as this was his only family, and any price was worth paying. The potion was absorbed immediately upon entering Hubert's mouth, and the changes in his body instantly ceased. His blood calmed down, and his lost life force slowly began to recover. Why did he study the dark arts? Why? Hagrid asked heartbrokenly. He couldn't understand why the child he had raised since childhood would secretly study the dark arts, which he detested the most. Was he also going to become a dark wizard like you-know-who, resorting to any means necessary for power? It was the Dark Lord. The young master fought the Dark Lord to save Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's magic erosion is damaging the young master's body. If the young master can't find a way to save himself, he will die. Gold-Silver pleaded tearfully. Don't blame the young master, it's all Gold-Silver's fault. Please, old master, save the young master, please. It's been so long, why didn't he tell me? Why did he hide it from me? Rebus Hagrid muttered to himself. He recalled the defense of the Philosopher's Stone battle at the end of last term. Harry and Hubert had become heroes, and he had been proud of them. The little master wanted to tell you, but the old master, you hate the dark arts. He was afraid you'd worry, afraid you'd despise him, so, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you and let you suffer so much. Tears streamed down his face. He looked at the dark arts book surrounding him, his heart aching as if stabbed by needles. He recalled his previous argument with Hubert about the dark arts. If only he had listened to him then, if only he hadn't been so resolute, if only he had thought more and cared more, if only. Why hadn't he discovered it after all this time? He let him suffer so much without knowing. It turned out all his smiles were fake. Suddenly, he found the Hubert lying on the ground both so strange and yet so familiar. Don't tell anyone about this. He picked Hubert up and placed him on the bed. Then he returned to the dimly lit Chamber of Secrets, wiping his tears, and meticulously collected every single dark arts book, leaving nothing behind. The night quietly slipped away. Rebus Hagrid and Gold-Silver leaned back in the deck chairs, silently guarding Hubert on the bed. Time flew by, and Hubert lay in bed for several days. His appearance was gradually recovering, but he still hadn't woken up. The sun rose, and a new day began again. After a dark night, Hogwarts once more echoed with laughter and cheer. The sight of little wizards running could be seen everywhere on the campus. Ah! A piercing scream tore through Hogwarts. In the corridor by the castle window, Hannah Abbott stood mouth agape, staring in horror at Harry and the petrified Justin Finch-Fletchley nearby. On the wall, several bloody words stood out prominently. A group of spiders quickly fled the window. "Potter, you killed Justin." Ernie ran over, shielding Hannah behind him, and yelled furiously at Harry. "No, it wasn't me." Harry took a step forward and quickly explained. He had gotten up this morning, eaten, and was preparing to go to class when he saw a group of spiders crawling towards a certain spot. Curious, he followed them, only to unexpectedly find the petrified Justin. "Step back. Are you trying to kill me too?" Ernie pulled out his wand and held it protectively against his chest. "My family lineage can be traced back many generations." Following the sound of hurried footsteps, many wizards were drawn over by Hannah's scream. They looked at Harry in terror. A murder case had occurred again, and Harry had once again become the murderer. "Clear out!" Severus Snape burst in like a gust of wind, wearing a large black cloak. His sinister gaze swept over the crowd, and the little wizards retreated in confusion. "Filch, take this unfortunate Hufflepuff to the hospital wing and hand him over to Madame Pomfrey. Harry Potter, you come with me." He pulled the bewildered Harry away, leaving as quickly as he had arrived, the whole process taking less than a minute. Snape's departure caused the assembled wizards to completely erupt. The incident of Harry killing Justin instantly spread throughout the campus. Snape quickly dragged Harry toward the headmaster's office. Harry remained silent throughout the journey, his eyes vacant. "Principal, another wizard has been petrified." Snape pushed open the office door and announced loudly, "Harry has become the murderer. This is very troublesome." "I am not a murderer, I didn't kill anyone." Harry broke free from Snape's grasp and loudly protested. He was trembling all over. Classmates who usually laughed were petrified right in front of him, and it had happened twice. In all these years, this was the first time he had personally witnessed life departing. He was terrified and frantic. "Child, you need to calm down." Dumbledore placed both hands on Harry's shoulders, his wise eyes gazing into Harry's emerald green pupils. His tone was serious, more so than ever before. "Snape and I both believe you. You are definitely not the culprit." Dumbledore's words seemed to possess a calming power. An innate sense of safety and trust radiated around him. Harry's emotions gradually settled, and Dumbledore poured him a cup of honey tea. A wisp of smoke curled up from the teacup. Harry sat across from Dumbledore, recounting what he had seen and experienced. Snape stood quietly to the side, listening intently, his brows tightly furrowed. "Child, we all believe you. Is there anything else you need to tell me?" Harry looked up at Snape standing nearby. "I can hear strange voices." I don't know what they are. I asked Hubert and the others, but they can't hear them. Dumbledore offered a few words of comfort and allowed Harry to leave the office. Has he returned? Snape said anxiously. That terrifying man, the one who struck fear into the world, had finally returned. Dumbledore stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. His thoughts returned to decades ago, when the Dark Lord was still called Tom Riddle, a brilliant wizard. The same Slytherin Air incident, the same Chamber of Secrets secret. At that time, he constantly watched Tom. Finally, Rebus Hagrid was expelled, and the matter was dropped. Now the event is repeating itself. Has he returned? Can the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets be solved this time? Dumbledore shook his head. He is still lingering in the dark, damp jungle, barely surviving, but the Chamber of Secrets is ultimately connected to him. Protect Harry, he is our hope. Very well, I guarantee it with my life, Snape said solemnly. He was the only child Lily had left behind, and he would not allow him to be harmed, even if it cost him his own life. Harry left the headmaster's office and returned to the classrooms. He kept telling himself internally to stay strong and not be affected by the pointing fingers of others. It's Potter, it's Potter, gasps rang out. The wizards gathered in front of him immediately scattered, their eyes filled with fear. Harry opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He lowered his head, quickened his pace, and ran quickly away, sprinting out of the castle. Who is it? Who is it? By the lake outside the castle, Harry roared at the surface of the water. He needed to shout out all his frustration, or he would go insane. Why did it turn out like this? I clearly wasn't the murderer, so why did it become like this? He was indignant and angry. People are always foolish, they only believe what they want to believe. A clear, ethereal voice came from behind. Luna, with long blonde hair and wearing a butterbeer cork necklace, jumped onto a large rock and stood side by side with Harry. She wore a pair of carrot-shaped earrings on her ears, and her wand was tucked behind her ear. Aren't you afraid of me? Harry looked confusedly at the strange little girl. Why should I be afraid? Are you going to kill me? Luna countered. Harry shook his head. Since you won't, why should I be afraid? Besides, can being afraid stop things from happening? No. They all say I'm the murderer, they shun me, they are afraid of me. Harry was dejected, lowering his head. I believe you, Luna replied firmly, her eyes bright. Why? Because I trust my intuition. You're not a bad person, not a murderer. Luna smiled playfully. Little Mistress Luna, Little Mistress Luna. While the two were talking, a beautifully feathered lark flew from a distance, calling out as it flew. Oh no, Hubert the big bad guy is hurt, Hubert the big bad guy is hurt. Chatterbox landed on Luna's shoulder, its small head nuzzling Luna's fair cheek. Luna picked it up and quickly asked, why is Hubert hurt, and where is he now? Chatterbox shook its head, not understanding why its usually gentle little mistress was so anxious. Chatterbox saw him lying on the bed at home, lying on the bed. Luna and Harry jumped off the stone after hearing this and ran towards the stone hut. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Hagrid silently pushed open the door and walked in. The enthusiastically debating portraits of past headmasters on the wall collectively fell silent, returning to their original state. Dumbledore was teasing an old phoenix, not participating in their argument. Principal, I've decided to help Hubert withdraw, Hagrid suddenly said, his voice bitter, having finally made up his mind. He knew this decision would make Hubert hate him, but he couldn't just watch Hubert go to his doom. Now he didn't hope for Hubert to achieve great things or contribute to the wizarding world, he only wished for him to be safe and sound. Dumbledore put down the phoenix and sat back in the principal's chair. What happened, old friend? He tried to keep his voice calm, like old friends conversing, which they had indeed been for decades. Hubert's admission was supported by Hagrid, and it was an opportunity Hubert had worked incredibly hard for. Now, Hagrid proposing withdrawal truly surprised him. Would that stubborn child agree to withdraw, or was there some reason he had no choice but to withdraw? Having been with Hagrid for many years, he naturally understood his character. Hagrid wasn't someone who could hide his thoughts, so as a friend, he needed to have a good talk with Hagrid and resolve his troubles. Hagrid still stood opposite the desk, his tall figure giving off a sense of oppression, but at this moment, he looked downcast and disheartened. Thank you, he replied hoarsely. I hope Hubert can live an ordinary life and not get involved in wizard affairs. Hubert is a very excellent child, Harry and the other classmates all like him very much. If he leaves, his friends will surely be very sad, Dumbledore persuaded. Moreover, he is very dedicated to magic and very talented. His departure would definitely be a great loss, both for himself and for the academy. Hagrid's back slumped, and darkness enveloped his heart. Now, he was personally ending all the efforts Hubert had made over the past few years, and his heart ached more than he showed. Dumbledore was his most respected teacher, friend, and principal, but he couldn't tell Dumbledore the real reason for Hubert's withdrawal. Dark arts were a taboo, even a hint of it would ruin Hubert. "I'm sorry, Principal." Dumbledore picked up the honey tea on the desk and took a sip, then stood up from his chair and gently paced to the French window. Dark clouds gathered over Hogwarts, and strong winds blew fallen leaves into a dance. "Since you have decided, I respect your decision." Finally, Dumbledore agreed to Hagrid's request. Under his gaze, Hagrid silently walked out of the headmaster's office. "You shouldn't have agreed to Hubert's withdrawal. Is part of your plan to deal with the Dark Lord, a wizard in a painting, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a scepter," exclaimed loudly. "When did Hogwarts have to rely on a child to get through a crisis?" A witch in another painting mocked mercilessly. "Sire, a lady should learn to respect her elders." These portraits were of the past headmasters of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore ignored their quarrel. According to the plan, Hubert was an indispensable partner in Harry's growth and a main force against the Dark Lord in the future. Now Hubert was withdrawing. The recent student petrification incident on campus had not yet been resolved, and there was no clue about Ryan being attacked by you-know-who. Various matters intertwined, giving a sense that a storm was brewing. After leaving the headmaster's office, Hagrid went to Hufflepuff House. Professor Pomona Sprout strongly opposed Hubert's withdrawal, but she couldn't overrule Hagrid, who was Hubert's guardian, so she was powerless. Finally, there was Professor Flitwick. Hagrid expended a lot of effort but still couldn't convince him. "Hubert will not be coming to class anymore." Hagrid finally left with these words, closing the door behind him. When he returned to the stone hut, Harry, Hermione, Luna, and others were already waiting at the door. Seeing Hagrid, they immediately gathered around him. "What happened to Hubert? Why is he hurt?" Hermione was the first to ask anxiously. She rushed over as soon as she heard the news of Hubert's injury. "Is he seriously hurt? Why wasn't he sent to the hospital wing?" The group asked their questions all at once. Even the usually dull Neville meekly raised a few questions. Hagrid's head ached from their chatter, and he mumbled a few words, feeling very happy that Hubert had made such genuinely caring friends. "He's resting now. I'll take you to see him." After a few days of recovery, Hubert had regained his original appearance. Hagrid had already collected all the dark arts books from the Chamber of Secrets, and the Chamber of Secrets had also been sealed. On the large, soft bed on the second floor of the stone hut, Hubert lay quietly. His breathing was steady, not like someone injured and unconscious, but like someone in a deep sleep. "He hasn't woken up yet. Be careful not to disturb him," Hagrid instructed softly. The few people following him tiptoed up to the second floor. "Hubert seems to be waking up," Luna whispered. Hagrid was startled. He took 2 steps to the bedside and indeed saw Hubert's eyelashes flutter gently, his tightly closed eyes slowly opening. "Hubert, Hubert, you're finally awake. That's wonderful," Hagrid called out softly, tears in his eyes. For days, he had been anxious day and night, constantly tormented. He was afraid that Hubert would never wake up again. "Thank Merlin, thank you." The others also gathered around, greeting Hubert with a barrage of questions. Hagrid, Hermione, Harry, Luna, Neville. Hubert parted his dry lips, softly muttering their names. Although unconscious, his consciousness had constantly perceived everything around him. He knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Having walked through the gates of life and death this time, he understood many things. "Hagrid, I'm sorry." In the dim corridor, Hogwarts students walked in small groups, their expressions tense. 2 murders had occurred, and the killer left no clues. Hogwarts was plunged into extreme panic, and the laughter and joy of yesteryear were gone. If the first incident left students with a glimmer of hope, the second petrification incident mercilessly shattered everyone's illusions. Harry was the biggest suspect, and although some classmates and professors came out to support him, he was still met with hostility from most students. Whether it was the school or Harry and his friends, they were all desperately searching for clues, but the results were not ideal. The killer seemed to have vanished without a trace. They searched the entire school but could not find a single hint. This kind of ghostly disappearance and lurking in the shadows made people even more restless. Thump, thump, thump. Draco rushed over in a panic, his face pale and his hair messy. He kept his head down, his steps hurried, like a startled fawn. "Watch out, look where you're going." "Ah, you bumped into me. Damn it, which house are you from?" Draco completely ignored the complaints of the student he bumped into and quickened his pace toward the dormitory. With a bang, the dormitory door was tightly shut. He leaned against the door, exhaling deeply. Hunching over, he moved his feet, walking down the stairs step by step. He slumped onto the steps, holding his head in his hands, sobbing softly. What exactly have I done? He looked at his clean, white hands, his fingers long and slender. Inheriting the excellent bloodline of a pureblood wizard, his hands were handsome and beautiful. But in Draco's eyes, his fair hands were dripping with blood, drop by drop, the blood of his classmates. Trash, stand up. The black shadow floated out and commanded in an unquestionable tone. Draco shivered, falling backward, his silver-grey eyes filled with terror. It was this monster in front of him that had confused and controlled him, releasing the basilisk from underground, killing the school's students. Although he hated Harry and Hubert, he did not wish for them to die, let alone other innocent people. He was still just a child, though somewhat spoiled. He was not a cold-blooded killer. The Black Shadow was very satisfied with Draco's fear. This was how it should be, fearing him, groveling at his feet. He had learned how to use fear to control someone and achieve his goals back when he was in the orphanage, and he enjoyed the fear of others. The Black Shadow floated in front of Draco, looking down at him condescendingly. "Tell me the latest news from the school," he commanded. Why yes, Draco dared not resist. He didn't want to suffer another round of torture. Several professors have been looking for the Basilisk Lord these past few days, but without any success. Professor McGonagall said that if they can't find it, they will have to close the school. The Lord's scheme has succeeded. Harry Potter has become the suspect, and everyone hates him and avoids Harry Potter. Sure enough, they are still as stupid as they were decades ago. If they can't find the person, they'll close Hogwarts. The Black Shadow sneered, his voice like a screech owl, piercing the eardrums. "Tell me the news about Dumbledore and Hagrid." "Lord, I can't get close to Headmaster Dumbledore, so I haven't found out anything," Draco replied frantically. A bloody light flashed in the Black Shadow's blood-red eyes, and Draco immediately lowered his head. "But I did find out about Hagrid. His adopted son Hubert was injured and has withdrawn from school." "Hubert, the little guy you've always hated?" "Yes, Lord." This should have been happy news, but Draco felt exceptionally bitter now. The Black Shadow floated up. His plan was going smoothly. With the Chamber of Secrets incident repeating, how would Dumbledore choose this time? Last time, Hagrid was framed. Was it Harry Potter's turn now? The villain has appeared, and next up is the Dragon Slayer, the so-called savior. My old friend must give Potter a good welcome. Don't disappoint me. I also need to make Dumbledore leave. The Black Shadow muttered to himself. He looked at Draco. "Write a letter to Lucius, telling him about the situation at Hogwarts. I believe he won't miss this chance to attack Dumbledore." Draco kept his head down, not daring to make a sound. His face was bitter, his life was in the other party's hands, and he couldn't resist. Now the other party wanted to use his father, and they seemed to know him well. He didn't know what their relationship was. Kill Hagrid's chicken and give that idiot Potter a clue, or else, given their intelligence, they might never find the basilisk. "Yes, Lord," Draco replied softly, while silently praying for Harry Potter in his heart. The owl carried Draco's letter, flapping its wings as it flew away from the window. Outside, the weather was gloomy, the sky overcast, and a heavy storm was approaching. Wiltshire, England, Malfoy Manor. Lucius stood in front of the window, frowning as he watched the fierce winds outside. Ruthven had been away for over a month with no news returning. If they couldn't successfully kidnap Ryan Thatcher, they wouldn't be able to threaten the Thatcher family. Furthermore, the chance was singular. If exposed, the Thatcher family would certainly break their original plans and strengthen the protection of the family's sole heir. The Thatcher family and the House of Malfoy were both Hogwarts governors and ancient pureblood wizard families whose strength could not be underestimated. However, the Thatcher family bloodline was dwindling, with only one heir in this generation, Falco Thatcher. When Falco was young, he fell out with his family and ran away to marry a Muggle-born wife. Old Thatcher was frail and did not have many years left, constantly searching for an heir. It took him a long time to investigate and finally find news of Falco, who had been hiding his tracks. Falco Thatcher had only one son, Ryan. If he controlled Ryan, he would control the lifeblood of the ancient Thatcher family. He had already persuaded half of the other governors. As long as he controlled Thatcher, he could initiate a vote to dismiss Dumbledore, and the House of Malfoy would move into Hogwarts. Draco's owl? Lucius took the letter from the owl's claw, tore open the envelope, and quickly skimmed through it. The further he read, the broader the smile on his face became. "Ha ha, a murder at Hogwarts," Lucius said, pleasantly surprised. He now had more confidence in dealing with Dumbledore, and he wasn't the only one interested in this matter. If Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic found out, he would definitely act without hesitation. Dumbledore was like a huge mountain weighing down on Fudge and the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore's reputation and power forced Fudge to seek his help while also remaining highly wary and restless. Let that despicable fellow Fudge make a move first. He sat back down at his desk and quickly wrote a letter. A black owl flew out the window, where a torrential rain had already begun. The Ministry of Magic is the magical government of the wizarding world, responsible for managing the magical administration, judiciary, and legislation of the entire country. Every country has such a department, and Britain is no exception. The predecessor of the Ministry of Magic was the Wizard Council, whose highest leader was the Speaker. After being reorganized into the Ministry of Magic, the ministry is headed by the Minister for Magic and has 8 subordinate departments. Its main purpose is to maintain the balance between the magical society and the Muggle society, and to protect all wizards and magic from being discovered by Muggles. In 1692, the International Wizard Alliance passed the Statute of Secrecy, deciding to completely separate the Muggle world and the wizarding world. The British Ministry of Magic headquarters is located underground in the heart of London, in the most prosperous area, yet unknown to Muggles. Underground in London, in a large office, lies the core of the entire Ministry of Magic and the most important place, the Minister for Magic's office. Countless famous figures have worked here, leaving a profound mark on the wizarding world. The people here wield the greatest power in the wizarding world and represent the ultimate goal for outstanding wizards seeking authority. Now, this position belonged to Cornelius Fudge, a pureblood wizard from a wizarding family. He did not possess Dumbledore's world-renowned prestige, nor did he have the overwhelming strength required to defeat the Dark Lord. He was even relatively unknown during the final battle with the Dark Lord over a decade ago. However, he was lucky. The Dark Lord retreated, and Barty Crouch's son, the person most likely to take the minister position, was accused of being a Death Eater. Dumbledore insisted on not serving as Minister for Magic, and the position coveted by many wizards fell to him. He was a pureblood wizard without a prominent lineage or overwhelming strength. He loved money, was timid, and was obsessed with power. But he knew how to maintain his authority. Dumbledore was the most prestigious wizard in the British wizarding world, so at the beginning of his tenure, Fudge closely followed Dumbledore's lead. The taste of power intoxicated Fudge and gave him confidence. He wanted to control power, and Dumbledore became his obstacle. He needed to shake off Dumbledore's shadow. In the minister's office, Fudge leaned back in his armchair. The massive office was predominantly black, a color he personally chose during the renovation to better display solemnity and authority. By the window of the office stood a black desk made of pear wood, upon which several documents were scattered. Fudge wore a pinstripe suit and a bright red tie, knotted impeccable. His long black cloak and dark green bowler hat hung on the nearby clothes rack. He picked up a glass of red currant rum on the desk. He loved its enchanting flavor, just as he loved the lovely, glittering galleons. In front of him lay a letter, signed by Lucius Malfoy, the very letter Lucius had written to him. He pulled a galleon out of his pocket, the light reflecting off the coin's golden orange hue made him dizzy. Lucius's letter informed him that a petrification incident had occurred at Hogwarts and hinted that if the Ministry of Magic intervened, he would provide satisfactory compensation. Having cooperated with Lucius many times, Fudge naturally knew what the compensation was. Dumbledore, Fudge muttered to himself. If possible, he tried his best not to provoke the greatest white wizard. Dumbledore looked like a kind and benevolent old grandfather, harmless on the surface. Yet, Fudge knew about his unfathomable cunning and terrifying strength. The once unrivaled Dark Lord, now hiding in a corner and struggling to survive, was proof of that. I am the Minister for Magic now, and you are just the principal of Hogwarts Academy. A few years ago, Fudge would have definitely burned Lucius's letter. But now, he was no longer the Fudge who had just taken the Minister for Magic position and needed to consult Dumbledore on everything. After years in power, he had mastered control over the Ministry of Magic and gained the support of the majority of wizards. He was the true Minister for Magic. Minister, you called for me? A tall man with a resolute expression walked in. A gruesome scar ran between the corner of his mouth and his ear, making his otherwise handsome face look terrifying. Fudge nodded. Drew was an heir he had personally promoted and was his pillar of support within the Ministry of Magic. This trip to Hogwarts naturally required bringing sufficient force to guard against the unexpected. Hogwarts is the cornerstone of the British wizarding world, yet murder has now occurred there. The Ministry of Magic has a responsibility to maintain the stability and peace of the wizarding world, so I have decided to form an investigation team for the Hogwarts investigation. Drew, notify Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts to come to the Ministry of Magic. The investigation team requires his participation. Yes, Minister. Drew replied loudly, bowed, and turned to leave. After Drew left, he summoned several other people. This was his first confrontation with Dumbledore, and he had to be fully prepared. While Fudge was sharpening his knives and preparing a feast at Holmgate for Dumbledore, there was great joy in the stone hut at Hogwarts. Hubert had woken up after being unconscious for many days, and Hagrid and Hermione were overjoyed. Hubert leaned against the bed. His face was rosy and his eyes were bright. He showed no sign of having just returned from the brink of death. If it hadn't been for the eruption of dark magic, he would have become a dried corpse by now. The blood fiend had completely merged into his bloodline, and the dark magic was suppressed deep within his veins. The only pity was that the Book of Dracula had been destroyed, meaning the loss of a valuable magical item. However, saving his life was satisfaction enough. Ruthven, Hubert thought bitterly. Naturally, he would not forget this culprit. Ruthven had secretly ambushed him once, nearly costing him his life. If he did not avenge this, his heart would not rest easy. Damn it, all my chickens are dead, Hagrid complained as he came up the stairs, holding a plate from which the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted out. What happened? Hubert asked, his heart stirring. Hagrid looked unhappy. He had raised those chickens 4 months. Since Hubert was unwell, he had planned to cook some chicken soup to help him recover. When he went to check just now, he found all the chickens had died. Was it sickness? Hermione asked. I checked, it wasn't sickness. All the chickens had traces of a spell on them. I don't know which bastard wizard did it. Hagrid handed the chicken soup to Hubert. Hubert glanced at it. The chicken meat was black, and the soup was black. As expected, one cannot hold out hope for Hagrid's cooking skills. Hubert sighed internally, taking a small taste. The salty and spicy flavor shot straight up his nasal cavity. Cough, cough. He coughed twice subtly. Hagrid didn't notice his discomfort, but Hermione was squinting and watching Hubert with a grin. Drink up quickly. Hagrid simmered this for several hours. You have to finish it. Simmered for several hours? How much salt and chili did he put in? Hubert glared fiercely at Hermione, and under her gleeful gaze, he pinched his nose and forced the soup down. Ever since Hubert woke up, Hagrid had kept him at home to recuperate. Hagrid's sincere concern made Hubert unable to object, so he tacitly agreed. Hufflepuff classmates Ernie and Hannah also visited him in the stone hut, while his close friends Hermione and Luna took turns coming. The days of resting in the stone hut were not boring. Hermione discussed magic with him, and Ron updated him on the latest news from the school. The most boisterous was Luna, who always brought Chatterbox with her every time she visited. Chatterbox lived up to its name, causing a ruckus whenever it arrived. Only Harry's face grew increasingly worse. There were still no clues about the petrification incident. Every day, he was accused and ostracized by his classmates and roommates. Although he had the support of Hubert and a few others, it still couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. Still no clues? Hubert asked Harry, but his eyes were on Hermione. Hermione had been researching in the library recently, hoping to find something in Hogwarts historical records. Hermione shook her head, and Harry's eyes dimmed. He sat in a chair, his hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. Whether eating, attending class, or sleeping, he was surrounded by hostile gazes. For days, he hadn't eaten or slept well, and he still had to endure Snape's torment in potion class. Hubert sighed. He understood Harry's predicament well. Tom Riddle was controlling Draco to cause trouble in the shadows, but he couldn't tell them directly. The petrified students are all half-blood wizards. The words left on the wall clearly state his target, half-blood wizards. Among the 4 great houses of Hogwarts, only Slytherin, those wizards who consider themselves pure-blood nobles, are hostile to half-blood wizards. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she continued, Hogwarts School history records that Hogwarts School was founded around 993 AD. Its founders were the 4 greatest wizards and witches of that time. The school's 4 houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Sorlaser Slytherin. Because in those days, Muggles feared magic, and many wizards and witches were persecuted. They were the best of friends and partners, who together built this castle, away from the prying eyes of Muggles. Initially, they sought out talented wizards to train and took in those who were persecuted. However, slowly, differences emerged between them. The rift between Slytherin and the others grew wider. Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to be more selective in admitting students. He believed that magical education should only be confined to pureblood families, and he was unwilling to accept Muggle-borns, considering them unreliable. Later, Slytherin left Hogwarts and never reappeared. There's a legend that Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over student admissions, and then Slytherin left the school. However, the specific reason is not recorded and has always been speculation. You mean the culprit is a Slytherin? Harry immediately asked. It's possible, not certain. Hubert interjected, we can investigate in that direction. Right, Harry exclaimed, clapping his hands, the cloud that had hung over him 4 days finally showing a glimmer of light. Let's go find Draco Malfoy. The House of Malfoy has a high status in the wizarding world, he might know something. Although Harry disliked Draco's arrogance and rudeness, he had to admit the House of Malfoy's status and power in the wizarding world. As the heir of the House of Malfoy, Draco surely knew more than he did. He won't tell you. Hubert mercilessly poured cold water on Harry. Though I don't like to say it, Harry, you need to know that just as you dislike Draco, he dislikes you very much. Harry's smile froze. No one knew the grievances between him and Draco better than himself. The three fell silent, and the air became still. Hermione, can you brew Polyjuice potion? Hubert asked an unrelated question. Hermione thought for a moment, shook her head, then nodded. I've read about it in books. After drinking it, you can transform into another person. You mean? As expected, she was smart. Hubert only said one sentence, and Hermione understood what he meant. Harry asking Draco directly wouldn't work. But what if someone else asked, like his close companions Goyle and Crabbe? Would he not reveal anything then? Moreover, Hubert didn't expect Draco to say anything. The petrification incident was originally orchestrated by Tom controlling Draco from behind. Hubert was just giving Harry a lead, guiding him to focus his attention on Draco. As long as the target was right, Harry would naturally discover the suspicious points about Draco and investigate further. As long as they investigated, the truth would eventually be found. As for Tom harming Harry, Hubert never worried. Harry wasn't Justin, he was constantly under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and others. If Tom dared to make the slightest move to harm Harry, Dumbledore and Snape would teach him how to be a notebook in minutes. What are you two talking about? Harry rubbed his head, completely confused by Hubert and Hermione's tacit conversation and shared smiles. So, young man, read more books. Hubert teased, instantly dispelling the heavy atmosphere. We can use Polyjuice potion to transform into Crabbe and Goyle and ask Draco. Draco loves to show off. If he knows anything, he definitely won't miss this opportunity to boast. Harry nodded excitedly. Great. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. Harry didn't want to wait another moment. He had had enough of days of hostility, ostracization, and curses. He wanted to catch the culprit and tell everyone, fair and square, that he, Harry Potter, had been wrongly accused. I can provide some of the ingredients needed for the Polyjuice potion. You'll have to collect the items from the person yourselves. Hubert reminded them. Harry naturally expressed his thanks, then pulled Hermione and hurried away. I hope everything goes smoothly for you, Hubert said to their retreating figures as they disappeared at the stairwell. Compared to charging into battle, he preferred to hide behind the scenes and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Hubert threw back the covers and got out of bed, opening the secret chamber in the wall. The chamber was still dim and unchanged, but the dark arts books that had been on the desk and the scattered manuscripts on the floor were all gone. His eyes darkened. Only he and Gold Silver knew about this secret chamber. He didn't know what happened after he fainted that day. When he regained consciousness, he was already in bed. Gold Silver was loyal to him and wouldn't have done it. If anyone else in the school had discovered his hidden dark arts books, he shouldn't be recuperating peacefully at home now, but rather accompanying Dementus in Azkaban. Eliminating all possibilities, the answer to who took his dark arts books was obvious. Hagrid, what should I do? Hubert yawned and jumped out of bed. After several days of rest, his body had fully recovered. He quickly packed his luggage and left home. After being away for a few days, returning to Hogwarts always brought a stir of emotion and longing. The familiar bricks and tiles, familiar faces, and familiar sounds. In less than 2 years, Hogwarts had already left an indelible mark on his heart. Hubert, where have you been lately? Hubert, you're back. There's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Want to go together? Along the way, greetings from classmates were constant. His reputation in the house had always been good. To say he was well known was not an exaggeration. Infected by the atmosphere, his spirits also lifted, and he wore a smile the entire way. Hello. Hubert always responded with a smile. If he met someone more familiar, he would stay and chat for a few minutes, inquiring about the latest happenings in the house. This morning is potion class, can't be late. Snape isn't easy to talk to. He took out his timetable, glanced at it, and then quickened his pace. He wondered how Snape would punish him for missing class for several days. I hope Harry performs exceptionally well today, so Snape won't notice me, Hubert prayed silently in his heart. In potion class, Harry had always been Snape's main focus, unwavering through winter, summer, spring, and autumn. It was well known in the house that Snape had fallen in love at first sight with Harry since their first meeting. Snape was strict with students, and having missed class for several days, Hubert was certainly on Snape's radar. Passing through the archway ahead, he entered the castle, and the light instantly dimmed. There were more students in the corridor, gathering in twos or threes, walking together. However, their footsteps were hurried, their expressions tense, and they spoke in hushed tones. From occasional snippets, Hubert heard words like harried, petrified, and murderer. It seemed Harry's situation was indeed very bad. Soon, he arrived at the potion class classroom. Standing outside the door, he could already smell a faint spiciness, and emerald green smoke wafted out from the doorway. The classroom was abuzz with constant chatter. Snape stood at the podium, chin raised, glaring at the flustered students. Neville, adding fire fluorescent grass and blue water flower together, do you want to blow us all up? Ryan, leaving the 3 flower bees horn casually on the table, who do you want to kill, yourself or Tina next to you? Kurt. Every time Snape spoke, the little wizards whose names were called would shiver and immediately lower their heads to correct their mistakes. Although Snape's words were merciless, his profound achievements in potions were undeniable, and the errors he pointed out were spot on. No one could question his authority. Of course, those who had questioned him in the past paid a huge price, such as Harry. Good morning, Professor. Hubert stood at the door, bracing himself to greet Snape. I'm sorry I'm late. He proactively admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude, hoping Snape would be lenient. Swish! The classroom instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes all turned to Hubert at the door, then to Snape, scanning between the two. Slytherin students wore expressions of schadenfreude, while Hufflepuff students and Harry's group showed joy. Snape turned and glanced at Hubert, his face drawn, expressionless, and he said nothing. Hubert's face flushed slightly. If he could, he truly wished he could find a hole to crawl into. I wasn't feeling well a few days ago, so I was recuperating at home and didn't come to class. I'm sorry. Hubert proactively broke the silence. Snape gave him a cold look, then said without any emotion, I accept your apology. You may leave. Professor, Hubert has already apologized. Why are you making him leave? Harry said loudly. Hubert was sick, and according to school regulations, he can take leave from class. Hermione chimed in to support him. Yes. The Hufflepuff students also echoed in agreement. Hubert was a student from their own house, and Hufflepuff was known for its unity. If not now, when would they show support? Shut up. Snape snarled, instantly silencing all voices, and said coldly, Hubert has dropped out and is no longer a Hogwarts student. He has no right to attend my potion class. His gaze swept around the classroom. All the students he looked at lowered their heads, except for Harry and Hermione, who stubbornly kept their heads up. Dropped out? I didn't do that. Hubert exclaimed in shock. He had considered how Snape might make things difficult for him, criticism, heavy homework, cleaning the laboratory, and so on, but he had never imagined being dismissed with dropped out. How could he drop out? Entering Hogwarts was an opportunity he had earned through years of day and night persistence and careful planning. If he left Hogwarts, how could he receive systematic magic education, learn advanced magic, and become a true wizard? Hubert argued vehemently, but Snape's eyes remained cold, showing no intention of debating. For some reason, Hubert saw a hint of sympathy and pity deep within his pupils. Hagrid requested it, and Principal Dumbledore and Vice Principal McGonagall signed their approval. You can leave now. Hagrid requested it. Hubert gave a bitter smile, probably guessing the reason. He cast a lingering glance at the classroom and left the potion class amidst everyone's surprise. Preventing me from learning magic is Hagrid's way of dealing with it. But can I give up magic? Connecting this to the disappearance of the dark arts books in the Chamber of Secrets, Hubert instantly deduced that Gold-Silver had told Hagrid about his situation. Hagrid, for his future, concealed his research into dark arts. However, the dark magic issue remained unresolved, and for his safety, Hagrid decided that Hubert should no longer learn magic. Hagrid's choice was genuinely out of concern for Hubert, and Hubert could understand his intentions. But Hagrid underestimated Hubert's pursuit of magic. Having pushed open the door to magic and witnessed its charm and power, could he willingly retreat and become an ordinary muggle again? No, Hubert shouted in his heart. He would never give up magic. Even if the path ahead was a dead end, he would cleave a way through with a fierce axe, let alone the fact that his path was not yet a dead end. Returning to the stone hut, Hagrid was sitting on a stool on the lawn in front of it, with a bundle of green leaf vines beside him. His clumsy, large hands skillfully stripped the leaves from the vines and then wove them together. Hubert's face returned to a smile, regaining its calm. Since Hagrid hadn't mentioned anything about dark arts or dropping out, he probably didn't want to make a big deal out of it. "I'm cooking lunch today. What do you want to eat?" Hubert asked with a smile. "You can cook?" Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. In over a decade, he had never seen Hubert touch a cooking utensil. Now, to say he wanted to cook, how could Hagrid not be surprised? Hagrid looked at Hubert suspiciously, trying to discern something unusual about him. "Why can't I cook?" Hubert felt uneasy under the gaze and retorted loudly, "Are you eating or not?" "Yes, I'll eat whatever you make." In front of the stone hut, on the lawn, a wide, old log table was laden with various food ingredients. Next to the table, an iron pot was set up, with a roaring fire beneath it. What was surprising was that the fire appeared out of thin air, with no firewood. Hubert waved his wand, and under his precise control, chopping vegetables and stir-frying were all done automatically. The cooked dishes automatically flew out of the pot and landed on the prepared plates. Magic isn't just for fighting, it's everywhere in life. Because of it, our lives are more convenient and wonderful. Such skilled domestic magic, only Molly could compare to you, Hagrid praised. Molly Weasley devoted all her energy to her children and housework, mastering all kinds of domestic magic. "I'm far worse than her." Hubert knew Hagrid was complimenting him, but he didn't take it seriously. Using magic to cook was indeed very convenient. As long as he waved his wand according to his thoughts, all the complex and trivial tasks were completed by magic. Before long, steaming, fragrant dishes were prepared, neatly arranged on the square table covered with a white tablecloth. "What's the name of this dish? Is it a new recipe you invented?" Hagrid sat down, looking at the table full of dishes he had never seen before, astonished. Waves of aroma wafted into his nose, stirring his appetite. "I haven't seen these dishes at Molly's house either. Chives and eggs, braised fish, steamed fish, poached fish soup." Hubert introduced them one by one, then explained the cooking methods to Hagrid. Hagrid listened very carefully, even more carefully than Hogwarts students in class. When it came to cooking, he had a persistent, never-give-up determination. On the table were 8 dishes, 2 fish dishes, 4 egg dishes, a fish soup, and a main course. "You know, I like to eat fish and eggs, so I've only studied various Eastern and Western ways of preparing fish and eggs." Hubert's face reddened slightly. He was telling the truth. To eat better, he had indeed researched fish and egg recipes from all over the world. He couldn't say 4 other dishes, but for these 2, he could confidently claim to be an expert. "These cooking methods are the most delicious ones I picked from 103 Chinese methods, absolutely different from British recipes. Want to try them?" Under his gaze, Hagrid picked up his cutlery and gently tasted a bite of the egg. Hubert didn't know if Hagrid would be used to Chinese food, as the customs of the 2 countries were very different. For example, Ron disliked eating fish, always getting bone stuck whenever he ate it. Hagrid chewed slowly, nodding occasionally, and gave Hubert a thumbs up. "It's delicious." He picked up another large piece of stir-fried egg and swallowed it whole. "It's really delicious, even better than Molly's cooking." "Hubert, it doesn't matter if you can't use magic. You could open a restaurant in Diagon Alley in the future. Business would surely be great." "I'm glad you like it, eat more." Hubert spooned him some soup. "You know, magic is my pursuit. Opening a restaurant is something I might consider later." Hagrid deliberately didn't answer, lowering his head to eat. He wasn't very eloquent and didn't know how to persuade his adopted son. These dishes were made with magic, and with them, our lives are much more convenient. Magic is the foundation of a wizard, right? Hubert tried to start a conversation. "Yes. Then you also support me in continuing to learn magic, right?" "No, you cannot learn magic." Hagrid looked up and replied firmly, "I know you like magic very much, but your body doesn't allow it." "Hubert, give up. Being an ordinary person is also very good. For example, being a chef, you would definitely become the most popular chef in Diagon Alley." "Hagrid, magic is my dream. I've worked so hard for so many years, endured so much hardship. If I give up, what was my persistence for all these years for? There are so many muggles in the world, and their lives are also very good. Magic is not necessary. If you don't like being a chef, you can also learn to raise pets with me." "I don't want to be a chef." Hubert's voice rose, his emotions agitated. "Muggles are kept in the dark. I don't want to live aimlessly like them." He clenched his fists tightly, a ball of fire shot out from his fist, and his eyes burned with passion. "I have already gained power and will never abandon it again. Magic allows me to fly freely in the sky. Space magic can instantly teleport me thousands of miles away. They are too mysterious, too charming. Now to ask me to return to an ordinary life, I cannot do it. Hubert, power is not the true meaning of magic, nor is it the pursuit of life. Hagrid said loudly. He had a lot to say in his heart, but his clumsy mouth couldn't express it. You are too obsessed, and in the end, you will harm yourself. No madness, no success. I originally had no talent for casting spells, and if I didn't fight and work hard, I wouldn't be like this now. He waved his hand, and a fireball flew out, creating a small pit in the ground. So what if I have no talent? So what if I can't cast spells? So what about magic erosion? A black glow flickered in his pupils, and his face became ferocious. Nothing can stop me from pursuing the true meaning of magic. I disagree. Hagrid slammed the table, and with a clang, the dishes on the table fell onto the grass. Hagrid looked at his adopted son's ferocious expression with regret. How did he become like this? Believe me, I can solve it. The loud noise brought Hubert back to his senses, and the black glow receded from the depths of his pupils. I know you're worried about me, but please trust me. How will you solve the magic erosion? Is it dark arts? Sacrificing others to the abyss? Becoming a servant of the abyss? Hagrid stood up and angrily retorted, a powerful aura pressing down on Hubert. Dark arts are cruel and evil. If it weren't for me last time, you would be dead by now. How can I trust you? How can I let you research dark arts again? Hubert was speechless, the words of rebuttal caught in his throat. Hagrid was telling the truth, he didn't know how to convince him. He gave Hagrid a deep look, then turned and walked towards his hut. Hagrid, I will not give up, and I will never agree. The gathering ended on a sour note. Hubert returned to the stone hut, his heart restless. Hagrid's words kept echoing in his mind. Without his consent, he couldn't return to Hogwarts. Am I to become self-taught? He gave a bitter laugh. If he couldn't find a solution, he would have to research it himself. Damn dark magic, if it hadn't affected his emotions, he could have properly persuaded Hagrid. Let's not think about these things for now. I'll go out for a stroll and come back to persuade Hagrid once he's calmed down. Skyflight. He waved his wand, stepped into the crack, and his figure vanished from the room. In Sokyo, two intersecting lakes divide the land into 4 sections. In the center of the land, the lake water surrounds an island. A massive, golden-yellow dragon-tooth parasol tree stands on the island, its enormous branches covering the entire island like a colossal umbrella reaching for the sky. After several years of development, the area of Sokyo had expanded considerably. Standing on the central island, one could not see the end of the rivers. The original neat, separated rooms had vanished, and the wide rivers acted as a barrier, isolating the 4 large landmasses from each other. To the east, the lush, tall forest seemed endless, with mist drifting above the trees and faint bird calls echoing. To the south, ravines crisscrossed and rivers were densely distributed, with a small, volcano-like hill standing in the center. To the west was a vast grassland, where the grass reached a person's height. The prairie was silent and tranquil, yet concealed danger. To the north, the boundary was an iceberg, completely white and barren of any vegetation. The sky remained the same, like a gigantic transparent dome covering the land, devoid of clouds or a sun. Aside from the need for artificial precipitation, Sokyo had now formed its own ecosystem, where magical creatures settled in suitable places on the 4 land masses according to their preferences and habits. Above the central island, a waterfall cascaded into the lake, roaring loudly. Where the water fell, a black fissure appeared, and Hubert, clad in black robes, stepped out. The wind, mixed with a large amount of water vapor, blew onto his face, instantly wetting it, and the coolness penetrated his skin and invaded his limbs. So comfortable. He took a deep breath and stretched his muscles and bones. Looking into the distance, the bright, vast world came into view, sweeping away the gloom in his heart. He loved the tranquility and brightness here. Behind him stood the towering dragon-tooth parasol tree, the core of Sokyo. Its contribution was indispensable for Sokyo to expand so quickly. Seeing the dragon-tooth parasol tree again, its main trunk was even thicker, the body twisting together like the scaled body of a dragon. Thump, thump, thump. The strong, powerful heartbeat from the center of the dragon-tooth parasol tree entered Hubert's ears, just like a human heart, each beat forceful. The blood in Hubert's body awakened with the tree's heartbeat, and a peaceful, natural aura washed over him. It was the aura of nature, a feeling he had never experienced before emerging from the bottom of his heart. The ordinary grass, ground, branches, and air he had seen before now looked completely different. they had become vibrant, colorful, as if imbued with life. Heart of nature, Hubert muttered to himself, having learned this term from the information transmitted by the dragon-tooth parasol tree. All things have spirits, let alone a magical creature like the dragon-tooth parasol tree. The dragon-tooth parasol tree combined with Tuhao Gen Sokyo, becoming the core of this space. It was like the legendary world tree, nurturing this space. Although it lacked sentience, it carried the collective consciousness aggregated from all living things in this area. Hubert would not ordinarily have been able to perceive this. It was thanks to the fusion of the Blood Fiend with his bloodline. The Blood Fiend's abilities were unique, and since Hubert's bloodline had fused with it, he naturally inherited some of its capabilities. Moreover, Tuhao Gen Sokyo was originally pioneered by Hubert, and the dragon-tooth parasol tree was planted by his own hands. Due to the combination of these factors, he naturally felt the goodwill emanating from the dragon-tooth parasol tree. Majit. Just as they entered Tuhao Gen Sokyo, Majit jumped off Hubert. Tuhao Gen Sokyo is saturated with magic, making it more suitable for magical creatures than the outside world. Majit danced up and down in the air, and multicolored pollen outlined a ribbon in the sky. Hearing its master's call, Majit slowly and reluctantly flew down. Compared to when it was first born, Majit was now completely white, enveloped by a layer of halo. This was the sign of reaching the first stage of maturity. It could now evolve to the second stage simply by absorbing other creatures. Let's go level up. Hubert waved at it, and Majit immediately flew happily onto his shoulder. Elves were busy going in and out of the small wooden house on the trunk of the dragon-tooth parasol tree. Hubert did not disturb them, instead going alone to the lakeside on the eastern side of the island, where a small building stood. A flowerbed encircled the front door of the building, and a water wheel by the lake gurgled, bringing water to the garden. Hubert walked through the garden and entered the small building. Unlike the natural, beautiful scenery outside, the walls and floor inside the building were entirely white. In the center was a huge experimental table, surrounded by stands holding various plants and specimens in bottles. Cleanse. A slight whirlwind swept through the entire room, rolling tiny dust particles out the door. In the eastern corner of the laboratory near the window, a vine climbed along the wall. The vine was entirely green, the rootless long vines were intertwined to form a single entity, and the green barbs on the vine flashed with cold light, sending shivers down one's spine. I wonder what you'll look like after absorbing the ghost vine and changing from an animal to a plant. I'm really looking forward to it. Hubert took a section of the ghost vine, roots included, and placed it in a reinforced glass bottle. Having left the parent body, the ghost vine did not die. It twisted its body, and the cold, flashing barbs lashed against the glass bottle. If the glass bottle hadn't been reinforced with magic, it wouldn't have withstood a single strike. The barbs dragged across the glass, emitting a grating sound. Majit, it's up to you now, Hubert urged, covering his ears and enduring the discomfort. Majit obeyed the command and flew into the bottle, filling it with multicolored pollen. The grating sound grew weaker and weaker, the entire bottle became quiet, and the pollen gradually shrank, forming a sphere that enveloped both Majit and the ghost vine. Don't disappoint me. The ghost vine originated deep within the Brazilian rainforest, specializing in concealment and sneak attacks. Countless wizards and muggles had died beneath its vines. The ghost vine attacks enemies using its vines, which contain potent venom on the barbs. The ghost vine possesses immense strength. A single vine can lift a car. It has powerful offensive capabilities, which is why Hubert chose it as Majit's first transformation form. After setting up a magic shield for Majit, Hubert left the laboratory. Now he just had to wait for Majit's successful evolution, which he estimated would take about 3 days. He grabbed a book, came to the lounge chair in the flower bed, stretched his muscles and bones, and settled down on the chair. Forget about dropping out of school, the dark arts, and magic erosion. He would put all of it aside and deal with everything after he was well rested. Before they knew it, heavy snow was already falling from the sky, and winter had arrived. Hogwarts was draped in white, and the little wizards had put on their cotton clothes and scarves. In the girls' bathroom, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat on the floor, surrounding a black cauldron emitting pungent smoke. Hermione carefully placed the ingredients next to her into the cauldron. I confirmed with Hagrid. Hubert really did drop out of school, Harry said. Why? Hermione's hand, holding a green test tube, froze midair. I don't know. I asked many times, but Hagrid wouldn't say. You know he doesn't lie. Harry frowned. Hubert ran away from home. I haven't seen him for 3 days. Hagrid is very worried something happened to him. Gold Silver said he wasn't in Diagon Alley. Seeing the two fall silent, Ron thought for a moment and laughed. Maybe he's having a good time somewhere in Britain. When my brothers used to bully me, I really wanted to run away from home too, go out, have fun, and never come back. Hermione increased the heat, and the green liquid in the cauldron boiled, making a gurgling sound. Add the hair last, and the polyjuice potion is done. Hermione carefully pinched the hairs and placed them into the 3 test tubes, not forgetting to instruct, if you put in the wrong kind of hair, you'll be in trouble. What will happen? Ron swallowed nervously. He was about to drink it and certainly didn't want any accidents. Hermione smiled mysteriously, making Ron even more frightened, and he drew his head back. Hermione handed the finished polyjuice potion to the 2 of them, then took a test tube herself and went into a stall. Harry drank the potion in one gulp. Ron closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and poured the potion into his mouth. That tastes terrible. Ron stuck out his tongue and grimaced as he commented. After drinking the potion, both their faces rippled like slime. To their astonishment, they transformed into different appearances. Goyle, Crabbe, Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. Their faces and heights were identical to Crabbe and Goyle. They were tall and stocky. This is incredible, Ron exclaimed, feeling the muscles on his arms. Who did Hermione turn into? The stall door was tightly shut, and there was no sound. Harry knocked, but still received no response. Don't come in, Hermione cried out in panic. Don't come in. What's wrong, Hermione? I'm fine. You 2 go find Draco first. What happened? We're friends, we can face it together. Harry knocked on the door. How could he possibly abandon his friend like this? The door opened slightly, revealing a cat's head, covered in furry brown cat eyes, but the lower body was human. Ha ha ha. Ron clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Hermione. Ron. Hermione, why did you turn out like this? Harry asked worriedly. Hermione wrung her hands. I accidentally added cat hair to the test tube, and I mutated. I'll recover once the potion wears off. I can't go with you now. Harry nodded, relieved that she would recover. He pulled Ron, who was still stifling his laughter, out of the bathroom. The potion's duration was limited, so they had to hurry. The 2 successfully arrived at Draco's dormitory. Draco was sitting expressionlessly on the sofa. His usual arrogance and pride were completely gone. His face was pale, bloodless, and his eyes were dull. Harry and Ron walked in, but he didn't turn around, remaining seated quietly. Harry cautiously sat on the edge of the sofa, his chubby face betraying his nervousness. This was his first time impersonating someone, and he was terrified of being exposed by Draco. On the table in front of him lay a copy of the Daily Prophet, with the headline, Hogwarts attacked by Slytherin heir. The Daily Prophet is slandering him, it's not Dumbledore's conspiracy. Harry quickly read the paper and couldn't help but say, why isn't it? Everything is Dumbledore's fault, it's all Dumbledore. Draco suddenly jumped off the sofa and shouted angrily, is there anyone worse than Dumbledore? No, I mean Potter, Harry Potter. Harry immediately corrected himself, covering up his blunder. Potter, Saint Potter. Draco wrinkled his nose in disgust. You're right, Goyle, the most hateful person is Potter. It's laughable that someone thinks he's the Slytherin heir. Then do you know who it is? Harry immediately pressed. Draco immediately turned his head, staring fixedly at Harry, his expression terrifyingly fierce. Black mist rose in his pupils, and his expression instantly returned to calm, but the look in his eyes towards Harry was like a beast choosing its prey. Harry felt as if Draco had become a completely different person. Draco slowly sat back down on the sofa, picked up the Daily Prophet from the table, a sneer playing on his lips. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and a Muggle died then. Now that it has been opened again, someone else is surely going to die. Who opened it? Hagrid. Who? Harry couldn't help but ask again. Rebus Hagrid. Draco's words mercilessly shattered Harry's hopes. It was Rebus Hagrid who released the monster and killed that Muggle, but Dumbledore covered for him and kept him working at the school. How could it be Hagrid? Harry murmured softly. He never expected the answer to be Hagrid, one of his best friends. The potion is wearing off soon, Ron whispered, cautiously tugging on Harry's clothes. Harry instantly realized that the plump hand under his sleeve was wiggling and reverting to its original form. My stomach hurts. Mine too. The 2 quickly made an excuse and hurried out of the dormitory. Draco sat on the sofa, black smoke rising from behind him. Draco's eyes became dull again. A black shadow floated in the air, watching the figures disappear through the doorway. Harry Potter, just an idiot. My lord, where is Harry Potter? Draco couldn't help but ask. The black shadow looked down on Draco with contempt. This was the supposed successor of the proud pure-blood families, the Malfoys. Truly, each generation was worse than the last, far inferior to Lucius. He couldn't even recognize someone disguised as his own lackey. What an idiot. If he didn't need him right now, he would have drained him long ago. Useless, the Black Shadow hissed sharply, then added sarcastically, the one who just left was the famous savior Harry Potter, the child rumored to have defeated the Dark Lord. He was Goyle and Crabbe. How could he be Harry Potter? Draco was shocked, but he shrank back on the sofa, not daring to ask the question aloud. The Black Shadow floated in the air, mist swirling, radiating a powerful aura, causing Draco to tremble on the sofa. Why could an inexperienced child break his dark arts? Why did he leave him with only a lingering soul? Why? How could it be Hagrid? How could it be him? Harry said angrily, his steps hurried. Draco is slandering him. Harry, calm down. Ron pulled him back, following behind. I don't believe it's Hagrid either, but Draco doesn't know it was us. We transformed into Crabbe and Goyle. I don't believe it. You know Hagrid wouldn't hurt anyone. What are you two talking about? Unbeknownst to them, they had returned to the washroom. Hermione, with her fluffy head, found that the mutated potion's effects lasted longer than the authentic Polyjuice potion. Draco said Hagrid did it. Do you believe him? Harry said loudly. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, and Draco said Hagrid did it. Ron added from behind, then whispered, I heard someone else died back then. Let's go find Hagrid now. I don't believe it was him, but he must know something. Hermione thought for a moment and made a decision. Harry and Ron naturally agreed. Among the three, Hermione was the smartest, the brain of the trio, always solving many problems. Hermione put on a large cloak, wrapping herself completely in shadow. The three of them, under the cover of night, left the castle and headed straight for Hagrid's stone hut. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks and hurried footsteps. Why are you here? Hagrid asked in surprise, retracting the crossbow in his right hand and letting the three of them in. It's not safe lately, especially at night, he briefly explained, gesturing with the crossbow, then placed it by the door within easy reach. Hermione pushed back her hood, revealing a fluffy cat's head. Hagrid, I need your help. To Hagrid's surprise, Hermione briefly explained about the Polyjuice potion. Is there any way to quickly reverse this mutated state? I could wait for the potion to wear off, but I have class tomorrow. Hagrid pulled Hermione closer, stroking her head and examining it carefully, then replied, Saint-like grass can remove negative transfiguration effects, and I happen to have some here. That's great. He took some white grass from a bamboo basket hanging from the ceiling, then crushed it in a mortar. He handed the juice, which glowed faintly white, to Hermione. Hermione drank it in one gulp, and her head wiggled for a moment before returning to its original appearance. She touched her face, smooth and delicate, her own beautiful face, and her prominent front teeth. Hagrid, did you open the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? Harry stepped forward first and asked directly. He looked at Hagrid nervously, hoping to hear a negative answer from him. Hagrid was utterly astonished, more so than when he had first seen Hermione with a cat's head. He slowly sat down on a chair, his massive body silhouetted against the firelight, hidden in the darkness. How did you know about this? He rumbled, his voice low. Harry's heart sank, his hands trembling slightly. Hagrid hadn't immediately denied it. Could it really be him? We disguised ourselves as Crabbe and Goyle, and Crabbe told us, Ron said, patting Harry's shoulder and adding. Hagrid fell silent, his thoughts seemingly returning to 50 years ago, when he was still a Hogwarts student, a carefree little wizard who loved animals. I don't know how to tell you the answer to this matter. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Hermione immediately stood up and peered out through a crack. Outside the door stood several people, leading them was a stout, curly-haired man, none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, flanked by Dumbledore and Lucius. Why are they here? If we're discovered, we're in big trouble. Professor McGonagall already issued a ban on going out at night. Calm down, Hermione, Harry said, pulling out a cloak embroidered with star patterns. I brought the invisibility cloak. The three gathered by the fireplace, then hid under the cloak, their figures vanishing from the room. Hagrid tied it up a bit before opening the door. Fudge led the group, and they stormed into the stone hut, instantly making the already small room feel crowded. Behind Fudge and the other two followed two men in black cloaks, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Principal, why are you here? Hagrid bypassed Fudge and Lucius, speaking directly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Fudge. Regarding the recent attacks, Fudge has some things he needs to ask you about. I'm truly sorry, Hagrid. Fudge took off his hat and bowed slightly, a smile on his face. Considering the recent attacks at Hogwarts seriously threaten the students' safety, the Ministry of Magic has passed a resolution and requires your cooperation. Heh heh. Lucius sneered from behind him. Cooperation? Hagrid roared. You know I didn't do it. Does cooperation mean you're going to lock me up in Azkaban? Hagrid, we believe you didn't do it. That has never been doubted, Dumbledore consoled him, then turned to Fudge. Right, Fudge? Yes, but this is the Ministry of Magic's resolution, Dumbledore. All right. Hagrid lowered his head. But I can't leave Hogwarts right now. My adopted son Hubert hasn't returned home yet. I need to wait for him. Hagrid looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes pleading. Dumbledore nodded, discussed it with Fudge, and finally decided that Tourers would guard him, waiting 2 days before taking him back to the Ministry of Magic. Fudge gave a few instructions to the Tourers, then left with Lucius. Only Hagrid and the Aurors guarding him remained in the room, along with Harry and the 2 others hidden in the shadows. Follow the spiders, they will tell you the answer you seek, Hagrid suddenly said loudly, then sat down in his chair and said no more, retreating into the darkness. Harry and the other 2 saw a group of small spiders crawling out of the window. They tiptoed out of the stone hut, breathing a sigh of relief, and chased the spiders into the dark forbidden forest. How can they lock Hagrid up in Azkaban? Is Fudge crazy? Hermione couldn't help but complain. Even the most heinous dark wizards are terrified of that place. It must be Draco's father's conspiracy. I saw him secretly smiling, Ron added. You know, besides the Malfoy family having that annoying silver hair and detestable arrogance, very few wizarding families are like that. We only have 2 days. We must find the truth as soon as possible to clear Hagrid's name, otherwise he'll really be locked up in that terrible place. Harry interrupted their discussion. The forbidden forest was dense and dark, and a chilling aura swept over them. The 3 couldn't help but pull their clothes tighter. The forest was dark, cold, and gloomy, with tall, thick tree crowns. It was already winter, and the lush leaves had fallen to the ground, buried and rotting. The bright moon hung in the sky, and its silver moonlight scattered down, adding a touch of brightness and chill to the woods. In the woods, thousands of 8-eyed spiders lined up in a long formation, crawling toward a pit deep within the forest. Harry, Hermione, and Ron followed the spider swarm on tiptoes, holding their lamps. Can we go back now? Ron whispered in a tearful voice, his face pale, as hundreds of spiders gathered at his feet. Hurry up, the tree hollow ahead is it? Harry urged, taking the lead and walking in. The entrance to the tree hollow was 3 meters high, and behind it was a huge cave, 10 meters tall, supported by thick tree roots. Countless spiders hung from the ceiling on their silk threads. Who's there? Is that Hagrid? A deep voice came from the depths of the tree hollow. The ground trembled, and a huge, hairy spider leg stepped out. Harry and Ron stood before the giant spider like insignificant little specks. The giant spider's 8 eyes were murky, and its fur had turned grey. Although enormous, its aged body made movement difficult. Why, you are Aragog, right? Harry swallowed, tilting his head back to ask the giant spider. We are Hagrid's friends. Yes. Hagrid has never sent anyone to look for me before. He's in trouble. There's been an attack at the school. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again, and Hagrid has been framed as the culprit. He needs your help. Harry calmed down and quickly explained. That is a lie. Aragog raised his voice. Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets. Then are you that monster? No, that monster was born in the castle. I was born elsewhere, brought here by a traveler, and Hagrid adopted me. Harry, Ron pulled on Harry's sleeve, pointing with a tearful face at the spiders surrounding them. If it wasn't you, then who killed that person 50 years ago? Harry ignored the trembling Ron and continued to ask. We never speak of it. It is the enemy spiders fear most, an ancient creature. I was trapped in a box and never saw it. They thought I killed that girl, but Hagrid freed me and brought me here. It's the basilisk. Hermione, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed, a confident smile on her face. The natural enemy of the 8-eyed spider is the snake. I found it strange when all of Hagrid's chickens were killed recently. Now I understand. The crow of a rooster can kill a basilisk. Harry, Ron cried out again, his voice cracking. He pointed with a trembling finger at the increasing number of spiders surrounding them from all directions. The spiders varied in size, some even as large as cars. Harry and Hermione stared around with open mouths. In the pitch-black cave, the spiders closed in on the 3 of them, and the open space beneath their feet grew smaller and smaller. We are Hagrid's friends, Harry cried in panic. Even the dumbest person now understood that these spiders meant them harm. I promised Hagrid not to harm humans, and I have never eaten people. But my children did not promise him, and since a feast has been delivered to our doorstep, I cannot stop my children. Aragog said emotionlessly. Farewell, friends of Hagrid. Its words were like a command. The spiders, which had been crawling slowly, immediately sped up, and the sound of rustling filled the cave. Can we leave now, Harry? Harry swung his lantern, smashing away a spider as tall as a person. Hermione, there are too many spiders. What spell should we use? Hermione tightly gripped her wand, frowning. She was only a second-year student. Even if she was talented, the spells she knew were limited. The crescent-shaped bracelet on her right arm emitted a silver-gray moonlight, and Hermione's eyes lit up. Ron, use the smoke spell. Harry, use the fast growth charm. Hermione said quickly. Ron and Harry did not hesitate at all. They immediately waved their wands and cast magic. Thick mist sprayed out from Ron's wand, filling the entire cave with white fog. The ground trembled, and vines grew visibly, crawling toward the cave entrance. Hermione channeled all her magic into Artemis within the bracelet. Circles of runes spun and floated up from the crescent bracelet, and sacred moonlight burst forth. Combination spell, fire oil charm. Combination spell, fire oil charm. Combination spell, fire oil charm. A large amount of black fire oil sprayed outward, and immediately afterward, without any pause, hundreds of small fireballs scattered like fireworks. The flames gently touched the black fire oil. Boom, boom, boom. Flames exploded everywhere in the cave, and the series of explosions made the cavern tremble. Spiders were blasted away, and those covered in fire oil shrieked in the flames. Intense firelight broke through the smoke, mixed with the acrid smell of burnt fur and the painful groans of the spiders. Harry and Ron stared dumbfounded at the flames surrounding them, unconsciously taking a step away from Hermione. They knew the ordinary small fireballs and oil ink spells too, but Hermione had unleashed such immense power. Let's get out of here quickly, Hermione shouted, then pulled Harry and Ron toward the entrance. Eat them, Aragog roared from the depths of the cave. Its spider offspring received the command, ignored the intense flames, and surged frantically toward the entrance. Go that way. Harry pointed to a narrow path ahead, and the trio ran away. The spider army pursued them closely from behind, and more spiders gathered. What do? We can't outrun the spiders. They've gone mad, Ron panted, using a spell to knock away an eight-eyed spider that lunged at him. The three stood back to back, constantly casting spells to protect each other's backs. Petrificus Totalus, Defindo, Levitation Charm. What should we do? My magic is running out, Ron said urgently, sweat dripping down his face. The trio desperately attacked the spiders, but the spiders were endless. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in eight-eyed spiders, with no end in sight. The circle in which the three could move grew smaller and smaller, from a radius of 5 meters to 2 meters. Hey, youngsters, need some help? Just as the three were despairing, a playful voice came from above. Hermione looked up and saw a yellow roaming dragon circling. Hubert stood calmly on the dragon's back, a smile on his lips, his black hair flying. Behind him floated yellow mist, which rotated, manifesting a mysterious formation. I just finished dinner and came to stroll around the forbidden forest to enjoy the scenery. I didn't expect to run into you. Life truly is full of unexpected encounters. Help us quickly, Hermione shouted loudly. Ha, you rats who rely on numbers, take a taste of mine myriad swords returning to the origin. Hubert burst into laughter and roared. The yellow mist behind him spun rapidly, turning into a 2-meter diameter vortex, and a mysterious formation in the center of the vortex shone brightly. The vortex churned, whipping up fierce winds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spiders on the ground became restless, and dry branches and leaves danced with the whirlwind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of golden flying swords shot out from the center of the rapidly moving formation, diving down to stab the spider swarm on the ground. Centered around the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a 10-meter radius was transformed into a barrier, and a golden sword rain descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of impact, roaring, and screeching. The ground trembled, smoke and dust flew up, and the powerful shockwave swept 10 meters outward. The sword rain came quickly and left quickly, lasting exactly 30 seconds. When the dust settled, the 10-meter radius had become a death zone, filled only with severed limbs and broken bodies. Not a single eight-eyed spider remained intact. God-controlling robe, Hubert roared softly. The black robe on his body spun down and swept up Hermione, flying her into the air. The golden longsword stuck in the eight-eyed spiders on the ground dissipated, turning into a golden roaming dragon. Harry and Ron immediately jumped onto the roaming dragon, flying up to rendezvous with Hubert in midair. The scenery has been viewed, the beasts have been slain, time to go home and sleep. The roaming dragon carried the four people through the forbidden forest, flying toward Hogwarts, leaving behind scattered remains and the reluctant shrieks of the eight-eyed spiders. Above the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, 3 golden dragons roared past and landed in a plane tree forest. Hubert jumped off the dragon, and as Harry and Ron watched in surprise, the golden dragons transformed into quicksand, gathering in Hubert's hand to become a yellow ring. "Quicksand, my masterpiece." Hubert smiled and waved at Hermione. Her robe swiftly detached from her and draped onto him. "You made that too?" Harry asked. "It's truly amazing. It understands you." "This is the God-controlling robe," Hubert said, pointing to the magic robe on him. "God-controlling robe, say hello to everyone." The collar of the God-controlling robe moved, nodding at Harry. "How did you end up being chased by 8-eyed spiders?" "They are the overlords of the Forbidden Forest. Even centaurs wouldn't dare provoke them." "Hagrid has been arrested." Harry blurted out a piece of news that greatly shocked Hubert. "The Ministry of Magic found out about the school attacks, and they suspect Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk to attack students. Now they are going to imprison Hagrid in Azkaban. Hagrid told us to find Aragog, and Aragog told us Hagrid isn't the culprit. Aragog is crazy, it let its offspring eat us," Ron said, his face pale and indignant. "How could Hagrid trust it and tell us to go find that giant spider?" Ron wanted to continue complaining, but Hermione, seeing Hubert's expression wasn't good, quickly pulled him away. "The basilisk is the monster attacking the students, an evil creature released by Slytherin's heir. It's most afraid of a rooster's crow, which is why Hagrid's chickens were all killed," Hermione added, explaining. "Now go tell Dumbledore to release Hagrid, he's innocent." "It's useless." Hubert stopped the agitated Harry, shaking his head. "The basilisk is just a speculation, there's no proof. The true mastermind, Slytherin's heir, hasn't been caught. The Ministry of Magic won't believe it. And if we announce this now, the real culprit will become even more vigilant and hide deeper. Do you trust me? Do you want to save Hagrid?" Hubert asked seriously. "Of course we trust you. I know who Slytherin's heir is, and I know where the basilisk is hiding. I need your help to catch the basilisk. Once we catch it, we can prove Hagrid's innocence. My pet saw Draco open the mechanism in the girls' lavatory and then enter the underground. Now that I think about it, he is Slytherin's heir. He went underground and released the basilisk." "Lavatory?" Hermione's eyes widened. 50 years ago, the basilisk killed a student in the lavatory. Myrtle was killed by the basilisk. I knew it was Malfoy. Their whole family is black-hearted," Ron said angrily, hating Draco bitterly. "So what do we do now?" Harry asked. "We have 2 days. We'll hide. The enemy is in the open, and we are hidden. We'll use this time to research methods to kill the basilisk, and then catch Malfoy." Then the 4 discussed the division of labor. Ron and Harry would constantly monitor Draco's whereabouts, while Hermione and Hubert would prepare things to kill the basilisk. After the discussion, Hubert separated from Harry and the other 2. He had already dropped out of school and could not return to Hogwarts Castle. Harry and the other 2 were silent the whole way, still shaken and dreamlike from their recent brush with death. "Don't you think Hubert is a bit strange?" Ron finally broke the silence. "Hagrid was caught by the Ministry of Magic, and he's not anxious at all. Regarding the attacks, he seems to have known everything in advance, as if he was prepared." Harry and Hermione didn't answer. With their intelligence, they naturally noticed this, but they were classmates and friends, and they simply didn't want to think about it more deeply. "Hagrid is Hubert's relative, no one wants to save Hagrid more than him," Harry whispered. "We have to trust him." Hermione recalled the golden giant palm in the Forbidden Forest and during the defense against the dark arts class, and her doubts and unease were suppressed. She nodded, agreeing with Harry. Ron sighed helplessly and then fell silent. Hubert was unaware of Harry and the others' conversation. He bid them farewell and went to the riverside not far from the stone hut. He hid in the bushes, looking at the lit stone hut in the distance. It was warm inside. Hagrid should be sleeping in his bed. He wondered if Hagrid dreamt of him, or thought of him. "Hagrid, I'm sorry, I ended up getting you involved," he murmured. After their last argument, he had left home for Tuhao Gensokyo. For several days, he had stayed in Gensokyo, carefree, not caring about outside matters, to the point where he had forgotten that Hagrid was a suspect in the attack. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered and, upon leaving Gensokyo, encountered Harry being chased by 8-eyed spiders. Hagrid was waiting for him and was detained for 2 days, so there was still time. If he had really been taken to Azkaban, although he would eventually be released, he would still suffer greatly. "Wait for me, I'll prove you're innocent soon." Unbeknownst to them, dawn had broken, and Hogwarts returned to its lively state. According to their plan, Harry and Ron took turns monitoring Draco's whereabouts, whether in class, eating, or even in the lavatory. Hermione, when not in class, was with Hubert discussing how to deal with the basilisk. In a secret classroom, Hubert and Hermione sat opposite each other, a stack of books on the desk, all about Hogwarts topography and information on the basilisk. The basilisk is hidden underground, moving through the underground pipes. Hogwarts underground pipes are complex, and I checked the library records. There are no maps of the underground passages, Hermione said, opening a thick book. Without a map, we can't find where the basilisk is hiding. So we can only rely on Draco to lead us. Hubert closed the book. Legend says the basilisk comes from a magic egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster when Sirius is in the sky, and hatched by a toad. Its gaze is its most dangerous weapon. Any creature that sees its eyes will be killed. The Hogwarts basilisk is said to have been left by Sorlaser Slytherin, a very ancient, powerful, and dangerous creature. With our strength, there's no way to kill it head-on, so we must find its weakness. A rooster's crow will be its demise. Hermione continued, her eyes shining. During a battle, we can't carry a rooster, and we can't control when a rooster crows. Use an item to store the rooster's crow, making it easy to carry and control, and allowing for continuous crowing. Hubert seamlessly finished her sentence, and they exchanged a smile. Intelligent people often know what the other is about to say and do, and Hubert and Hermione had that feeling. Beep, beep, beep. A harsh ringing sounded in the room, and the call alarm on the desk emitted a dazzling red light. Harry and Ron sent a message, Hubert said excitedly. After waiting 2 days, Draco has finally gone to the underground chamber of secrets. We'll go now. Hermione picked up a cloth pouch and put away the small square iron box on the table. The box had small round holes on all 4 sides. This was the result of 2 days of busy work by her and Hubert, a magical item used to record rooster calls. The principle of this magical item was simple. Not only Hubert, but even Hermione could refine it with her skill level. In the girls' bathroom, Draco was wearing a black cloak, only revealing a pointed chin. The white marble statue on the sink in the center of the bathroom flew up, revealing a bottomless black hole. Draco did not hesitate and jumped into the black hole. Outside the bathroom door, Ron secretly watched Draco's every move, not missing the slightest clue. He looked down the corridor. Footsteps were getting closer. It was Hubert and Hermione, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Hurry, Draco has already gone down. Ron called out, then ran into the bathroom and opened the mechanism according to Draco's gesture. The black hole in the center of the bathroom was revealed again. Looking down from the opening, it was pitch black and the bottom was invisible. I'll go down first, wait for my command. Hubert pulled out Ode to Life, and the tip of his wand lit up with a soft glow. Hubert leaped up, and the god-controlling robe carried him gently into the opening. Using the light of Ode to Life, Hubert observed the surroundings of the opening. The cave was very deep and winding, made entirely of smooth stone walls without a single crack. On the wall, there was a very obvious sliding mark, which must have been left by Draco. Clank! Hubert landed. The ground was covered thickly with the white bones of various creatures. The underground cave was not tall, with sharp stone points hanging down from the top. There were several sewer entrances around, leading to unknown places. You can come down now, he shouted up towards the opening, and then heard screams and shouts. Ah! 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 Bang! 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 A cloud of dust rose from the ground as the 3 of them crawled out of the pile of bones. Ah! Ron shrieked, pointing at the bones on the ground with a pale face. TH, that's food eaten by the basilisk. Hubert said. Draco is already inside, we must catch up to him. Majid, it's your turn now. A completely red butterfly emerged from his shoulder, its body illusory, as if it were in another space. Every time Majid evolved, its size did not change, but its color changed accordingly. Majid in its nascent state was rainbow-colored, and then changed sequentially according to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with purple being the highest level. Majid flew up gently, scattering red pollen. As the pollen fell to the ground, a string of footprints appeared on the floor. Follow the footprints. Hubert called out, then chased after Majid ahead of him. Harry and the other 2 immediately followed. The Hogwarts underground sewers were intricate and complex. No one knew how many pipes there were. The waterways were dark and damp. The sewage in the potholes on the ground emitted a foul stench, and moss grew on the pipe walls. Some of the moss glowed faintly green, bringing a sliver of light to the underground. Following Draco's footprints, the 4 quickly arrived in front of a giant iron door, where a long serpent was coiled around the circular door. Harry looked at the long serpent, unconsciously walking closer. Facing the serpent, he vaguely muttered a string of words. What is Harry saying? Ron asked confusedly. He had never heard this language, nor had he heard Harry speak it before. Following Harry's unknown language, the long serpent on the iron door slithered away. With a click, the iron door opened automatically. "Let's go in." Hubert pulled the surprised Hermione and Ron inside. Inside the iron door, it was brightly lit, with torches on the walls burning fiercely. Black serpent sculptures coiled on both sides of the path, their flat snake heads and fangs gleaming coldly. At the end of the road, beneath a giant human face statue, a figure wearing a Hogwarts school uniform robe stood there. At his feet, Draco lay quietly. "You finally came, Harry Potter." The figure turned around. It was a teenager of 16 or 17. His hair was like black jade, meticulously combed. He was tall and lean. His slender fingers held Draco's wand. "Do you know how long I've waited for you, Potter? Ever since I learned of your existence, I've always wanted to meet you in person, just like this, face to face." His voice was high-pitched and cold, his gaze arrogant and icy. "Who are you? Why do you want to see me? And why did you open the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry was completely unafraid, confronting Tom Riddle head-on. "Who am I? You still don't know who I am," Tom roared, his face contorted in rage, feeling deeply insulted. His opponent, whom he had always viewed as his greatest threat, didn't even know he existed. He waved his wand, writing the words Tom Riddle in the air. Then, with a gentle flick of his sleeve, the letters changed, becoming "I am Lord Voldemort." "You are Lord Voldemort," Harry exclaimed. "He is my future, I am him. I have been watching you, trying to find out what kind of power destroyed his physical body and defeated his dark arts. You opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago too. Why did you frame Hagrid?" Hubert stepped out, holding the recording box in his hand. "Hubert, Draco hates jealous Hufflepuffs. I can feel your power. I'll give you a chance, join me and serve me. I can give you power, status, and wealth." Tom spoke from a position of superiority, his tone arrogant. "Why?" Hubert didn't answer him, but asked again loudly. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and those mudbloods died. Hogwarts was about to be closed. How could I allow this great academy to be shut down? It was an honor for the foolish Hagrid to dedicate himself to me, but Dumbledore stopped it. 50 years later, the Chamber of Secrets is opened again. The Ministry of Magic and Lucius are involved. How will Dumbledore choose this time? "You notified Fudge and Lucius?" Hubert exclaimed, though his tone was certain. Tom did not deny it, but turned to Harry. "Hagrid was just a casual distraction. You are my true target. Typical Gryffindor, stupid and reckless. It only took a small trick to lure you here. Since you want to be a hero, let me introduce you to my old friend. Today, you will die here." Boom! The giant human face statue on the stone wall behind them opened its massive mouth, and a giant serpent swam out. Its snake head was hideous, and long venomous fangs lined its mouth. Its eyes were narrow, and its yellow vertical pupils flashed with cold light. Hiss, hiss. The basilisk lowered its head toward Tom. "Don't bother trying to command it with your clumsy parcel tongue. It only obeys my orders," Tom said fiercely, then pointed at Harry and commanded, "Use your venomous fangs and tear them to shreds." Hiss. The basilisk reared its head and roared, shaking stones down from the ceiling. Then it raised its long body and lunged violently toward Harry. Its hard, triangular snake head slammed down like a hammer. Harry and the three others were like ants before the giant serpent, who could crush them into paste with a light press. "Get out of the way." Hubert was the first to react, shouting and then rolling and jumping aside. Boom! With a loud bang, the basilisk's head slammed into the ground, causing the floor to tremble. Hubert turned to look, and where he had been standing, a small pit had been smashed into the hard, smooth floor. Hubert wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grateful he had escaped quickly. "Don't look at its eyes," he shouted. The basilisk's eyes were its most dangerous feature. Looking directly at them would kill you, and even indirect reflection through a mirror or water would cause petrification, just like the petrified school students now. "Ah!" Ron cried out, and then with a thud, his body fell straight to the ground. Underneath him was a puddle of water. "Ron!" Harry exclaimed, immediately turning his head away to avoid the reflected gaze from the puddle. "Just like that. Tear them to shreds." Tom cackled. Hubert performed a somersault to dodge the basilisk's attack again. Fortunately, the god-controlling robe came with a self-cleaning function, or his entire body would be covered in dirty water stains. Harry wasn't so lucky. 2 long gashes had already been cut into the hem of his clothes. "Majit!" Hubert roared. A red butterfly emerged from his shoulder and gently flew up. The palm-sized butterfly was like an ant before the enormous basilisk, not even as large as one of its scars. "Using this tiny butterfly to fight my basilisk? Ridiculous." The basilisk seemed to notice Majid, but disdained it, continuing to pursue Hubert. Only its tail swept over with fierce wind. Just as the delicate butterfly was about to be pulverized beneath the basilisk's tail, Hubert smiled faintly. Majid did not fly upward to dodge the incoming tail but landed on the ground, and then red mist surged out from it, expanding. Majid, someone looks down on you, so let him witness your first form, Ghost Vine. Hubert jumped onto the head of a serpentine statue, then pointed his ode to life at the statue, and the statue immediately came to life. Animated stone, an application of transfiguration, granting statues temporary mobility. The red mist instantly swelled to the ceiling of the cavern. Green vines covered in barbs stretched out menacingly, pushing aside the red mist to reveal the circular shape inside. The ghost vine was dark green, 5 meters tall, with barbs half a meter long. It pierced the originally incredibly hard ground, firmly rooting itself and drawing strength from the earth. As long as it stayed connected to the ground, its power would not dry up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of vines from the ghost vine immediately sliced through the air and wrapped around the basilisk. The green vines coiled up its body, giving it no time to react, binding it into a green cylinder. The poisonous barbs pierced the basilisk's defenses, and bright red blood flowed from its body. Hermione, according to the plan. Hubert and Hermione exchanged glances. He then controlled the prepared black boxes recording rooster calls, flying them above the basilisk. 10 boxes formed a circle, surrounding the basilisk in the center. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo. The crisp, loud sound of the rooster's crow echoed through the 10 boxes. The controlled basilisk began to twist violently, letting out an ear-piercing roar. The vines wrapped around it snapped open. Hubert continuously tapped his wand on the serpentine statues lining both sides of the path. The stationary serpentine sculptures all came alive under his continuous activation spell. 30 black copper snakes slithered toward the basilisk, flicking their tongues. Control the basilisk. Hubert commanded the puppet snakes. 30 copper snakes sprang up and leaped onto the basilisk, then used their serpentine nature to coil around it. The 30 snakes worked together, tightly constricting the basilisk from head to tail. Their copper bodies were hard and powerful, using their inherent snake instincts to maximize their force. The ghost vine did not give up either. Its vines continued to wrap around the basilisk. The basilisk, which was close to escaping, was tightly controlled once more. The rooster's crow transformed into visible ripples stabbing toward the basilisk, and the basilisk's painful roars grew fainter. "Are you all right?" Hermione ran over and supported Hubert. Hubert's face was pale. Continuously casting the activation spell had consumed a large amount of magic and mental energy, but at least half the plan had succeeded. They had controlled the basilisk. "Tom, did you think we came here unprepared? Your greatest reliance, the basilisk, is about to die. Give up and return to where you belong." Hubert turned to look at the expressionless Tom and advised him. Tom was his true target. He needed to try and resolve the dark magic on his own body through Tom. Tom watched him coldly, a sneer on his lips, showing no intention of saving the dying basilisk beside him. "Give up?" He waved his wand, and golden magic runes traced inexplicable marks on the ground. "Foolish. Why didn't you consider how you thought of the basilisk or how you found the Chamber of Secrets? I should thank you for helping me kill the basilisk. By sacrificing it, I can completely gain a body and be resurrected. Don't worry, once I am resurrected, I will thank you properly." Hiss hiss hiss. He rapidly chanted an unknown spell. 2 blood-red magic arrays enveloped him and the basilisk, respectively. The blood-colored magic array began to operate, extracting the blood-red vitality from the basilisk, then converting it through the magic array and transmitting it to Tom. Supplemented by the basilisk's immense vitality, Tom's originally ethereal body gradually solidified, becoming real. The feeling of life after so long, it's wonderful. Harry, use the basilisk's fang to stop him. Hubert urgently roared, cursing himself for being foolish. How could he not have thought more? How could Tom's cunning only involve using the basilisk to simply kill Harry? If Tom were resurrected, a younger version of the Dark Lord, they would be in enormous trouble. Harry, who was already prepared, immediately rushed toward the rapidly weakening basilisk, grabbed its half-meter-long fang, and charged toward Tom within the magic array. Combination spell, Moon Meteor. Hermione did not give up either. The crescent-shaped bracelet on her wrist shone brightly, and spells, as if they cost nothing, continuously slammed into Tom. Bang bang bang. The spells hit the magic array, stirring up layers of ripples. "Attack 1 point with all your might," Hubert said, then gathered all his magic. Spatial severance. An intense, hazy, illusory light gathered at his wand tip, then merged with Hermione's combination spell, transforming into a beam of white light that fiercely struck the blood-red magic barrier. The white light, mixed with the full magic of Hubert and Hermione, tore a gap in the blood-red barrier with a rip, and the gap instantly widened. How is that possible? Tom's unchanging expression finally shifted. How could you break the blood-red barrier? You will never understand what cooperation is. Harry seized the opportunity, leaped up, and the basilisk's fang, gleaming with cold light, plunged fiercely into the heart of the still-shocked Tom. Retreat quickly, Hubert roared at Harry. Dazzling blood-red light burst forth from Tom's facial features and then his entire body. His body shattered under the blood-red light. Boom! With a massive explosion, Tom's body shattered into pieces and vanished along with the blood-red magic array. A tattered black notebook fell to the ground, with the basilisk's fang stuck in it. Hubert walked over and picked up the notebook on the ground, sighing inwardly. The notebook had been completely destroyed, and Tom, who was hidden inside, had also been eliminated. That was the Dark Lord? Harry still couldn't believe that a notebook could turn into a person. Clang clang. An aged phoenix spread its wings and flew in. Clang, clang. Fawkes flapped its wide wings and flew toward the cave entrance, with Hubert and the others gripping its talons. Fawkes's immense strength quickly carried them away from the underground chamber of secrets. Thank you, Draco mumbled haltingly to Hubert in a voice only he could hear. Having walked the boundary between life and death this time, he truly felt the closeness of death. The strength and vanity he had once believed in were truly childish, mere children's games. In the face of cruel reality, he was so powerless and vulnerable. What did you say? Harry deliberately pulled a wide smile and said loudly, HMPH. Thank you, Draco replied loudly, putting on airs. Although you saved me, the proud Malfoy never bows his head. He struggled to maintain his arrogance, but his pale face held less gloom and more spirit. After confronting Harry, he left without looking back. The proud Malfoy, Harry muttered, but he wasn't angry. Harry, go find the principal and explain the situation here. I'm going to see Hagrid. Since the matter was resolved, he couldn't wait to see Hagrid and tell him everything. I'm coming with you. Hermione chased after Hubert, running towards the outside of the castle. It was already evening, the sun had set, and only faint specks of light remained in the sky. Outside the castle, Hubert raced toward the stone hut. He needed to see Hagrid quickly and tell him the good news. Why is there no light? The stone hut was pitch black, the lights extinguished. Hubert immediately had a bad feeling. Had he already been taken away? Ruthven? What are you doing here? Hubert immediately stopped and shielded Hermione behind him. In front of the stone hut, Ruthven, dressed in a gentleman's suit and leaning on a scepter, stood there. A miracle? I didn't expect you to survive. He sniffed. The familiar scent is gone. Did you destroy the Book of Dracula? Although it was a question, his tone was certain. He shook his head, repeatedly saying it was a pity. Why exactly are you here? Where is Hagrid? Hubert asked cautiously, his voice low. The score for nearly killing him hadn't been settled, yet now this person had actively sought him out. If Hermione weren't here, and if they weren't at Hogwarts, Hubert would definitely have unleashed the strongest holy light magic upon him. Ruthven, however, showed no awareness of having framed anyone. He glanced at Hermione behind Hubert, lifted his chin, and said arrogantly, I, Ruthven, never like owing anyone. Since you saved Malfoy, I'll give you a piece of information. Lucius had the Ministry of Magic take Hagrid away. Before that, Lucius had contact with that brat named Tom, though I don't know what they discussed. But the Dark Night is a good time for murder and arson, don't you think? No witnesses, framing the innocent. These two phrases immediately popped into Hubert's mind. In a flash of insight, all the events linked together, and the entire sequence of events became clear. Tom controlled Draco to open the Chamber of Secrets, luring Harry and Dumbledore to kill the basilisk. He would sacrifice the basilisk's life to be reborn and gain powerful strength. At the same time, he used Lucius's ambition, leveraging Lucius's hand to kill Hagrid, frame Hagrid for all the crimes, leaving no witnesses. Even Dumbledore, who protected Hagrid, would not escape blame and would ultimately suffer attacks from Fudge. Unfortunately, Tom, despite his meticulous planning, failed to account for the variable that was Hubert. He overestimated himself as a wandering spirit and underestimated Hubert and his companion's strength, ultimately leading to his demise. Crap, Hagrid is in danger. Killing Hagrid was a crucial part of the plan. Lucius, unaware that Tom was already dead, was still executing their scheme. Ha ha, take this. We are now even. Ruthven tossed a piece of paper to Hubert, then let out a loud laugh and vanished in a streak of blood-red light. Ministry of Magic escort route map. Hubert quickly scanned it, then said to Hermione, "Notify Dumbledore, tell him to come for backup. I'm going to find Hagrid first." After speaking, he leaped into the air and flew rapidly eastward. That was the direction the Ministry of Magickers had taken, and where Hagrid was located. Below, shadows were thick, and Hubert swiftly flew overhead. "Hagrid, hold on. You must be safe, you must not let anything happen." Hubert looked anxious, fully activating the god-controlling robe to fly forward. No, still nothing. He scanned the surroundings. The distant night sky was empty, with no brooms flying, and the wind whistled past his ears. God-controlling robe, faster, even faster. He had never been this anxious before, every moment felt like agony, as if sitting on pins and needles. He was afraid, terrified, and trembling, feelings he hadn't experienced even when facing Lord Voldemort directly. Tear! A ghastly green magical light tore through the night sky. Streaks of green light shot out, resembling lasers in the night sky. 5 wizards wrapped in black robes and wearing skull masks in the air were tightly surrounding and attacking 3 other wizards. One of the besieged wizards, who was tall, was clearly Hagrid. The black-robed figures possessed powerful magic and attacked viciously, with every move being lethal. Even the 2 experienced wizards had no way to escape. In the end, the 3 failed to dodge the spells, were hit, and fell from the high altitude. The black robes let out a howl, turned into black smoke, and vanished into the night sky. "Hagrid!" Hubert roared, having just witnessed Hagrid being hit by a spell and plummeting from the sky. The wind rushed past his ears. Hagrid's hands hung limply. He felt an unprecedented exhaustion, devoid of any strength in his body. He struggled to turn his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he finally saw Hubert, whom he had worried about 4 days. Quicksand! Yellow sandy mist shot out from Hubert's hand, flew beneath Hagrid, held him up, and gently lowered him onto the ground. "What happened to you, Hagrid?" Hubert held Hagrid, his voice choked, tears streaming uncontrollably. Blood spilled from Hagrid's mouth, staining the thick black beard on his chin crimson. The fresh blood was blindingly vivid. "Please, don't scare me, don't leave me, please." Cough, cough, cough. Hagrid struggled to open his eyelids, his face was pale from excessive blood loss. He tried to lift his hand to wipe Hubert's tears, but despite using all his strength, he only managed to raise it 5 centimeters. "I can't make it. Promise me you will live well, and stop studying the dark arts." "I promise you, I will live happily, and I won't touch the dark arts again." "Hold on, Dumbledore is coming. He is the greatest wizard, he can save you," Hubert cried. Hagrid forced a smile. "I'll do one last thing for you. I hope my life and talent can continue to protect you." His hazy eyes suddenly burst with black light, and his expression turned ferocious. "Abyss of darkness," he'd the ancient divine sorcerer's pact. "By sacrificing my life, I bestow my innate bloodline upon my dearest adopted son, Hubert." As Hagrid chanted the incantation, an unknown will suddenly descended. The surrounding space was sealed by this powerful and mysterious will, the flowing wind, the falling leaves, the dust in the air, everything came to a standstill. The mysterious will enveloped Hagrid and Hubert, rendering Hubert unable to move a single finger. His eyes were fixed on Hagrid, whose life force was rapidly fading. How could he use the sacrifice magic from the black light? Hubert's heart felt as if it were being pierced by thousands of needles. He had never regretted studying the dark arts as much as he did now. No magic, no power was needed, nothing was as important as you. "Please, stop." "Hagrid." Hubert suddenly sat up from the ground. He had a strange dream. In the dream, Hagrid was hit by dark arts magic from a Death Eater and fell from a great height. In his dying moments, he used the sacrificial magic from light in the dark. Hubert could only watch helplessly as Hagrid's life ebbed away. He had never felt such hatred and regret for having studied dark arts magic. He clenched his hand, it was sticky, warm, and smelled of blood. His heart immediately tightened. He stiffly turned his neck, and there, on the ground, lay that familiar, massive body. "Hagrid!" Hubert cried out in anguish, then crawled to Hagrid's side and propped up his upper body. The dream was real, the dream was real. His trembling hand went to Hagrid's neck, his pulse had stopped, and vital signs were gone, but his body still retained some warmth. Less than an hour has passed, an hour, there's still time. His mind raced. A time turner, if I had a time turner, I could go back in time and stop Hagrid's sacrifice. He pulled out a small wooden carving of a Niffler from his cloth pouch and buried it underground, then took out his wand. Skyflight. His figure flashed and disappeared, leaving Hagrid lying there alone. In a remote, abandoned classroom in Hogwarts Castle, Hubert, his hands, feet, and face stained with blood, materialized. he hurriedly ran out of the classroom and headed straight for Professor McGonagall's private quarters. Professor McGonagall, Professor McGonagall. He anxiously knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. Is she not in her office, Majid? Hubert called out, and Majid's form became ethereal, then slipped through a crack. Majid flew into Professor McGonagall's office. It was dark inside, with no light. Red pollen scattered, filling the entire room. The room's layout was simple: an old desk by the window, bookshelves lining the walls, filled with various old souvenirs and archive files. In a prominent position on her desk was a photograph of an elderly man embracing McGonagall, both looking intimate, the woman smiling happily, her eyebrows very much resembling Professor McGonagall's. Below the photo was a signature, Elphinstone and Minerva. Found it. The pollen gathered on a wall behind a bookshelf. Majid's form transformed into a ghost vine, using its tendrils to pull open the bookshelf and reveal a secret compartment in the wall. Inside was a circular magical device, with 2 rings on the outside and a funnel in the middle. It was a time turner. A time turner! Hubert exclaimed in surprise, then activated Skyflight again, leaving Hogwarts to return to Hagrid's side. He looked at the magical device in his trembling hands. Next semester, this item would be given to Hermione by McGonagall for her studies, and eventually, it would be used to turn back time to save Harry and Sirius Black. Now, it would be used to save Hagrid. Hubert turned the time turner. Each turn rewound 1 hour. He felt himself flying backward rapidly, various blurry cloud shapes flashing past his eyes, something thumping in his ears, and he couldn't hear his own voice. When he regained consciousness, Hagrid and the bloodstains on the ground had vanished. All was silent around him, save for the occasional chirp of an insect. Hubert immediately found a bush to hide in, and a fierce wind instantly picked up in the sky. Hubert looked up to see 5 Death Eaters, cloaked in black robes and wearing masks, arrive like whistling black mist, surrounding Hagrid and 2 Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Without a word, their evil spells attacked the 3. Under the night sky, the spells transformed into electric light, tearing through the darkness. Through the afterglow of the spells, Hubert could vaguely see the Ministry of Magic Aurors losing ground and Hagrid getting injured. He watched with eyes wide in fury, wanting to jump out and help. But he knew he was no match for those seasoned adult wizards, so he could only clench his teeth and endure. Finally, following the original trajectory, the Aurors were defeated, and Hagrid fell from the sky. The past Hubert arrived from afar and caught Hagrid with quicksand. Hagrid, severely injured, spoke his last words. Majid, hidden in the bush, Hubert was constantly watching Hagrid. He immediately called Majid, who transformed into a ghost vine and shot out. Majid ghost vine? The Hubert holding Hagrid looked at the ghost vine that had shot out from the bush in shock. He was certain that the ghost vine in front of him was his own Majid, but he hadn't called Majid, and it was still in his cloth pouch. Where did this Majid come from? The Hubert hiding in the bush controlled the ghost vine, and the tendrils quickly formed several words in the air. Time turner, stop Hagrid's sacrifice. The past Hubert glanced at it. They were, after all, the same person. What the present Hubert could think of, his past self naturally could too. With just a few words, the past Hubert understood the present Hubert's meaning. Light in the dark. He immediately remembered that Hagrid had confiscated all his dark arts books, and now he actually wanted to use the sacrificial magic from within. Hagrid's eyes were unfocused, and he didn't notice the appearance of the ghost vine or the communication between the ghost vine and Hubert. His lips trembled, as if he had made up his mind, and black light burst from his eyes. Don't sacrifice yourself. I'd rather never have magic than your sacrifice. Hubert immediately tried to stop Hagrid, but Hagrid had made up his mind, and his actions did not cease. I'm sorry, Hagrid, I must save you. He immediately pulled out a piece of cloth to gag Hagrid, confiscated his wand, preventing him from casting spells. He dragged the stiff Hagrid, gathering all his magic. He intended to use Skyflight to take Hagrid back to Hogwarts. However, he had never tried to transport someone else through space, especially not the large-bodied Hagrid. If something went wrong, the best outcome would be for them to get lost in a spatial rift. The worst would be to be cut into pieces by it. He exhaled deeply. All the magic from the orb gathered into the ode to life. Skyflight. Extremely dense golden light burst forth, enveloping them both and illuminating the black night sky. The golden light flashed and disappeared, and the figures of Hubert and Hagrid vanished. In a secluded classroom at Hogwarts, with a loud thud, 2 figures squeezed out of the air and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hubert's face was pale, his god-controlling robe was torn into small strips by the spatial cutting, and blood flowed from his exposed skin. Forcibly activating sky flight with his current ability indeed resulted in spatial backlash, but fortunately, it all acted upon him. Help, help, he ignored his wounds and weak body, using all his strength to shout. His anguished cries immediately broke the peace of Hogwarts. He didn't know how many times he had cried out. Hubert felt extremely fatigued, completely devoid of strength, unable even to move a finger. His eyelids drooped, and he vaguely heard hurried footsteps and familiar calls, then lost consciousness. The dazzling sunlight streamed in through the glass window. Hubert opened his hazy eyes and shielded them with his hand. Another beautiful day, he mumbled, his whole body aching and tired, not wanting to get out of bed. Looking out the glass window, the sun was bright, the wind was gentle, and the weather was lovely. He stretched his limbs and beckoned to his God-controlling robe, which automatically flew over to him. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his heart pounded violently. The once brand-new God-controlling robe was now covered in tears, with dark red blood stains clinging to the rips. Memories from the depths of his mind surged out like a broken dam, instantly engulfing him. Tom, Draco, Ruthven, conspiracy, Hagrid, Time Turner. He clutched his head and crouched on the ground, only calming down after a minute. He grabbed the black robe from the wardrobe and then hurried downstairs. Next to the stone hut, from the larger stone hut, wisps of smoke rose, and the familiar aroma of food wafted out. Hubert followed the scent of food to the steps of the stone hut, but then he stopped. He walked up the steps one by one, then gently pushed open the wooden door. With a creak, the wooden door opened. Behind it, a tall figure in a grey apron was busy with a large iron pot, inside which green thick soup was bubbling. Hagrid, Hubert called softly, afraid that this was a dream and he might accidentally break it, returning to that dark and cold night. The tall figure turned around, revealing a messy head of hair and a thick beard. Hagrid smiled. Hubert could no longer hold back and ran over to hug him tightly. "It's great, Hagrid, it's great." Hagrid gently patted Hubert's shoulder, tears in his eyes. "Hagrid, how long was I unconscious, and what happened afterward?" Hubert took a sip of the soup. Although it was no different from his usual soup, it tasted incredibly delicious to him. "You slept for 2 days. Madame Pomfrey said you were too tired and needed a good rest." Hagrid ladled him another bowl of soup. "I was in the hospital wing for a day and then I was fine. I thought I was going to die, but Dumbledore saved me. You know, he's the greatest wizard in the world. Headmaster Dumbledore, so it was him. With Dumbledore personally intervening, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used the Time Turner to go back in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But he must have been exposed by now. How should he explain this to McGonagall and Dumbledore? Hubert's head began to ache. From opening the Chamber of Secrets, to stealing the Time Turner, and then using Skyflight to return to Hogwarts, there were too many loopholes. With Dumbledore's intellect, he must have already discovered his problems. How should he explain it to them? If he couldn't convince Dumbledore, he would probably be cut off from Hogwarts forever. "Hagrid, those books, you destroyed them, right? I don't plan to use them anymore." Hubert looked up at Hagrid, his eyes firm. Because he secretly researched dark arts, Hagrid had made him drop out of school, and he had even almost died because of dark arts. Dark arts indeed brought misfortune to its practitioners. Snape lost his beloved Lily and was mired in pain his entire life, and Dumbledore lost his sister and became estranged from his brother. He didn't want to become like them in the future. Heaven had already given him a chance to change, and he didn't want to take any more risks. "Okay," Hagrid replied with 2 brief words, smiling contentedly and very happily. "After you finish eating, go back to school for class. Harry and the others miss you very much." "Really? I've already discussed it with Dumbledore. He welcomes you back to Hogwarts." "He's right, I shouldn't stop you from pursuing magic," Hagrid said sincerely. "Thank you. Hi, Hubert, good morning." "Hubert, what's wrong?" "Hubert, have you had breakfast?" Along the way, people who knew Hubert greeted him one after another, and Hubert responded warmly to all of them. He walked towards the headmaster's office, wondering how to explain everything to Dumbledore. "Hubert, what brings you here?" Ryan asked proactively. It had been a long time since they last met, ever since Hubert dropped out. "Ryan, is Headmaster Dumbledore busy?" Hubert asked. "Come in, child," a gentle voice came from inside the office. Hubert stepped inside with a nervous heart. The headmaster's office was still the same. The aged Fawkes sat in his nest, head bowed and eyes drooping. The main wall was covered with portraits of past headmasters. On the other side of the wall, there was a silver basin filled with water, and strangely, Hubert felt a peculiar magic emanating from it. "Clang, clang," Fawkes chirped. Hubert walked up to it. This was the phoenix that had brought him and Hermione out of the underground pipes. Now it was very old, and Hubert couldn't help but reach out to stroke its red feathers. This was his first time seeing the legendary phoenix. Whether in the east or the west, the phoenix was a mythical creature. Just as his hand was 5 centimeters away from Fawkes, fire burst forth from Fawkes, enveloping it. Fawkes turned to ashes in the flames. Chirp, chirp, a small, grey, chick-like bird emerged from the ashes. The legendary rebirth from the ashes, Hubert exclaimed, dying in flames and being reborn from death. This was the amazing phoenix. Fawkes seems to like you, greeting you at the very end. Thump, thump, thump. Dumbledore, wearing his half-moon spectacles, walked down the stairs. He brushed away the ashes and placed the newborn phoenix into its prepared nest. Life is wonderful, isn't it? And because it's wonderful, it's very precious. Yes, nothing is more precious than life. Hubert looked into the old man's sparkling eyes. Dumbledore leaned down and earnestly looked into the child's eyes before him. The black pupils were bright, sincere, and pure, without a trace of impurity. Through his eyes, it was as if he could see into Hubert's heart. Finally, Dumbledore showed a benevolent smile, as kind as a neighborhood grandfather. Would you like some honeyed sugar water? Hagrid often tells me about you, saying you're very clever and love raising magical creatures. Speaking of Hagrid, the atmosphere between the two became even more relaxed. Dumbledore was like that. No matter who talked to him, he always made them feel at ease. During their conversation, Dumbledore chatted with him about some interesting school anecdotes and shared amusing stories from his early student days, without asking a single question about the Chamber of Secrets or the Time Turner. Principal, why don't you ask me how I got the Time Turner, or how I knew about the Chamber of Secrets? Finally, Hubert couldn't help but ask. This matter had to be resolved sooner or later, and it was better to address it directly than to let it create a rift between them. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and smiled. The result is that the basilisk was destroyed, Tom's conspiracy was stopped, and Hagrid was rescued. Why ask about the motive? His tone became gentle and solemn. If you want to tell me, you naturally will. If I ask, and what I get is not what you willingly tell me, then what's the point? Thank you for your trust. Hubert sincerely thanked him. As one gets older, one always learns more. Dumbledore seemed to fall into thought. I once directly asked Tom, and what I got was lies and deceit. Later, I asked Harry, and Harry chose to conceal it. Young people always have secrets they don't want others to know. I do too, he added, then smiled mysteriously. In Headmaster Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Hubert sat on a sofa like old friends, with white steam rising from their hot honey tea. Hubert pondered for a moment and finally decided to be frank with Dumbledore. Other than the dark arts, he had nothing to hide. Dumbledore was powerful and profoundly intelligent. In the future, to learn top-tier magic, he would inevitably need to consult Dumbledore. If he constantly hid things and was wary, how could he expect Dumbledore to trust him and truly teach him? Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. It was that simple. If you don't trust the other person, don't expect them to trust you. He summoned Midget, and the red butterfly landed on the honey teacup. Dumbledore, being a connoisseur, immediately recognized Midget's true nature and carefully observed it with a magnifying glass. A magical creature. 7-colored phantom butterflies are now as precious as phoenixes, even rarer in number. The last time I saw one was 50 years ago in France, ha ha. Hubert briefly introduced Midget's origins. Midget accidentally discovered Draco entering the Chamber of Secrets. Later, I was expelled due to my physical condition. By the time I found out, Hagrid was being held by Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. To save Hagrid, I found Harry and them, and together we opened the Chamber of Secrets. I heard about the Time Turner from a Hufflepuff classmate. You know, Hufflepuff is always well informed. Hubert's face flushed slightly, and Dumbledore smiled. Hufflepuff was famously fond of gossip. To save Hagrid, I went to Professor McGonagall, but she wasn't in her office, so in a moment of desperation, I stole her Time Turner. I am willing to accept punishment. I've already spoken with McGonagall. She said you were very brave for saving Hagrid. Hubert thought for a moment, then finally said, Ruthven told me about Hagrid being attacked. He's a vampire, Draco's uncle. He roughly recounted his encounter with Ruthven, including the matter of the Book of Dracula, the magic erosion on his body, and his research into the dark arts to resolve the magic erosion. Snape and Grindelwald had both studied the dark arts. One was Dumbledore's loyal follower, the other his best friend. Now, with Hubert added, it wasn't a big deal to him. As expected, Dumbledore neither blamed Hubert nor seemed surprised. Instead, he smiled happily. I once went to the East with Snape and made a friend named Zhang. He was a celestial master from Longhu Mountain, and I really like a saying of theirs, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Hubert wondered if it was his imagination, but after he had told Dumbledore everything, Dumbledore seemed to become even closer to him. Under the setting sun, the stone hut was bathed in red light. The green grass in front of the door, nourished by the nutrients accumulated in the soil over winter, sprouted anew. In the plane tree forest behind the stone hut, Hubert stood by the river, gazing at the calm surface. After an honest conversation with Dumbledore, he felt much more relaxed and at ease. It was fortunate that he had confessed some secrets to Dumbledore. Afterward, Dumbledore had also smiled and told him that he had actually noticed some things. This was Hogwarts. What secrets could be hidden from him? Gold Silver instantly appeared behind Hubert. From behind him, it pulled out a house elf, who was very short, with bat-like ears, a long nose, and prominent green eyes as large as tennis balls. Dobby? Hubert exclaimed in surprise. The house elf recruited by Gold Silver was Harry's house elf friend, Dobby, that peculiar house elf who yearned for freedom and demanded wages. Master, you know Dobby? Dobby asked cautiously, his large eyes filled with nervousness. Of course I've heard of you, Hubert thought to himself. He took the contract Gold Silver handed him and signed his name on it. I agree to all your terms. From now on, you and I are bound by this contract, and neither shall violate it. Dobby nodded heavily and performed the standard bow to Hubert. The master-servant relationship between them was officially established. Gold Silver, take him to Tuhao Gensokyo to familiarize him with the environment there. We'll activate the laboratory there in a while, and Dobby will assist in looking after the spatial creatures. After giving all the instructions, Hubert left the plane tree forest. He had regained his student status at Hogwarts and needed to move back into the dormitory according to the school's requirements. Skyflight. A golden light engulfed his figure, leaving only the gently flowing river in the plane tree forest. The Hogwarts Great Hall was brightly lit at this moment. On the high platform, all the professors, led by Dumbledore, sat elevated, while the wizards from the four houses gathered below. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the term. This semester, the students had experienced many things, and now finally, peace had arrived. Both teachers and students cheered for this. Creak. Hubert pushed open the great hall doors. Hubert stepped in again, returning to Hogwarts. Look, it's Hubert. Hermione turned around in surprise, then immediately pulled Harry to greet him. Hubert hugged them tightly, feeling the warmth and concern from each other. This feeling was wonderful. Quiet. Dumbledore cast a sonorous charm on himself. Before the feast begins, we must applaud Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey. Thanks to their mandrake restorative draft, those who were petrified have been saved. Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey stood up to acknowledge the applause, which erupted enthusiastically from both the students and the staff. Hubert sat below, looking at the stage. Everyone was present except Lockhart. Where is Professor Lockhart? Hubert wondered. He hadn't brought Lockhart into the Chamber of Secrets as in the original plot, nor had he revealed his own abilities. Later, when Hagrid got into trouble, he hadn't paid any attention to the irrelevant Lockhart. Headmaster Dumbledore fired Professor Lockhart. I heard all his experiences were fake, just other people's adventures. Neville leaned over and whispered, then took a big bite of chicken and added, I heard it from Justin from Hufflepuff. I knew he was a liar. I'm going to write to Mum about this as soon as I can. Ron exclaimed excitedly, happier than if he had passed an exam. He handed Neville a chicken leg. What else did they say? In light of recent events, the school has decided to cancel all final exams. Dumbledore announced loudly again. Wow wow wow. Cheers even more enthusiastic than before rang out. Hubert, what are your plans for the summer holiday? Hermione asked first. Professor Flitwick told me to tell you to go to his office before the holiday. He has something very important to discuss with you. I understand. Hubert took a sip of his drink. I might have to go out for a trip during the summer holiday, possibly to London. I'll come find you then. That's great. Amidst much anticipation, the summer holiday finally arrived. The little wizards, carrying their already packed luggage, successively boarded the Hogwarts Express to leave school. By the station, Hubert saw Harry and Ron onto the train, and Hermione walked over, dragging her trunk. Have a great summer holiday. Hubert proactively helped her lift her trunk onto the train. Thank you. Hermione boarded the train, paused for a few seconds at the door, then turned and ran off the train, hugging Hubert tightly. Have a great summer holiday. Hubert waved goodbye to the three people before returning to the school. Flitwick was still waiting for him in the office. With the departure of the little wizards, the castle became quiet again. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Hubert greeted McGonagall, who was approaching. She was wearing a long, slender black robe and a black hat. Although her face was covered in wrinkles, age had endowed her with dignity and elegance. Perhaps having worked hard for a year, she finally welcomed the summer holiday. The usually serious McGonagall looked quite relaxed. "Welcome back, Hubert." Professor McGonagall nodded toward Hubert. "Thank you, Professor. It is my honor to study at Hogwarts, and I still have much to learn from the professor regarding transfiguration." Hubert encountered a few more professors along the way and politely exchanged greetings. He finally reached Flitwick's office, knocked 3 times, and then pushed the door open. Some of Flitwick's snow-white hair had fallen out again, making his bald spot more pronounced. He was sitting back in an armchair, and a glass of beer rested on the side table. "I prefer sunny days like this over cloudy ones, especially such peaceful days," Flitwick said to himself. He picked up the beer on the table and took a drink. Beer from the Three Broomsticks, truly nostalgic times. You are already 13 years old. Time truly flies quickly. The reading list for the Advanced Magic Runes course you need to study during the summer holiday is on the desk. Your mastery of magic runes is rapid, and soon I will have nothing left to teach you. Thank you for your guidance. Without your help, I could not have entered the door of the magic world. Hubert thanked him sincerely. "I have an exchange student slot for the Semlius Academy of Magic in the United States. I wanted to ask your opinion. Are you interested in studying in the United States for a year?" Flitwick said after a moment of thought. The Semlius Academy of Magic is a famous American institution that has nurtured many outstanding wizards. Magic runes and alchemy are their specialties. "Exchange student?" Hubert asked in surprise. He had never heard of Hogwarts having an exchange student program. Aside from the Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts rarely had news about other magic academies. "I'm sorry, Professor, I cannot go to the United States." Hogwarts was the setting for all events, and with Lord Voldemort about to make a comeback, he naturally didn't feel comfortable leaving. Furthermore, Hogwarts was the best wizard academy in the world, so why should he study elsewhere? Hogwarts is the best academy in the world, and it has the best teachers. I want to study hard here and travel later once I have achieved success in my studies. Flitwick nodded in agreement. He understood Hubert's current state well. He sighed softly. "You are my most outstanding student. Whatever decision you make, I will support you." "Thank you, Professor." After saying goodbye to Flitwick, Hubert went to the library to borrow books and then returned to Tuhau Gensokyo. Holding 3 magic books, he apparated from beneath the dragon-toothed parasol tree in Gensokyo, taking a deep breath as the dense magic power entered his body with the air. The house located east of the central island had been expanded, resembling a huge factory building. A large botanical garden had been established in front of the laboratory, automatically watered by a windmill drawing water from the river. Goo goo goo, the water surface churned, a whirlpool spun rapidly, and spray leaped out of the water, followed by a beautiful figure popping out. "Ha, water barrage!" Natalie shouted proudly, and the water droplets floating in the air shot towards Hubert. Hubert waved his hand, and the water pellets aimed at him froze in front of his face before scattering onto the ground. "You always bully me like this." Natalie pouted, complaining discontentedly. The lake water carried her body to the shore. Several years had passed, and Natalie had grown into a young girl. She had long, wavy blue hair, a cute and charming round face, and her eyes were constantly darting around, seemingly plotting some mischief. She floated behind Hubert, and while he wasn't paying attention, she scooped up water from below her and poured it over his head. "Ha ha ha." Hubert shook the water from his head, looking speechlessly at Natalie, who was laughing wildly, having succeeded in her trick. Hubert ignored her. Finding herself bored, Natalie took her guard to play with the house elves in the treehouse. Hubert walked straight toward the factory-like house, and Dobby had already walked out. He was wearing a brand new yellow sweater, embroidered on the chest with a small portrait, his own. "Master, the house has been renovated according to your request." Dobby humbly led the way, exhibiting more vitality than before. The room was empty, with a ventilator on each wall to ensure good airflow. Hubert nodded in satisfaction. This would be his new laboratory, though he would have to purchase and install the machinery himself. He pulled a small bottle out of his cloth pouch and drank it. His face and body rippled, transforming him into an ordinary-looking, black-haired Western youth of 25. Hubert changed into a new suit and looked in the mirror, very satisfied. In this guise, he was just an average person in a crowd, attracting no attention whatsoever. "Apparition us to London. Let's start our journey of study," he said to Dobby. Dobby agreed, took his hand, and the space around them twisted as they vanished from the room. In a secluded district of London, an ordinary-looking black-haired youth walked out. He rounded the street and immediately entered a bustling neighborhood, home to the world's largest biotechnology company, Hubert's target. A golden, tower-shaped building stood on the riverbank, 309 meters high, entirely covered in glass, overlooking the whole of London. It was Britain's tallest building and Europe's tallest building, the London Shard. It belonged to GlaxoSmithKline Biotechnology, Britain's #1 and a top 10 global biotechnology company. Glaxo Biotechnology was founded in 1800 and is dedicated to biotechnology research and development. For over 200 years, its technology and equipment have remained at the pinnacle of the global biotech industry, making it a highly desired company for biotechnology talent. Stop. Show your identification. As soon as Hubert walked through the glass doors, he was stopped by two 2-meter-tall security guards in suits standing at the entrance. He pulled a badge from his pocket that read Genetic Engineering Han Mo Smith, and only passed through the turnstile after undergoing iris and fingerprint scans. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The entire building belonged to Glaxo Biotechnology, containing various departments and countless employees. The role Hubert was playing, Han Mo, belonged to the Genetic Engineering 5th team, led by Dr. Cox Lass from Oxford University, Britain. He was a world-class scholar, specializing in the research of genetic engineering and cloning technology. Han Mo was a researcher in his team and a student he supervised at Oxford University. Since it was the summer holiday, he arranged for Han Mo to intern at Glaxo. Hubert took the elevator to the 13th floor. A large blue sign reading Genetic Engineering 5th Group stood at the stairway entrance. Hubert followed the signs to the project leader's office, where Cox Lass was buried in a pile of books. "Teacher, I'm here to report." Hubert walked in and waited for 2 minutes, but Cox still showed no sign of looking up, so he had no choice but to greet him proactively. Cox finally poked his head out from the pile of books. He was a typical Western old man, bald with a wrinkled face. Because he was often engrossed in experiments and didn't bother with his appearance, he had a scruffy beard. He wore a white lab coat and had a beer belly. "I received your email the day before yesterday saying you were going home to visit your sick grandmother. I didn't expect you to come today," Cox said with some surprise. "Grandmother is already well, and she also hopes I continue to study with you, teacher," Hubert replied. The real Han Mo had indeed gone back to his hometown to visit his grandmother. The one before him now was Hubert, disguised and here to steal knowledge. Hubert stared into Cox's eyes and secretly activated the Confundus charm. His eyes emitted ripples. Cox's originally sharp eyes became blurry, and his mind grew muddled. "I am Han Mo, your favorite disciple. You must impart all your knowledge to me and grant me full access to all laboratory data." Hubert gave a special vocal command to the charmed Cox. "Now, restore your consciousness after I count to 3, and forget about being charmed just now. 1, 2, 3. Hubert snapped his fingers, and Cox's eyes immediately cleared. A kind and friendly smile appeared on his face, and he walked over to give Hubert a hug. "My best student, Han Mo, it's so good you could come. Ha ha, I'll show you around first. We've added a few great guys recently, and they are the latest products from the United States." Cox pulled Hubert, who hadn't yet adapted to his sudden enthusiasm, out the door. The lab was right next to his office. After undergoing iris and finger vein scans as per regulations, the two entered the lab. Everyone's finger vein patterns are unique. Vein detection is based on this principle and is currently still experimental, Cox explained. The lab was very, very large. That was Hubert's first impression. Then, it was very white, very rich. The lab basically occupied an entire floor. The walls and floor were all painted white. Staff wore white lab coats, and the equipment was mostly white. It was a white world, spotless. Group 5, the Gene Project team, has 100 researchers, all top researchers from various countries around the world. Some of the lab equipment is developed in-house by Glaxo, and some is imported from other countries, with an annual investment of $2 billion, Cox introduced proudly. The two arrived at a glass room. The glass was opaque, so they couldn't see inside. Cox pressed a switch, and the glass immediately became transparent. Inside the glass room stood various glass water containers, in which various animals, tigers, lions, rhinos, and even elephants, were sleeping. Outside the glass water containers, researchers in white lab coats operated computers, adding nutrient solution, while another researcher nearby was responsible for observation and recording. These animals are all products of our cloning. With just a tiny cell, we can turn it into a living organism. Humanity has already encroached upon the Creator's authority. Truly amazing. Hubert praised unreservedly. It was only the late 20th century, but the research topics of Group 5 completely surpassed this era, which was truly admirable. In another lab, spanning 100 square meters, it was entirely filled with computer servers. The researchers used this supercomputer to simulate, analyze, and construct DNA molecules. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Europe's fastest and most advanced supercomputer. Then he pulled Hubert into a smaller glass cubicle, about 50 square meters. The decor was the same as outside, all white, clean and tidy. This is your private lab. Next door is the library and data room, which collects the most comprehensive biotechnology data available today. The computer is connected to Group 5 supercomputer, allowing you to use it for calculations and experiments. Of course, you can also use it to access papers from the European Biotechnology Association. It has the most authoritative and latest information. This is the book list I prepared. After you finish reading them, I'll assign further study tasks based on your progress. Cox enthusiastically and thoroughly explained a few more things, then left. Hubert let out a long sigh of relief. He really wasn't used to a stranger being so suddenly warm. He silently apologized to Hanmo and Cox in his heart a few times before getting familiar with his own lab. Compared to the experiments at Hogwarts, this was truly high-end and lavish. Brand new, top-tier equipment, the most comprehensive and latest experimental papers, and top researchers. However, he didn't underestimate Snape and those scientific researchers of the wizarding world. Magic and Muggle research were completely different concepts. He didn't expect to learn Muggle genetic technology and cloning and then dominate the field of magical creatures. The magical realm was a complex and profound wondrous field. Muggle research conclusions were basically ineffective there. Work that was very difficult for Muggles was very easy for wizards. For example, observing DNA molecular structure. Muggles needed supercomputers for simulation, but wizards only needed an engorgement charm. Of course, creating a living organism from a single cell was something wizards couldn't do. Both had their strengths. What Hubert wanted to do was to learn Muggle research methods and techniques, then modify equipment and apply them to the field of magical creatures. If wizards focused on empirical summaries and field applications, then Muggles excelled at studying fundamentals and basics. While biological alchemy could grant him immense power, it couldn't solve fundamental problems. So, after the death of Hagrid, he gave up dark arts sacrifices to become a wizard. He decided to refocus his research on the biological field, starting with the most basic human DNA, to try and solve his own problems. This was also why he came to London to steal knowledge. Hubert took the classic biotechnology book list prepared by Cox, then went to the adjacent library to select the books and returned to his own lab. He had studied biology before, so reading these books wasn't difficult. Interpreting them in conjunction with magical creature knowledge made it even more interesting. Hubert continuously flipped through pages, recording the book's content, then lay on the bed, closing his eyes to organize and digest the knowledge. Reading, studying, eating, and sleeping, he did it all in the lab, cancelling all other activities. Too slow. At this learning pace, I won't be able to complete the task in 2 months. He closed the book and sighed. It proved that he wasn't a genius who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything. His IQ was only slightly above average. During his leisure time, he opened Glaxo Products' internal data. Glaxo was a giant in the biotechnology world, and its products were diverse. Future biology? What is this section? It's set to the highest permission. Hubert entered the permission password given by Cox. Inside were all the conceptualizations of future biotechnology and some experimental data for those concepts. Hubert read with great interest, captivated by its ingenious ideas. Brain development potion? Browsing through the research on the brain, he immediately opened the data. It was about brain development research. Glaxo Bio had already developed a potion that could develop a person's brain to 15%, while normal people were at 10%. This is it. Experiment subject number 1, at 5% brain development potion, number 2, 5.5%, number 3, 6%. Hubert carefully held a blue test tube and dripped the potion into the experimental glassware. 30 small glass vessels were neatly arranged on the experimental table, marked with numbers. Inside the glass vessels lay a transparent, viscous liquid, somewhat similar to a slime, but smaller, about the size of a palm. The transparent viscous body had no eyes, nose, or mouth. If observed closely with a magnifying glass, one would find tiny tentacles extending from its surface, instinctively absorbing the potion. The potion was absorbed and transformed within the viscous body, emitting an inexplicable radiation fluctuation. Poof! The potion absorbed by experiment subject number 1 leaked, and its entire body shattered. Subsequently, numbers 2 and 3 also shattered. Cracks appeared on the surface of experiment subject number 4, and number 5 trembled slightly. Hubert observed the radiation values displayed on the oscilloscope beside him. The brain development potion was Glaxo's latest experimental product, and it had undergone clinical trials. Although it could develop a person's brain to 15%, it had a serious flaw. The potion violently stimulated the brain, permanently altering parts of its structure, causing significant damage. Although people who had undergone the experiment showed significant improvements in memory, reading, and calculation, the after effects were also severe. Mild cases experienced insomnia, coma, and irritability, while severe cases even developed violent tendencies. Hubert naturally wouldn't use such a strongly side effect-laden potion. He studied the materials for the brain development potion and combined them with his knowledge of wizardry. He used a brainworm to absorb and transform the brain development potion, converting the potion's energy into continuous radiation that would slowly and gradually stimulate the brain. This avoided the potion directly affecting the brain while still allowing it to be effective. Brainworms are magical creatures without consciousness, completely transparent, and parasitize the brains of living beings without causing harm. In some primitive tribes, GU wizards even used brainworms to treat brain diseases. The brain development potion dosage range is 10.345% to 10.346%, where the brainworm's activity is most stable. But the radiation value isn't enough. What's missing? Hubert subconsciously touched the ring finger of his left hand, lost in thought. On the modified oscilloscope, a wavy pattern pulsed. Magic, right. How could a magical creature lack magic power? He immediately pulled out his ode to life, was about to cast a spell, then put it back. I forgot I can't cast spells with my own wand outside. He switched to a walnut wand. Although not as good as the ode to life, it could still output simple magic power. Under his precise control, the magic power transformed into a golden thread and flowed into the most stable glass vessel, number 8. The golden magic power enveloped the brainworm that had absorbed the potion. Its entire body was like transparent, with blue gems stored within the, and golden threads wrapped around the gems, dazzling and splendid, like a peerless treasure. Drip. The radiation value on the oscilloscope suddenly increased, emitting a long beep. Hubert's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It worked." Perhaps he was too excited. The magic power suddenly increased, and the brainworm shattered into powder with a crisp snap. He patted his head. I got too carried away. He found a new vessel, placed the potion and brainworm into it according to the procedure, and then cast the growth charm. What would normally take weeks or even months to grow was completed in just 1 minute with the help of magic. He held his breath, and an even finer golden magic power thread was fed into the vessel. The glass-like brainworm immediately devoured the magic power upon contact. The golden magic power thread entered the center of the brainworm's body, surrounding the central blue area. An invisible change occurred within the brainworm's body. Its structure rapidly transformed, its body stretching into a thin membrane. The invisible tentacles on its surface branched from 2 to 8, and the radiation converted from the absorbed potion instantly increased. It's done. Hubert cut off the magic power, his eyes shining as he looked at the creation in the glass vessel. It shouldn't be called a brainworm anymore. After absorbing his magic power and the brain development potion, it had mutated into another creature. Anthony, from now on, you'll be called Anthony. Hubert named the newborn creature, then used instruments to conduct various checks and experiments on Anthony. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming there were no problems. He placed Anthony flat on his head. Anthony immediately transformed from its membrane state into a liquid and permeated into his scalp. Hubert felt a cool sensation on his scalp, like being suddenly frozen with ice on a hot summer day. Before he could enjoy the coolness, a numb, slightly tingling sensation spread across his scalp, as if thousands of tiny needles were pricking him. Ah! He let out a low, painful roar, then opened his mouth and gasped for air. After Anthony entered his brain, the oxygen supply to his brain instantly became insufficient, causing dizziness and lightheadedness. He hunched over the sink and dry heaved. Who? He didn't know how much time had passed, a minute or an hour. He sat dejectedly on the ground, his face pale, his brain finally adapting to Anthony's parasitism. He splashed water on his face to clear his head. When he opened his eyes again, everything was still the same. There was no refreshing feeling, no sense that everything looked different. Why no change? Did the experiment fail, or did Anthony die, or is it ineffective? The amount of potion used to cultivate Anthony is correct, so the variable must be a problem with the magic power. No, why are so many thoughts and possibilities appearing in my mind all at once? Could it be? Hubert immediately grabbed the thick, 800-page professional book from his desk. His pupils contracted, the densely packed letters on the book seemed to come alive, lining up and drilling into his eyes, then entering his brain. He quickly flipped through the pages, going from reading line by line, to 10 lines at a glance, then a whole page at a glance, his speed increasing rapidly. But as long as he read it once, the content of the book seemed to be imprinted in his mind. He finished the 800-plus page book in 10 minutes. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although I'm not a genius like Hermione, I can make myself a genius. With his new ability, Hubert could no longer hold back. He pulled over a chair, stacked all the books he needed to read, and buried himself in an ocean of books. Inside a glass room at Glaxo Biotech Genetic Engineering's fifth group, in the clean white center of the lab, an ordinary-looking young man lay on a recliner. Books floated in a circle above his head, and Hubert waved his wand to turn the pages, then rotated his chair to change direction. Finished books automatically flew to a table in the corner, and another book flew up to fill the empty space. Finally, he waved his hand, and the books in the air flew back in order. Hubert closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. The prolonged use of Antony had consumed a lot of oxygen from his brain. Antony did not give him sensitive vision, hearing, or smell, but it enhanced his brain's thinking. His memory, reading, and other abilities became increasingly powerful under the radiation stimulation of Antony. However, correspondingly, his abilities had limitations. First, prolonged use would consume a large amount of oxygen, so he had to pay attention to deep breathing. Second, the limit of brain development was 20%. It could not be developed indefinitely. Beep beep. The phone by his hand rang. It's Dobby calling. It seems the task I gave him is already done. Hubert waved his wand to tidy up the laboratory before leaving his room. The fifth group's laboratory had not changed much. Researchers in white coats were still focused on their experiments, not even looking up as Hubert walked past them. Hubert had been in this lab until now, but to avoid trouble, he basically did not interact with them. If he had questions, he would consult Cox. Otherwise, he spent his time in his room studying or researching the fifth group's experimental equipment. He successfully walked out of Britain's tallest building. Having not been out for a long time, the sunlight outside was particularly dazzling. He shielded his eyes with his hand, looking through the gaps between his fingers, and the sky was very blue. Master, Dobby finally sees you. Arriving at the agreed-upon secluded alley, Dobby immediately rushed forward, his large eyes filled with tears. Dobby hasn't seen his kind master for a very long time. All right, Dobby, let's go back to Tuhao Gensokyo first. Hubert was afraid that if he didn't stop him, he would start crying soon. Dobby wiped away his tears, then used apparition to take Hubert away. Under the dragon-toothed parasol tree in Tuhao Gensokyo, Hubert was the first to emerge from the portal, followed closely by Dobby. For safety, Hubert had sealed Tuhao Gensokyo, allowing entry only through a few specific portals in the plane tree forest. Hubert went directly into the laboratory on the east side of the island. Unlike its emptiness when he arrived, the laboratory was now fully furnished. Similar to the genetic engineering fifth group's laboratory, the floors and walls were all white, and the equipment, modified with magic, was also painted white. Cell separation machines, culture tanks, imaging display equipment, and so on, everything was available. Bring me my cell tissue and tissues number 1 through 10. Hubert said impatiently. Under his command, Dobby assisted by passing objects and providing magic support, and Hubert fully indulged in his experiments using this equipment. In Glaxo's laboratory, to avoid revealing his special nature, many experiments related to magical creatures could not be performed, but in Tuhao Gensokyo, it was different. There was nothing to constrain him. Use the enlargement charm to enlarge and record the image of my DNA and the DNA structures of numbers 1 through 10. Growth charm, record the time and environmental requirements needed to cultivate a liver. Help me put the culture tank data on the mark table. Under Hubert's command, Dobby and he became like spinning tops, constantly shuttling through the laboratory. With the help of magic, many things that were difficult for muggles became very easy. In the blink of an eye, the sky over the plane tree forest gradually darkened. Tuhao Gensokyo had no distinction between day and night. It was always daytime here. Grumble. It wasn't until his stomach protested loudly that Hubert reacted. His long black hair was disheveled, his white coat was cattily draped over him, and his eyes were bloodshot. Before him, 3 double helical DNA structures floated in the air. Unlike in Muggle laboratories where they had to be viewed under a high-powered microscope, the giant DNA structures spiraled, their structure clear and intuitive. It's time to eat, then go back to Glaxo. There are still many good things there I haven't figured out. He gave a wry smile, now somewhat understanding the mindset of research fanatics like Cox. Dobby, pay attention to the growth of the clone bodies, and notify me immediately if anything happens. Dobby remembers everything Master has instructed. Dobby will surely complete it. After organizing the data obtained from the laboratory, Hubert had Dobby take him back to London. By this time, night had just begun, and the building was brilliantly lit, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Groups of men and women strolled in the square or chatted leisurely by the lake, enjoying the peace and quiet after a day's work. "Let go of my hand." A harsh, angry voice broke the warm and peaceful tranquility. In a dimly lit part of the square, a blonde woman wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts fiercely slapped away the hand of a pale-faced blonde man beside her. The thin, pale-faced blonde man did not back down. Instead, he stepped forward, his fervent gaze fixed on the woman's fiery red lips. His hand provocatively lifted her chin, a wicked smile on his face. The woman immediately pulled away, her face showing disgust, trying to walk out of the shadows, but she was held by the man and couldn't break free. The woman happened to catch Hubert's turning gaze, and her eyes lit up. "Sir, could you help me?" she pleaded, her eyes filled with fear and supplication, combined with her delicate beauty, making it seem that no man would refuse to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. "I'm sorry, my tutor is still waiting for me to go back to class, you two carry on." Hubert met her gaze for 2 seconds, then, with a shy expression, he scratched the back of his head, pretending to be a pure-hearted elementary school student, and hurried away. "Sir, sir," the woman called out loudly, unwilling to give up, but Hubert quickened his pace, and eventually, her voice faded. "Hero saving a damsel in distress, he. He scoffed twice, then fell into thought. How could there be 2 vampires here? Are they out hunting? But the Ministry of Magic has been cracking down on dark forces recently. How dare they act against the wind? He shook his head. If it were a muggle, they would naturally be fooled, playing out a scene of saving the beauty, then the beauty would offer herself, and the two would fall in love. But falling in love with a female vampire, the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, I'll go back and find out who that guy is. He looks like someone from Glaxo. After Hubert left, the beautiful woman stomped her foot fiercely. The originally frivolous blonde man, however, hung his head like a guilty prisoner, not daring to make any unnecessary sound. "Send word down, give that guy a good lesson. A little guy, daring to ignore my beauty and plea. I am Sana." "Yes, madam." The blonde man immediately nodded in agreement. Hubert successfully passed the inspection and returned to the laboratory. This experiment was not very smooth, and some of the data obtained needed careful examination. He immediately forgot the recent little interlude and re-immersed himself in his research. He did not know that the character he was playing, Han Mo, had already been resented by a female vampire, and his unintentional actions had created a London-style human ghost romance entanglement. "Look into my eyes, remember that Han Mo didn't come to Glaxo during the summer vacation, and everything has returned to its original state." Hubert cast a spell. "Teacher, thank you for your guidance and help these 2 months, we'll never meet again." Cox sat at the table, his eyes dazed. Hubert quietly closed the door, then took the elevator down. His 2-month study period at Glaxo finally ended today, and these 2 months had been fruitful, completely opening another door for him. The glass door to the lobby was 50 meters ahead. Stepping out of this door would mean a complete farewell to these 2 months. Hubert pushed open the glass door, and when he emerged again, he had transformed into a 13 or 14-year-old boy with white, messy hair, a round, oval face, and a gentle smile. The polyjuice potion's effect had worn off, and he had returned to his original appearance, only his hair had changed from black to white. In the square, an ordinary-looking young man with black hair and a black backpack hurried along, his face looking haggard. On the other side, a blonde woman in red walked towards him. The woman deliberately bumped into him, and the books in her hand scattered on the ground. "Han Mo, good luck." Hubert smiled knowingly, then walked past them. He could feel that the female vampire had no killing intent, so Han Mo wouldn't be in mortal danger. Hubert clenched his fists tightly, clearly feeling the surging power within his body. That was magic, true magic, not borrowed from magical tools, but genuine power from within his body. "Although it's just a clone body, one day I will truly possess this power." In 2 months, besides Anthony, this cloned body was his greatest achievement. Among the 120 clone bodies cultivated, only this body, a hybrid of centaur and unicorn genes, survived. Perhaps it was the powerful regenerative ability of the unicorn genes, or the power of the centaur bloodline to glimpse fate. Hubert still didn't know why. He tried to clone again in the same way, but all attempts failed. Hubert split Anthony, controlling this body to walk around through Anthony, while he himself continued his research in the Wonderland. If nothing unexpected happened, Harry and the Weasley family should be at the Leaky Cauldron by now. The Leaky Cauldron is a small inn located on a London street. Piles of trash were next to the inn's entrance, with flies buzzing. Occasionally, a wizard in a black cloak would emerge from inside. Hubert walked in with his crossbody bag, wearing a white shirt and brown jacket over jeans, with a gentle smile on his face. The room was noisy and bustling, with people in black robes and modern city attire, a mix of modern and classical. The Leaky Cauldron was even more mixed than the Three Broomsticks. The people who came here had various identities, and perhaps the person drinking next to you was a wanted criminal from the Ministry of Magic. Hubert, over here. As soon as Hubert walked in, he heard a shout. He turned his head and immediately saw Hermione with long brown hair, holding a plump, flat-faced cat in her arms. "Hello, how was your summer vacation?" Hubert walked over and greeted them. Ron and his family were also there. He was holding a huge black rat, warily watching the cat in Hermione's arms. "I just saw your back and knew it was you." Ron disagreed, saying you had black hair. Hermione enthusiastically pulled him to sit down. "Did you dye your hair?" "Mom said it's not good for minors to dye their hair. I originally wanted to straighten mine too. I just dyed it at a muggle shop. They said dyed hair looks cool." Hubert found an excuse. "Is this your new pet?" "Crookshanks, a stupid, greedy cat." Ron grumbled, answering first, then explained. "He always tries to catch my Scabbers, always bullies him." "My poor Scabbers." Crookshanks immediately bared his teeth at Scabbers in a show of dominance, scaring Ron into tightly covering Scabbers, preventing Crookshanks from seeing him. "Scabbers?" Hubert subtly observed the rat for a moment. That was Peter Pettigrew's animagus. Hubert didn't have Ron's courage to constantly carry around a dangerous criminal. No matter how bad Peter Pettigrew was, or how timid, he was still an adult wizard who had once followed the Dark Lord. Hubert didn't think he could easily control him. "Mom, it's Fudge, he's with Harry." A pair of twins darted out from backstage, exaggerating to a short, stout lady. "Don't talk nonsense." Molly clearly didn't entirely believe her mischievous twin sons. "Hi, Molly." Fudge walked down the stairs with Harry, holding his hand. Harry followed behind, feeling awkward and unaccustomed to the Minister for Magic's enthusiasm. "It's good to see you. Arthur said you went to Egypt for vacation this summer?" "Yes, Minister," Molly replied dryly, then forced a smile. Fudge's expression was awkward, and he turned to Hubert. "And this is?" "Hubert, I am Hubert, Minister." Hubert immediately replied, his face respectful. He wasn't Molly, who could rely on the Weasley family and not fear the Minister. He was just a small student with no background whatsoever. Offending Fudge would bring him no benefit. "You are Hubert? The Hubert who often writes about magical creatures in the Quibbler?" Fudge was clearly pleased with Hubert's respect. "My child really likes what you write. Last year, they just bought a Gnarl as a pet. If you have any new works, be sure to send me a copy." "Ha ha. Thank you for your support." Hubert smiled. "Recently, I submitted an article to the Daily Prophet. You know, that's the most influential newspaper in the wizarding world. I believe you'll see it soon. A new theory on werewolf transformation. I hope you like it." "Werewolf?" The hall instantly fell silent. Werewolves are dangerous dark creatures. This was the Leaky Cauldron, with its diverse members. Perhaps one of them was a werewolf. Fudge scanned the hall, then said a few words to Hubert and left in a hurry. The hall became noisy again. "Your new paper?" Hermione asked impatiently, and the Weasley twins also gathered around. They were always very curious about new things. "Children, don't talk about such dangerous things, you are still children now." Molly immediately interrupted their conversation. "Hurry back and get your school things ready, we're about to leave." George and Fred could only hang their heads and go upstairs to pack their things, while Hermione pulled Hubert to find Tom, the innkeeper, to prepare their room, whispering all the way, not knowing what they were saying. "Crookshanks, a stupid, greedy cat." Ron grumbled, answering first, then explained. "He always tries to catch my Scabbers, always bullies him." "My poor Scabbers." After staying one night at the Leaky Cauldron, they set off the next day amidst hustle and bustle for platform 9 3/4. "Ron, help your sister with her bag." "George, stop messing around with Fred, remember to bring the trunk." "Fred, call your father." Mrs. Weasley began issuing orders to her family early in the morning, organized and imposing, like a general on the battlefield. Harry woke up relatively late and rushed downstairs carrying a large trunk. Only Hubert seemed relaxed, walking down the stairs with Hermione, wearing a denim jacket and a backpack. "I'll help you." He took the suitcase from Hermione's hand and carried it downstairs. "Help me carry my bag too." Ron leaned over, handing him a small parcel. "You rascal, carry it yourself." Molly slapped him on the back of his head, causing Ron to complain endlessly. The train platform was crowded with parents seeing off their children on the day Hogwarts started. Woo-woo, the train let out a long whistle, and thick black smoke billowed from the engine. "Let's sit here," Harry called out to the others, then walked in carrying the parcels. The compartment wasn't large, but it was enough for 4 people. Near the window, a person was leaning against the seat, their face obscured by an old overcoat covering their head. Werewolves transform on the night of the full moon because a part of their genes is different from human genes. Whenever the moon is full, this part of the gene expresses itself. What we see is a transformation similar to that of an animagus, a person turning into an irrational werewolf. The moon stimulates genetic change? Legends say the moon has special magic. Could that be true? How is this magic different from the magic wizards use? Hermione pressed. "These are just theories, no experiments have proven them yet. What is certain is that a perfect full moon does emit special magic that stimulates the werewolf gene. My new theory on werewolf transformation explains the cause of the werewolf change from a genetic perspective." What everyone failed to notice was that when Hubert mentioned werewolves, the coat covering the person in the corner moved slightly. "What are you talking about? What genes, what transformation? I've only heard Fred mention werewolves. They are terrifying dark creatures. But I don't believe it, they always try to scare me with these weird things." Ron took a bite of the snack Mrs. Weasley had prepared. "Wow, look, the glass is freezing. It's only August." Without anyone noticing, the sky had turned dark. Outside the window, a torrential rain was falling, splattering against the glass with a sharp sound. But now, the water droplets on the window were slowly freezing, and the temperature inside the compartment was dropping rapidly. Hermione tightened her clothes, rubbed her hands together, and breathed out a puff of warm air. Why did it suddenly get cold? "Look outside the door," Ron cried out, eyes wide. Outside the compartment door, a black cloak floated above the floor. The cloak looked saturated and rotten, and the hand that poked out from beneath the rags was scabbed, as if the whole body were decaying. A layer of shattered ice formed on the floor where the tattered cloak passed. The creature under the cloak suddenly turned its head toward the compartment. The exposed mouth beneath the cloak opened slightly. The temperature in the air and all the happy thoughts in people's hearts were sucked into its mouth by a powerful vacuum, leaving only coldness and despair. Harry and Ron's eyes glazed over, and they slumped onto the seats, faces etched with hopelessness. Patronus charm. A strong, gentle light instantly filled the compartment. The monster was struck by the intense light and flew backward out of the compartment. The coldness and despair instantly melted away and dispersed. Hubert, holding the ode to life, chased after it to the door. 5 monsters gathered in the corridor of the train car, roaring and lunging forward. Transformation. The white light on the ode to life intensified greatly. A pure white, winged, horse-shaped creature galloped out. It carried the Big Dipper on its back and had a horn on its head. It reared up, let out a long neigh, and charged toward the cloaked monsters. The warm, gentle light melted the surrounding coldness, and the cloaked monsters scattered and fled, rushing out of the train. Inside the compartment, Harry and Ron had recovered. A middle-aged man with wrinkles on his forehead, graying hair, and ragged clothes handed them 2 pieces of chocolate. His worn robe was covered in patches, and he looked haggard, pale, and exhausted. "Eat this, you'll feel better." Dementors absorb a person's happiness and make them recall bad memories deep in their heart. His voice was gentle, steady, and young. Only the Patronus charm can deal with them. Just then, Hubert walked in. The man smiled at Hubert. "It's rare for little wizards your age to master the Patronus charm so proficiently, even back when. We're almost there, prepare to disembark." He suddenly stopped talking and left the compartment, carrying the battered trunk from the corner. Outside the train car, the sky was pitch black, and the wind and rain hadn't stopped. In fact, it seemed to be pouring harder than before. After the encounter with the Dementors, everyone returned to school safely. 1,000 candles floated in the air of the Great Hall, and the hall was brilliantly lit. The 4 long tables were laden with various sumptuous foods, and wizards from all 4 houses were present. On the high platform, the professors sat in their chairs, celebrating the start of the new term with everyone. Hagrid sat next to McGonagall, his massive size looking conspicuous. He squirmed uncomfortably, placing his hands on the platform one moment and dropping them the next. Because the former Care of Magical Creatures class teacher retired, wishing to spend his remaining days enjoying the sunshine and afternoon tea. Therefore, this semester we welcome 2 new teachers, Hagrid for Care of Magical Creatures class, and Lupin 4 defense against the dark arts class, Dumbledore announced loudly from the platform. Amidst the cheers, Hagrid hastily stood up and bowed. Next to him, the haggard and aged-looking middle-aged man also stood up and bowed steadily. "Isn't that the uncle who was in our compartment? Is this year's defense against the dark arts class teacher?" Ron rubbed his small eyes hard, thinking he might have seen wrong. Then his expression changed, and he gloated, "Snape is going to be sad again. He's always wanted to be the defense against the dark arts class teacher. Since Hagrid is teaching care of magical creatures class this year, should we take his class?" Neville chimed in. "Of course, he's our friend," Harry said matter-of-factly. "Hermione, what about you? I saw your course selections. Your schedule is basically full. Can you manage it?" "Of course. Perhaps there will be a different kind of surprise," Hubert added with a mysterious smile. Smack! Finnegan slammed the newspaper onto the table. "Sirius Black escaped to Dayfuchun Town. Will he come to Hogwarts?" Dayfuchun Town is the only way to Hogwarts, but the outside of Hogwarts is guarded entirely by Dementors. "He won't be able to get in," Neville whispered comfortingly, seemingly reassuring himself as well. "Harry, I heard you fainted on the train. Is that true? Are Dementors really that terrifying?" "Worse than I imagined. I never want to go through that again," Harry said, his face pale. Scabbers, where are you going?" Ron shouted. His pet rat was running outside in a panic, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Outside Hogwarts Castle, a fierce storm raged. The distant Forbidden Forest was pitch black, like a crouching beast. A giant rat rushed through the curtain of rain toward the Forbidden Forest. The giant rat was extremely fast, and the strong winds and heavy rain could not stop its frantic steps. In the Forbidden Forest, the giant rat suddenly stopped. Its head sniffed carefully, and its small eye scanned its surroundings warily. Squeak! Swoosh! A black cloak floated out. Peter Pettigrew. The soaking wet giant rat began to tremble violently upon seeing the black shadow and took 2 steps back. Its body squirmed, transforming at a visible speed into a short, pale middle-aged man. He had a rat-like face, a pointy nose, and was missing the index finger on his right hand. "Great Master!" He trembled, groveling in the mud and water, his head bowed. "My greatest master, you have finally returned. Peter, you tried to escape. What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from? Go back to Hogwarts and bring Harry Potter to me." "But, Master, Black is back, and he will kill me." The black shadow threw out a silver bracelet. "It will help you. Bring him to me, and let me see your loyalty." "Yes, my master." Peter put the bracelet on his hand, then transformed back into a rat and ran toward Hogwarts. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Blood of the foe, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your enemy." The hoarse voice echoed deep within the Forbidden Forest. In the Hogwarts Divination classroom, the walls and ceiling were draped with huge red curtains, and round tables and red sofas were placed haphazardly, making it look less like a classroom and more like a club for socializing. Despite this relaxed environment, the little wizards were not noisy and playful like they were in other classes. Instead, they nervously stared down at the crystal balls on their tables. "Welcome, little wizards. In this room, you will experience the profound mysteries of the sacred art." A hoarse, low voice sounded. Professor Trelawney, the divination class professor, was sitting in a chair in the center of the classroom near the window. She was very thin, wore large spectacles, had countless chains and beads hanging around her neck, and her long, curly hair obscured her face, making her look quite eccentric. She stood up, her voice suddenly rising. "You will use the art of seer sight to see more things, even death. I am Sybil Trelawney, and I will lead you in predicting the future." Bang! Her knee hit the corner of the table, provoking quiet laughter from the students. "To broaden your mind, you must gaze into the distance. The magic of the crystal ball lies in its ability to open the depths of your inner self, allowing you to see the future." Harry and Hermione stared at the large crystal ball on the table, but there was nothing but smoke. Ron was resting his head on one hand, drool escaping the corner of his mouth, dreaming of who knows what delicious food. Hubert was also staring at the crystal ball. Unlike Harry and the others, as he stared, the smoke inside the crystal ball turned into a vortex that captivated his attention. His black pupils gradually turned white until his entire eyes were white. His attention was completely absorbed by the crystal ball, and in his blurred vision, one image after another flashed within the smoke. In the dark night, the full moon peeked out from the clouds. At the mountain peak, a werewolf howled toward the sky. The scene flashed. Under the moonlight, in an unknown place, a white-haired young man was collapsing onto the ground. He was tightly gripping the ode to life in his hand, and his face was aged and covered in wrinkles, like an old man of 70 or 80. Hubert's unusual state immediately attracted the surrounding little wizards, who all looked over. The mist inside the crystal ball spun rapidly, emitting a faint glow. "What did you see?" Trelawney suddenly sat down next to him and asked. Hubert was startled, and his eyes returned to their normal state. "Death," he blurted out, then realized something and immediately stopped speaking. "May I speak?" Hermione, highly interested, eagerly interrupted Trelawney's probing question. "The Grim, is that possible?" She secretly observed Trelawney's expression, then tentatively continued, "Or maybe a plant? Child, the moment you first stepped into my classroom, I knew you did not possess the necessary conditions to study divination. Your soul is as dry and tasteless as the books you read." Trelawney held Hermione's hand and evaluated her mercilessly. "Noble language requires a broad mind and rich imagination, qualities you clearly lack." She suddenly let go of Hermione, turned to look at Hubert, and said in a deep, profound voice, "Astonishing talent. I have never seen a bloodline so suited for prophecy as yours. Child, tell me everything you saw." Her round eyes fixed on Hubert, shining with an inexplicable light, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. "Death, Professor," Hubert said in panic. This was the first time he had seen a magical prophecy, and it was his own death. The aged figure holding the ode to life was definitely himself, he was certain. "Professor, must prophecies come true? If a prophecy is made, can it be changed?" "All right, that concludes today's class. Everyone else may leave," Trelawney announced loudly to the students without answering. "This Hufflepuff, you stay." Amid the confusion of Harry and the others, Hubert remained behind alone. Even after everyone left, he was still filled with anxiety. Who could remain calm after prophesying their own imminent death? "Child, what did you see?" Trelawney completely shed her previous eccentric demeanor, tying her curly hair back with an elastic band. "Perhaps I can help you. I saw my own death. It was on a night of the full moon. There was a werewolf, and then a black shadow. The images were fragmented, and then they stopped." Hubert tried hard to recall, but the images were few and blurry. "Can I try to prophesy again?" He grabbed the crystal ball, wanting to try once more. Prophecy is a glimpse into fate. Fate always leaves a path for survival. The key is whether or not you can seize it. This path must be walked by the person themselves. Different choices create different futures. Your talent for prophecy is the greatest I have seen in a wizard in decades. Perhaps some things can help you. When Hubert walked out of the classroom, he held a red notebook inscribed with Cassandra Trelawney. It was a notebook left behind by an ancestor of Professor Trelawney's family, which Trelawney temporarily lent to Hubert to read. Prophecy is not like magic, requiring long-term cultivation. It relies more on innate talent and the favor of fate, the notebook stated on its opening page. Prophecy is not like magic, requiring long-term cultivation. It relies more on talent and the favor of destiny, Cassandra Trelawney wrote at the beginning of her red notebook. Having borrowed his ancestors' notes from Trelawney, Hubert hid in the classroom to study the art of prophecy. As the book stated, prophecy requires great talent rather than magical power. Perhaps due to his centaur genes, Hubert's prophecy talent was very high. He made a prediction the very first time, even though it foretold his own death. Why are they still just fragments? Is there no way to predict more? He stared intently at the crystal ball, and the white mist inside it gradually subsided. Following the method in Cassandra Trelawney's notes, he performed the divination again, but using her method, he still only got scattered fragments. Although there were more fragments than the first time, the amount of information was roughly the same. Why would I become so old, and who is that black shadow? His heart was filled with doubt and anxiety. Although it was only a clone body, it was still a death. The full moon night, the werewolf. According to the plot, this should be the scene where Harry and the others finally catch Peter Pettigrew and Lupin transforms into a werewolf. How are the Black Shadow and my aged self connected to Harry and the others later on? There are three possibilities for becoming aged. First, having life force absorbed by someone. Second, sacrificing one's own life force. Third, the clone body becoming unstable and life exhausting. Based on the fragments in the prophecy, the first two possibilities are the most likely. Regardless of the possibility, I can confirm that I faced great danger in the end. This matter is related to Harry and Peter. If I don't interfere in this matter, can I change the unknown fate? Hubert made various assumptions in his heart. Is fate predetermined, or can it be changed? Maybe I can try it out. According to the plot, Buckbeak will injure Draco, thus leading to its death. The night passed just like that. Aside from the small commotion caused by Hubert making a prediction during divination class, Hogwarts was peaceful. Everyone attended classes, laughed, and played as usual. Hubert made a few more predictions but still got no results. That day, the sky was clear and vast, the azure expanse resembling a pure blue jade. The little wizards of Hogwarts, led by Hagrid, left the castle and arrived in the small grove outside. A large clearing had been prepared in the center of the grove, surrounded by a low wall made of simple stones. 10 magical creatures, whose bodies resembled both birds and stags, were tethered to stumps next to the wall. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and the breeze rustled softly. Today we are studying the hippogriff species of magical creature. They are extremely beautiful creatures. Hippogriffs love nature and attack anything that destroys it. They have gentle temperaments and are excellent helpers for flying in the air. Hagrid led a group of wizards to the empty clearing. The little wizards were immediately captivated by the handsome appearance of the hippogriffs. They had magnificent feathers, graceful postures, sharp talons, eyes that flashed like lightning, and green wings that spanned 3 meters when spread. They lowered their heads, restlessly stamping their hooves. The little fellows are rather shy. Hagrid stopped the impatient little wizards who were rushing forward. He beckoned Hubert to the front. First, we must thank Hubert for providing 10 hippogriffs for the lesson. He has done a lot of research on magical creatures, and I believe many of you have read his introductions to magical creatures. Therefore, I have decided to make Hubert the chief instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures class. If anyone encounters any problems in the Care of Magical Creatures class in the future, please feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to help you solve them. Please look after me in the future, Hubert said loudly to everyone. Today is the first Care of Magical Creatures class. We are going to get to know these beautiful magical creatures behind me. They are the darlings and guardians of nature. Perhaps some of you have seen them. They are hippogriffs, soaring freely in the forests and skies. First, we need one student to experience flying on a hippogriff. Hagrid took over the conversation, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Harry, you go first. It's all right, hippogriffs are gentle and polite. First, take these hard fruits they love to eat, then walk 2 meters away and bow to it. Harry followed Hagrid's instructions and carefully stopped 2 meters away from the first hippogriff. Under the hippogriff's gaze, he bowed, then threw the hard fruit to it. The hippogriff stretched its neck, bit the huge fruit, and swallowed it with a gurgle. Very good, Harry. It likes you. You can try to approach it and stroke it. Finally, Harry flipped onto the hippogriff's back, tightly wrapping his arms around its neck. The hippogriff spread its wings, leaped into the sky, flew over the forest, crossed the Black Lake, and fully enjoyed the blue sky and white clouds. Wow! Great! A chorus of cheers erupted from the little wizards, and Hubert smiled contentedly. According to Hagrid's original plan, the first class was supposed to teach them about the winged horse-bodied eagle-headed beast, which was Buckbeak. At Hubert's suggestion, this was changed to the hippogriff. Buckbeak had a fierce temper and was difficult to approach. However, hippogriffs were gentle and beautiful, instantly capturing the wizard's interest. Crucially, the hippogriffs allowed everyone to quickly ride and soar through the blue sky, which was a fatal attraction for a group of energetic wizards. Facts proved his idea was correct. When the wizards saw how easily Harry transformed into a hippogriff rider, they immediately became excited. If Harry could ride, why couldn't they? Divide yourselves into 10 voluntary groups, each person take 1 hard fruit, remember the steps you just saw, and approach the hippogriffs in sequence, Hubert said loudly. The wizards spontaneously began forming lines, eager to step forward and befriend the hippogriffs. 5 minutes of flying time per person, no overtime allowed. Follow the sequence, one by one. Whoosh! Hippogriffs continuously spread their wings and flew into the sky, and wizards, still buzzing with excitement, dismounted from the hippogriffs. All the wizards present were immersed in the thrill of becoming hippogriff riders. Fate can be changed. Hubert chuckled inwardly. Most of the students had experienced flying, the class was nearly over, and the task was almost complete. By replacing Buckbeak with the hippogriffs, Draco won't be injured by it, and Buckbeak also escapes the doom of death. If Buckbeak's fate can be changed, then my fate can be changed too. Ah, my Just as Hubert was secretly rejoicing, a piercing scream rang out. In the surrounding crowd, Draco was lying on the ground, clutching his arm and wailing in pain. His left arm was bent, and white bone had pierced the skin at the joint and was exposed. Draco fell from the hippogriff, and his shoulder is injured. He must be sent to the hospital wing immediately, Hermione said quickly. Hagrid immediately picked up Draco and ran toward the castle. Looking at Hagrid's receding back, Hubert glanced at the restless hippogriff nearby, and his heart sank. According to the plot, Draco only pretended to be injured, and Buckbeak suffered an undeserved calamity. He changed the plot, and Draco genuinely fell from the hippogriff, making things much worse. Buckbeak was replaced by the hippogriff, and the fake injury became a real injury. Is it true that some things simply cannot be changed? Watch your hands, don't touch my arm. Take them away. You're only allowed to look, not touch. Madame Pomfrey said I need 2 weeks of rest. Inside the Great Hall, Draco's arm was wrapped in several layers of thick white gauze. He spoke with an exaggerated expression, his head held high. Surrounding him were observing Slytherin students, forming a circle and asking him questions. He didn't look like an injured person, rather, he looked like a hero returning wounded from battle. Braggart, coward. Ron scoffed from another long table. It's just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days, but he's pretending to be seriously wounded to gain sympathy. I heard Draco's parents were furious when they found out he was injured. His father reported Hagrid to the Ministry of Magic for dangerous teaching and demanded the principal fire Hagrid, Neville whispered, relaying the news he had gathered. Uncle Algy also mentioned this in a letter. Fudge has already received Malfoy's protest. My dad also said they want to put down that hippogriff. Dumbledore has written to Fudge opposing the proposal, Ron added, sharing the information he had learned. As descendants of pureblood families, their families had many members working in the Ministry of Magic, making them well informed. In comparison, Hermione and Hubert had no such background and could only listen quietly. This was one of the differences between ordinary wizards and pureblood families. I provided the hippogriffs. The Ministry of Magic has no right to kill them. Hubert stated unequivocally. The hippogriffs came from his Tuhau Gen Sokio. Could the Ministry of Magic enter Gen Sokio and capture the hippogriffs? They are very kind. Malfoy just accidentally fell off. It's not the hippogriff's fault at all. Neville voiced his support. He loved the feeling of riding a hippogriff and flying freely in the sky, finding it captivating. If necessary, I can testify. I saw it with my own eyes. When I get back, I'll look up the law on the protection of magical creatures. It should be able to help the hippogriffs and Hagrid, Hermione added. Thank you. Hubert sincerely thanked them. He didn't dwell on the matter, quickly finished his meal, and left the Great Hall. Before leaving, he secretly handed Hermione, Neville, and Harry a note. Hubert returned to the stone hut. Wisps of smoke were curling above the stone hut, but Hagrid was sitting alone on the steps in front of it, staring blankly into the distant forest, lost in thought. He didn't notice Hubert even when he approached. Don't worry, the hippogriffs will be fine. Hubert sat on the other side. He could, of course, guess what Hagrid was worried about. Dumbledore will block the attacks from Fudge and Malfoy. I trust Dumbledore, but he has already done so much for me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to serve as a teacher at Hogwarts. You know, many parents have always disliked me. Now that Draco is injured, they must be very worried about their children. Dumbledore has convinced Fudge not to fire me, but the hippogriff's punishment needs to be decided by a hearing. Dumbledore doesn't have many options left, and I'm very worried about the hippogriffs. Hagrid's mood was low. Lucius's family has great connections within the Ministry of Magic, and I don't know any of the people on the hearing committee. He who tied the bell must untie it. Perhaps we can ask Draco for help. Hubert offered a less than ideal solution, trying his best to comfort Hagrid. Night silently fell, submerging the two of them in darkness. Meanwhile, at the Daily Prophet's headquarters, a middle-aged, bald man wearing a black suit was leaning over his desk, meticulously examining manuscripts sent in by authors from various locations. He was specifically responsible for reviewing academic section submissions, selecting truly valuable articles from the numerous scholarly papers to publish in the Daily Prophet. Compared to the academic explosion and flourishing intellectual scene of the wizarding world in the last century, the British wizarding world has become increasingly stagnant in recent years. The peaceful living environment and rigid academic atmosphere have led to the daily decline of scholarship in the wizarding world. Even the most influential newspaper in the wizarding world fails to receive high-quality academic articles. The Daily Prophet gradually became a mouthpiece for the Ministry of Magic. Hai Mingwei didn't care about this. He was a wizard who genuinely loved scholarship. However, having personally witnessed the academic section turn from prosperity to decline, he was extremely anxious and distressed. New theories on werewolf transformation. It doesn't examine the origin of werewolves from the perspective of wizarding history, but purely from the angle of biological cell composition and genetic factors. Hai Mingwei read the introduction and was immediately attracted by the novel perspective. As an amateur scholar, he had studied in the Muggle world when he was young. Although he didn't fully understand biological genetics, he certainly understood common knowledge like Darwin's theory of evolution. Precisely because he understood the general attitude of wizards toward Muggles, he was even more curious about this paper. He had never imagined that a wizard would use Muggle knowledge to research werewolves. Author, Hubert, a Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts. Interesting. He himself had once been a Hufflepuff, and the author was his junior, so he eagerly began reading. Genius ideas, novel design concepts, rigorous logic. Hai Mingwei continuously praised the paper as he read it. Unconsciously, time quietly slipped away. Snap. He closed the paper and let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't felt this exhilarated in a long time. He picked up the paper and rushed over to the printing department. The entire academic section of tomorrow's newest edition will be used to publish this article. What about the previous articles? We already prepared the template, the worker responsible for printing said in an unhappy tone, but he couldn't openly contradict him, as his position wasn't as high nor his seniority as deep as the other man's. Move all of them to the next edition. The sky was clear and bright, and the gentle sun hung high above. It was already autumn, and the cool weather added a sense of vitality. In a secluded area beside the Black Lake, huge stones were densely scattered, and the lake water constantly beat against the massive rocks. A few hundred meters away was the Forbidden Forest. This spot was not far from Hogwarts Castle, but it was remote, and hardly anyone ever came here. At this moment, Hubert was standing among the pile of massive stones. A huge stone flew up under his control and was stacked atop another stone. Not far away, Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Neville ran together from the castle towards this spot. "What are you building?" Luna, who was the most perceptive, was the first to ask softly. Her eyes curiously examined Hubert and the stones he was controlling. "A chamber of secrets for meetings." Hubert smiled mysteriously, and Harry looked over with confusion. "I'm going to form a secret fighting club dedicated to improving everyone's combat abilities, and you are the first members I've invited." Hubert held a blue, fist-sized crystal ball, and his god-controlling robe carried him gently towards the Black Lake. He stopped about 100 meters from the shore, estimating the depth of the water, which was just right. He injected magic into the water-repelling pearl in his hand, and an invisible force emanated from it. As he descended, the Black Lake water parted around him, forming a waterless void. A white, transparent magical barrier enveloped him completely as he sank into the Black Lake. Harry and the other three on the shore watched dumbfounded. After about half an hour, a hole suddenly appeared on the ground near the shore, and Hubert poked his head out. "Come down one by one through this hole. The underground water palace is ready." Harry was the first to jump down. The hole was about 10 meters deep, with smooth, flat walls that had been waterproofed with magic. A vertical ladder led to the bottom. At the bottom, a spacious underwater area opened up, taking their breath away. A circular magical barrier covered the lake, spanning about 200 square meters. Through the barrier, they could see fish and shrimp swimming outside in the water. The hall was empty, and the underground soil was damp, having only been simply treated with magic. "The underground water palace. From now on, this will be our secret gathering place," Hubert exclaimed excitedly, spreading his arms. The room of requirement would have been more suitable as a gathering place, but he didn't know where to find it. Then he looked for several secluded rooms in Hogwarts, but none were quite suitable. Finally, inspired by the mermaid Scarlet, he borrowed a water-repelling pearl from her to establish this underground water palace. Harry and the others were also very excited. It was their first time seeing a space created underwater, and this place would now be their secret meeting spot. "I've only done a simple treatment. We need to think together about how to plan this space specifically. Only when everyone contributes will they truly cherish and protect this place as their own." "Hubert, why are we forming a secret organization? We could form a club by following the normal procedures according to the school's regulations," Hermione asked curiously, her mind clear. Hubert pondered for a moment. Establishing a secret organization to enhance everyone's strength and allow them to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses was a decision he had considered for a long time. Lord Voldemort would surely return with force, and with Harry's current strength and growth rate, he was no match for the Dark Lord. When the Dark Lord returned, his strength and influence would surpass what they were before, and even Dumbledore would not be his match. After Dumbledore's death, the Order of the Phoenix was almost disbanded, and its core members suffered heavy casualties. The Ministry of Magic was overrun by Lord Voldemort, and the entire wizarding world was shrouded under his rule. The entire world was saved by just 3 recently adult wizards, Harry and his friends. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply heaven and earth. If the Dark Lord hadn't made consecutive mistakes and gone insane, the Harry trio would have died countless times over. In the end, it was only through a series of miraculous coincidences that the Dark Lord died inexplicably. However, from Hubert's few encounters with the Dark Lord was cunning and decisive, definitely not the insane person he was made out to be. If all hope were placed on Harry again, then Hubert's own mind would truly be abnormal. And the death prophecy in divination class and the failure of the plan to change fate in care of magical creatures class prompted him to truly make up his mind to form a team, enhance everyone's strength, and weaken the opponent's power. Harry, do you still remember the Philosopher's Stone in first year and Tom Riddle in second year? Hubert turned to look at Harry, who nodded. Both incidents still left him with lingering fear. The fact proves that you know who is not truly dead, he is returning. Hubert dropped a bombshell. Hermione and Luna's eyes widened, filled with terror. The Dark Lord was undoubtedly the most feared person in the wizarding world, without exception. You know who is an enemy of the world and advocates for purebloods. None of us can endorse his ideology. Harry is his mortal enemy. Neville has a blood feud with the Death Eaters, and Hermione's and my backgrounds dictate that peaceful coexistence is impossible. A powerful enemy is returning, but do we have the strength to protect ourselves? Even Dumbledore couldn't truly defeat you-know-who, let alone us. So we must unite, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, maximize our power, not to kill the enemy, but at least to protect ourselves. Hubert's words made the three ponder. Hogwarts was safe, but it couldn't truly stop the Dark Lord, otherwise the Tom Riddle and Philosopher's Stone incidents wouldn't have happened. Furthermore, don't expect to learn combat skills in defense against the Dark Arts class. Quirrell was a Death Eater, Lockhart was a useless braggart who only showed off, Mad-Eye Moody was impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr., and only Lupin truly taught them magic, but he was expelled after only one semester. I'm in, Luna said crisply. I agree too. Agreed. I'm joining too. Finally, Neville also agreed to join. He would never forget that unforgettable name, Bellatrix Lestrange. After convincing the five began to divide tasks to decorate the underground water palace. All of them were wizards, and although their strength wasn't high, manipulating earth was manageable. After some tidying up, the formerly muddy ground became a smooth, hard floor, and the entrance to the passage was also reinforced with protective spells. The group also agreed to meet twice a week to share their learning experiences and practice spells by dueling each other. Since everyone has chosen me as the leader, I can't be stingy. These are my notes on learning the Patronus charm. Everyone can learn from the content. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Hubert took out a small notebook and placed it on the bookshelf, then added a few classic books on alchemy and magical creatures. This area was a separately designated library section where organization members would place useful magic books they collected, sharing knowledge among themselves. Is it that white-winged horse from the train? Luna's curious little eyes widened. It's a flying unicorn, a mutated variety of unicorn. Hubert corrected. The Patronus is the only thing that can fight Dementors, and now they are guarding outside Hogwarts. Dementors absorb people's happiness and are cruel and malicious, so I think it's necessary for everyone to learn this spell. Harry, recalling his encounter on the train, immediately nodded in agreement. The Patronus charm is a symbol of one's inner self, a very profound magic. When casting this spell, the wizard needs to concentrate, think of their happiest memory, and chant Expecto Patronum. When fully effective, you can summon your Patronus, allowing it to take the attack for you. Different people have different Patronuses. Hubert taught them how to cast the Patronus charm, explaining his experiences in detail. Expecto Patronum. Harry chanted loudly, and a faint white light flashed from the tip of his wand, then disappeared. Remember to concentrate and think of happy things. Hubert gave individual guidance. Hermione and Luna showed the most significant learning progress, able to release a gentle white light after several attempts, with Hermione being the fastest. Expecto Patronum. Amidst the gentle white light, a blurry little figure leaped out and ran joyfully around Hermione. What animal is it? The others were drawn by Hermione's summoned Patronus. Can't see clearly, looks like a small animal. Keep working at it. Once you master the Patronus charm, your Patronus can take on a distinct form, Hubert encouraged. You'll all master it quickly too. Afterward, the five gathered again. Hermione and Luna could already manifest the forms of their Patronuses, and Harry and Neville had also mastered the Patronus charm. Luna and Hermione moved many magic books to the library in the underwater palace. Especially Luna, from Ravenclaw, whose private collection of books from Ravenclaw greatly broadened Hubert's horizons. Under Hubert's suggestion, Neville specialized in herbology. He had a great talent for cultivating herbs and made rapid progress. Hermione was very interested in magic runes and spells, spending her days researching the books Hubert provided. Harry, on the other hand, enjoyed combat. His athletic abilities were quite good, and he practiced fighting techniques whenever he had free time. Luna, with her strong perception and extensive knowledge, was advised by Hubert to first study perception and mental magic. Everything with the organization quickly got on track. The five of them cooperated well and made rapid progress, especially Harry and Neville, whose improvements were most significant. Can Ron also be invited to join? Harry privately asked Hubert. Ron was his best friend, and he had seen their progress during this time. He wanted to help Ron. Hubert considered it for a moment and temporarily rejected the proposal. The group had just been established and focused on being lean. It would expand later, but would always maintain an elite principle. Choosing these few was the result of his careful consideration. Hermione was the most talented wizard of this generation. Luna hailed from Ravenclaw, a house known for knowledge, and Neville had immense growth potential, later supporting DA with Luna in the original plot. Harry, being the protagonist, naturally needed support. Ron still needed to grow and gain experience to become the Ron who had an amazing performance against the Dark Lord later on. But the current Ron really lacked presence. He was timid, lazy, and disliked studying. He was not like Neville. Although Neville was timid, he always hoped to overcome his timidity and constantly worked towards it. Hubert formed this group hoping to gather those who wished to become stronger. He could accept weakness now, as long as they had the desire to become stronger. He was not building a team to be a babysitter, pushing members forward. In Tuhao Gensokyo, within a massive laboratory nestled among gardens, a magical barrier enveloped the central area. 50 barrel-shaped glass cultivation tanks stood tall, with clone bodies sleeping soundly, eyes closed, in blue cultivation fluid. Their faces were identical to Hubert's, but other parts varied. Some had 2 horns, some had white wings, and some had tattoos around their eyes. 4 pairs of massive, intertwined DNA strands floated in the air, each marked with a red symbol resembling a Z on the chain. Hubert observed the differences in the strands, continuously recording his experimental insights in a notebook. 1 strand was his own DNA, and the other 3 were genetic material from other wizards. By comparing the DNA, he discovered that wizard DNA had an extra part compared to Muggle DNA. This part could adsorb and generate the omnipresent magic in the air. It was precisely because wizards had this extra part that they could control magic. This gene was also found in other magical creatures. Hubert named this part of the genetic material that conferred magical ability the Z gene. It was woven from a special mysterious substance, much like magic runes. Unlike the Z gene in human wizards, the Z gene encoding in plants and animals endowed them with powerful elemental attributes, such as the fire attribute of the phoenix and the lightning attribute of the thunderbird. Creatures with attributes had stronger control over certain elemental abilities, and their magic was even more powerful. Compared to the mediocre attributes of humans, Hubert immediately decided to inject genes with attributes. He extracted 150 powerful Z genes and injected them into his clone bodies. The various forms of clone bodies in the cultivation tanks were his results. Unfortunately, the power contained within the Z gene altered the organism's form and could even cause the entire cell to collapse. In the end, only 50 stable forms remained, and only 1 retained its original appearance, which was the clone identical to Hubert on the far left. I didn't expect that in the end. Only the Z gene extracted from the dragon tooth parasol tree would be suitable for me. Everything about me started in Tuhao Gensokyo, and now I've returned to the starting point. He held a Z gene injection, the green liquid inside crystal clear. After numerous clone experiments, the Z gene from the dragon tooth parasol tree could be perfectly embedded into cellular DNA. Dobby, seal the laboratory. No one is allowed to disturb me unless I come out voluntarily. Yes, Dobby guarantees no one will disturb Master. Hubert had never thought he would fail, nor would he place his hopes on so-called luck. Before making his decision, he had made thorough preparations, conducting 100 experiments with clone bodies, ensuring a 100% success rate. He removed all his clothes and lay down in the cultivation tank. The green liquid slowly injected into his body under propulsion. His consciousness became increasingly blurry, and the sound of his heartbeat grew clearer. In a trance, Hubert's consciousness drifted to an ethereal place, where he saw a divine mountain shrouded in white clouds. Above the divine mountain, a winding, coiling divine dragon appeared and disappeared amidst the mists. A dragon tooth shed from the divine dragon's mouth and fell into the divine mountain, causing sudden changes in wind and clouds, and vast transformations. The dragon tooth gradually merged with the divine mountain, and a seedling grew from it, breaking through the soil. The seedling experienced wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, growing over countless years into a towering tree that pierced the clouds. Golden leaves enveloped the divine mountain, and transparent dragons played in the clouds, guarding the divine tree. Meanwhile, in the cultivation tank, his body cells ruptured, and blood mixed with black misty chi flowed out. However, a green energy enveloped his entire body, dissolving the black mist and repairing his body. His heartbeat grew stronger and more powerful magic surged from every cell of his body. The Daily Prophet is the most widely circulated, influential, and authoritative newspaper in the British wizarding world. Content reported in it carries a certain degree of influence. At Hemingway's insistence, Hubert's paper on the origin of werewolves gradually spread throughout the wizarding world with the publication of the newspaper. Over time, it slowly caused a sensation. Boss. In an underground establishment in London, a gathering place for murderers, robbers, thieves, and dark creatures, a scrawny, short man wearing a tattered felt hat rushed into a dimly lit basement with the latest Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet reported on us werewolves. The man he called Boss abruptly stood up from behind the table, his tall frame hitting the chandelier above his head. Long fur grew on his neck and jaw, and his beast-like pupils glowed with a bloodthirsty light. If Lupin were here, he would surely recognize him. He was Fenrir Greyback, the ruler of the werewolves. He snatched the newspaper, flipped to the academic section, and read it carefully. Seeing the author's name at the bottom, his beast-like eyes narrowed. In a similar situation, in another underground establishment in London, a group of pale vampires gathered, holding the newspaper and ridiculing their old rivals, the werewolves. Of course, Hubert's name also circulated among them. In the above-ground world, Hubert's name, along with the Daily Prophet, also spread among some famous wizards, including the Ministry of Magic, the Order of Merlin, and pureblood nobles. Especially families that had been bitten by werewolves paid more attention, such as Lupin and Ruthven. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore looked at Hubert's name in the latest issue of the Daily Prophet and fell into deep thought. Dawn. Trelawney, with her messy explosion of hair, walked into the headmaster's office. Her face was serious, devoid of her usual eccentricity. Sibyl, it's rare to see you so serious, Dumbledore quipped, putting down the Daily Prophet he was holding. Is there something troubling you? Trelawney glanced, her gaze lingering on Hubert's name. Dumbledore naturally noticed this and pushed the newspaper towards Trelawney. The school has produced a genius student. His thesis is remarkably innovative, and even a rigorous commentator like Hemingway has given it high praise. And he is also the most talented seer I have ever seen. I lent him Cassandra Trelawney's notes, Trelawney said calmly. Dumbledore, however, frowned in thought. Cassandra Trelawney's notes were the ancestral prophecy notes of the Trelawney family, holding significant value. Is it worth it? He asked his esteemed professor in a low voice. Although others called Trelawney crazy and eccentric, he understood her true value. Unlike those street charlatans, she was the great-granddaughter of the famous diviner Cassandra Trelawney, a true seer. The prophecy about the Dark Lord back then was hers, spanning 19 years. The existence of a true seer is immeasurable, allowing Dumbledore to plan calmly. Even now, Lord Voldemort is still obsessed with that prophecy, wanting to uncover its secrets, which ultimately led to the Ministry of Magic battle. Now, another true seer has appeared, and he cannot afford to ignore it, especially since this student is not just a seer. He looked at the newspaper on the table. It's worth it, Trelawney answered. In an unknown wilderness, the sky was a murky gray, as if it could press down at any moment. Amidst the weeds, countless gray-white tombstones stood tall. A crow landed on an old, ageless tomb, cawing at the exposed bones inside. A flock of crows swooped down from the sky, covering the bones. In the clearing in front of the tombstones, a huge cauldron stood in the wilderness, with dark green liquid bubbling within. 3 wizards in black robes and skull masks guarded the cauldron. Bombarda, a crow flying overhead, was struck by a spell and turned to dust. Space distorted in the air, and a black-robed figure emerged. Master, this is the latest newspaper. The ghost-faced black robe bowed his head and handed the newspaper to the short black robe seated on a chair. A withered claw snatched the newspaper, and the only sound in the silent wasteland was the rustling of pages. The Ministry of Magic is holding a hearing for a hippogriff. What a joke. When did the Ministry of Magic fall to such a level? The black robe laughed hoarsely. Fudge wants to undermine Dumbledore's prestige. He has forgotten why he became minister. That stupid coward Fudge is still dreaming. A flock of wolves led by a sheep will also turn into sheep. Hubert, though he studies those lowly werewolves, his views are very novel. It's a pity he cannot be used by me, he can only be destroyed. My servant Malfoy, has there been any response? He suddenly changed the subject. Master, Malfoy only sent Ruthven to Hogwarts, the black robe replied bitterly. Fenrir has sent a group of werewolves to the northern forest, where there are a group of Celts. More and more servants are gathering under Master's command. My lord's glory will surely shine upon Britain. Malfoy, he. A hoarse, owl-like laugh echoed across the wasteland. In a courtyard at Hogwarts Castle, a group of students played on the lawn. It was the weekend, and most of the school students had gone to Hogsmeade Village. Once, a Hufflepuff student chose a picturesque spot not far from Hogwarts and led wizards to establish a town inhabited solely by wizards. Third-year Hogwarts students, with a parent's signature, could go to Hogsmeade to play. For energetic little wizards cooped up in the school all week, a trip to Hogsmeade was an irresistible temptation. Neville, however, was not one of them. Though only in his third year, his physique was outstanding among his peers. The baby fat on his face had receded, and his face had developed sharper angles. Since joining the secret organization Hubert formed, he felt like he had found a home. Under Hubert's suggestion, he immersed himself in the world of herbology, and his life found direction. He had changed a lot recently. He became more cheerful and confident. He constantly reminded himself to work harder and keep up with his companions. Coward Neville, over here. Draco, walking down the corridor steps, mocked him and jumped in front of Neville. Neville walked around him and Crabbe, but Draco immediately blocked his path. Coward, why aren't you with your master Hubert today? Ha ha, he doesn't want you anymore. Follow me from now on. Neville lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Move aside. Draco slapped Neville hard on the shoulder, wrinkling his nose in anger. Coward, you dare to defy me. He slowly pulled out his wand, intending to teach this ignorant fellow a good lesson. Numbers are not to be relied upon. To survive, one must rely on oneself. Hubert's words suddenly popped into his mind. Expelliarmus. A green light shot from Neville's wand tip, knocking Draco and Crabbe flying onto the lawn. You. Draco stared dumbfounded at Neville, who was standing not far away. How dare you attack me? How dare you? I'm not afraid of you, Draco. Neville, momentarily stunned, immediately recovered, his face filled with excitement. An indescribable feeling surged through him, like a stone lifted from his heart, and the sun breaking through the clouds. Don't bully me again, Pa. After Neville left, Draco finally reacted, immediately jumping up from the ground. His heart was restless and his mood sour. Young Master, Goyle said a new toy store opened in Hogsmeade. Let's go take a look, Crabbe suggested, seeing Draco's agitated state. Draco thought for a moment and agreed to go to Hogsmeade to clear his head. The two immediately ran out of the castle and headed into the distance. Hogsmeade was bustling on the weekend, with wizards in various costumes visible everywhere on the streets. Shop doors were open, and merchants did everything they could to entice passing customers inside. Draco held magical candy in his left hand and a spherical toy he had just bought in his right. The frustration of being defeated by Neville had long vanished. Uncle Rusfin, he exclaimed. In the crowd not far from him, a blond man wearing a gentleman's hat was particularly eye-catching. Rusfin pushed through the crowd, and Draco immediately abandoned Crabbe and Goyle, who were eating snacks. Rusfin? Why is he here? On the other side of the crowd, the white-haired Hubert frowned. He took out a crystal ball and used the latest prophecy method he learned from Trelawney's notes, his distinct black and white eyes turning pure white. The prophecy shows that if I track Rusfin, opportunity and danger coexist. He put away the crystal ball. Harry is still nearby, so I can't leave for now. It's a good thing my main body has recovered, so I'll let him go. Dufftown is located north of Hogwarts, and no one knows when it was first built. The town is surrounded by dense forests, with only one main road leading out. On normal days, the town is quite isolated, and few outsiders enter. In the early morning, thin mist drifted, and the air was damp and cold. In the forest, the fog was even thicker. Crack, crack, the sound of breaking branches shattered the silence of the forest. Out of the mist walked Rusfin, a blond man wearing a gentleman's suit. His movements were as fast as lightning, leaping through the thicket. His figure flashed, and he took a detour, circling around to the back. Behind him, a silver-haired youth was following stealthily. Kid, you're a little green to be tracking me. Rusfin jumped behind the silver-haired youth and rested his cane on the boy's neck. Draco, what are you doing here? The youth turned his head, looking helpless and embarrassed. Leave here immediately and return to Hogwarts. Rusfin retrieved his wand and said sternly, Uncle, I already asked for leave. I haven't seen you in a long time, so just let me follow you. Draco lied without batting an eye, then used every trick to plead. He knew Rusfin doted on him and knew his weakness. Sure enough, under his persistent nagging, Rusfin's attitude softened. You are the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Some things you need to experience early, Ruthven warned. Stick close to me and remember not to speak. Draco immediately swore to obey him. As the two spoke, the jungle stirred, and a figure darted out of the dense fog. The newcomer was wearing leather clothes, with faint long hair growing on his neck and face, and his eyes were bestial pupils. When Ruthven saw him, his fangs unconsciously emerged, and his eyes flickered with blood-red light. "Put away your fangs, you blood-sucking bat," the werewolf growled. "The leader sent me to help you catch Black." "Why only you? Do the northern jungle werewolves intend to disobey the Dark Lord's command?" Ruthven chuckled meaningfully. "HMPH," the werewolf sneered coldly. "When it comes to cunning, no one can surpass you vampires. The leader is currently leading people to suppress the Celts. I alone am enough to help you capture Black." He emphasized the word help, and without giving Ruthven a chance to retort, he turned and ran toward the depths of the forest. Ruthven grabbed the pale-faced Draco and quickly chased after him. On the ground, unnoticed by them, a white shadow heard every word they said. Under a tall tree, a black dog with matted fur was crouching beneath the canopy. Leaves covered its body, shielding it from the dew. The black dog's ears suddenly perked up, and its eyes warily scanned the surroundings. "Pettigrew Black, after being a dog for so long, you truly have become one." Black walked out of the mist and said mockingly, "Woof, woof." The black dog arched its back, its black fur bristling, and it roared softly. "Ha ha, what a good dog. No wonder the great Dark Lord wants to bring you back." Hearing the three words Dark Lord, the black dog instantly leaped up and pounced like a vicious hound seizing prey. Ruthven spoke easily, but his heart was not relaxed at all. He immediately dodged, avoiding the black dog's pounce and bite. The black dog pursued fiercely, but Ruthven was faster. The black dog grew increasingly frantic, its aura becoming more savage. Ruthven kept dodging, but soon a tear appeared in his suit. HMPH. Ruthven snarled angrily. Blood-red light surged on his palms, and his fingernails grew wildly. His claws, radiating bloodlight, swiped toward the black dog, but the dog advanced instead of retreating. Its body, suspended in midair, writhed and transformed into a dark-haired man with long, curly hair. Madness shone in Black's eyes, and flames erupted from the wand in his hand, raining down from the sky toward Ruthven. Ruthven hadn't expected Black to dissolve his animagus transformation, and a flash of panic crossed his eyes. "Uncle!" Draco, hidden in the shadows, cried out in surprise. Just as the scorching flames were about to engulf him, a massive black shadow leaped out of the thin mist and slammed into Black midair. Thud! The werewolf and Black crashed heavily onto the ground. The werewolf sprang up and quickly pounced. Black had spent years in Azkaban. The pain and regret drove him mad. Ignoring the pain in his body, he waved his wand. Spell after spell, as if they cost nothing, flew toward his opponent. Ruthven and the werewolf attacked Black together. Although Black was fighting with mad, superhuman effort, he was ultimately no match for the two of them and gradually began to lose ground. Roar! The werewolf let out a low growl, and its sharp claws swiped at Black's back. Black rolled over to dodge, but Black's spell immediately followed up, striking him fiercely in the chest. Foot! Black rolled into a puddle and spat out a mouthful of blood. Muddy water splashed onto his face, making his features look even more ferocious. He, I waited 12 years, you want to kill me?" He bared his teeth, and sludge slid off his face. "No one can stop my revenge." "Serious Black, just a dog, yet you insist on being named after a wolf." Ruthven scoffed, glancing at the werewolf beside him. "If it weren't for the Dark Lord, you'd already be a dead dog." Roar! The werewolf snarled at Ruthven. "Shut your mouth, old bat." Crimson encirclement. Stump. 2 tree stumps, each the size of a man's embrace, suddenly shot out from the ground and slammed into Ruthven and the werewolf just as they were preparing to cast spells. Caught completely off guard, the two were sent flying by the stumps. Whipping. The clear, cold voice sounded again. 2 thorny, withered vines shot out from the ground and lashed toward Ruthven and the werewolf in midair. Whenever the two started to fall, the thorny vines lashed upward, preventing them from reaching the ground. Unable to gain purchase, they were fiercely whipped 5 times by the withered vines from their blind spots. Bang! Ruthven's entire body exploded into hundreds of small bats, flying away from the vines, then quickly reassembled into human form. The werewolf also used the reactive force to flip and leap onto the ground, watching the menacing, thorny vines in the air warily. At this moment, both men's clothes were ripped, and their exposed skin was heavily scarred and bleeding. "Who?" Ruthven scanned his surroundings vigilantly, a blood aura enveloping his entire body. "Old friend, why be so nervous when we meet?" The white shadow floated down from the mist in the air. He wore a white robe embroidered with green patterns. A slight smile played on his lips, and green light encircled his feet, making him look like a divine being. "How's this present? I've been waiting a long time to repay you." "It's you, Hubert." Rusfan's blood-red eyes narrowed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Leave immediately, and I'll spare your life." "Heh, spare my life?" Hubert scoffed, shattering the bloodlight attacking him from behind with a flash of green light. "I've been itching for a fight lately, and I've researched some new magic. Shall we spar?" Without waiting for a response, he brandished the ode to life. Bang, 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 10 more thick vines shot out from the ground, surrounding the two men. The thorns on the vines flashed with a terrifying black light. Swish, 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 the vines formed a circle and lashed toward the werewolf and Rusfan. Bastard! Even though Rusfan was fast, he was still struck 5 times and swore without regard for his dignity. He ran pretty fast, Hubert muttered, glancing at Black, who had already fled into the mist. He then turned to the disheveled Rusfan and teased, "I forgot to tell you, the thorns are poisonous. Enjoy your S&M session, I'm leaving now." With that, he leaped up, and the god-controlling robe carried him into the air, disappearing into the mist. "Ah!" Rusfan roared in fury. A blood-red aura burst forth from his body, blazing crimson like fire. The blood aura formed a circle and rippled outward, severing the surrounding vines, which fell to the ground and were then corroded and dissolved by the aura. "Hubert!" Rusfan glared hatefully at the mist in the sky with his blood-red eyes. "Old bat, this mess is your fault." The werewolf bared his fangs, gloating and shifting responsibility. Werewolves and vampires had always hated each other. He wouldn't miss this chance for revenge. Pettigrew has already escaped, and the Dark Lord's assigned task is incomplete. You're responsible for that. I'll personally go catch that black dog. Rusfan snorted coldly, then turned and left. The werewolf growled at him, "Fail the Dark Lord's mission, and you can just wait to die. I'm heading back to the tribe first. I must kill those damned druids." Druids? Hubert, hidden in the shadows, felt his heart stir and quickly searched his mind for information about druids. The original meaning of the word druid is one who is familiar with oak trees. Historically, they were the clergy of the Celt people, mainly characterized by living in forests, skilled in using herbs for healing, and acorns were their sacred objects of worship. The Celts were barbarians who, from the 5th century BCE to the 1st century CE, were scattered across Gaul, Britain, Ireland, Europe, Asia Minor, and the Balkan Peninsula. Druidism is a proponent of nature and neutrality, hermits who consider the entire wilderness their home. They use their special powers to protect nature and bring balance to the world. Hubert quickly pursued the werewolf's tracks. With the rise of wizards, druids rarely appeared in the wizarding world. Druids are darlings of nature, they are blessed by nature. Hubert's body had fused with the Z gene of the dragon-toothed parasol tree, not only making him a true wizard, but his bloodline mutation also granted him a special talent. His bloodline could communicate with natural creatures, and he was skilled in casting nature-based magic. Hubert named this Heart of Nature. Now that he had encountered druids, who were also blessed by nature, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. In the quiet forest, Hubert was hidden in a white mist. Ahead of him, a werewolf ran swiftly. The dense trees and uneven ground were like flat land to him. He leaped and bounded without any hindrance. Hubert followed closely, relying on the god-controlling robe's flying ability. Howl! Howl! Beyond the forest was an endless wilderness, with grass as tall as a person. In the wilderness, a pack of werewolves brought down a lion and howled to the sky, their cries echoing across the plains. The werewolf heard his companions' calls, immediately responded, and then darted into the wilderness. Caw, caw, caw. A crow. Hubert covered his head, holding a pitch-black crow in his hand. His attention had been on the werewolf, and he hadn't expected a crow to fly into him. The crow was about the size of an adult's palm, with blood on its feathers and a broken leg, breathing weakly. For some reason, Hubert saw human spirituality and pleading in its eyes. "Forget it, it's fate that you met me. I'll save your life." He sighed and landed on the ground. The werewolf had already joined its pack, and flying pursuit was impossible on the grassland. 4 or 5 werewolves and a pack of wolves howled towards the depths of the northern wilderness, forcing Hubert to temporarily abandon his investigation. Healing spell. Green light emerged from the ode to life, wrapping around the crow's broken leg. Nourished by the life energy, its leg and wounds healed at a visible speed. The little crow's eyes lit up, and it blinked intelligently. It tried to flap its wings and fly, but after only 2 flaps, it fell to the ground. "Although I've healed your injuries, your body is too weak. You need to rest properly," Hubert said with a smile, picking it up. "Thank you," the little crow said, opening its beak. Huh? Hubert didn't react immediately, instinctively asking back. Thank you, the little crow repeated. Hubert, startled, immediately threw it away, pointing the ode to life at it, magic gathering at the wand tip, ready to cast a spell at any moment. Are you a demon? I am human, a Celt. The little crow struggled to stand. What is a demon? How can a crow talk? A flash of inspiration struck Hubert. Are you in animagus form? The little crow shook its head. I am a druid who worships the god of nature. My magic is exhausted now, and I cannot return to human form. Wizard, I mean you no harm. I feel the power of nature on you. A druid? Hubert said in surprise, realizing that by casually saving a little crow, he had encountered his target for this trip. When it said it could feel the power of nature on him, it must have been referring to his bloodline power. He withdrew his wand and asked a few more questions before confirming the crow's identity. It was a member of the Celtic tribe from the northern wilderness, injured while investigating the werewolf's movements. During its escape, it couldn't hold on and crashed into Hubert, who was flying. I need your help, the crow braid pleaded. The werewolves have gathered and want to ambush my tribe. I need you to get me back as soon as possible. Of course, as per our agreement, the tribe will reward you, wizard. All right. Hubert expressed his goodwill, seizing this opportunity to interact with the druids. Hubert flew into the jungle following Braid's guidance. The sky gradually darkened, and a small stream flowed nearby. Next to the stream was a huge circular plaza, with a white jade altar built in its center. Tall oak trees surrounded the plaza, and wooden houses were built among the trees. As evening approached, specks of light emerged from the tree houses. Who's there? Two people with bows and arrows jumped down from a tree, sharply questioning Hubert. The black arrowheads gleamed coldly, and Hubert knew they were poisoned arrows. Aaron, Abel, it's me, Braid, the crow said loudly. This is Wizard Hubert, he brought me back. Aaron and Abel immediately put away their bows and arrows when they saw Braid. Braid briefly explained what had happened to them. One of the youths took Braid to see the chieftain, while the other led Hubert away. Wizard, please rest in the wooden house tonight. Someone will come to see you tomorrow, Abel instructed, then took his bow and arrows back to continue his guard duty. Please do not leave the wooden house at night. The wooden house was not large, but it was enough for 2 people. Some green plants and flowers hung on the walls, with no other decorations. Hubert guessed it was a guest room. He lay down on the wooden bed near the window, his body very tired after a day of continuous activity. Braid's return woke up the tribe, households opened their doors, and the tribe became noisy. Hubert lay on the bed, gradually falling asleep. Early the next morning, the square became lively. Villagers gathered in the center of the square, led by an old man wearing a clean white robe and linen shoes. The old man's white hair was meticulously combed. Although his face was covered in wrinkles, he looked pristine and holy. The old man stood straight, his expression solemn, and his movements flawless. He led the villagers in kneeling before the altar. Atop the white jade altar lay a dead oak branch. Strangely, a vibrant green leaf was growing at the very tip of the dead branch. This was a tradition of the Celtic tribe. Every morning, they collectively prayed to the altar, thanking nature for its protection and nurturing grace. As the prayers ended, the villagers began to disperse. However, the young children remained, frolicking and playing in the square. Hubert had woken up early and lay in bed listening to the villagers recite the prayers. The sacrificial prayers held a magical power that calmed the heart, cleared the mind, and refreshed the entire body. What are you thinking about? A black-haired young man, around 20 years old, walked in. He had a handsome face and a sunny smile, but he walked with a slight limp, 1 foot lower than the other. Braid? Hubert asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha. Braid laughed heartily, his smile lighting up the entire room. The Celtic tribe rarely sees wizards visit. You are the first in decades. Try our specialty oak fruit. It is very beneficial for wizards, so don't miss out. The oak fruit cultivated on oak trees using special druid methods that can enhance natural affinity. Hubert's eyes lit up, and he jumped off the bed. On the plate lay a fruit as large as an apple. A thin peel encased the juice inside, and the fruit was crystal clear, like green quartz. The oak fruit blooms once every 5 years and bears fruit once every 5 years. Only we druids can cultivate it, Braid said proudly. Eating the oak fruit requires a specially made silver straw, otherwise, the fruit will evaporate the moment it is opened. Hubert took a silver straw engraved with special magic runes. The straw was finely crafted and emitted a faint magical aura. He inserted the straw into the fruit, and the green juice that splashed out instantly vaporized and disappeared. This greatly astonished Hubert. The juice was smooth upon entry, sweet and delicious. As it flowed down his throat, a powerful stimulation surged through his entire body. Unlike the drinks he concocted himself using fruit juice, the oak fruit acted not only on the taste buds but also on the bloodline and soul. Green magic spiraled up from the soles of his feet, enveloping his entire being. The magic suddenly retracted, entering his body. Hubert closed his eyes, carefully sensing the bloodline within him. The green magic merged into his bloodline, making his perception of nature clearer and making it easier to cast nature-based magic. Is there any more? He licked his lips. The flavor, which reached deep into his soul, was endlessly memorable. Are you satisfied with my repayment? Braid countered with a smile. This oak fruit was my most treasured possession. I'm the one who benefited. A treasure that can enhance talent is priceless to anyone, and his originally ordinary bloodline power had been slightly improved. Black was pure-hearted and straightforward, while Hubert was easygoing and kind, and the two chatted happily. What is that withered branch on the altar? Hubert pointed to the branch floating in the center of the white jade altar. It's the holy tree seed. The oak tree is the holy tree of our clan. I heard from the elders that our clan suffered persecution from enemies long ago, and the holy tree was destroyed while saving the clansmen, leaving only this single branch. For 100 years, we have prayed faithfully day and night. The holy tree has finally sprouted again, and we believe it will soon be reborn and bring light back to our tribe. His mood suddenly darkened. But you know who has set his sights on our holy tree? He sent his minions, the werewolves, to steal it. The wild werewolves have already injured 10 of our clansmen, those hateful werewolves. The Dark Lord? How does he know about the holy tree, and why does he want to steal it? I don't know. Braid sighed. Last time I went to scout for information on the werewolves, they spotted me and seriously injured me. Luckily you saved me, or I might not have made it back. You know, the forest isn't safe at night. Mentioning the Dark Lord, the atmosphere became heavy. Hubert was full of doubts. He didn't understand why Lord Voldemort would want to steal a sacred artifact from an isolated tribe. Was he plotting some conspiracy? Black, can all you druids transform? Hubert changed the subject. Wizards have a type of magic called animagus that also allows them to transform into animals. Can you tell me about the principle behind druid transformation? Druid transformation comes from the grace of nature. We worship nature and gain power from it. As long as we comprehend the corresponding creature, we can transform into that creature. Black said it naturally. Every child hears this phrase repeated by the old priest when they begin their practice. Everyone in the village knows it. What is the principle behind it? What is the grace of nature? Is it a type of power, a bloodline, or a potion? Ha ha. Do wizards always ask so many probing questions? It's just as the old priest said. Black stroked his chin. Perhaps only the old priest can answer your questions. He is the most knowledgeable person in the tribe. It was clear from Black's words that the old priest held the highest status in the tribe. Since he was just a minor wizard, there was no way the old priest would meet him for no reason, much less answer his questions. Do you have any magic books used for druid practice? I can exchange them with you for magic books of equal value, or something else if you prefer. Well, Black hesitated. Is there a problem? Hubert pulled out some basic magic books and some interesting items from the Muggle world from his pouch and placed them on the table. I won't hide it from you. Druid cultivation requires initiation and the blessing of the god of the forest before one can practice. Even if I gave you the magic books, you wouldn't be able to learn. That's fine. I am a wizard, and knowledge is my pursuit. Since you agree, then I accept. Black laughed. He also liked the items on the table, especially the thing called a game console. He ran back, and soon returned to the wooden house with several more magic books in his hand. The Voice of Nature, The Origin of the Oak Tree, and Biological Illustrated Compendium. These 3 books lay flat on the table. Hubert used the duplication spell to copy the contents of the magic books once, then returned the originals to Black. Black happily carried the stack of items back to his home. Hubert, meanwhile, couldn't wait to open the books. With Antony's help, his reading speed was very fast, and he finished all 3 books in about an hour. The Origin of the Oak is a religious holy book that elaborates on the origin and development of Druidism. The only thing of value mentioned is the blessing of the god of the forest that Braid spoke of. The god of the forest is the deity worshipped by the Druids. New converts join the church, activate the altar for sacrifice, and the god of the forest grants them spirit seeds. With spirit seeds, the converts can cultivate. The Voice of Nature is the cultivation inheritance of the Druids. Although it doesn't contain any profound spells, the inherited knowledge within is priceless in Hubert's eyes. The Druid inheritance spans tens of thousands of years, and records show it appeared several hundred years earlier than wizards. Summarized by generations of druids, the druids have a complete cultivation system classification. The druids proposed the two concepts of mental power and magic power. Based on druid observations, every time a druid levels up, their mental power and magic power undergo fundamental changes. What confused him was that, like wizards, there were no records of any cultivation methods designed to increase strength. They all relied on the natural increase of magic power with age, allowing wizards to level up naturally. Excluding the spirit seed, both druids and wizards manipulate magic power. The essence of leveling up is the same, an increase in mental power and magic power. By extension, if wizards can figure out a way to accelerate the growth of mental power and magic power, they can break free from the age restriction on improving strength. Everyone's bloodline is different, and the increase in strength is also different. According to druid records, it seems the purer the bloodline, the more abundant the magic power. My heart of nature is just an ordinary bloodline, ultimately far inferior to those so-called purebloods. A wizard's power comes from knowledge. I remember reading many cultivation methods for strengthening mental power before, such as stillness, visualization, and maintaining unity. All of these work. Furthermore, some potions can also increase mental power and magic power growth. With Antony's help, Hubert's mind was agile and his memory clear, allowing him to quickly retrieve the knowledge deep in his memory. Before, those things seemed ordinary, but now, in this wizarding world, reviewing that casually circulated roadside junk from the internet brought about earth-shattering changes. The age of Dharma decline is truly a disaster for cultivators. Without spiritual energy, even if you possess supreme profound methods, they are nothing but waste paper. Hubert carefully studied the things he had read online previously, finding them truly insightful and profound. Although he couldn't apply them directly, he absorbed a lot of experience from them. With Antony's help, his mind was opened, and combined with wizard knowledge, he believed he could soon invent his own cultivation method. The other book, the Biological Illustrated Compendium, records a spectrum of magical creatures. Druidism has a long history, and its followers constantly deal with natural organisms. The compendium of creatures compiled over millennia is practically a biological treasure trove, and its richness greatly opened Hubert's eyes. Compared to wizards' research on magical creatures, druid followers are more specialized. The Biological Illustrated Compendium not only includes existing creatures but, due to its historical inheritance, also contains legendary ancient creatures. In ancient times, some of these creatures were personally seen by druid followers. What is a spirit seed? According to records, without a spirit seed, there is absolutely no way to practice druid transformation. The spirit seed is fundamental to druid cultivation and must be bestowed by the god of the forest. But are there truly gods? Druid transformation is much more powerful than animagus, and the variety of transformations is richer. A druid can transform into multiple magical creatures, not only possessing their form but also mastering the abilities of the corresponding magical creature. Looking at the powerful, world-destroying magical creatures recorded in the Biological Illustrated Compendium, Hubert was filled with desire. Similar to the wizard ranking system, wizards have 7 levels: junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, great wizard, black-robed wizard, white-robed wizard, and wizard god. Currently, Dumbledore is the only white-robed wizard recognized in the wizarding world. Hubert speculated that Lord Voldemort before his death and the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, were also at this level. As for the wizard god level above the white-robed wizard, none have appeared in modern times, or at least there are no public records. The Biological Illustrated Compendium also divides magical creatures into ranks, which are 3 levels higher than the 7 wizard levels. Level 7 is similar to the wizard god level. The highest rank, level 10, consists of only 4 beings, the 4 divine beasts of earth, water, wind, and fire. If he could transform into an ancient creature, what would there be to fear from a mere Dark Lord? If 1 wasn't enough, he would use 2, if 2 weren't enough, he would use 3. Leading a group of ancient creatures to gang up on the Dark Lord, what a sight. It's a pity those legendary creatures are already extinct, and their traces cannot be found in the current wizarding world. The origin of the spirit seed is rather special, so I should set aside the druid cultivation method for now. More valuable than that is its cultivation system. Magic power and mental power are the foundation of strength. With directional guidance, the path ahead is much clearer and more defined. Thinking about his previous studies, alchemy, magic runes, and spells, it was truly haphazard. Although the help of the magical orb and the god-controlling robe allowed him to cast magic, without a clear path, he could never become a senior wizard. Now that he had become a true wizard and obtained the voice of nature, he finally understood how lucky he had been back then. According to the data measured by Anthony, with my mental power at 40 and magic power at 30, I am still at the junior wizard level. Excellent Hogwarts graduates usually reach the intermediate wizard level. It seems the road ahead is long, and I must continue to strive forward. Breaking through to intermediate wizard requires working on both mental power and magic power, preparing through two methods, potions and cultivation. Cultivation is the long-term path, but taking drugs is also an important method. Hubert was thrilled to have established his cultivation path, feeling completely enlightened, as if reborn. He immediately dedicated himself to researching cultivation methods. With his previous memories and Antony's help, his research efficiency was very high. For the remaining few days, he stayed hidden in the wooden cabin and did not go out. Braid came looking for him several times, but seeing that he was busy, he did not disturb him. However, the news that a strange wizard had come to the tribe gradually spread through the village, and some curious villagers specifically came to the wooden cabin to watch, which left Hubert speechless. Hubert tried taking out some things to exchange with the villagers. At first, it was just herbs, but seeing that the old priest and others did not stop him, he gradually broadened the scope. Books, herbs, and biological specimens, no category was off limits, as long as he felt they were valuable enough to trade. Although the Celtic tribe was in decline, it had once been glorious. Furthermore, due to its ancient heritage and residence in the northern wilderness, it possessed many good things, allowing Hubert to benefit greatly. Hubert sat cross-legged, his hands forming a lotus gesture, eyes tightly closed and expressionless. Following his breathing, his chest rose and fell rhythmically, and with every breath, the surrounding magic circulated around him. Behind him was a vague and illusory starry sky. In the center of the starry sky, a black-haired youth sat cross-legged. The youth's eyes were closed, his posture was straight, and he looked exactly like Hubert. His clothes and the markings on his face were rendered in minute detail, without the slightest difference. Floating behind him was a circular magic array, which had 4 holes along its edge, seemingly missing something. The youth and the magic array occupied the starry sky, and the invisible magic power in the air was drawn by the illusory space and attached itself to the youth's body. Inhale, exhale. Hubert completed a sudden breathing cycle, and the image behind him rapidly expanded, then abruptly contracted into a speck of light and vanished. He opened his eyes, magic swirling around his body, feeling an ineffable comfort as his body was nourished by the magic. In just 2 days, my mental power has grown to 42 and my magic power to 45. The Symphony of the Gods is truly effective. His eyes flashed brightly, and a magic book appeared in his hand. The cover bore the elegantly written title, The Symphony of the Gods, which was the meditation method he had summarized over the past few days. Legend says the world is composed of earth, water, wind, fire, and soul, with the soul at the core, governing the 4 great elements. Drawing upon the occult knowledge deep within his memory and the knowledge of wizards, he wrote the Symphony of the Gods. The Symphony of the Gods involves visualizing something in the depths of the mind to construct a spirit to replace the soul. This spirit can capture the ubiquitous yet intangible magic power in the air. The spirit is a combination of mental power and magic power. Magic power blended with mental power is easier and more convenient for the wizard to control. Replacing the soul with the spirit and constructing the initial spirit is the most crucial and important step. Constructing the soul signifies passing the wizard apprentice stage and becoming a formal wizard. The next step is to perfect the subsequent magic array and visualize the 4 great forces, earth, water, wind, and fire. The spirit chosen by Hubert for the Symphony of the Gods was naturally his own likeness, as he was most familiar with himself, making visualization easier. Given Hubert's strength and mental power intensity, and with Antony's help, he easily visualized his spirit, passed the wizard apprentice stage, and became a rank 1 elementary wizard. According to his calculations, the spirit could also be a magical creature. The magical creatures visualized in the end possess incredible power, but unfortunately, powerful living magical creatures are rare and hard to find, or they are too strong for him to even approach. As for the legendary top-tier magical creatures, they have long been extinct in the wizarding world. Rather than visualizing existing common creatures, it would be better to create one himself. The Symphony of the Gods that Hubert practices is tentatively divided into 5 major parts. The first part is the foundational visualization of the crucial soul, followed by the Symphony of Earth, the Symphony of Water, the Symphony of Wind, and the Symphony of Soil, representing the 4 basic elements, earth, water, wind, and fire. With Antony's help, the Symphony of Earth has been initiated. My affinity for earth elements has increased slightly, and consequently, my proficiency in casting wood magic has also improved. If I can find and absorb magic materials related to earth, I can quickly complete the symphony of soil. He pointed a finger at a budding flower on the wall. Magic power surrounded the bud, and it grew and bloomed at a visible speed. I wonder if Braid has found any news about the moonlight grass. Thinking this, he walked outside. Moonlight grass is cold in nature, has long leaves, and can absorb moonlight. It can emit light in completely dark places. It is a key herb for formulating the spirit concentration potion. If successful, Hubert's mental power will grow even faster. It was noon, the sky was clear, and there wasn't a cloud for thousands of miles. However, the atmosphere in the village was unlike usual. It was heavy. The children playing in the square kept their heads down and tiptoed, afraid to make a loud noise. The elders resting at the edge of the square also wore looks of sorrow. What happened to them? Hubert asked Braid, who was walking over. Braid lacked his usual cheerfulness. After not seeing him for a few days, a frown mark had appeared between his brows, and his hair was slightly disheveled. The werewolves are becoming more aggressive. Someone in the village died. The Celtic tribe is just a small tribe, totaling only 300 or 400 people. For a small village, having someone killed is already a terrifying major event. Have you found out why the werewolves want to steal the holy artifact? Hubert asked, his expression shifting. He always felt the werewolves were plotting something. Over the past few days, he had gained a rough understanding of the history of the Celtic tribe. The Celtic tribe is a branch of the Druids, which moved to the northern wasteland 100 years ago to live in seclusion, and there had been no other surrounding forces. This group of werewolves only appeared suddenly in the last few months, demanding that the Celtic tribe submit and hand over the holy artifact as soon as they arrived at the northern wasteland. We don't know. The werewolves are brutal and heavily guarded, so we can't gather any information at all. The priest also has no solution. My father said our strength is no match for the werewolves, and we might have to migrate again. But where can we migrate to? 100 years ago, the Celts already fled to the northern wasteland. Further north is the Great Sea. I heard that past the sea to the north is an ice plain. There is nothing there, and the descendants of the oak cannot survive. Braid is the son of the chief, and the pressure of survival forced him to shoulder the responsibilities of the tribe. Have you found the location of the moonlight grass? Hubert didn't know how to comfort him, so he changed the subject. Braid's expression was strange, and he looked a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, I told the old priest about your situation. He has moonlight grass, and also a more advanced potion formula for increasing mental power. However, he wants to speak with you. I couldn't get it for you. I'm sorry. Hubert certainly wouldn't blame Braid. Although he had saved him, Braid had already repaid him with the valuable oak fruit, and Hubert had gained the fundamental and important book, The Voice of Nature, from him, which was already a huge benefit. The old priest had nothing to do with him and was under no obligation to give him moonlight grass and a potion formula for free. Led by Braid, he arrived at the cleanest house in the village. Priest Alago, this is Hubert. Braid bowed respectfully. Druids are proficient in many areas, and etiquette is a very important part of it. The old priest wore a white robe, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, and he had no superfluous ornaments. Welcome to the Celtic tribe. I am High Priest Alago. I have already heard about your situation from Braid. I can give you the moonlight grass and the potion formula, but the village requires your help. Priest Alago did not waste time on formalities and got straight to the point. The werewolves are pressing closer, and the village needs more information about the werewolves in the wasteland. However, the werewolves are heavily guarded, and we have lost many people trying to gather it. We no longer have spare personnel to send out. Wizards possess many methods. We hope you can help us. Hubert considered it for a few minutes before nodding in agreement. However, he requested that the priest send a druid to assist him. The old priest did not hesitate and assigned Braid to cooperate. Beyond the forest lies the northern wasteland, an endless expanse as far as the eye can see. The withered yellow grass is person-high, concealing infinite dangers. In the northern wasteland, the most dangerous are the wolf packs. They are the overlords of the wasteland. Yet, these overlords now guard a group of stone huts obediently, like domestic dogs. Behind them, several simple stone huts are built. The builders truly had no artistic skill, they simply piled a heap of stones together. The huge gaps between the stones probably wouldn't even block the wind. Fortunately, werewolves live inside, so even sleeping rough is normal for them. A werewolf walked out of the largest stone hut, howling up at the sky. Other werewolves and the wolf pack followed him in a long howl. The wolf howls echoed across the wasteland, declaring their territorial rights. To raise a Turner, take your men hunting. I want to eat grass lion meat for lunch. Yes, boss, I guarantee to bring back the fattest grass lion from the wasteland. Teresa, wearing a tattered felt hat and with a pointed mouth, stepped forward fawningly to respond, then gave a shout and led away 10 strong werewolves. Toby Kirk, how is the peace ambassador living in the forest? He. The wolves laughed. Druids always prided themselves on maintaining the balance of nature, so the bloodthirsty, violent werewolves naturally looked down on them. The Celtic tribe sent 3 druids to scout ahead. We found and killed one, and the other 2 escaped back, Toby replied with a serious expression. A diagonal scar across his eye added a fierce touch. Good. The werewolf clapped Toby's shoulder hard, subtly glancing at the knife scar on his eye, which resembled Fenrir's eye scar. That hateful Fenrir. Caw caw caw. A pitch-black crow flew down from the sky and landed on the stone wall. The werewolf immediately bent down and lowered his head, respectfully waiting for the crow. Halt, Greyback. A hoarse voice emerged from the crow's mouth. Here, great master. The wolf leader Holt's voice trembled. Winter is about to descend upon the wasteland. Have you found the last druid and the remnants of the oak branch? Great master, we found the fleeing Celts in the forest at the end of the wasteland. The oak is on their altar, but the druids have not felt your glory, they refuse to offer you their faith, Holt replied. Faith is born in fire and blood, only fear can foster faith. Bring my will to them, and make them submit at my feet. When I return, more Death Eaters will gather around me to re-establish the order of the new world. Bring back the oak remnants, and prove to me that your loyalty is no less than that of your brother, Fenrir Greyback. The crow finished speaking and vanished in a puff of black smoke. Holt raised his head, his eyes filled with madness. Kirk, take my will to the druids again. Give them 10 days to submit, or I will lead my brothers to flatten the forest. Remember, do not tarnish the prestige of our brothers. Yes, Alpha. Kirk replied coldly and then ran out of the stone hut cluster. Boss, can he do it alone? The brothers killed a few druids, and he's going alone. A short werewolf hesitated. Heh, is the best fighter under my brother. If he dies, it's a sacrifice for the master, and that's an honor for that kid. Braid, there's a lone werewolf ahead. Hubert pointed northwest, where a tall werewolf was running quickly through the grass. Hubert thought for a moment. Braid was an intermediate druid, and he was a junior first-tier wizard. Their combined strength surpassed the opponents, and they were 2 people ambushing a lone werewolf. Shall we team up to take him down? Good. Braid immediately agreed. Having finally encountered a lone werewolf, he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. God-controlling robe. A flash of white light appeared, and a white cloak embroidered with green trim appeared behind him. The white cloak slowly turned the withered yellow of the grass, blending in with the surroundings. If not for a close, careful look, one wouldn't even notice there was a person in the grass. Can wizards' clothes change color like this? Braid curiously examined the god-controlling robe. Do you have any extra? I'll trade something for it. Hubert shook his head. After becoming a wizard, to better complement himself, the upgraded God-controlling robe 4.0 was made into a cloak by him, using spatial containment technology to store it in a spatial pouch. He only wore it when needed or during battle. The God-controlling robe 4.0 retained its flying function and added certain physical and magic defense functions. He's coming. Hubert gripped the ode to life, held his breath, and stared at Toby Kirk, who was approaching. Stump. A tree stump as thick as a man's embrace suddenly shot out from the grass and crashed into the chest of the full-speed running werewolf. Kirk had no time to dodge. His running speed combined with the oncoming stump meant that if he were hit in the heart, even with a werewolf's physique, his heart would be shattered. Kirk was indeed an experienced werewolf. In a flash of lightning, his right foot stomped hard on the grass, forcefully twisting his body to avoid the stump hitting his heart. Crack! The wooden stump slammed hard into his right chest, shattering his sternum and sending him flying backward. Ghost vine entanglement. Before Kirk could land, thorny vines had already wrapped around and bound his limbs, and the thorns dug in fiercely. Unfortunately, the thorns couldn't break his defense, only leaving white marks on his limbs. Roar! Kirk roared, twisting his body in midair, and the vines snapped. His eyes fiercely stared at the culprit who attacked him, and he lunged forward, ignoring his shattered chest, intending to bite the damned fellow to death. Braid! Hubert showed no fear, shouting loudly. Kirk instantly felt a bad premonition, but his body was airborne with nowhere to exert force. A black shadow demon leopard sprang from the grass and slammed hard into his waist. Although Kirk had transformed, that was still his softest spot. The fatal weak point was hit again, and intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Braid, who had transformed into a shadow demon leopard, wouldn't give him a chance. He pounced on him, pinning him to the ground, and opened his huge mouth, sinking his sharp fangs fiercely into his neck. As Fenrir's #1 enforcer, Kirk naturally possessed a fierce nature. Between life and death, his ferocity was fully unleashed, his eyes blood-red. He gathered all his strength, plunging his sharp claws into the leopard's abdomen, intending to tear its belly apart. Even if he died, he would take someone down with him. Brad twisted his body, dodging the attack. Kirk seized the opportunity to break free from the leopard, kicking it with his foot to send it flying. A werewolf and a shadow demon leopard clashed and tore at each other on the grassland, neither giving way. The werewolf was brutal, bloodthirsty, and thick-skinned, while the shadow demon leopard was swift as the wind and mastered wind blade magic. Both were at the intermediate level, with comparable strength. Hubert assisted the attack on the werewolf from the side, repeatedly striking it with the ghost vine and wooden stakes in his hands, making the werewolf howl. Earth shield defense. Withered vine entanglement. Wooden spear. Under Hubert's control, every blade of grass, every tree, and even the soil beneath their feet on the grassland transformed into sharp weapons in his hands. Vegetation flew everywhere, trapping the werewolf. Although the werewolf fought ferociously, having previously suffered 2 fatal injuries from Hubert and Braid, its strength gradually drained away, and it finally began to collapse. Roar! The shadow demon leopard opened its mouth and spat out 2 wind blades, slashing 2 bloody marks across the werewolf's chest, and then transformed into a black shadow and pounced. The shadow demon leopard was swift, capable of turning into a shadow that came and went without a trace. Although Braid hadn't reached that level, with Hubert's magic covering him, the werewolf couldn't find him at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The demon leopard zipped through the flying grass, attacking the werewolf from behind, knocking it down and pinning it so it couldn't move. Hubert seized the opportunity. 3 withered vines, previously flailing in the air, quickly wrapped together to form a sharp, thorny spear. The spear aimed at the werewolf's head and plunged down from above. The spear pinned the werewolf's head to the ground. Red and white blood splattered, and after struggling twice with its limbs, the werewolf unwillingly breathed its last. Finally dead, the shadow demon leopard spoke in human language, and its body squirmed, changing back into human form. Its hair was messy, and it had several bruises, but thankfully, no open wounds. A fireball appeared in his hand. He was preparing to destroy the body and erase the evidence. Wait! Hubert emerged from the grass. Don't be so hasty. With this, we can blend into the werewolf pack much more easily. He took a polyjuice potion vial from his cloth pouch, then took some hair from the werewolf and mixed it into the vial. Polyjuice potion. He drank it in one gulp. Under Braid's astonished gaze, his body rapidly grew taller and thicker at a visible speed, finally transforming into a tall werewolf with a scar above its eye. This was the exact likeness of the recently deceased Toby Kirk. Amazing, truly amazing. Braid exclaimed sincerely. Aside from the clothes, everything else was identical to Kirk. Now I understand why the old priest needed your help. Hubert stripped off Kirk's clothes and put them on. After a bit of disguise, a new werewolf Kirk reappeared. The 2 of them dealt with the scene before heading back toward the werewolf tribe. The vast wilderness was desolate. In the middle of the wilderness, a cluster of stone huts was gathered. Wild wolves gathered outside the cluster of stone huts, preventing humans and livestock from approaching. At this moment, a tall figure calmly walked toward the stone hut surrounded by the wolf pack. The wolves seemed to recognize him, whimpering as they cleared the path. Ha ha ha. Hubert heard loud laughter before he even entered the compound. In the center of the yard, a huge bonfire was burning, surrounded by a group of werewolves wearing tattered clothes. A beast resembling a lion was roasting over the fire. Flames licked the lean meat, and oil dripped from the scorched yellow skin into the bonfire, intensifying the flames. Hubert quickly scanned the area. There were perhaps over 100 werewolves. The Celtic tribe had over 200 people, about 60 druids, meaning their strength disparity was immense. Kirk, why are you back so quickly? A sharp voice stopped Hubert, who had intended to quietly blend into the crowd, and everyone turned to look at him. Hubert stood straight, expressionless, and said nothing. HMPH, what are you showing off for? Teresa muttered, then snatched the leg meat from the werewolf next to him and presented it to Holt. Boss, please eat. Holt nodded in satisfaction. Kirk, I asked you to deliver a message to the druids. How did they respond? He noticed several holes in Hubert's clothes, and his tone changed. Are you hurt? Can you still run? Don't you dare die, or I won't be able to explain myself to Big Brother. Ha ha ha. The surrounding werewolves also laughed maliciously. Hubert secretly pondered. It seemed this Kirk was highly disliked by this group of werewolves, and who was this so-called Big Brother? Boss, Hubert replied simply, pretending to be weak. Since he didn't know the specifics of the situation, it was best to speak as little as possible. But the moment the word left his mouth, the scene instantly froze. All the werewolves stared at him, mouths agape, looking utterly incredulous. Given Kirk's personality, there was only one person he would call boss in his eyes, the werewolf leader, Fenrir Greyback. He had been sent by Fenrir to help Holt, but he showed Holt no respect. While other werewolves called Holt boss, Kirk only called him Alpha Wolf. Hubert secretly called out darn it. Had he said something wrong or revealed a flaw? Sweat beaded on his forehead. There were 100 werewolves here. He, a mere junior wizard, wasn't enough to fill their teeth. Good, only the wise submit to circumstances. Holt reacted and shouted loudly, "Follow me, Holt, from now on, and we are all brothers." He was secretly delighted. "My dear big brother, if you knew that the subordinate you sent to monitor me has now defected to me, I wonder what expression you would make." It was clearly the right decision to send him to meet the druids to suffer a bit. "Congratulations, boss." Heartfelt congratulations, boss. Teresa was the second to react, congratulating him in a sharp voice. However, his eyes were darting toward Hubert, his gaze flickering. The rest of the werewolves also started cheering. Hubert secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, counting himself lucky. At the same time, he grew more vigilant. Being a spy was indeed dangerous. One wrong step led to an abyss of eternal doom. "Brothers, since the druids dared to injure our brother Toby Kirk, what should we do?" Holt shouted, capitalizing on the fervent atmosphere. "Fight back. Revenge. Kill the druids. The druids injured my brother and refused to submit. Then we, brothers, will go and seize their treasures, seize their women, seize their food." Oh. Sitting among the crowd, Hubert looked gravely at Holt. He understood how to seize the moment, mobilize the crowd's emotions, win people's hearts under the banner of avenging his subordinate, and drive them with financial interests. He was shrewd and difficult to deal with. "All right, since all my brothers agree, let's eat our fill, drink, and rest well for a few days. Once they let down their guard, we'll go slaughter them until blood flows like a river." As night deepened, the bonfire went out, and the stone huts were shrouded in darkness. The werewolves returned to their houses and fell into deep slumber, their snores rising and falling. Thanks to Kirk, Hubert occupied a house by himself. He pricked up his ears, listening to the movement outside. Seeing that everyone was asleep, he cautiously left the house. A small black bird with a letter clasped in one leg flew up from his hand and melted into the darkness. In the largest stone hut in the center, 2 oil lamps cast a dim light. Holt sat high on a chair, while Teresa, devoid of his usual daytime fawning, stood respectfully with downcast eyes. "Boss, Kirk was sent by Fenrir, the leader." Teresa's small eyes glinted with malice as he hesitated. Holt shook his head disdainfully, naturally understanding Teresa's petty thoughts. "It doesn't matter whether he truly submits to me or not, at least for now, he can appease my good elder brother. The most important thing now is to obtain the oak remnant branch to help our master. Once our master returns, the werewolves can openly appear in the sunlight. As for my elder brother, he's just a brute. If father hadn't been biased, I should be the leader of the werewolves. Only you, boss, are the hope of us werewolves," Teresa said respectfully. For the next 2 days, Hubert stayed among the werewolves, gathering information. Life in the wasteland was monotonous. Apart from hunting for food, the werewolves would just gather and fight amongst themselves. To pacify them, Holt had been suppressing the werewolves, preventing them from provoking him again. This reduced his chances of exposure, but over time, it was impossible to prevent changes in people's hearts. "All the information that could be gathered has been gathered. I should leave." At noon, Teresa sent someone to provoke me into a fight, which I avoided. I can't guarantee I'll have another chance tomorrow. Although the polyjuice potion can make me look like Kirk, it can't transform me into a werewolf's transformed state. What excuse can I find to leave the werewolf pack? He pondered in the stone hut. Recently, the werewolves had reduced their outings, and the personnel monitoring the Celtic tribe were rotating in groups of 3. The werewolves were concentrating all their energy, preparing to shed blood. As he was thinking, a small green bird flew in through the window. The bird opened its beak and spat out a parchment tied with a red ribbon. After spitting out the paper, the bird's body became transparent, and it spread its wings and flew away. Hubert took the parchment, quickly scanned it, and his expression became extremely strange. Combining the information he had heard these past few days, he finally understood what role the Kirk he was impersonating played, why he was unwelcome when he first arrived, and why he had almost been exposed because of a title. "Fortunately, Holt can overthink things," he secretly exclaimed, feeling lucky. The Kirk he was impersonating was a subordinate of Fenrir, the werewolf leader, sent to monitor his own younger brother, Holt, essentially acting as a military supervisor. Holt had always resented Fenrir becoming the werewolf leader, and the two brothers had been openly and secretly feuding. For some unknown reason, Fenrir had ordered Kirk to seize the Oak Remnant branch and send it back to him. To ensure Kirk completed the mission, he had secretly arranged for two capable subordinates to help in the northern wasteland. Now, he needed to go out and meet them and arrange a battle plan. What am I now? Originally a Celt spy, then Fenrir's spy, and now I've defected to Holt, transmitting Fenrir's messages back to him. Am I a triple agent? Hubert gave a bitter smile, originally thinking it was just a simple information-gathering mission, but now his identity had become so complicated. I have no interest in playing your multiple spy games. He muttered disdainfully. Just as I was worrying about finding an excuse to go out, someone delivered a pillow when I was sleepy. Thank you, Fenrir, whom I haven't met yet. He stepped out and hurried towards Holt's house, causing the werewolves to turn and look. Boss, Fenrir has sent a letter. As soon as he entered the house, Hubert went straight to the point. He handed the letter in his hand to Holt, who was sitting at the head. I rushed over as soon as I received the secret letter. Now there are 2 werewolves hidden in the northern forest. Please give me a few more people, and I will lead them there now. But please send more people. The northern forest is vast and the terrain is complex. If they escape and tell the leader or act on their own to ruin our plan, that would be terrible. Hubert looked worried, entirely for Holt's sake. Holt put down the envelope and chuckled, appearing to have everything under control. I don't doubt your loyalty in the slightest, he reassured. Why should I kill them? A hidden snake is more terrifying than a lion in the sun. Since my elder brother sent people, let them come. You go and meet them as my elder brother requested and keep track of their whereabouts. This. Hubert hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, yes, boss. Holt waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Hubert walked out of the house, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for mer people to swim. Hubert looked back at the stone hut in the distance, the pack of wolves still guarded outside. He burst into laughter, having been on edge for days, unable to relax even in sleep for fear of exposing himself with sleep talk. Now he was finally free, finally escaped the wolf's den. As for those 2 hidden werewolves, Fenrir's mission, Holt's instructions, what did they have to do with him? He would not get involved, and regardless of who came to meet them, if they were familiar with Kirk, wouldn't he automatically be exposed? Moreover, what benefit would there be for him to go? Letting them suspect each other and fight amongst themselves was most beneficial to the Celtic tribe. Hubert removed the polyjuice potion, returning to his original appearance. A flash of white light enveloped him as he put on the god-controlling robe. He manipulated the god-controlling robe, running wildly towards the Celtic tribe. Stop! A soft shout rang out again as Aaron and Abel jumped down from the trees with bows and arrows. It's Hubert, please come in. Aaron's dark face broke into a smile, signaling Abel to put away his bow and arrows. Hubert had been in the Celtic tribe for some time. The tribe only had over 200 people, and they had long since gotten to know each other. It's you 2 brothers on duty again today. What a coincidence. Where's Braid? Hubert smiled and walked straight into the village. The chief is leading people to set up traps, and the young chief is there too. He'll be very happy to know you're back. Aaron pointed Hubert in a direction, and sure enough, a group of people was gathered there. Heads bobbed, and shouts rose and fell. Hubert, you're back. Black was the first to see Hubert in the distance, shouting loudly before giving him a big hug. Now I can rest assured. How are the defensive traps coming along? The werewolves will attack in 6 days. They are numerous and should not be underestimated. Don't worry, Father and the old priest have made arrangements with the tribesmen, ensuring they know we Celts are not to be trifled with. Black led Hubert, introducing him to some of the traps. Besides traditional pit traps and stumps, the druids had also cooperatively set up some magic arrays. Thorn entanglement and woods protection are released by utilizing the advantages of the forest. No one is more familiar with the forest's power than us druids. What power do they use to drive them? Hubert roughly observed that a comprehensive defensive magic like Wood's barrier, covering an entire village, could not be sustained by one person's magic power. This is a gift from the god of the forest. The old priest Alago walked over, bowing towards the village. Thank you for your contributions to the village, this is your reward. Hubert excitedly took a cloth bag containing a parchment, 2 moonlight grasses, and several small black seeds. The information you brought back is very important to the village. The moonlight grass seeds are an extra reward. Thank you for your generosity. With the seeds, Hubert could cultivate moonlight grass himself. For the remaining few days, Hubert stayed in the village to recuperate. The Celts revered nature, their customs were simple and honest, and the children were innocent and pure, so Hubert lived a carefree life. Cultivation, taking potions, exchanging ideas with druids, and playing with children became his daily routine. With the help of moonlight grass, he concocted 2 bottles of concentration potion. With the help of the potion, his mental power increased to 52, bringing his visualization of the Azurwood one step closer to completion. According to his estimation, to become a Tier 1 intermediate wizard, one's mental power needed to reach 70. "Aaron, you're off today, come over and eat something," Braid shouted. Aaron was about the same age as him, both from the same village, and had grown up together since childhood. "Taste Hubert's cooking, his food is really delicious." Braid sprinkled some cumin and chili powder on the roast meat. Golden oil dripped from the beast meat into the charcoal fire, sparking with a sizzle. Fragrant. He sniffed, swallowed, and bit into the roast meat, almost biting his tongue. "Delicious, don't be shy with Hubert, eat as much as you want." He turned to Hubert and said, "You don't mind, do you?" As expected of my friend Braid, generous and straightforward, ha ha ha. Hubert smiled wryly and shook his head. He had originally planned to have a good meal by himself. Braid, drawn by the aroma, found his way over and then sat down to eat without a word. Of course, as a contribution, he provided some of the meat. Hubert wrapped a piece of roast meat in lettuce and handed it to the somewhat reserved Aaron. "Try it." Aaron softly said thank you, showing his white teeth as he took a small bite, then immediately swallowed the whole thing. "Ha ha, isn't it delicious?" Braid looked at Aaron with sparkling eyes. Aaron nodded, wrapped one for himself, and chewed slowly. "Keep roasting, don't stop." Braid shouted, "Not enough meat? I have more at home, Dad slaughtered a black pig yesterday. I'll go get some now." Can I take some back?" Aaron's face was a little red, but he still asked firmly. Hubert looked at Braid questioningly, and Braid subtly nodded. Hubert understood. He packed the remaining roast meat in an insulated box and added some seasonings. Roast meat is best eaten hot, the seasonings are already inside. "Thank you." Aaron quickly left the wooden cabin, carrying the box. Braid sighed. Aaron and Abel are biological brothers. Their mother died in childbirth when they were born, and their father passed away due to an accident when they were 2 years old. The brothers have been orphaned and dependent on each other since childhood. Aaron is the older brother, sensible from a young age, always taking care of Abel in everything. When people in the village gave things to the brothers, Aaron would always save anything good to eat or play with for his younger brother. Although he really wanted to eat, he only ate a little just now, probably wanting to save some for Abel. Hubert recalled Aaron's eating scene and indeed, he had eaten very little. "Deep brotherly love," he exclaimed. 2 orphan 2-year-olds struggling to grow up to this day, he could fully imagine how much hardship Aaron had endured and how much injustice he had suffered. Just now, even though he felt very ashamed, he still put aside his dignity for his younger brother. Hubert waved ode to life, and all the tableware was cleaned. With magic, complicated things were sometimes that simple. He put all his tools back into his cloth pouch and then left the house. "Auntie, your grandson is being mischievous again? Don't hit his head, or he won't be smart when he grows up. Arun, you little brat, if you have the guts, come challenge me one-on-one, don't hide so far away throwing pine cones at me." "Grandma Sam, sunbathing again? The weather is so nice today." Hubert strolled to the square, greeting familiar people along the way. Life in the small village was like this, simple and trivial, yet harmonious and warm. The warm sunlight caressed his face, making him feel lazy all over. A square transparent curtain was set up at the edge of the square. The curtain had no top, allowing the sun to shine directly down. The transparent curtains on all sides blocked the wind, so lying on the lounge chairs inside, one could enjoy the autumn sun and see the surrounding scenery. "Hubert, this wind-blocking curtain you made is so good. Why didn't we think of it before?" The white-haired old man next to him, with only 2 teeth left, spoke with a lisp. "Good young man, much better than my rascal of a grandson." "What are you saying? I'm very satisfied with my granddaughter's husband, you're just an old stubborn fool." The grandmother, who seemed to be a relative by marriage, retorted indignantly from another lounge chair. "Of course you're satisfied, he stays at your house every day, he'll soon forget his own front door." Hubert smiled awkwardly, not interjecting in the quarrel between the 2 in-laws. He also found a chair and lay down. It was early winter now, with a bleak cold wind, but basking in the sun, it was indescribably warm. People came and went in the square, children gathered to chase and play. Accidentally breaking someone's belongings would lead to scolding from parents. There were also young men and women secretly falling in love, always drawing teasing remarks from the ladies. "Whose child is that with Aaron?" the old man suddenly asked. "Another poor, good child, what a pity. The one behind my house. I heard his grandfather say he's getting married in another month, and his father doesn't seem too happy." "What are you pitying?" the grandmother retorted again. The old man turned his head away. If he couldn't provoke her, couldn't he at least avoid her? Aaron walked over, holding a fair-skinned, flaxen-haired girl. Seeing Hubert, he smiled and nodded. The girl also greeted him generously, then took Aaron's hand and left. If there were no werewolves, no wars, perhaps they would live such a peaceful life forever. Hubert sighed, then closed his eyes. His consciousness delved into his mind, where, in a boundless void, a giant youth sat cross-legged, 1,000 staves tall. The youth's appearance was ethereal but perfectly detailed. Behind him, a huge magic array slowly rotated, little by little, as if bearing immense power. At the four corners of the circular magic array were 4 large holes, as if something was missing. It's still missing something after all. It's a pity the Celts don't have any magical treasures related to the earth element. Night enveloped the entire northern wasteland, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. Silence filled the air above the wasteland, permeated with killing intent. Awa, arwa. A werewolf stood on a high point, facing the full moon sideways, howling at the sky. The werewolves and wolf packs below howled in response, then bolted towards Celt. On the wasteland, dark shadows loomed, and all other animals huddled trembling in their nests. 30 meters left. "Druids, are you ready to embrace blood and fire?" Holt roared, boosting morale. Bang, bang, bang. The werewolves at the very front crashed into the transparent shield, bouncing back. Then, a great blaze erupted, illuminating the wasteland brightly. "Damn it, it's a trap." Holt immediately felt a premonition of disaster, but he realized it was too late. The howling wolf pack couldn't stop their charge, crashing into the transparent barrier one after another, making it tremble. "Can the Wood Guardian hold up?" Hubert asked worriedly, looking at the shaking barrier. He and the priest stood on a high point, overlooking the entire scene. Braid, along with his father, the clan leader, had gone to ambush with the warriors. The Wood Guardian was once a Tier 3 magic array passed down by the Druids. Unless 3 intermediate wizards attack, no one can break it. Alago rarely showed a smile. "And it's not just for defense. War trees, move out." A sapphire on Alago's scepter emitted a blue light, which swept over the oak groves, causing the earth to shake and tremble. The 3 oldest and thickest oak trees shook their bodies and rose from the ground, their roots transforming into legs, branches into arms, and faces growing on their main trunks. Each step of the massive Trayan's body caused the ground to shake 3 times. Tier 2 creature, war tree. The Trayan casually pulled up a withered tree, held it as its weapon, and slowly strode towards the wolf pack outside the barrier. Its 10-meter height and thousands of pounds of weight exuded a powerful aura. Roar! The Trayan warrior let out a low growl at the werewolves, and a layer of turf on the ground was swept away, revealing the yellow earth beneath. The wild wolf pack whimpered, tucked their tails between their legs, and fled backward, not daring to meet its gaze. Come back, Holt shouted loudly, but the scene was chaotic, and no one listened to his command. Thorn entanglement. With the enemy routed in one blow, Alago naturally wouldn't let them escape. The magic array was activated again, and a huge magic array lit up beneath the wasteland. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thorny vines shot out from underground, coiling around the fleeing werewolves and wild wolves with lightning speed. Kill! Clan leader Andrew Charles seized the opportunity and roared, being the first to rush out from the hidden grass. He transformed into a black berserk bear, charging recklessly, harvesting the lives of the hanging werewolves. A Tier 2 wizard's strength had no equal. Holt watched from a distance, his eyes splitting with rage, but he couldn't rush over and tear the berserk bear apart. Blood splattered, flames erupted everywhere, and wails and shouts of escape echoed across the wasteland. The Druids, with Hubert's help, had detailed information on the werewolves and made ample preparations, waiting at leisure. The werewolves, caught off guard, were ambushed. Under the Druids' series of shocking blows, they had no ability to resist. A group of Druids transformed into demonic beasts, either wielding steel knives or carrying bows and arrows, harvesting the lives of the enemies on the battlefield. Druids, this debt will be repaid. Holt swatted away an incoming arrow, looking at the blooded werewolves scattered across the field, filled with intense hatred. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a low growl, charging towards the dark figures nearby, who were Aaron and Abel, the brothers. "Brother, be careful," Abel shouted, his arrow already shot. However, the arrow immediately bounced off Holt's claw as he grabbed at Aaron, watching helplessly as Aaron was knocked to the ground, wailing. "How can mere arrows hurt me?" Holt snapped the bow and arrow in half with a crack and disdainfully threw it to the ground. Tier 1 strength is just an ant that can be crushed at will in front of Tier 2. Let go of my brother. Abel rushed out from the flames, charging forward without hesitation. Don't come over, run. Aaron struggled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but his words only further provoked Abel. Abel charged at Holt like a madman. Brotherly love, how laughable. Holt mercilessly swatted away the suicidal Abel. He was just a novice archer, easily killable. He looked at the two brothers on the ground with disgust. Aaron was struggling to crawl towards Abel. Struggle, beg, ha ha ha. Holt stepped on Aaron's back as he crawled, his hands weakly reaching forward. Boss, let's go. Teresa stumbled over, covered in blood, whether it was from werewolves or enemies. Behind him, the Treant swung an entire tree like sweeping dust, sending 3 wolves flying, making both their eyelids twitch. Take these 2 with us, let's go. Holt commanded hatefully, then howled at the sky. The wolf pack, hearing the command, all ran out like mad. The situation is decided. From above, Hubert smiled as he watched the wolf pack fleeing below. He thought for a moment, then spoke bluntly, Great Priest, I'm very interested in the Wood Guardian magic array. I wonder if I can exchange for it with you? Alago turned to meet his gaze. His eyes were clear, without any distracting thoughts or concealment, completely open. Please state any conditions you have, he added, not hiding his purpose at all, nor worrying about Alago making an exorbitant demand. Your trust makes it impossible for me to hide anything from you. The Wood Guardian was once a magic array passed down by the Druids, but it's only Tier 3. The power you saw is not its true might. The secret lies in the altar. What drives the Wood Guardian is the altar. The altar has been worshipped by villagers for years, blessed by the god of the forest, and contains powerful energy. With the altar's blessing, the Wood Guardian can envelop the entire village and summon the war tree. The altar's power? Hubert thought for a moment and then decided against exchanging for the Wood Guardian magic array. If it was just a Tier 3 magic array, it held little significance for him. It consumed too much energy to activate and was not very useful. The battle ended, and clan leader Andrew Charles led everyone to clear the battlefield. Alago withdrew the Wood Guardian, and the war tree also returned to its original position, transforming back into an oak tree. After an inventory, Celt achieved a great victory. More than 40 werewolves and over 100 wild wolves were killed, while their own side suffered no deaths, mostly only injuries. Everyone gathered in the conference room, smiling happily. The gloom of the past few days had finally dissipated somewhat. Father, Aaron and Abel are missing. Braid walked in, his expression heavy. The battlefield was chaotic, perhaps they were injured and unconscious. Immediately send people to search, they must be found. Andrew Charles immediately gave the order. Braid hurried away with his people, but the disappearance of the Aaron brothers did not diminish everyone's joy at having won the victory. The disappearance of the Aaron brothers did not diminish everyone's joy at having won the victory. Aaron, Abel, where are you? Aaron. In the oak forest, the villagers, led by Braid, spread out in a fan shape and conducted a dragnet search. 2 days had passed since the werewolf siege battle ended, and there was still no news of Aaron and Abel. Braid, along with the villagers who hadn't given up, persisted in the search. Aaron must be fine. He promised me he would marry me. The haggard Gloria Vallon kept telling herself that Aaron was alive, that he was alive, and waiting for her to find him. It's all right, we will definitely find the Aaron brothers. Braid comforted her. He himself didn't hold much hope. It had been 2 days. If Aaron had only been injured on the battlefield, he should have returned to the village long ago. Unless he couldn't return. Hubert glanced at Aaron's broken bow, which Gloria tightly clutched in her hand. It had been found while clearing the battlefield. Gloria hadn't let go of it since she received it. Drink some water. You haven't rested in 2 days. Hubert handed her a cup of water, not trying to persuade her like the others. If it were Hagrid who was missing right now, he would be even more frantic than Gloria. Over here! Over here! A shout of surprise came from the riverside. Gloria immediately threw away the half-drunk cup of water and ran towards the river bank. The rushing river was bone-chillingly cold, and the banks were covered in cobblestones. Aaron's lower body was submerged in the water, his chest rising and falling weakly. His hair clung tightly to his dark skin, and his lips were colorless. 2 villagers immediately dragged him out of the river and laid him on the dry grass beside the bank. Aaron, Aaron, wake up, it's me, Gloria. Gloria knelt on the stones, cradling Aaron's head in her lap, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Move aside. Braid squeezed through and wrapped his fur coat around Aaron. "Save him," Gloria pleaded. Aaron was breathing with difficulty, exhaling more than inhaling. He wouldn't last until they reached the village. But everyone there was a villager, and none knew healing magic. "Wizard?" Braid looked pleadingly at Hubert. The villagers all looked over expectantly, hoping he could save the poor young man. Hubert squatted down and briefly checked Aaron's condition. It was indeed terrible, but he wouldn't die. Light of life. A healing spell was cast. Green magic enveloped Aaron's body, replenishing his life energy. With the energy replenishment, Aaron's breathing slowly became steady and strong. Hubert pulled a potion out of his cloth pouch and poured it into Aaron's mouth. "He hasn't eaten in 2 days. The potion can temporarily restore his strength. I temporarily stabilized his life using a healing spell, but the wounds on his body will need slow recovery back in the village." Thank you, thank you." Gloria thanked him repeatedly, and then, with the help of the others, they carried Aaron back. Aaron was washed up here by the river. Everyone search along the river for Abel. Braid continued to organize the search party. Braid privately said to Hubert, his face full of worry, "The water here is relatively calm, but 100 meters away there is a rapid, and beyond that, an underground river." Hubert naturally understood what he meant. Finding Aaron was already a stroke of luck. Finding Abel would require a miracle. After searching for a few more days without finding any trace of Abel, everyone finally gave up. Aaron slowly recovered under the care of the village, but he became taciturn. Even his fiancée, Gloria, couldn't cheer him up. Beside the altar in the village square, Aaron knelt before the altar, staring blankly at the sacred object upon it, muttering words only he understood. He has been kneeling for 3 days. May the god of the forest bless Abel. Poor child. Passing villagers silently prayed for the Aaron brothers in their hearts. "Aaron, drink some porridge. You haven't recovered yet, and porridge is easier to digest." Gloria put away the untouched, cold food and opened a new lunch box. She had brought Aaron meals for 3 days without saying a word to persuade him to go home. She silently supported her fiancé through her actions. Aaron finally shifted his gaze from the sacred object. His neck stiffly turned until he was looking at his fiancée. Her usually smooth flaxen hair was messy, her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was haggard. Her former smile had vanished, replaced by worry and anxiety. All he saw reflected in her pupils was himself. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tears flowed uncontrollably from Aaron's dry eyes. He repeatedly apologized to Gloria with cracked lips. Gloria finally lost control of her emotions as well, tightly embracing Aaron, their clothes dampened by tears. After that, Aaron never returned to the altar. He went home to rest and recuperate. However, he gradually distanced himself from the villagers, rarely seeing anyone except Gloria. "Poor Aaron," Jenny Charles sighed. "Spend more time with him when you can. You grew up with him, he needs friendship right now." "Mom, I just went to see him yesterday, but he's still the same." Braid replied. "How dare you speak to your mother like that? Do exactly what your mother tells you." Andrew Charles, sporting a large bald head, shouted. Then, turning to the slowly chewing Hubert, he added, "Eat like a man. Big bites and big gulps." Jenny shot him a glare. Andrew's bald head shrank back, and he gave an awkward laugh, muttering in a mosquito-like voice, "Of course, manners are more important." Jenny ignored him and said gently to Hubert, "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's always leading the children astray. Eat more." Hubert secretly exchanged a look with Braid, having understood the ecological chain of Braid's family and who was truly in charge. "Thank you, Auntie." Braid's father, Andrew, was powerfully built and the strongest fighter. In his youth, he had been undefeated in the village, fearing nothing, including his own father. But he had one weakness, his childhood sweetheart, Jenny. Jenny was a priestess, skilled in etiquette, sacrifices, and prayers. Logically, she should have been Andrew's least favorite person. Yet, Andrew never dared to say no to her face. He finally agreed to a series of conditions before happily marrying Annie. From then on, Celtic Village gained a powerful clan leader and lost a troublemaking rogue. Because of this, his father, Braid's grandfather, was overjoyed. He got drunk at the wedding banquet and slept for 2 full days, happier than Andrew himself. Hubert finished the meal cautiously, and then Braid quickly dragged him out of the house. As Hubert stepped out of Andrew's doorway, he glanced back and saw the big bald head doing a handstand against the door. "How are the werewolves doing?" Hubert and Braid walked to the altar in the square. Ever since he witnessed the power of the altar driven by the sacrifice to Arago, he had specifically studied the altar. Unfortunately, the altar had no connection to the enigmatic god of the forest, and without its construction data, Hubert couldn't figure out its purpose. They fled back to the stone hut and are hiding inside, not daring to come out. Cowards, Braid said with disdain. Although the werewolves suffered heavy losses, they still have enough strength to attack the Celtic village. They shouldn't be underestimated, Hubert warned. Dad has already sent people to watch them. Don't worry, Braid said carelessly. I heard you're leaving, is that true? Hubert nodded, finally giving up on the altar. He had been out for some time and had gained a lot, so it was time to return to Hogwarts. I need to go back and cultivate moonlight grass seeds, striving to break through to intermediate wizard as soon as possible. I'll come back to the wasteland after a while. Remember to save an oak fruit for me. Braid pouted. That's your real goal, isn't it? Here, take this. Remember to buy everything on this list for me when you come back. He tossed a long strip of paper to Hubert, then hurried away without looking back. The long strip of paper read, Sub game console, radio, complete collection of royal concubine photos, tales of knights. Hubert's mouth twitched. Counting them, there were over 100 items. He must have come prepared. Forget it, muddle gadgets, worth it for an oak fruit. After comforting himself, he bid farewell to a few acquaintances before leaving the Celtic village. He found a safe place, buried the positioning anchor for sky flight, and then disappeared in a dazzling flash of light. In Gen Sokyo, under the golden canopy of the dragon-tooth parasol tree, green grass spread like a carpet. White-haired Hubert sat cross-legged on the grass, his pupils entirely white, staring at the crystal ball in his hand. White mist filled the crystal ball, forming a constantly rotating vortex. Fragmented images appeared in Hubert's white eyes. A mysterious aura enveloped him, not magic, nor any other supernatural power. This mysterious aura connected with an unseen existence, ethereal and immeasurable. As Hubert's clone body, his teenage physique should have been handsome and youthful, but wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the skin on his face had begun to sag. Black-haired Hubert, wearing a white god-controlling robe, walked over through the green shade, his brows revealing confusion and unease. He controlled the clone body through Antony, and everything about the clone body was within his grasp. But now, he felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity from the clone body. He pointed his finger at the center of the clone body's brow, and a ball of white light floated out. Hubert held the light ball, then pressed it to his own brow. As the light ball merged into his brain, the images of what the clone body had experienced during this time flashed through his mind. The clone body's memories, knowledge, and experiences all integrated into Hubert's body, becoming his own. He closed his eyes, receiving the information transmitted from the clone body, his expression constantly changing, at times happy, at times excited. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and he instantly woke up. The white-haired Hubert in the image was holding a crystal ball under the moonlight, and the crystal ball emitted a strong white light, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The white-haired Hubert's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. He desperately urged the crystal ball, and its white light grew even stronger. But his life force rapidly drained away. 14, 17, 20, 25, 30 years old, a full 17 years of life force were absorbed. You know who will return soon. This was the scene that white-haired Hubert had divined not long ago, at the cost of 13 years of his life force. There's only a brief scene without specific information. According to the plot, shouldn't he be resurrected in the Triwizard Tournament next semester? What went wrong in between? Hubert was completely baffled and felt anxious. If the Dark Lord returned, all of Dumbledore's plans would be disrupted, and Harry, the Savior, was still just a 13-year-old child. Who would be the Dark Lord's opponent? What should he do? Confess everything to Dumbledore, tell him the location of the Horcruxes and how to destroy them? If Dumbledore mastered the Dark Lord's weakness in advance, could he be completely defeated? But how could he explain it to him? Wait a little longer. He couldn't think of a perfect solution, so he could only put it aside for now. The white-haired Hubert still sat cross-legged under the tree, holding the crystal ball motionless. His appearance had changed significantly from his own, making it inconvenient for him to go out as a substitute anymore. Moreover, Hubert still had a question in his mind. From now on, you'll be responsible for divination in Gen Sokyo. Hubert arranged. The clone body was an accidental product of his genetic experiments, and with the help of Trelawney's notes and Centaur bloodline, it had a unique talent for divination. Now that it couldn't serve as a substitute, he assigned it to specialize in divination. The news of the Dark Lord's return made Hubert even more anxious, and much of the joy from returning from the Celtic tribe disappeared. He went to the laboratory by the lake, where Dobby, dressed in white work clothes, was throwing a piece of meat to a carnivorous plant. The carnivorous plant opened its sharp-toothed maw and swallowed the beef chunk whole, chomping on it with crunching sounds. Dobby, clear a plot of land and plant the moonlight grass seeds. Hubert called Dobby over, then explained in detail the precautions for planting moonlight grass. Dobby remembers. Dobby will go build the biological simulation shed now. Dobby was wearing a red sweater underneath, and his originally thin body had become a bit plump, indicating he was living comfortably. After giving instructions to his experiment assistant, he pushed open the door and entered the laboratory. The most striking sight in the laboratory was the dozens of cultivation tanks with various clone bodies inside, their eyes closed. The faces of the clone bodies were identical to Hubert's, but other parts varied. Some had unicorn horns on their heads, some had thunderbird wings, some were covered in magic eagle scales. On the other side of the cultivation tanks, a blue transparent light mass floated in the sky. Its form resembled a human brain, complete with cortical folds, but it was ethereal, like a holographic projection. Small stimulating patches were attached to the brain's cortex, and each time a specific part of the cerebral cortex was stimulated, a biocurrent flowed through it. And at the other end of the laboratory, in a room separated by transparent glass, a huge pool occupied half the laboratory space. Intricate magic arrays and complex magic runes were carved onto the pool. Formless, untouchable magic, driven by the operation of the magic array, was absorbed above the pool, turning into a thick white mist. Hubert checked the status of the blue brain, a look of joy appearing on his face. Intelligent brain, adjust brainwave frequency, linked to the brain. Tell me, what are the earth element spells? Current quickly flashed across the blue cerebral cortex, and an emotionless electronic voice resonated deep within his brain. Brainwave adjustment in progress. Link failed. Linking again. Link successful. Identity verification. Hubert, highest authority. Database search. Search failed. Searching again. Search failed. Search failed. Search failed. Sizzle. Biocurrent sparks flew from the blue brain, and its color dimmed. It crashed again, but it's a big improvement compared to before when it couldn't understand me at all. Heart of the puppet can only create simple mechanical cores that follow commands. I've modified it into biological intelligence using magic, referencing human brain structure and computer design. The database storing information and the intelligence are out of sync. Further improvements are needed. He chuckled, restarting the intelligent brain, clearly fond of it. Mana pool conversion efficiency is 17%. The mana converted in 3 months is equivalent to that of an intermediate wizard of Tier 2. The magic gathering array formed by the conversion magic runes has some impedance in absorbing magic. He observed the magic runes on the pool in detail. The magic runes embedded in the black Kui stone emitted golden light as the magic array operated, looking mysterious and eerie. Hubert carefully addressed the issues concerning biological intelligence and the mana pool, then set up the testing machine and continued measuring the data. Biological intelligence and the mana pool concerned his future path, so he had to be cautious. In fact, in modern times, wizards had already proposed and researched the concepts of biological intelligence and the mana pool. The puppet core was a byproduct of biological intelligence research. Wizards used this foundation, combined with alchemy, to create the branch of alchemic puppets. Wizards refined puppets using alchemy, and then controlled them using the puppet core, which served as a rudimentary intelligent core. However, the puppet core could only simply follow the wizard's commands and did not possess advanced intelligence. After seeing this information, Hubert immediately dedicated himself to researching it. He combined previous artificial intelligence and biological genetic technology to redesign the system based on the puppet core. After numerous failures and experiments, biological intelligence could finally perform recognition and brainwave linking, though data storage still presented some issues. However, he believed this could be resolved soon. If he could create the biological intelligence and then have a mana pool capable of gathering powerful magic, the two most crucial and difficult problems for a wizard tower would be solved. Other people are born with a golden finger, but I'm making my own golden finger. He gave a wry smile, then poured everything out of his cloth pouch onto the table. With continuous clatter and clink sounds, the table was covered with miscellaneous items, magic crystal stones, shadow demon leopard hides, centennial oak hearts, druid magic books. Hubert poured out everything he had exchanged with the Celtic villagers and began to sort them simply. His trip to Celtic village yielded great rewards. Not only did he gain a clear understanding of the path of wizard cultivation, but he also exchanged 4 many valuable items. The Symphony of the Gods was only deduced up to Tier 2, the remaining tiers required more knowledge references for completion. The Z gene solved the restriction that prevented him from studying magic, but it did not grant him exceptional aptitude. Based on normal age progression, he estimated he could become a Tier 2 wizard by the age of 20. However, outstanding students at Hogwarts could reach this level upon graduation. The power of a wizard comes from knowledge and wisdom. He modified Ravenclaw's famous quote to encourage himself privately. The hides can be given to Hagrid, and the Centennial Oak Heart can be kept as a collection. Magic crystal stones. He picked up a crystalline stone the size of his palm. In areas rich in magic, some magic combines with minerals, evolving over millions of years of geological change into magic crystal stones. Because magic crystal stones are crystallized magic, they can be used in place of magic and have always been favored by spellcasters. If you can find a natural magic crystal stone vein, congratulations, you and your descendants will be free from want for 10 generations. He put the magic crystal stones aside and picked up an old, worn magic book, Natural Element Construction, which discussed the understanding of natural elements. Natural Seal? Hubert picked up another small booklet, only palm-sized and made of ordinary paper, even more worn than Natural Element Construction. It had 10 pages, 2 of which contained illustrated diagrams. The booklet recorded the Druid's spatial sealing technique, which functioned identically to the cloth pouch used by wizards, opening a small space for storage. It was said that the Druid's animal summoning technique developed from this foundation. I can compare and study it alongside the wizard's cloth pouch. He placed the books and magic crystal stones together. Master, Dobby found a four-legged snake corpse in the forest. Dobby was small, but he controlled a giant snake, as thick as a barrel and 10 meters long, floating in the air with one hand. The snake's body was badly mangled. The flesh had mostly been gnawed away by creatures in the forest, leaving only blood-stained white bones. Although the snake was dead, the aura of a Tier 1 creature still lingered. This is already the 8th corpse, Dobby muttered. The warehouse is full. Dobby requests permission to build a new one. Go handle it. After years of development, the current Tuhau Gensokia already had its own ecological chain. Except for the central island, the other 4 regions were entirely pristine ecosystems. Hubert placed all the captured or experimentally cloned rare magical creatures into the 4 major regions, allowing them to grow naturally. Wait! He called out to Dobby, who was about to leave. Leave the 4-legged snake here, and send the other corpses from the warehouse to the laboratory as well. Yes. Dobby paused, looking confused, but firmly carried out his master's command. A flash of inspiration struck Hubert's mind. The knowledge he had learned, such as puppet core, elemental network construction, energy node hypothesis, and natural sealing technique, converged and merged under the stimulus of Antony. He leaned over the table, his quill scratching rapidly across the paper, drawing runes, formations, and diagrams onto the white sheet. Dobby, process the magical creature corpses separately, Hubert instructed without lifting his head. Dobby had been his assistant for some time and naturally understood his master's intentions. He waved his magic, separating the 4-legged snake's rotten flesh, bones, head, and blood one by one, classifying them and placing them into specialized glass containers. Finally finished drawing. After an unknown amount of time, Hubert jumped up. A massive blueprint was hanging on the upright wooden board. The drawing showed a giant snake, as thick as a barrel and covered in cyan scales, with 2 heads raised high, sharp fangs glinting coldly. Wings sprouted from the snake's back, and 4 sharp claws grew from its chest. Beside the snake, data the size of flies was densely written. Is this a 4-legged snake? But a 4-legged snake has only 1 head and no wings. Dobby blinked his large, confused eyes. The flying 4-legged snake. Hubert explained with a smile. Using the combined blood crystal stones of the Tier 1 magical creature, the 4-legged snake, and the azure bird as the driving force, utilizing the construction principles of an elemental puppet to summon elements to build the body, and then using a mechanical core for central control. This is the brand new combat equipment I created, a summoned spirit. Because the flying 4-legged snake contains the blood crystal stones of the 4-legged snake and the azure bird, it retains some wood and wind element magic. Since its body is constructed using elemental puppet principles, as long as the magic supply is continuous, it can self-repair even if damaged. Although the 2 creatures that form the flying 4-legged snake are only intermediate Tier 1, by combining the abilities of 2 Tier 1 creatures, its strength is sufficient to rival the advanced Tier 1 stage. He couldn't wait and immediately began the experiment according to the blueprint's design. With Dobby's help, the white bones of the 4-legged snake and the azure bird were ground into powder and mixed with mithril, a magic-conducting material, before being blended into their blood. The blood and white bones of magical creatures contain special magic and spiritual energy. Aided by a high-powered microscope, he carefully used a sharp carving knife dipped in the mixed magical creature blood to etch designs onto a stiff card made from the four-legged snake and azure bird hides. Finally, a flying four-legged snake identical to the one on the blueprint materialized. If observed with a high-powered magnifying glass, one would discover that every line and every feather on the flying four-legged snake was composed of magic runes. The magic runes were even more complex at the internal energy nodes. Finally, he placed 2 refined blood magic crystals and the mechanical core into the flying four-legged snake's eyes and brow center. The cyan flying four-legged snake on the card suddenly came alive. The giant snake opened its mouth, and a powerful suction drew magic into its maw, flowing along the energy channels on its body. The flying four-legged snake was activated, and powerful magic quickly poured into the two-headed snake's body. Its body expanded at a visible rate. Dobby stared with wide, round eyes at the fierce, cyan giant snake before him. It was as thick as a barrel and 10 meters long, its lower body coiled, its 2 heads raised high, one with a red eye and one with a cyan eye. Cyan scales covered its entire body, and the wings formed from wind element behind its back fluttered slightly. Wind element and wood element swirled around it, and the aura of an advanced Tier 1 creature spread out, pushing back a layer of air turbulence. Thick black clouds accumulated in the sky, with only a faint glimmer of light piercing through to add a touch of brightness to the world. A chilling wind howled, making people unconsciously tighten their clothes. It had started raining heavily at some unknown point, with lightning and thunder flashing within the dark clouds, and debris caught by the strong winds flying chaotically. But none of this could dampen the enthusiasm of the Hogwarts Wizards, because today was the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. At the Quidditch Stadium, wizards wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas stood on the viewing stands, shouting and cheering for their classmates. Quidditch is the most popular sport in the wizarding world, with a World Cup held every 4 years, overseen by the Department of Magical Games and Sports, a subordinate agency of the Ministry of Magic. Excellent Quidditch players are adored by wizards worldwide, their popularity no less than global superstars in the Muggle world. Go Gryffindor! Gryffindor will win! Long live Gryffindor! In the audience, a group of wizards dressed in red gathered, shouting loudly, their cheers the loudest in the entire venue. In contrast, Ravenclaw, who always prided themselves on their wisdom and calmness, also refused to be outdone. They placed 3 megaphone props at the front, and their shouts, amplified by the magical devices, instantly spread throughout the entire stadium. Losers against losers, how boring, Draco commented disdainfully, though his eyes were constantly fixed on the field. It'll be the weekend in 2 days, and I'll get to see Uncle Rusfan again. I wonder what he'll show me this time? Last time, Rusfan took him to chase Sirius Black, which was thrilling and greatly broadened his horizons. Afterwards, Rusfan also took him on some missions, and Draco gained a lot. Hubert sat under a huge umbrella, next to Hermione, Neville, and a few others. He wasn't very interested in Quidditch, but it was good for a change of pace. His new magic research had encountered a difficulty constructing a humanoid summoned spirits with materialized weapons as he envisioned, but pure magic was unstable and couldn't maintain a stable form for long. Can I help you with anything? Hermione handed the banner that read Go Harry to Neville and sat down. She scrutinized Hubert, then said, You seem different from before. Maybe it's because I dyed my hair black again, Hubert replied perfunctorily, secretly amazed by a woman's intuition. I want to bind magic and materialize it into energy weapons, but magic is unstable and volatile, and it's even more prone to collapse when attacked. He explained the concept of energy weapons to Hermione in detail. While mental power can control magic, it's impractical and useless in combat. Hermione pondered for a moment. Why use a person to bind it? Some magic is actually the materialization of magic, like a magic shield. You can engrave the corresponding magic array and use the power of the magic array to control it. Magic array. A flash of lightning struck Hubert's mind. Solidify the magic array on the puppet. By activating the magic array, you can release magic to summon weapons and shields. Hermione, you've helped me a great deal, he exclaimed with a laugh. I've also summarized a few new spells recently. Let's discuss them at our next gathering. She shook the Artemis bracelet on her hand, the magic runes on the full moon becoming even more complex. Harry, watch out behind you, Mosey shouted, eyes wide. A shiny black bludger swiftly shot into the air, heading straight for Harry's back. Harry pulled up on his broom, whooshing forward, but the bludger seemed to have a grudge against him, sticking stubbornly behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No matter how Harry tried to shake it off, the bludger behind him wouldn't budge. Fred and George lagged far behind, wanting to help but unable to catch up. There's a wall ahead. Harry's eyes lit up. He accelerated forward, and just as he was about to hit the wall, he suddenly pulled up the front of his broom, flying along the wall and into the sky. Boom! The bludger crashed into the wall. Harry soared into the sky, drawing screams from the surrounding wizards. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The small golden ball flashed in and out of the black clouds, its two wings as thin as cicadas, swift as the wind. Golden snitch! Harry and Ravenclaw's Seeker's eyes lit up, and the two shot like cannonballs towards the dark clouds in the sky. The two Seekers broke through the dark clouds, chasing each other, neither giving way. Harry's Nimbus 2000 flying broom was as fast as lightning, and Ravenclaw's Seeker was experienced and skilled. He held his broom with his left hand, his right arm fully extended forward. The golden snitch was 20 centimeters in front of him. A victorious smile was on his face, as if he could already hear his classmates cheering for him. Just a little faster, just a tiny bit, and he could catch the snitch, end the game, and Ravenclaw would win the championship. Harry still didn't give up, chasing closely behind. It wasn't over until the very last moment. Crack! Lightning illuminated the dark clouds. Ravenclaw's Seeker shivered all over, his hair stood on end and emitted black smoke, and then his broom carried him downwards. Harry lunged to catch the golden snitch, which suddenly flashed and darted into the black clouds. Papers caught by the strong wind, broken umbrellas, and other debris flew chaotically, and the pouring rain obstructed vision. Harry's eyes scanned quickly. A Seeker not only needs to be a good flyer but also requires excellent vision. What is that? Dementors? Harry was shocked. A large group of Dementors rushed out of the dark clouds. Their withered bodies, draped in rags, floated through the black clouds, like terrifying specters. Harry immediately controlled his broom to leave, but the Dementors had already surrounded him. He changed direction, whooshing downwards. Look, what's that? Neville pointed at the monsters chasing and cornering Harry in the sky. Dementors! Someone shouted, and the surrounding wizards immediately fell into chaos. The Dementors spotted the many wizards on the wall, who were the most delicious food. A large group of Dementors abandoned Harry and immediately swooped down towards the little wizards on the wall. Ah, monsters! Help! Expelliarmus! Some wizards picked up their wands to retaliate, but the spells had little effect on the Dementors. The Dementors swooped down to suck his face. Hermione, Neville, Luna. Hubert immediately shouted, "Use the Patronus charm." Expecto Patronum. A unicorn with wings galloped out from the ode to life. The flying unicorn spread its wings and ran through the air, its gentle white light comforting the frightened wizards. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Hermione and the others immediately summoned their patronesses. Otters and hares flew out one after another. The patronesses formed a semicircular light shield, enveloping the viewing stand. Hubert and the others' actions were too grand. All the other wizards forgot themselves and stared at them in astonishment, even forgetting the Dementors outside. What year are they in? I still can't cast my patronus, but theirs are already corporeal. Third year. How dare you say that? You're embarrassing us fourth years. You can only produce a white light. What right do you have to laugh at me? I heard Hermione is the most talented wizard in third year, but I don't know about that little fatty. Who is controlling the flying unicorn? The flying unicorn is so cool. It's the first time I've seen a patronus as a flying unicorn. The people around shook their heads. Hubert from Hufflepuff, someone blurted out. Bastards, stop looking, quickly use the patronus charm. Influenced by Hubert and the others, the older students immediately cast their patronesses. On the wall, soft white lights shone among the wizards. More and more white lights appeared, gradually merging into one. A white light shield enveloped the entire audience stand, with various magical creatures running beneath the shield. A patronus is the crystallization of a wizard's inner happiness. Under the image of the patronus, wizards forgot their worries and fears, and happiness spread across their faces. Look, Harry. In the sky, Harry held his wand, his stag patronus guarding him. Dozens of Dementors floated 20 meters away, spying on him. He controlled his broom to descend, but the tiny cracks on the broom's tail suddenly widened, and with a snap, it broke in half. Harry screamed and fell from a great height. The wind whistled into his ears and clothes, chilling him to the bone. Through his goggles, he could see black clouds passing by him. Falling raindrops paused around him. He could touch them if he reached out. For some reason, he didn't feel the fear of impending death. Perhaps he had experienced too much death. After all, his birth was accompanied by the death of his parents. Aristo momento. While everyone could only watch in shock and despair as Harry Potter plummeted 2,000 meters from the sky, a loud spell echoed throughout the heavens. Following the incantation, the fierce wind above the stadium stopped, the rain froze in midair, and the lightning vanished. The scattered black cumulonimbus clouds gathered beneath Harry, transforming into the softest quilt that tightly enveloped the falling Harry. Dumbledore stood on the highest podium, his arms stretched towards the sky, his palms slightly open as he cast the spell, and all the surrounding wind and rain parted around his body. Hubert watched the changes in the sky dumbfounded, completely shocked by Dumbledore's world-altering power. Was this the true strength of a sixth-tier white-robed wizard? To be able to change the weather and control heaven and earth with a casual wave? If the resurrected Dark Lord is no match for Dumbledore, how terrifying is his power? Hubert gave a wry smile. If the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters took power, would there be a way out for someone of his background? He was only first tier now, a world of difference away from a sixth-tier white-robed wizard. Everyone sent the unconscious Harry to the hospital wing. Only after Madame Pomfrey confirmed he was unharmed did everyone relax. Where am I? Harry opened his hazy eyes. I didn't die? What happened with the match? Harry, it's great that you're okay. This wasn't your fault. Dumbledore was very angry about the Dementor entering the campus and has already expelled the Dementor from the school grounds. But your Nimbus 2000 fell from the sky and broke. Hermione and the other Gryffindor Quidditch players gathered around, comforting Harry in turn. Harry sadly accepted the Nimbus 2000 that had accompanied him for 2 years, then solemnly wrapped it up for safekeeping. Scabbers, why are you in the hospital wing? Ron exclaimed happily, pulling a huge grey-furred rat out from the crack in the door. Where have you been these past few days? I looked everywhere for you and couldn't find you. Squeak, squeak. The rat squeaked, but its small eyes darted towards Harry lying on the bed and the broom in his hand. Harry, can I take a look at your broom? Hubert walked in from outside the door, pretending to glance casually at the grey-furred rat. Hubert took the broom and examined it carefully. The handle was very new, and the black lacquer was shiny, proving the owner cherished it and maintained it often. However, many bristles had been lost from the tail because the broom fell from a great height. The shaft had broken off at the base, it looked like it snapped upon impact. He peeled back the splinters, and a tiny, almost imperceptible crack caught his eye. The crack was very thin and overlapped with the fracture, making it impossible to notice without intentional observation. His pupils contracted. Although the crack was small, it had damaged a minor magic rune inside the shaft. It was fine during normal flight, but during high-speed flight in a Quidditch match, the magic rune's energy supply lost balance due to the dramatic increase, destroying the internal structure. He noted it down without changing his expression. Someone wanted to harm Harry. Did Peter Pettigrew act without authorization, or was the Dark Lord impatient and decided to strike? Harry rested in the hospital wing for the remaining 2 days. Hubert observed in secret. Scabbers, who was Peter Pettigrew in disguise, had sneaked into the hospital wing once and never appeared again. It was another weekend. The sky was gloomy, and a heavy snow had just fallen, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white snow. However, the heavy snow and cold couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the wizards, and Hogsmeade became lively once more. Draco entered Hogsmeade wearing thick robes and a scarf. Instead of going to the novelty toy stores and gourmet food shops he usually loved, he walked straight through the Hogsmeade streets to a sparsely populated forest at the other end. He originally promised to take me, but now he suddenly says he won't. Even if I don't know where he is, I can still find him. He chuckled, then pulled a paper crane folded from white paper out of his cloth pouch, and gently blew a breath onto it. The paper crane flapped its wings and wobbled into the air. Take me to Uncle Rusfan. The paper crane heard his command and flew towards the forest. Draco immediately broke into a trot to follow it. The snow-covered forest was silent. Bare, straight trees stood upright, without the obstruction of leaves. The forest was a sheet of white. Occasionally, small animal paw prints appeared on the snow. Because it was near Hogsmeade, dangerous beasts in the forest had already been cleared out by wizards. Deep in the forest, Rusfan was still dressed in a gentleman's suit, holding a staff of civilization. Opposite him, Black was disheveled, wearing tattered robes that exposed the black hair on his chest. A trace of disgust flashed in Rusfan's eyes. Sirius Orion Black, the glory of the House of Black? Heh. Surrender now, you won't escape today. A vile vampire bat, a running dog crawling in the darkness, what right do you have to judge a wizard's glory? Black said bitterly. If he hadn't been tortured in Azkaban for over a decade, causing his strength to drop to that of a senior wizard, how could a mere lowly senior vampire dare to act so arrogantly in front of him? If you want to fight, then fight. Black has never been afraid. Rusfan was enveloped in a bloody glow. He drew a sharp blade from the staff of civilization and charged Black as a streak of crimson light. Black refused to yield, transforming into white mist and rapidly dodging. Spell after spell was cast to attack Rusvan. Both were third tier in strength. Rusvan, being a vampire, was fast and had strong regenerative abilities, while Black had powerful magic and skillful spells. A red and a white streak of light crisscrossed the snowy ground. Spells flew everywhere, white snow fluttered, and trees collapsed. The once pristine white ground was now riddled with potholes. There was no flat area where the two had passed. Draco cautiously hid behind a thick tree, secretly watching the battle with great interest. Compared to the joking duels between school wizards, the sharp, fast, and brutal fighting between Rusvan and Black was the most thrilling and dangerous. Ah! Draco screamed. A splash of magical light shot toward his face. Rusvan was startled to hear the familiar voice. Seeing the spell about to pierce Draco, his eyes instantly widened in fury. Ignoring the incoming spell striking his body, he enveloped himself in a bloody glow and instantly moved in front of Draco, using his own body to block the spell. Uncle! Draco's panicked heart grew even more terrified because Rusvan used his body to shield him from the spell. That was his favorite uncle, the uncle who cared for him most since childhood. He was about to die because of him, because of his own curiosity and recklessness. He wanted to push Rusvan away, but his limbs couldn't move even an inch. The spell drew closer and closer to Rusvan's heart. Draco's heart beat faster and faster. Everything around him slowed down. The falling snow, the flying debris, the wind near his ears slowly came to a halt, like a television playing 16 times slow motion. He could only hear the violent pounding of his own heart. Fueled by his unwillingness and his cry, a powerful force threatened to erupt from the depths of his heart. No! Finally, Draco roared, shouting out the power that was about to burst from his chest. Explosive flames erupted from his chest, centering on him. The powerful fire incinerated all the surrounding spells, snow, wind, and dirt. Flames shot out from Draco's eyes, mouth, and nose, making him look like a man of fire. The powerful magical storm ripped away a layer of topsoil. Although Rusvan was not hit by the flames, he was also flung backward. Draco! Rusvan spat out a mouthful of blood, scrambled up from the snow, and immediately rushed forward to embrace his unconscious nephew. He glared fiercely at Black nearby. If anything happens to Draco, I, Rusvan, will make you pay a blood debt. Leaving behind a threat, he enveloped himself in a bloody light and vanished into the snow with Draco. Under a gloomy sky in Wiltshire, England, stood a massive manor. The manor covered a vast area, adorned with ancient, luxurious, and majestic decorations. However, the usually solemn and dignified hall was disrupted by a thud as two figures tumbled out of a flash of blood. Lucius! Lucius! Rusvan roared into the empty hall, the immense sound instantly awakening the entire manor. With quick, orderly footsteps, several people rushed towards the hall. Rusvan, this is Malfoy Manor, mind your aristocratic demeanor. Before he even appeared, Lucius's cold voice echoed through the hall. He was clad in black robes, his silver hair meticulously combed. Draco, what happened to him? Seeing his son lying unconscious on the ground, Lucius's figure flashed, and he was instantly by Draco's side. He awakened. Draco awakened. He really awakened? Lucius grabbed his collar and asked excitedly. Rusvan nodded heavily. Having received his answer, Lucius immediately picked up Draco and hurried to the family's chamber of secrets, opening the underground mechanism and entering a subterranean room. The underground room was located at the lowest level of the castle, with a space as large as a playground. As the thick stone door opened, hundreds of torches in the room automatically lit up. In the very center of the underground room was a three-tiered marble altar, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, inscribed with mysterious runes. At each of the four corners of the altar stood a 10-meter-tall marble sculpture of a giant dragon, wings spread and roaring. Lucius placed Draco into the central indentation at the top of the altar, then cut his own palm. The blood, representing the House of Malfoy's lineage, dripped onto the altar's activation switch. The altar, having received Lucius's blood, instantly activated. The magic array, gathering magic, stirred up a magical whirlwind in the underground room. The gathered magic flowed along the patterns on the altar and the giant dragons. The bellies of the four white jade giant dragons turned into glowing red furnaces, their scorching heat forcing Lucius and Rusvan to retreat 10 meters away. The magic gathered in the dragons' bellies suddenly erupted from their ferocious dragon heads. 4 streams of flame, condensed by the giant dragons, sprayed onto the white jade altar, instantly transforming it into a red furnace. Waves of heat rolled, making the air shimmer and blur, obscuring vision. The patterns on the altar grew redder as they received energy, and powerful energy surged along the patterns towards the topmost indentation, injecting into Draco's body. Stimulated, Draco's body erupted with thousands of red lines. The red lines shone on the ceiling, burning black holes into it. If not for the magic array's protection, the red energy lines would have pierced through the ground. Can Draco's bloodline awakening succeed? Rusfin asked, filled with worry. Lucius's expression was complex, a mix of surprise and concern. He shook his head. The Malfoy family hasn't had a bloodline awakening for 5 generations. Draco is the first in several hundred years. According to family records, the success rate of bloodline awakening through the altar is no more than 30%. The two fell silent. Nothing in the world comes without effort. Bloodline awakening can grant immense power, but one must endure the extremely high mortality rate of the awakening ritual. The more powerful the bloodline, the lower the awakening rate. Descendants of pureblood families with inherited bloodlines both hope to awaken their bloodline to restore family glory and fear the death that comes with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames at the top of the altar suddenly shot skyward, and a prolonged dragon's roar echoed through the underground chamber of secrets. Amidst the flames, Draco's silver hair billowed, red patterns crisscrossed his naked body, and flames shot from his eyes, making him appear like a god or a demon. He succeeded. Lucius and Rusfin exchanged glances, their joy no longer containable. In Lucius's study, a large solid wood desk was placed near the window. The surrounding bookshelves were filled with ancient antiques. Even a small copper pot would be a priceless treasure in the Muggle world. Draco, I've already written to Hogwarts to arrange your leave. The place for you to familiarize yourself with your power is also ready. Remember to properly master the true power of a pureblood. Understood, Father. Draco's voice was strong and resonant. The legacy of his bloodline had already poured into his mind the moment he fully awakened his heart of the dragon. He needed time to properly sort through the vast information, including the name of the bloodline, its origin, cultivation methods, and so on. After sending Draco off, only Lucius and Rusfin remained in the room, facing each other in silence. What does the family plan to do? Rusfin finally broke the silence. Slytherin's basilisk is no nobler than Malfoy's heart of the dragon. Lucius made a firm and decisive choice. But you know who? Malfoys always follow power and glory. No one can make a Malfoy bow their proud head, not even the Dark Lord. He pressed his voice down fiercely. The little dragon is still very young and needs time to grow, but we cannot do nothing. I will visit other pureblood families. The glory of Malfoy is about to arrive. He turned to Rusfin. You continue to return to his side. Malfoy needs his news. Rusfin nodded, then left the study. Lucius quietly walked to the window, looking at the gloomy sky outside, as if another blizzard was imminent. He suddenly lowered his head, then slowly raised it, unable to suppress the smile on his face any longer. Ah ha ha ha. His unrestrained, triumphant laughter carried with the wind and snow, passing through the manor, through the forest, and reaching even further places. On a bustling street in London, a tall church stood on this incredibly valuable land. The church walls were grey and white, seemingly bearing a long history. The street outside was noisy and bustling, yet it seemed to exist in another world, quiet and peaceful. Tap, tap, tap. Black leather shoes clicked on the mirror-smooth floor as a tall, short-haired man walked in. He wore a long white trench coat with a white tie, and a silver-grey long scarf that dragged to his knees. He appeared middle-aged, with a resolute face. He walked to the end of the red carpet. Hanging on the wall was not a cross, but a 10-meter-long blood-red banner. A huge vertical eye was embroidered on the banner with silver threads. Beneath the banner, a figure clad in blood-red robe sat cross-legged. Father God, the giant dragon has returned, he said respectfully to the figure with a magnetic, masculine voice. Samael, keep an eye on the young dragon. Notify the Round Table Society to continue cultivating demons. Yes, Father God. Samael responded and left, the heavy wooden door closing once more. The surface of Hogwarts Black Lake was covered with a thick layer of ice, and daring wizards, wrapped in scarves, skated on it. From afar, student screams occasionally echoed. Hubert wore black cotton clothes and trousers, a yellowish-brown scarf, and a thick cloak draped over his back. Behind him followed 2 tall and thin teenagers, identical in appearance, both with red hair. They occasionally exchanged mischievous glances and made funny faces. Hubert, there are only rocks here. Where is the underground palace? You're not tricking us, are you? The on the left asked, frowning impatiently. George, The on the right said, pinching his voice and puffing out his cheeks, mimicking Mrs. Molly Weasley's tone. You must learn to trust your classmates. Ha ha, I'll record your voice and play it for Mom, she'll love it. George shook a small box in his hand, then pressed a button, and Fred's voice from just now immediately played from the box. Hubert shook his head. George and Fred were famous in school for their pranks and mischief, and they certainly lived up to their reputation. However, their talent for invention and creation was equally outstanding, even though their mother, Molly, didn't think much of it. After some consideration, Hubert decided to bring them into the Water Palace organization. With their addition, everyone's equipment would surely have a pleasant surprise in the future. "We're here," Hubert whispered. The three arrived at a remote spot by the lake, where the students skating on the ice in the distance had become mere black dots. They stopped in front of a pile of rocks, next to which were the forest and the black lake. The cold wind blew, bringing nothing but chill. George and Fred picked up rocks and threw them far away, asking in unison, "Where is it?" Hubert pointed to their feet. "Under your feet." At the same time, he secretly marveled at the effectiveness of the illusion magic array set up by Luna. If he hadn't already known, he probably wouldn't have discovered it. He waved his wand and chanted a spell. The rocks beneath Fred and George dissipated like smoke, revealing a circular iron door 1 meter in diameter. The iron door was divided into similar small squares, each engraved with a different plant. "What are these drawings?" Fred asked, scratching his head in confusion. He couldn't recognize a single one of the plants. 16 magic plants. You must press them in order to open the iron door of the underground palace. If you press incorrectly, what happens if we press incorrectly? George pressed on. Hubert smiled mysteriously without answering, then tapped the iron drawings with his wand one by one. With a click, the half-meter thick iron door automatically sprang open, revealing a dark hole below. Its bottom and side walls were invisible, making people uneasy, like a fierce beast ready to devour someone. "How do we get down?" Hubert, under their astonished gaze, leaped into the black hole. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. Let's go down together." The two exchanged a glance, then jumped into the black hole together. A strange force held them up, then carried them forward. It felt like being in a labyrinth, swaying left and right, up and down. George pulled out his wand and cast Lumos, but even with the light, they couldn't see the end. After about a minute, a light appeared ahead. At the exit, Hubert smiled as he watched them land softly. "Welcome to the Crystal Underground Palace." Before their eyes was a spacious hall of 200 square meters. Above the hall was a huge transparent dome. Through the dome, they could see the lake water and swimming fish above. The hall was divided into 5 or 6 independent rooms by glass walls. Hubert and the others each had one, decorated according to their preferences. The central part was a common area, with a long wooden table simply adorned with green plants cultivated by Neville. The largest glass room next to the hall was the library, filled with hundreds of various books and notes. During this time, Hermione and the others frantically collected books, with Neville contributing the most. He came from the Longbottom family, which had a rich collection of hidden knowledge. Next to the long table was a long wooden board, with some tasks written on it in sequence. Neville carefully fertilized a precious Spanish plant in his glass room, which was the greenest, adorned with all sorts of plants. To better cultivate them, he had converted his glass room into a constant temperature room. Hermione and Luna, meanwhile, were studying runes at the long table. They used quill pens and carving knives, dipped in special ink, to engrave runes on paper made from magical beast hide. Luna held the finished paper in her hand. The runes on the paper flickered with fire, and a small fireball shot towards Harry not far away. Harry's hand trembled slightly, and his wand transformed into a silver short sword. With a sharp downward slash, the fireball was dispersed by the short sword. Original magic runes are closest to the essence of magic. If one can master the magic runes of a corresponding element, one can master that power. Hermione drew a peculiar magic rune on the paper again. As she drew it, a faint whirlwind stirred around the magic rune. Unfortunately, original magic runes are too few and complex to decipher. Currently, the wind rune we've replicated is the most basic, only able to increase the power of wind magic by 3%. Luna readjusted the magic array on the paper to improve its operational efficiency. "What are you talking about? What magic runes? What wind runes?" George was the first to approach, picking up a beast hide paper from the table and looking at it from side to side. "Careful!" Luna exclaimed, but it was too late. A huge water ball fell from the air, drenching George. "Ha ha ha!" Harry burst out laughing. "Those are magic scrolls Luna and Hermione made based on Hubert's ideas. Even a muggle can cast the magic within them." "What are these things?" "They look like muggle airplanes. I heard Dad talk about them. Muggles fly with some kind of iron bird." Fred ducked into a large glass room with an alchemy table in the middle. The surrounding bookshelves held models of airplanes, missiles, and robots. George also came in and was immediately captivated by these things. I know this one, it's a satellite. I heard people talk about it when we traveled in Egypt during the summer vacation. George held the satellite model, unable to put it down. Fred, if we get rich later, we can make one to play with. I want to make an airplane. Good brothers, let's make it together. The two high-fived each other in perfect synchronicity. Muggles have already made these models into actual objects. There are relevant theoretical books in the underground Water Palace library, Hubert added. Hubert, I've decided. Fred patted Hubert's left shoulder. I've decided too. George patted his right shoulder. We're joining the underground Water Palace, the two said in unison. Welcome aboard, Hubert said with a smile, shaking hands with both of them. At the long table, Hubert sat at the head, with Hermione, Luna, Neville, Fred, and George seated on either side. All members of Hubert's group were present. Everyone, first, let me introduce the current status of our group. The group currently has 300 galleons in funds, primarily from the sale of magic scrolls made by Luna and commissioned from tasks entrusted by the Hogsmeade Villagers Committee. Neville has cultivated 3 new magic plants and published a paper. Hermione has initially summarized 3 original magic runes, fire, wind, and earth. Harry has completed 12 assigned tasks. Hubert has submitted 10 books related to druids, 1 paper on the understanding of the wizard cultivation system, 1 beast spirit meditation method, 1 set of moonlight grass seeds, and 1 formula for a mental power potion. Thank you all for your efforts during this time. I hope you will continue to strive for greater heights and reach the pinnacle of wizardry together. Clap, 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 everyone applauded. Though not many people, they were extremely excited. During this time, the like-minded individuals had studied together, made great progress, and everyone saw it. What is the meditation method? Luna was the first to notice the change in Hubert's tone during his introduction. The improvement of a wizard's level relies on 2 major attributes, mental power and magic power, and the strength of most wizards increases with age. This process is relatively slow. The meditation method I wrote is specifically designed to increase magic power and mental power, accelerating the growth rate of these 2 attributes. By cultivating with the meditation method, combined with the mental power potion, our growth rate will be at least several times that of ordinary wizards. If one has high aptitude, the speed will be even faster. What? Everyone exclaimed, especially Hermione. She had never heard her teachers mention what Hubert was talking about. Wizard schools focus more on the acquisition of knowledge for wizards they train, not on combat or the improvement of magic power. After graduation, excellent wizards become intermediate wizards. But what about after the second tier? Most wizards find ordinary jobs, get married, and have children after graduation, not caring whether their strength improves. And those wizards who want to improve cannot find a way. For example, a wizard from a humble background like me. I heard my grandma talk about wizard cultivation at home, but my aptitude isn't high, so grandma didn't teach me, Neville said. That's right, most of the later wizard cultivation methods are found in those pure-blood families with long traditions. But we are different. The power of wizards comes from knowledge. By gathering together, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, we can surely forge our own wizard path. Everyone, you know who may return soon. We are destined to fight, so we must seize the time to improve ourselves. In the glass room of Hubert's chamber in the underground Water Palace, a silver metal box sat on the central desk. The metal box emitted colorful magic, and a miniature, earthy yellow storm bear image, composed of elements, floated above it. Hubert pinched the storm bear image, stretching and enlarging it. The storm bear was 3 meters tall, bipedal, with a robust build and long limbs. Its body was outlined with a complex network of magic circulation and solidified magic arrays, connecting its entire body like meridians. A huge yellow gourd, occupying its entire back, was strapped to its back. Here, the extra-large space gourd you requested is ready. It's filled with enough sand for you, George and Fred said, carrying a 2-meter-tall yellow gourd. We used the best spatial technology currently available, with an internal space of 500 cubic meters. It's made of the hardest hard steel stone, weighs 50 kilograms, and we guarantee, on Fred and George's honor, that it won't break even if you use it as a brick to hit someone. The earth rune embedded in the magic array diagram you wanted, the rune and the magic array together can probably amplify earth magic power by 3%. Just then, Hermione also entered the room. Are you planning to make an earth bear puppet? Yeah, as soon as we arrived, he assigned us tasks, making the image display box and the space gourd. Fred and George complained with winks and nudges. Boss, can we apply for funding for our research now? Hubert nodded. Fill out the application form and give it to Hermione for approval. If she agrees, you can collect the money from Luna. The items you produce can be given to Gold Silver to sell in the shop, and of course, the profits will be split proportionally. That's great. The two high-fived each other, then excitedly went to write the application form. They hadn't yet experienced Hermione's strictness with project approval work, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so happy. Hermione watched the Storm Bear's image for a while before leaving. Hubert took the embedded magic array and rune she and Luna had made and continued his calculations on paper. The image display device only had display, zoom in, and zoom out functions, so some calculations still had to be done by him manually. North of Hogwarts, on the desolate moor, the bright moon hung in the sky, and the oak forest was silent. After a day of busyness, the Celtic village residents returned to their homes to enjoy a warm rest. Especially in the cold winter, no one was willing to go out. Moonlight spilled onto the square, making the entire square bright with its silvery glow. The central altar emitted a sacred light. A dark figure emerged from a wooden cabin. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing a dark-skinned young man. His face was haggard and gaunt, his eyes dull. It was Aaron, who had been depressed for many days. In the empty and silent square, he slowly walked step by step to the altar, his expression changing as he looked at the sacred tree on the altar. Hesitation, sadness, helplessness, grief, finally turning resolute and fierce. He knelt respectfully before the altar, as taught by the old priest, and prayed, reciting sacrificial texts. The altar emitted a light that shone on him, then retracted. He reached out his hand towards the sacred object. The light shield covering the outside of the altar offered no resistance. Finally, his hand grasped the sacred object and pulled it out. "I'm sorry," he shouted with all his strength towards the village. He didn't know why he shouted it, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps that tiny bit of pitiful hope. He attacked the magic array beneath the altar with all his might, causing the altar to shake, and the magic shield covering the entire village disappeared. Aaron's loud voice startled the sleeping villagers, and lights came on in one wooden cabin after another. The faster villagers stepped out, looking confusedly at Aaron standing in the square. When they saw the sacred object in his hand, they instantly woke up. "Aaron, why do you profane the sacred object?" The old priest Alago shouted sternly, his severe voice waking up the entire village. "Charge into the village, kill everyone." A whoa, a rumbling sound, and the ground trembled. Wolf howls and the sound of running came from all directions. The smell of blood enveloped the entire village, and a thick black cloud covered the bright moon. "It's werewolves! It's werewolves!" The villagers screamed in terror as werewolves and wild wolves rushed into the village from the entrance. "Activate the protective array," Arago shouted loudly. "You old bastard, the array has already been broken. We have our new brother Aaron to thank." "Ah ha ha ha." Holt laughed triumphantly. He snatched the sacred object and laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "The oak branch, legend says it has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. With you, Lord Dark Lord will return soon. Brothers, kill. Don't let a single one escape. Avenge our fallen brothers." A woman holding a 3-year-old child was tackled, and a werewolf bit her neck, blood gushing out. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the werewolf's eyes turned red, and they transformed into their werewolf forms, furiously attacking the villagers. Celtic village had a total of over 200 people, but only about 40 druids had true combat power, while there were 50 to 60 werewolves. The villagers were attacked, and the druids scattered to protect their families, completely disorganized. The werewolves were numerous, setting fires everywhere and attacking indiscriminately. Fires erupted throughout Celtic village, and screams and wails echoed through the sky. The moon had turned blood red at some point. "Roar, you vile werewolves, get lost." Villagers' blood splashed on Andrew's face. They had been drinking together just last night. Andrew's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, his bones and muscles bulging, and black fur rapidly grew from his skin, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall black bear. Andrew completed his druid transformation, batting away werewolves with his bare claws. As a second-tier combatant, first-tier werewolves were no match for him. "You bear, I'm your opponent." Holt leaped beside him, his sharp claws, gleaming coldly, raking towards Andrew's eyes. A bloody diagonal gash appeared on the black bear's eye. "Blind bear," Holt sneered. Andrew roared in pain, beating his chest, then lunged at Holt. Both were high-level second-tier, with comparable strength. Werewolves were fast, their moves vicious, and they fought without fear of death. The storm bear was immensely powerful, heavy as a mountain, and its every move made the ground tremble. The villagers' tragic deaths drove Andrew almost mad, but the damned werewolves clung to him, forcing him to watch the villagers die. Fires raged, blood flowed freely, and the entire village turned crimson with blood. Braid transformed into a shadow demon leopard, pouncing, biting, and fighting with all his might. For werewolves surrounded him, and the cunning werewolves constantly used villagers as shields against his magic, preventing him from attacking with full force. Damn werewolves! He gritted his teeth, controlling his shadow blade to dodge villagers and strike a wooden cabinet thrown by another werewolf, sending splinters flying. The other druids all transformed and fought mixed with werewolves and wild wolves, and the entire village was filled with continuous roars. "Mom, be careful!" Braid roared in her direction. A werewolf was biting his mother, Jenny Charles, from behind on the neck. "No!" Andrew forced the werewolf away, ignoring Holt's claws attacking from behind, and rushed towards Jenny with all his might. "Werewolf, get out of the way! Brothers, stop him!" Holt laughed wildly, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, even exchanging injuries. "Suffer, wail, Jenny!" Andrew's heart ached. The werewolf's fangs pierced her neck inch by inch. Only 100 meters separated them, only 100 meters, but this 100 meters felt like an unbridgeable chasm. "Brothers, bite the bear to death!" Taking advantage of Andrew's distraction, Holt ambushed the black bear from behind, his claws digging into its body. Other werewolves heard the call, howled, and all pounced on the black bear. Andrew was knocked to the ground, werewolf fangs pierced his neck, and sharp claws tore at his body. His bare claws dug into the dirt, inch by inch, as he crawled towards Jenny, determined to die with her. Arago's face was filled with grief. He tightly gripped his sacrificial staff, his hands covered in blood. Although he was a mid-tier priest, the altar had been destroyed by Aaron, leaving him with no offensive power. "Aaron, why did you do this?" he questioned in pain. "Look at them, look at Celtic Village now. This is your home, your family. They took care of you and Abel since childhood, watching you grow up. Why on earth?" Aaron lowered his head, firelight flickering on his dark face. He suddenly looked up, darted in front of the old priest, grabbed his neck, stared fiercely into the old man's eyes, and roared savagely, "Why, tell me why." Their pupils met, allowing them to see deep into each other's eyes. Firelight illuminated their profiles, and everything around them seemed to stand still. "Aaron, don't hurt the priest." Gloria's white pajamas were covered in blood. She stumbled over, grabbed Aaron's arm, and pleaded, "Aaron, stop this, please." Amidst Gloria's sorrowful pleas, Aaron's frenzy slowly calmed down. "Come back to me, Aaron, you still have me. I don't want you to become like this. I like the Aaron from before." Gloria continued to persuade him. Aaron let go of Arago. He turned his head away, afraid to look at Gloria. "I'm sorry, Gloria. I have no choice, no choice." "Why?" "As long as you come back, even if everyone in the village abandons you, I will always be by your side." I'm sorry." He pulled away from Gloria's hand. He desperately wanted to turn around and hold her tightly, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from agreeing to her. "Abel is my only brother, my only brother. When father died, I promised him I would take good care of him. Gloria, listen to me, leave Celtic Village, and never come back." What a touching scene, poor little lover. "Let me bite you and turn you into a werewolf, then you can be with your little lover forever." Teresa walked out of the bloody light, staring savagely at Gloria's neck and licking her dark, purplish lips. Abel flashed forward, blocking her path, letting out a beastly growl from his throat. To Gloria's astonishment, his human head transformed into a wolf's head. "Little lover, he is a werewolf just like us now. Are you interested in letting me bite you so you two can be reunited? And Abel's whereabouts are with us. You promised me you wouldn't harm my brother." Aaron roared. Teresa laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh. "We didn't harm him, we just helped him become a werewolf like you. Isn't that good?" "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Teresa slapped him away. Teresa placed her foot on Aaron's chest and sneered, "Let me teach you another lesson, never trust the words of your enemy. Want to resist? Think about your dear brother. Face reality, you are a werewolf just like us now. Look at the fire and blood around you. Yao brought all this upon them. Will they still accept you?" Aaron, who had been about to resist, dropped his arms dejectedly and lay weakly on the ground, staring blankly at the blood moon in the sky. Yes, he was a werewolf now. Everything had changed the moment he was captured during the last battle. Teresa sneered disdainfully, and her sharp claws reached for Arago's neck, a cold light tracing an arc. Arago had no doubt that a light swipe would separate his neck from his body, but just as Teresa was about to remove the head of the culprit who had killed over 40 werewolves, he forcefully twisted his body, crossing his arms over his chest for protection. A round wooden stake struck his forearms, knocking him away. Hubert ran over, shielding Alago and Gloria behind him. He pulled a red card from his cloth pouch, adorned with exquisite drawings and text around the edges, and featuring a four-legged snake with winged wings in the center. Without a word, Hubert threw the card toward Teresa. "Little guy, is this how you fight? Trying to defeat me with a card?" Teresa brushed off the dust and laughed. Hubert did not answer her, secretly activating the summoned spirit's flying four-legged snake. The vessel of the summoned spirits flying in the air stirred up a fierce wind, and magic power was sucked into the card. A giant serpent, 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, with wings, burst out of the wind and pounced on the stunned Teresa. Teresa, worthy of being Holt's chief strategist, quickly adjusted, rolling away to dodge the flying four-legged snake's charge. The flying four-legged snake's two heads opened their massive mouths, spitting out a wind blade and a wood thorn, respectively. Teresa swung her sharp claws, and the wind blade struck them, causing sparks. The wood thorn then stabbed toward her heart. Her expression changed, and she desperately grabbed the wood thorn with both hands. The impact forced her back 5 steps. The flying four-legged snake truly rivals the strength of High Tier 1. Hubert was pleasantly surprised. It managed to suppress Teresa, a High Tier 1 werewolf, right from the start. The flying four-legged snake flew in the air. Hubert used the blood crystals of the blue bird and the four-legged snake as its driving force. It possessed the abilities of Wood Thorn, Wind Blade, Flight, and Vine Whip. Using its advantage in flight, it continuously attacked Teresa on the ground with magic. Teresa dodged awkwardly on the ground and was soon covered in dirt. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this?" Teresa cursed fiercely, grabbing a stone to block a weapon and throwing it at the giant serpent. The stone created a crack on the serpent's body, but with a flash of elemental energy, the wound automatically healed. The flying four-legged snake's body was composed of elements. As long as the magic power did not run out and the control core inside remained intact, it could automatically repair its body and feel no pain. The flying four-legged snake's almost transparent wings whipped up a whirlwind, suddenly accelerating. With a whoosh, it shot out, and its 10-meter-long serpent body coiled around Teresa. The powerful strength of the serpent's body constricted Teresa, tightening its grip relentlessly. Teresa struggled, frantically plunging her claws into the serpent's body. Azure scales flew everywhere, dissipating into magic power in the air. Magic power surged, and the damaged areas on the serpent's body restored themselves. The serpent's body tightened further. Teresa was practically suffocating. Roar! Teresa's eyes turned blood red. She let out a low growl, transforming completely into a werewolf, and immense power surged forth. Her wolf claws flashed with cold light. Half of her arm plunged into the serpent's body, and then she violently pulled it apart. With a sound like tearing cloth, the serpent's body was ripped open from the abdomen. Magic power leaked from its body, making it appear somewhat ethereal. "Trying to break free? Don't even think about it," Hubert sneered. The two serpent heads lifted high, their two pairs of eyes and red, one azure flashing menacingly. Their massive mouths opened, and half-meter-long, sharp fangs bit down fiercely. One serpent head bit her neck, and the other bit her heart. Both were weak points. The fangs pierced the werewolf's neck and heart, and blood spurted out. Teresa's wails gradually faded until they disappeared entirely. "Wizard!" Braid shouted loudly. He was surrounded and besieged by Holt and several werewolves, putting him in great danger. Hubert took out another orange card. Magic power, even more violent than that of the flying four-legged snake, gathered, and the yellow soil on the ground was swept up by the fierce wind. A 4-meter-tall yellow giant bear appeared from the yellow wind. The violent bear carried a 2-meter-tall yellow gourd on its back, and earth elements formed red flames where its eyes should be. Earth elements gathered around its body, and the Tier 2 violent bear stirred up waves of energy. Both the werewolves and the villagers were stunned by the sudden appearance of the enormous bear. "My latest masterpiece, the Tier 2 violent bear." Hubert slipped off the myriad phenomena on his hand and gave it to the violent bear. The violent bear held the myriad phenomena and placed it in the center of the altar. The myriad phenomena transformed into a black vortex, absorbing the vast, scattered energy of the altar. "Great priest, I need to borrow the altar." The ferocious bear roared, its height surging to 10 meters under the stimulation of the immense magic on the altar, and elemental flames spewed half a meter long from its eyes. Domain of raging sand. Endless sand and stones flew out from the gourd, seemingly inexhaustible. Gale winds howled, sweeping sand, dust, and debris from the ground, enveloping the entire village. Looking down from above, the wind and sand formed a cube-like world of dust. The gigantic ferocious bear stood within the sandy world, its head poking out. The dust couldn't obstruct its vision. It lowered its head, and with a casual swipe of its enormous arm, it sent the disoriented werewolves flying. The previously ferocious werewolves became like ragdolls, tossed about at will. Besides the giant bear, a thick, giant snake moved swiftly through the sandstorm, thrusting, using wind blades, coiling, and attacking the werewolves with various magic spells. The werewolves' eyes were blinded by the swirling sand, making it impossible to see their surroundings. They also had to dodge the storms and flying debris and wood splinters, and under the sneak attacks of the ferocious bear and the flying four-legged snake, the werewolves were knocked down one by one. "Ah, who is it? Who exactly is it?" Holt roared, a mouthful of sand and dust filling his mouth. He spat out the sand, and then a broken stool slammed into the back of his head. "Damn it!" He leaped up, his agile body using the broken wooden planks in the air to reach the highest point, where he stared at the ferocious bear. Moon Wolf Howl. A silver orb of light gathered in his mouth, and powerful magic surged towards the ferocious bear. Boom! A chunk of the ferocious bear's cheek was blasted off. Holt laughed sinisterly. Just a dead thing. Utilizing his speed advantage, he continuously attacked the ferocious bear from above the sand, leaving its head pockmarked. Roar! Yellow light erupted from the ferocious bear, and all its injuries were repaired. Holt's eyes widened in shock. The ferocious bear swung its fist, larger than a man, enveloped in magic, towards Holt. "I don't believe you can recover even if I smash you to pieces." Holt didn't retreat but instead advanced, pushing off with his right leg, gathering all his strength and all his Tier 2 magic into his fist, and striking upwards. Boom! Centered on their fists, a circular shockwave raised layers of massive waves, blowing away the surrounding sand and dust, clearing the plaza. As the sand and dust dispersed, everyone looked towards the center. A large pit, 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter deep, appeared beneath Holt's feet. He was half kneeling in the pit, blood at the corner of his mouth. "Take him down." Hubert continued to issue commands. Holt's contorted face turned towards him, the hatred in his eyes capable of burning a person to ashes. "You'll pay." He mouthed the words without sound, then sprang out of the pit, evading the giant bear's attack range, let out a long howl, and led his pack of wolves fleeing into the dark wilderness. The ferocious bear was massive and powerful in attack, but its speed was not as fast as Holt's, allowing him to escape. The gourd's opening emitted a suction force, and all the sand and dust formed a vortex, being reabsorbed into the gourd. The ferocious bear swirled into a whirlwind, transforming into an orange card and landing back in Hubert's hand. The wolf pack fled, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses, werewolves, and villagers. The wooden cabins were almost all destroyed, and blood flowed freely. The surviving villagers collapsed in the rubble, silently weeping. Drew and Jenny held hands tightly, while Braid knelt before them, biting his teeth firmly, holding back tears in his eyes. "Braid, from now on, you are the chief of the Kelp village and must bear the heavy responsibility of the village." Arago, leading the surviving villagers, gathered around. Braid silently stood up, and when he raised his head, the sorrow and childishness on his face had vanished. Arago, highly respected, led the villagers in collecting the bodies of the deceased. Braid was responsible for arranging the tabulation of losses and tidying up the ruined homes. Everyone worked silently, no one spoke, only the crackling sound of the bonfire. The morning sun rose again from the eastern horizon, but the northern forest was still shrouded in a layer of gloom. The cold wind of winter blew again from the wilderness, and the sky was brewing another blizzard. 70 villagers dead, 20 druids remaining, all wooden cabins burned down. Braid listened to the villagers report the losses, and the more he heard, the more his heart sank. The werewolves had almost completely destroyed Celtic village. If Hubert hadn't arrived in time, Celtic village might have been annihilated. The sacred tree was stolen, the altar was destroyed, and Aaron has also disappeared. Food, how much food is left? We won't make it through this winter. The villagers' reply chilled the hearts of those in the room. Without food in winter, the surviving villagers were mostly old, weak, women, and children. Only 20 combat-ready druids remained, and all were injured. Not enough food, unable to hunt, no outside help. It seemed fate intended to wipe out the Celtic village people. The room fell silent. Braid stammered, wanting to say something, but didn't know what could solve the problem. Finally, he turned to Hubert, his voice dry, and asked, "Wizard, do you have any ideas?" Hubert frowned. The most critical issues now were warmth and food. Food production required seasonal cooperation, but it was the dead of winter, and even druids couldn't magically accelerate food growth. However, he had Tuhau Gensokyo, where the central island was spring-like all year round. With seeds and the druid's magic, it was entirely possible to quickly grow enough food. As long as they survived the winter, the druids could be self-sufficient by spring. In the hopeful gazes of Braid and Alago, he nodded. "Thank you, Hubert," Braid said solemnly. "I will have the village compensate you. If you have any requests, please make them. The village facilities are all destroyed, and it will take a lot of manpower to restore them. But with a wizard's magic, it would be much faster. I can introduce a few people to help." Hubert recommended Hermione and others to him, to take on the task of rebuilding Celtic Village, with separate compensation, of course. Braid gladly agreed. The spellcasting druids in the village were all seriously injured, and there was a severe shortage of manpower for recovery and rebuilding. With the addition of a wizard's magic, he naturally agreed. The two discussed some more details before Hubert left Celtic Village. In a remote corner of Hogwarts, Hubert walked out in a hurry. He didn't respond to classmates who greeted him on the way, his face grim as he headed straight for Albus Dumbledore's principal's office. "You need some honey and hot water, my boy." Dumbledore smiled, poured a cup of hot tea, and pushed it towards Hubert. "Troublesome things always come in abundance." Hubert took a sip, organized his prophecy, and made himself appear serious. "Principal, you know who has resurrected." Clang! The spoon in Dumbledore's hand dropped into the porcelain cup. His eyes fixed, powerful mental power locking onto Hubert, trying to discern his true thoughts. Hubert met his gaze, his eyes clear. He thoroughly explained the events at Celt Village. "Holt stole the sacred tree and gave it to you-know-who. He is secretly planning his resurrection. I know he never gave up, but that doesn't mean he's about to return." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. "I can prove it." Sybil Trelawney hurried in. "I made a prophecy, you-know-who and his servants will return." Dumbledore questioned Trelawney and Hubert in detail, then discussed some matters with Hubert, and finally left Hogwarts in a hurry, disappearing without a trace. Hubert exited Dumbledore's office, his face grim. He pulled out a coin-sized metal tag, with a semicircular bubble carved in the middle, and a palace inside it. The metal tag transformed into a miniature loudspeaker in his hand. Hermione and Fred and George's latest product, the voice communicator. "Emergency assembly, emergency assembly." Hubert sent out the message and then rushed to the underwater crypt. By the time he arrived at the crypt, Hermione and the others were already there. "What happened?" Hermione asked nervously, and everyone else pricked up their ears. Hubert recounted what had happened in Celtic Village again and explained Braid's hiring mission. Finally, no more cat and dog chasing missions. Harry laughed with a sense of relief. "Great, we have galleons to build modified flying machines." Fred and George exchanged glances, seeing the same desire in each other's eyes. The two had been in their element since coming to the crypt. Before, any ideas they had could only be kept to themselves due to the Weasleys' financial situation, but here they could apply 4 galleons for research. Moreover, having been exposed to Muggle knowledge and Hubert's wild ideas, their horizons had broadened, and they had always wanted to transform those things with magic. Large items like flying machines also required a lot of galleons. Now, with a major mission, it meant huge income. Celtic Village is our first major external mission. The organization's development cannot be separated from financial support, so there will be more and more such missions in the future. We should give the organization a name. Hermione suggested. "I think it should be called the Crypt. Built underwater, it should be called Crystal Palace." Fred retorted, and George nodded in agreement. "Resisting you-know-who? How about the Illuminati?" Harry also became interested, but unfortunately, everyone shook their heads in disagreement. Crumple-horned Snorkax or the Mad Girl? Luna, who had been silent like an observer, suddenly blurted out. Hubert, what do you think it should be called?" Everyone stopped their discussion upon hearing Neville's words and looked at the founder of the organization. Hubert organized his thoughts. "Our original intention in gathering together was to bring together the most excellent wizards to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, share resources, and promote wizard development. Second, it is to better protect ourselves when you-know-who returns in the future. We are fellow travelers on the wizarding path, and also battle partners who rely on each other, so I propose we call ourselves the Wizard Alliance." "We agree," George and Fred said in unison, followed by Harry and Neville. Hermione and Luna thought for a moment and also agreed. Then Hermione and Luna took the lead in designing the Wizard Alliance's uniforms and emblem, with Hubert and the other boys offering some suggestions. Everyone was in high spirits and quickly designed the outfits and emblem. These were then produced by Fred and George, with Luna and Hermione adding the magic arrays. Meanwhile, Hubert returned to Tuhau Gensokyo, and Dobby went to inspect the 4 areas. Ever since Hubert created the summoned spirits, the magical creatures that died in Tuhau Gensokyo had found a use. He arranged for Dobby to regularly collect dead magical creatures and store them separately for his use. 2. How Gensokyo has developed to the point where its spatial area is comparable to a county town. The creatures living within range from ordinary tigers and lions to magical creatures of up to 6th order. There are even hybrid monsters he accidentally created in experiments and legendary creatures cloned. Under the golden canopy, various treehouses were built, with fairies in colorful clothes flying in and out. Master, Master! Nana, with long green hair, flew down from a treehouse. She wore colorful clothes woven from mottled patterns, her beautiful face making others feel ashamed. Behind her, a red butterfly followed closely. The butterfly seemed to adore her, fluttering around her and scattering vibrant pollen. Nana, the talent of the fairies is even more useful than mine as their master. Majit seems to prefer following you. Hubert gave a wry smile. Majit paused on his shoulder for a second, then flew back to Nana's side. He pulled out a cloth pouch and handed it to Nana. Open up a piece of land to the west and gather the fairies to plant. With the druid's catalyzing magic inside, it shouldn't be difficult with the fairies' talent. Yes, Master. Master, Dobby is back. Dobby flew over, carrying a giant African magic elephant. What can Dobby do for Master? Too bad it's only 3rd order. I can't process it with my current skill level. He nodded. Put it in the warehouse and prepare the corpse. Then, help Nana with the planting. The laboratory by the lake, resembling a factory, remained unchanged. A water wheel continuously drew water from the lake to irrigate the flower beds. Half of the laboratory was occupied by the mana pool, making it feel a bit cramped. The biological intelligence floated in midair, its soft blue glow giving off a somewhat sci-fi feel. Biological intelligence, please pick out the best transfiguration textbooks for me. Searching. No matching textbooks found in the database. Pick out transfiguration textbooks. There are 12 transfiguration textbooks, in order of. Hubert frowned. After replacing 18 intelligent cores, the biological intelligence could recognize external information. However, the feedback it provided was pre-entered into the database, lacking a soul. Without a soul, the biological intelligence couldn't summarize and think based on existing data to provide the master with the desired answers. Mechanical core modifications have all been tested, only mana contamination and life law level methods remain. Without further ado, he immediately changed the setup, infusing the biological intelligence with mana from the mana pool mixed with radioactive materials. At the bottom of its brain, a tiny black spot began to emerge. Sizzle, a burst of magical sparks ignited, signaling the failure of the first mana contamination attempt. He adjusted the device again, fine-tuned the mana intensity, and experimented again, failure. Experimented again, failure again. Experimented again. In the northern wasteland's oak forest, a cold wind swept through Celtic village. The altar in the square had been repaired, but other areas still had large and small pits that hadn't been filled in time. The surrounding wooden cabins were still dilapidated, with collapsed roofs, broken staircases, and charred wood and dried blood visible everywhere. The villagers' bodies had been buried in the cemetery by the surviving villagers, resting with their ancestors. The werewolves' bodies were cremated, and thick black smoke and the pungent smell of burning flesh lingered on the east side of the village. Long grass ropes were strung along the edge of the square, with wolf hides and wolf meat hanging from them. In the dead of winter, the villagers would rely on them to survive the season. The irony was stark. Wild wolves brought slaughter and bloodshed to the villagers, yet their meat and fur would help the villagers get through winter. The sky was gloomy, with thin black clouds drifting overhead. Villagers, in 2s and 3s, silently removed burnt wooden planks and tiles, their shivering bodies clad in thin clothes, still smudged with charcoal ash. "Brother Chieftain, I'm hungry." A child of about 5 or 6 timidly reached out and carefully tugged at Brian's pant leg. The child wore a dusty, ragged nightgown, and his exposed arms were bruised and purple. He looked up, his large eyes pleadingly at Braid. Braid immediately unfastened his fur coat, knelt down, and wrapped it around the child, wiping the charcoal ash from the child's chubby little face. "Drink some hot water, your lips are already dry." "James, come back quickly." A gaunt woman ran over in a panic and pulled the child away. The woman pushed aside the loose hair covering her face. "I'm sorry, Chieftain, the child is too young and doesn't understand. His father last night." The woman choked up as she spoke, and Braid sighed. He gave half of his own share of food to the woman. "Believe me, I will definitely lead everyone to survive," he said solemnly. "Everyone, look!" Exclamations rang out. In the center of the square, a blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the entire area. The golden glow shone on the people, seemingly warming them a little. The golden light flashed and disappeared, and from within it emerged 7 wizards uniformly dressed in white cloaks. On the back of the cloaks, golden threads intertwined to form a 7-point star magic array, Lovergood's guardian. We are the Wizard Alliance, and we appear wherever we are needed, Hubert loudly advertised to the villagers who had gathered around. After 2 days, do you no longer recognize me, Braid? Hubert smiled and hugged Braid, who clapped him hard on the back. Our Wizard Alliance members, Harry, Hermione, Luna, Neville, and the Fred and George, thank you for coming. Braid shook hands firmly with each of them, and Neville's face turned beet red. We have not failed our mission, the first batch of grain has already arrived. Hubert gestured to Fred and George, who carried a large black iron box and placed it in the center of the square. Fred's lips curled up, la 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 la, another masterpiece after the sand gourd, the spatial iron box. Fred and George's works are always excellent. George cooperated by making a gesture, and Hubert gave a wry smile. He pointed his wand, and the iron box opened. Golden wheat was swept up by a whirlwind, flying out of the box and forming a grain vortex above the square. All the villagers gathered around, astonished by the grain vortex that towered above the oak trees. Wizard Big Brother, is the grain for us? James peeked out, looking up hopefully at Hubert and the others. Of course it's for you. Luna crouched down, wiping the water from the corner of his mouth. Here, have some magic candy. Time is short, so we've only brought this much grain for now. The second batch will be delivered later, everyone. Please don't worry, Hubert announced loudly. That's great. We have grain. We can survive this winter. The Kelp villagers cheered, their joy spreading throughout the entire oak forest, and some of the gloom in the sky dissipated. Hubert and Hermione's group stood in a line, waving their wands to cast spells. Under the influence of magic, broken wooden sticks, bricks, and straw sheds on the ground all flew up, as if time were flowing backward. The damaged items on the ground flew back to their original places, returning to their original appearance. Wizards are so amazing. James's small mouth gaped open. He and his mother had worked so hard for so long and still hadn't tidied up the wooden cabin, but a wizard could do it with just a flick of a wand. Wizards and druids follow different paths. They are more skilled in the control and application of magic. Druids are favored by nature. The forest is our home. Arago came to the square and, along with the other villagers, watched Hubert and the others manipulate magic. Under the dim sky, shattered wood and bricks floated everywhere, and the villagers' wooden cabins and other damaged areas visibly returned to their original state. Perhaps only the villagers present could truly understand the grandeur and shock of the scene. Neville, the burned ground is up to you. Neville pulled out a handful of seeds from his cloth pouch. The seeds automatically flew to the burned wooden cabins and buried themselves in the soil. Under the irrigation of his magic, the seeds broke through the earth and grew. Green vines climbed along the walls of the wooden cabins, attaching and wrapping around the scorched roofs and walls, perfectly integrating with them to form a cohesive whole, keeping the cold wind out. Now it's our turn. Fred and George exchanged glances, then each threw out 3 spherical objects. The spheres rolled on the ground, then made clanking sounds, transforming into 6 strange-looking, 2-meter-tall humanoid mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppets' 2 arms transformed into chainsaws, shovels, hammers, and other forms, easily leveling the uneven ground. Collapsed oak trees were cut into uniform pieces of firewood by the sharp saws. Hermione and Luna, holding healing potions, helped those who needed treatment. With a wave of magic, seriously injured villagers who were confined to bed were bandaged and fell peacefully asleep. In the chief's office, the person now sitting in the central seat was no longer the bald, henpecked Andrew, but his son, Braid. After a major upheaval, the immaturity on Braid's face had completely vanished. Sitting in the main seat, he appeared more solemn and composed. How are the werewolves now? Have the village's defenses been restored? Hubert sat at the lower end, facing Arago. According to the druids sent to scout for information, there are no werewolves left in the stone hut cluster. It's presumed they have left the northern wasteland. The village's altar has been repaired, Arago added. Although it lost most of its power, it can still support the defenses. The altar and defensive magic arrays had always been his responsibility. The werewolves didn't have an easy time either. When werewolves were mentioned, Braid gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat their flesh and drink their blood. Later statistics showed 113 werewolves died, and even more wild wolves. This is all thanks to you, Hubert, for arriving in time. Wizard, what kind of magical creature is that big yellow bear with a gourd on its back that you summoned? I couldn't find it in the biological illustrated compendium. Of course you couldn't find it. It's a second-tier berserker bear summoned spirit that I created myself using 2 magical creatures. I named it Summoned Spirit, Hubert said with a proud smile. It's a new species I created by combining techniques like puppet and elemental puppet, summoning, and sealing. It has the automatic repair advantages of an elemental puppet, and also the steel puppet. Stop. Braid, enduring a headache, stopped Hubert from continuing his explanation. He really didn't understand what the wizard was talking about. Can I use it? Yes, but you have to learn first. Forget it, I think being a druid is more promising. Braid immediately waved his hand when he heard the word learn. High Priest, are the rewards ready? They are ready. Arago turned to Hubert, a rare smile on his face. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After the repairs by Hermione's group, Celtic Village had completely transformed. The ground was flat and smooth, and the square had been hardened with reinforced magic by Fred and George, so it wouldn't become muddy even with heavy rain. The trenches surrounding the entire village were sufficient to drain rainwater into collection pools outside the village. The wooden cabins built around oak trees were largely green. Even in winter, evergreen vines still bore lush, broad leaves. The intertwined vines formed the sturdiest walls, merging with the wooden cabins to provide greenery and warmth to the homes. Although the sky remained gloomy and the villagers were still thinly dressed, their faces were full of smiles and hope. Seeing them, Hubert knew they would safely endure this winter. It's time for us to go back. The 7 put on their white cloaks again and, under the gaze of the villagers, disappeared in a golden light. Will Luna Gigi and Hermione Gigi come back? James looked up at the woman, who lovingly stroked his head and smiled. Of course, the Wizard Alliance will appear whenever there's a need. I'll join the Wizard Alliance to help Mama too, James immediately declared loudly, even though he didn't know what the Wizard Alliance was. Ha ha, good. Returning to the underwater palace, the members of the Wizard Alliance were overjoyed. A large pile of items was stacked in the center of the hall: galleons, furs, blood crystals. So many galleons. Fred and George's eyes lit up at the sight of all the golden little darlings. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Was it 100, or 200, or 500 galleons? Luna performed her duties as financial manager, then solemnly locked them into a safe reinforced with at least 20 protective spells and 3 combination locks. 500 galleons, roughly 2 months' income. This didn't even include the value of the blood crystals, furs, and magic books. Because Celtic Village had been isolated from the wizarding world for so long, their galleon reserves were not extensive, and the other items held greater value. Hubert knew that such a large reward was not just for rebuilding the village, but also a token of gratitude for saving the entire village. Beautiful lady, Fred and George, like a gust of wind, filled out the funding application forms, then turned to Hermione with the most sincere smiles they had ever worn since birth. Could we please get your autograph? On an unknown wasteland, the sky was dreary, and dark clouds blocked all light. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds, and pale gravestones stood everywhere. Crows caught as they landed on corpses, devouring the meager remains of bodies that had died days ago. In the grim and terrifying wasteland, several people wearing ghost masks and black robes guarded a large cauldron. Thick green potion bubbled inside the cauldron, and skulls were pushed up by the boiling liquid. Even smelling a trace of the odor would result in the most fatal poison. Space twisted, and Holt cautiously crawled out of the darkness. He lay in the muddy wet soil, holding an oak branch in his clean hands. The short figure in the black robe lying on the chair gently beckoned toward the branch, and the branch fell into the large cauldron. The potion in the cauldron immediately began to boil, gurgling and emitting green smoke. As the remnants of the oak branch fell into the potion, the malevolent liquid purified, dissolving the corpses and dispelling the evil aura. The potion in the large cauldron became like jade, exuding a breath of life. If one had not witnessed it, no one would believe this was the extremely malicious wizard potion from moments before. What a nostalgic scent! The short figure in the black robe inhaled greedily with a hoarse voice. The scent of life, the scent of power. Holt, well done. Loyal servants will receive their due rewards. Thank you, Master. Holt replied excitedly, pressing his head tightly against the mud. Those servants who harbor other thoughts will naturally also receive what they deserve. Holt shivered internally, secretly wondering if he had made any mistakes. When will Peter bring Harry? The black-robed figure suddenly became agitated. It had been 12 years since he had been neither man nor ghost. Only Harry Potter was missing before he could be resurrected and regain a powerful body. He couldn't wait, he didn't want to wait another moment. Tell Rusvan to go to Hogwarts. Your will be done, Master. For the rest of the days, Hubert and the others mainly spent time at Hogwarts assimilating what they gained from Celtic Village. Harry and Neville took turns delivering provisions to Celtic Village or completing tasks received in Hogsmeade. They were mostly small jobs, which were naturally beneath their current worth. Having received a large sum of galleons, Fred and the Weasley twins were the happiest of the two brothers. The two bought a large amount of supplies and spent all day immersed in research in the largest glass room. They even skipped several classes for this, and only improved slightly after Professor McGonagall pulled them aside for several talks. However, their results were also significant. Not to mention the endless stream of popular prank items, they finally completed the magical flying machine model they had always been obsessed with. Aside from the galleons, the most important part of this reward was, of course, the magic books. Naturally, the core knowledge belonging to the Druid inheritance was not included, but Celtic Village had a long history and once flourished, possessing a large collection of wizard books. Among this batch of rewards, Hubert and Hermione discovered many precious magic books and notes written by wizards. Ancient wizards modifying their bodies caused significant physical corruption. Although they could cast extremely powerful magic, it was too dangerous. Ancient wizard magic is fundamentally unsuitable for modern wizards, which is why it has essentially disappeared now. Hermione stated her opinion while holding the book Man or Monster. Ancient wizards were explorers of magic, and their journey involved superstition, bloodshed, and confusion. It is thanks to their dedication that magic has developed to this day. What we are doing now is also a form of exploration, isn't it? Hubert, I recently read the ancient wizard magic books and wrote an essay combining them with your meditation method concept. Hermione proudly pulled out about 10 pages of paper and handed them to Hubert as if showing off. Hubert quickly skimmed it, then read it carefully, and finally studied it seriously. What are you two doing? What interesting book are you reading? Let me see too. Luna came in from outside and asked curiously. Hubert finally raised his head, staring strangely at Hermione. Hermione also realized something unusual was happening and nervously rubbed her hands. Truly worthy of being hailed by the professors as the most talented wizard. Hubert praised her sincerely. He himself was able to propose and write the preliminary meditation method because he had the knowledge concepts from his previous life and Antony's help, but Hermione had proposed another method for increasing mental power based on his foundation. The core of Hubert's meditation is the soul, using the soul as the center to construct a virtuous cycle of mental power and magic growth. Combining the knowledge of ancient wizard body modification with Hubert's concept of mental power and magic, Hermione proposed the concept of using mental power to construct runes. The most initial runes are the manifestation of natural energy between heaven and earth, possessing incredible power. Runes are complex. Using the most initial runes to replace the soul not only increases mental power, but the meditating runes, when combined with magic, can enhance a wizard's control over the corresponding magic. For example, visualizing the rune of fire will naturally result in a higher affinity for fire magic. According to Hubert's speculation, if one meditates to an advanced state, fire would become the wizard's instinct, and casting fire magic would not require incantation at all. Just like magical creatures, magic becomes instinctual. Although what Hermione proposed was only a concept, it was very surprising. If Hermione can successfully navigate this path, wizards will have a new route for advancement. If runes work, then magic arrays should work too. Luna's eyes lit up. If we construct a magic array model on the body, we only need to supply magic power to operate the magic array when casting spells. No incantation, no one needed. This. Hubert stared dumbfounded at the expansive ideas of Hermione and Luna. The two had opened up their thinking, and inspiration was pouring out like a spring. There are too many types of magic arrays, and some formations require special materials. We can choose some simpler magic arrays to experiment with. Hermione offered her suggestion. Some indigenous wizards strengthen their bodies by carving special magic runes onto them. What if we carved a magic array? Luna tilted her head. Carving it on the body is too ugly. What if someone volunteered to be a test subject for free? Bang! Hubert slammed the door shut and fled the library. Crazy women. Hubert left the underground chamber and took a walk by the Black Lake, letting the cold wind clear the frustration from his mind that had been long cooped up in the chamber. There had been another heavy snowstorm yesterday, and thick white snow piled up on the ground. The sky remained gloomy. Hubert calculated that since winter began, there had rarely been sunny days. He's the murderer. I'm going to kill him. The roar was carried into Hubert's ears by the cold wind. Harry, calm down, calm down. It was Ron's voice. How can I calm down? Black killed Dad and Mom. He betrayed his best friends. Rushing footsteps sounded in the snow, and Harry ran out of the woods. He ran to the Black Lake, stood on a large rock, and shouted loudly with his mouth open toward the unseen surface of the Black Lake. Ah, cough, cough. The cold wind mixed with residual snow rushed into his mouth, making his eyes bloodshot from coughing. Harry slowly crouched on the rock, burying his head deep into his legs. Tears dripped and splashed onto the snow, melting a hole in the white surface. In his mind, he recalled the news he had overheard in Hogsmeade. Minister for Magic Fudge himself had stated that Black betrayed his father and gave their home address to the Dark Lord that year. It was Black's betrayal that led to the tragic deaths of his father and mother. It was he who caused Harry to be orphaned and helpless since childhood. It was all him. Dad, Mom. Harry sobbed softly in the cold wind. Sometimes, what your eyes see and your ears hear isn't the truth, Hubert said loudly, stepping through the thick snow. Harry quickly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and stood up. When did you arrive, and what did you see? I got here first, sorry. Hubert pointed to the chain of footprints in the snow. Since you already know a little, I think it's better if I explain some things clearly to you. Harry looked confused, not understanding what incoherent things Hubert was saying. It's about Black, your father, Peter Pettigrew, and you know who. What did you say? Harry asked excitedly, his eyes red. What do you know? They think you are still a child and cannot, nor should you, bear this. But this is your destiny, and you cannot escape it. Since you must face it, you should prepare early. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Let's go back to the underground palace. It's not just you who has to face this, and they, must too. Hubert took the lead and walked back, and Harry immediately followed closely. Since talking with Dumbledore last time, he had decided to tell Harry the whole truth. Just as he said, since everything was unavoidable, they should prepare early. Only by understanding the enemy could they defeat the enemy. With Harry in his current state, Dumbledore concealing information, and Harry being confused and even suspicious later on, the situation was imminent. They needed to unite all forces and summon all trustworthy partners to face it together. Mutual concealment would only lead to a crisis of trust, wasted time, and missed opportunities. In the underwater palace, everyone from the Wizard Alliance had arrived. Hubert sat at one end of the long table, his expression serious. I believe everyone knows that one of the purposes of our gathering is so that we can protect ourselves when you know who returns in the future. What I am telling you now is that you know who is returning. What? How is that possible? This is Hogwarts. We have Dumbledore. The terror of you-know-who was deeply ingrained. No one was safe. Hubert could understand their reaction. Saying it was one thing, but actually confronting him directly was another matter entirely. The destruction of Celtic Village was part of his resurrection plan, and another crucial step is already being secretly planned. Hubert explained in detail what had happened at Celtic Village, including the use of the oak branch and his own deduct irons. Is it Harry? But this is Hogwarts, and with Dumbledore here, no one can hurt him. Hermione realized this after a moment's thought. What about the last Quidditch match? Hubert countered. Do you remember me looking at the flying broomstick? Actually, the flying broomstick had been tampered with. How is that possible? Harry exclaimed. No one touched my broomstick, I hid it. A person didn't touch it, but a rat did. Hubert smiled mysteriously. Animagus, Professor McGonagall mentioned it in Transfiguration class. One person's animagus form is a rat, and he has been right beside us all along. Scabbers? It's Ron's pet, and it has lived with our family for over 10 years. This time, it was Fred and George's turn to be astonished. He should be called Peter Pettigrew. That is his real name, a wizard's name. He waved his hand, and the Marauder's map automatically flew from the bookshelf onto the table. The Marauder's map automatically unfolded, and a name floated on it, Peter Pettigrew, located in Harry's dormitory. Peter Pettigrew isn't dead, then what about Black? Hermione quickly deduced the truth. Tell me everything. Harry roared in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. Luna, being the most perceptive, gently pulled Harry. Since Hubert brought us here, he will explain everything clearly. Hubert stopped keeping them in suspense and recounted how Peter Pettigrew had betrayed James Potter and faked his death, leading to Sirius being wrongly imprisoned in Azkaban. Peter. Harry slammed his fist heavily onto the table, his nails digging into his flesh until blood was drawn. A cup on the table was knocked over and shattered on the floor. No one blamed him, they understood his need to vent. Luna gently stroked his back, and Hermione and the others offered quiet comfort. What Hubert had revealed was too shocking and cruel. Both Harry and everyone else needed time to process it. One person is crucial to you-know-who's resurrection, and that is Harry, so he definitely won't let Harry go. We can tell Headmaster Dumbledore the truth, let him catch Peter Pettigrew, and clear Black's name," Hermione suggested. "And then what? You know who will still lurk in the darkness like a viper. Can Harry stay in Hogwarts forever? Can the principal watch Harry constantly?" Hubert countered. "If there is one Pettigrew, there will be a second. The enemy has appeared and doesn't know we possess this much information. We hold a significant advantage in intelligence and strength, so why not take the initiative to attack?" The few of them were smart people, and of course, they understood Hubert's meaning. "But he's you-know-who, and we." Fred stared wide-eyed. "Hermione, we can take turns staying with Harry. At Hogwarts, no one can openly harm Harry." "I agree," Fred and George echoed. "We can't beat him, but Headmaster Dumbledore can." Hubert recounted his conversation with the principal. "Harry, what do you think?" Everyone looked at Harry. Harry raised his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "I want to kill him. But that's too dangerous." Hermione continued to persuade him. "You are only a little wizard in the primary stage. Peter is at least a mid-tier wizard, and you know who has many followers. I'm not afraid of them." Harry stood up excitedly. "They killed my mother and father, you don't understand." After speaking, Harry excitedly kicked his seat away and ran out. Hubert signaled to Fred and George and handed them a positioning tracker. Fred and George chased after Harry. Hermione sat silently, glaring at Hubert with a dark expression. Luna sensed the atmosphere was wrong and pulled Neville away. "Did you intentionally guide Harry into agreeing with your plan?" Hermione angrily retorted. "You clearly knew his emotional state was unstable, so why did you suggest using him as bait? If anything goes wrong, they will kill Harry." Hubert remained seated, quietly watching the increasingly agitated Hermione. His eyes showed no fluctuation, terrifyingly calm. Under his gaze, Hermione's voice grew softer and softer until she finally slumped back into her seat. "Given your intelligence, you understand the pros and cons of the plan and what needs to be done. You are just worried about Harry. I met Harry when we entered Hogwarts, and I faced you-know-who, Tom, with him. Hagrid often told me to help Harry well. We have always been good friends and trusted partners. How could I not worry about him? But some things he must face alone. With Dumbledore as our pillar right now, our intelligence advantage is maximized, and you-know-whose power is at its weakest. Now is the best time. If we miss this opportunity, and you-know-who resurrects, then... Hubert, you have many secrets, and you seem to be hiding things. I don't know why you know so much. The hand that saved me in the Forbidden Forest was yours, wasn't it?" Hubert nodded. He hadn't expected to be able to keep it hidden from Hermione forever. Hermione suddenly smiled, looking a little smug. She stared intently into Hubert's eyes and said seriously, "Can we trust you?" Hubert met her gaze frankly and replied, word for word, "Yes." Rumble. A muffled sound echoed from the dark clouds in the distance, and a black storm brewed over the Black Lake. The Forbidden Forest was pitch black, devoid of any light. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of Hogwarts Castle, one could overlook the entire sky. At this moment, a tall, white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded old man and a white-haired young man stood by the window, watching the distant dark clouds. The young man stood respectfully one step behind Dumbledore. Strangely, the young man was not old, yet his face resembled that of a middle-aged person, a peculiar mismatch with his overall physique. "Harry finally knows everything. I don't know if that is good or bad," Dumbledore said with worry in his tone. "This is his destiny, a fate determined the moment you-know-whose lightning mark was imprinted on his forehead," the white-haired Hubert said emotionlessly. "Now destiny is on our side. A temporary danger exchanged for world peace is worth it." "Worth it?" Dumbledore coldly spat out the two words. Over 100 years, he had experienced too much suffering and witnessed too many partings of life and death. He was Dumbledore, bearing the great responsibility of the entire wizarding world. He could not afford misplaced compassion. If necessary, he could even sacrifice himself. Dumbledore turned around, expressionlessly looking down at Hubert's peculiar face, which did not match his age. "Destiny is fickle and the most ethereal thing. Prying into destiny always comes at a price." "What is your motivation?" Dumbledore asked, puzzled. It was understandable that he and the Dark Lord had different paths and ideologies, leading to mutual hatred. Harry and the Dark Lord shared a blood feud and were destined to be enemies. But what was the other party's motive, to the point of risking his life? The white-haired Hubert smiled faintly. His middle-aged appearance gave him a unique confidence. "I wonder if the principal has read Das Kapital by Marx, a great thinker among Muggles. I met him when I was young." Dumbledore showed a look of nostalgia. "Muggle politicians thought his ideas were too dangerous, but I considered them great. Because the height of your standing and your breadth of mind, principle, are far greater than those so-called politicians. To explain using Marxist theory, the class between myself and you-know-who is naturally opposed, and dealing with him is simply for the sake of living better. An honest child. Dumbledore seemed happy. Your intelligence has been a great help to me and the Order of the Phoenix. 5 Horcruxes have already been brought back. 5 items floated in the air: Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, along with the Basilisk's fang from the Chamber of Secrets, and Gryffindor's sword. Hubert couldn't help but admire Dumbledore's methods and capabilities. He had only told Dumbledore the vague information deep within his memory, yet Dumbledore managed to retrieve all the items that Harry had nearly died trying to find, doing so in just a few short days without alerting the Dark Lord. The last one, Nagini, should be near you-know-who. According to the plan, I will kill her. This is my final mission. Hubert said coldly. Everything is ready. They have appeared. Following Dumbledore and Hubert's gaze, outside Hogwarts Castle, Harry squatted on a giant rock by the Black Lake, staring into the distance. Next to him, Luna quietly kept him company. The two stayed there silently, without saying a word. Even Chatterbox, who usually never stopped chattering, was unusually silent. It tilted its small head, its dark, round eyes darting between Luna and Harry. In the small woods not far from them, a pair of rat eyes watched them. Peter Pettigrew had been stalking Harry for a while, but for some unknown reason, someone was always accompanying him. Neville, Luna, Hermione, Fred, George, have they discovered something? Peter's small eyes flickered uneasily. Naturally cautious, he felt that something was strange, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The master has urged me twice. What should I do? There are no students around now. If I seize Harry here, will anyone find out? He cautiously scanned his surroundings. With his strength, Harry and Luna were certainly no match for him. But he dared not, because his caution had kept him alive until today, and also because his caution had made him give up many opportunities. What Peter Pettigrew didn't know was that behind him, a vampire bat was hanging upside down from a tree, and 2 pairs of eyes were watching them from Hogwarts Castle. I don't have any impression of them. I don't know what they looked like. Dudley and his friends always mocked me for not having a mum and dad. When I asked Aunt Petunia what they looked like, she would always curse them with disgust. I just wanted to know what they looked like, what kind of people they were, and why they left me alone. Until I came to Hogwarts, and Hagrid gave me their photo. Harry spoke in a low voice, tears streaming down. They were wizards, killed by you-know-who to protect me. Mum left me when I was 9. She was a witch, and she left because of a spell. Luna also squatted beside Harry. Dad pretended nothing happened for my sake, but I know he was in great pain. I understand everything, only he doesn't know. Dad told me that Mum hasn't left us, she will always be here with us. Luna pointed to her heart. They haven't left you either. They are always protecting you and hoping you live happily. Thank you, Luna. You're welcome. Luna smiled, hinting, we should go back. It's not very safe outside. I hope they come soon, so this can end quickly. Harry jumped off the rock and straightened his back. What has Hubert been busy with? I haven't seen him in 2 days. The two walked on the thick white snow, which crunched loudly due to the ice. Dobby found an Earth attribute magic orb, and he integrated the orb into the meditation method. He's about to break through to intermediate wizard. Harry was startled. He had also cultivated the meditation method and broken through to elementary wizard, but he didn't expect Hubert to be faster than him. Luna nodded and smiled. Hermione and I are close too. Neville's aptitude is a bit weaker, but he has also reached first tier intermediate. Hubert said your bloodline aptitude is the best, so you need to work harder. If I were given the potions Neville drinks and the magic fruit that replenishes mental power, I would already be second tier, Harry muttered softly. You could also learn from Neville to cultivate magic plants and eat as much as you want. Harry shook his head. He didn't have Neville's talent or patience to deal with a pile of plants every day. If they had to choose who was the most comfortable among them, everyone would definitely choose Neville. Neville's aptitude wasn't great, but he could cultivate various magic plants to help improve mental power and magic power. He just ate the fruits when he had nothing to do and easily leveled up. Hubert himself, whom they were talking about, was currently hiding in the laboratory in Tuhao Gensokyo. Pliers on the alchemy experiment table clamped an earth yellow orb the size of a fist. Hubert wore a white coat and protective glasses, holding an engraving knife. Through a magnifying glass, he carefully carved runes and the absolute defense magic array onto the orb. Finally successful. As the engraving knife completed the last energy node, all the energy nodes on the orb were connected. Bright yellow dots lit up like stars in the sky, and earth elemental magic power surged, creating a small vortex. Hubert calmed his emotions, then held the orb, sat cross-legged, and entered a state of meditation. The dark starry world reappeared behind his head. A phantom figure, standing tall and imposing, sat cross-legged in the void, and behind the figure was a massive circular magic array. Hubert's spirit silently opened its eyes, the dark pupils clearly defined black and white. Its gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. The spirit extended its left hand, and a giant arm reached out from the phantom starry sky. Strangely, the phantom arm grabbed the orb without touching anything, then retracted back into the starry world while holding the orb. In the dim starry sky, the orb emitted an earth-yellow glow, then gently floated up and embedded itself into the first black hole in the magic array. The array carved onto the orb merged with the giant magic array. Yellow magic power surged from the orb, illuminating the magic runes near the orb. The orb acted as a power source, driving the circular magic array to accelerate its rotation. Mental power and magic power grew wildly. Once a certain critical point was reached, the magic array slowed down, operating at a slow, uniform speed. Although slower, as long as the magic array operated, his mental power continued to grow constantly. This effect was absent before the orb was embedded. Hubert slowly opened his eyes. He gently raised his hand, and an earth spear was drawn out from the solidified ground. Earth elemental magic power surrounded him. He could clearly feel the affinity the element had for him. The power of a magic treasure is indeed formidable. A single orb allowed me to break through from an elementary first-tier wizard to second-tier, and my mental power is constantly increasing. The power of a wizard comes from knowledge, and also wealth. To acquire the orb, Dobby spent thousands of galleons. Without the support of Tuhao Gen Sokyo, Hubert would have the idea but no means to realize it. Absolute defense, he shouted softly, and a yellow circular shield enveloped his entire body. He held the earth spear and thrust it with all his might toward the shield. With a thud, the earth spear bounced back, and the shield didn't shake at all. My strength has been reinforced by the power gemstone, yet it couldn't shake the absolute defense shield in the slightest. According to my estimation, a second-tier wizard shouldn't be able to break my defense, and even a third-tier elementary wizard could only withstand one attack. Hermione and Luna suggested visualizing magic runes and magic arrays using mental power. Hubert gained inspiration from them and, with their help, designed the absolute defense rune array. The earth elemental magic orb enhanced his affinity for the earth element. The integrated absolute defense magic array only requires a small amount of magic power to be channeled directly to activate it when needed. No incantation is needed, no wand is needed, it is equivalent to the innate magic of a magical creature. Furthermore, as his strength increases, the protective capability of absolute defense will gradually improve. Dobby, tell Gold Silver to continue searching for magic treasure of the fire, water, and wind attributes. Hubert left the laboratory and instructed Dobby, who had been waiting for a long time. Dobby knows, Dobby will go tell Gold Silver now. Bring the corpse of the second-tier magical creature to the laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden cabin door of the stone hut was knocked upon, and the hand Hagrid used to hold his bowl froze. Who is it? He put down the bowl and asked hesitantly. Hagrid, I know you're in there. According to the documents issued to you by the Ministry of Magic Committee, today, our Ministry of Magic Special Investigation Team is here to assess the danger level of the hippogriff. All right. Hagrid rumbled in response, then slowly stood up and pulled open the bolt. Screech. As soon as the bolt was opened, the wooden cabin door was rudely pushed open. The short, plump woman leading the group, wearing a fuzzy pink cardigan, walked straight in. Her high heels clicked on the wooden floor. She used her plump hand to fan away the air near her nose, scanning the wooden cabin with a look of disgust. She walked to the table, then suddenly turned around, holding her head up haughtily and speaking in an affected, girlish voice. By appointment of the Ministry of Magic, I, Dolores Umbridge, as the head of the investigation team, am fully responsible for the danger assessment of the hippogriff. All relevant personnel must assist unconditionally. Her eyes narrowed, attempting to intimidate everyone in the room. The Ministry of Magic personnel who arrived with Umbridge remained silent, and Hagrid stood slumped at the doorway. The entire place fell silent. Umbridge nodded in satisfaction, believing no one could defy her authority. Excuse me, do you have identification? A voice sounded from behind Umbridge. Umbridge spun around instantly, staring at the young man who was still sitting and eating. Hubert took a sip of his porridge and said innocently and weakly, "The Daily Prophet has recently reported that people are impersonating Ministry of Magic staff. As good citizens of the wizarding world, we have a responsibility to help the Ministry of Magic crack down on these despicable criminals. Umbridge's face was flushed red. She suddenly tilted her head and squeaked, "Oh, you are right. Wizards should uphold the honor of the Ministry of Magic and obey the Ministry of Magic's authority." She flashed a letter of appointment, then quickly tucked it away. "Now you must assist my work. First, take me to see the hippogriff." Helpless, Hagrid reluctantly led Umbridge into the temporary clearing in the woods where the hippogriff was kept. "Don't worry," Hubert comforted Hagrid. "The hippogriff is a docile magical creature, and Investigator Umbridge will enforce the law impartially." But Hagrid hesitated. Seeing Umbridge's eyes drift toward him, he immediately fell silent. "Who are you?" Umbridge glanced sideways at Hubert. "Hufflepuff? Hubert of Hufflepuff. Minister Fudge really likes your writings, new theories on werewolf transfiguration and werewolf gene suppression potion. Since you publicized the new werewolf suppression potion, conflicts involving werewolves have decreased by 30%. Minister Fudge plans to arrange an interview for you with the Daily Prophet. You should be grateful for his kindness." "It is my honor to help the wizards," Hubert replied impassively, as he greatly disliked Umbridge's arrogance and rudeness. "This is all thanks to the guidance of the Hogwarts professors. They are the best teachers. Without them, I wouldn't be who I am today." Umbridge angrily took a few steps forward and urged, "How much further is it?" Not far away, a half-human-height stone wall enclosed 10 trees into a simple pen, and fresh fodder and cotton cloth were piled in the corners of the pen. Because of the cold weather, the hippogriff had tucked in its wings and was nestled comfortably in the cotton cloth bed, yawning. "Get up and submit to the Ministry of Magic's inspection," Umbridge loudly commanded the hippogriff. The hippogriff drooped its eyelids, glanced at her, and then shifted into a more comfortable position. "Damn it!" Umbridge cursed, and said to the clerk behind her, "Note that the hippogriff is disobedient to the commands of a wizard, and is refractory." "It is not." Hagrid immediately grabbed the clerk and hurriedly explained, "The hippogriff is very obedient. I will make it stand up right now." The other hippogriffs had already been sent back to Tuhau Gensokyo by Hubert. This one was left behind and cared for by Hagrid because it needed to undergo inspection. The hippogriff sneezed in Umbridge's direction and reluctantly crawled out of its nest. Umbridge covered her nose and circled the hippogriff, pointing and criticizing. "The beak is too long and sharp, it could easily peck students. Dangerous. It never pecks people. Recently, it had a toothache, and its appetite hasn't been good," Hagrid followed up, explaining. "Its claws are 10 centimeters long, sharper than a kitchen knife. Dangerous. Long claws are necessary for gripping the ground when landing." Hagrid was growing annoyed. "There is no protective gear installed on its back, students could easily fall off." "Dangerous. Its feathers are too bright, easily attracting attacks from other creatures. I like pink, so I rate it dangerous." "Do you even understand magical creatures at all?" Hagrid shouted angrily. "I disagree with your judgment of the hippogriff. I am the head of the review committee." Umbridge held up the letter of appointment and raised her voice shrilly. "My conclusion is that the hippogriff is extremely dangerous, and I recommend execution. Clerk, note down my words." "No, you can't kill it." Hagrid spread his arms, blocking the hippogriff. Umbridge's eyes showed disdain. She snorted, twisted her plump body around, and walked away. Hubert gently stomped his foot on the ground. As Umbridge passed by the riverbank, the earth beneath her feet suddenly caved in. Umbridge's foot found empty space, and she lost her balance. Her short, plump body tumbled into the nearby ditch as she flailed wildly. "Ah!" She let out a piercing shriek, cursing as she crawled out of the icy water. Her favorite pink clothes were covered in mud. Her jaw trembling, she turned back and shrieked, "Just you wait, I will definitely kill it." You just missed your step," a Ministry of Magic attendant quietly reminded her. "I know it was them, it must have been them." Umbridge shook off the person assisting her and walked away, shivering. "An idiot who uses chicken feathers as a royal decree." Hubert scoffed disdainfully. "This is the level of power the Ministry of Magic Undersecretary possesses? No wonder Lord Voldemort led people to occupy it. How can an imbecile like this rule the wizarding world? Wizards have forgotten how today's peace was achieved, and what truly made you know who fearful." Hubert shook his head. He hadn't originally cared much about these matters, but after witnessing the Ministry of Magic's foolishness firsthand, he couldn't help himself. "Hagrid, don't worry, the hippogriff won't die," Hubert consoled him. "The one who tied the bell must untie it." He summoned an owl and handed it a letter he had prepared earlier. The owl grasped the envelope, spread its wings, and flew off, heading straight for Wiltshire, England. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. Deep within the manor, there was a hidden, massive secret chamber, covering hundreds of square meters. It had been specially treated with magic for solidification and fireproofing, making its walls and floor as hard as steel. The ceiling of the room was painted with a soaring giant dragon. With a wingspan of 20 meters and a body length of 30 meters, the dragon had a streamlined, muscular, and powerful physique. Its red scales could withstand any magic and physical attack. Beneath the red dragon, everything else seemed so small and insignificant. It opened its massive mouth, and scorching dragon breath spewed forth, melting everything in its path. Draco was punching the air directly below the giant dragon, his entire body enveloped in flames, every movement followed by fire. The entire room, under the heat he emitted, was like an oven. Having awakened his dragon bloodline, he had undergone earth-shattering changes. He held a fireball in each hand, then threw them out like pebbles. A wooden humanoid target in the room was instantly blasted to smithereens. He then continuously summoned and threw 3 more fireballs, causing an iron humanoid puppet to glow red, almost melting into liquid iron. Clap, clap, clap. Lucius clapped his hands. Usually serious, he always had a smile on his face when he saw Draco. Little dragon, to go from a wizard apprentice to an intermediate wizard within a month, even Dumbledore didn't have talent like yours back then. This is why pureblood families are so noble. Do you understand now? Draco clenched his fists, and the flames on his body immediately retracted into him. Under the influence of the dragon bloodline, the childishness on his face receded, replaced by more defined features. I can become even stronger. The Malfoys have the bloodline of a 7th-tier giant dragon flowing through them. These are not the pet dragons currently raised by wizards. They are true dragons, noble, wise, rulers of the sky, and darlings of magic, Lucius said with a hint of fanaticism. According to the family records, as long as one awakens the dragon heart, there is a 60% chance of becoming a white-robed wizard. Moreover, a dragon bloodline wizard, possessing a dragon bloodline, is also among the top existences in the same stage. Are other pureblood families also special bloodlines? Draco asked curiously. All 28 pureblood wizard families do, but some have already lost their heritage. They don't know what is hidden in their bloodline, or what the pureblood ideology their ancestors upheld truly was. Poor, pathetic Weasleys and Longbottoms, giving up the glory of pureblood and believing Dumbledore's words. Ahaha, it's truly hilarious. Pureblood families are becoming fewer and fewer, why not tell them? Draco asked, puzzled. Lucius did not look pleased after hearing Draco's words. Instead, his brows furrowed. Draco had never questioned his words before. Could it be a side effect of the dragon heart? He patted Draco's shoulder, deciding that he needed to properly educate his successor and pass on all his experience and survival skills to him. Not all pureblood wizard families are harmonious. The nobility of pureblood families, besides their bloodline, also comes with immense benefits. We control vast power in the wizarding world, even though every wizarding family has its own interests. We are the true nobility of the wizarding world. What about the Ministry of Magic? Even Fudge has to grovel at the feet of pureblood wizards. The Minister of Magic changes every few years, and the Ministry of Magic can even be destroyed and rebuilt. Only our pureblood families never disappear. We are the true masters of the wizarding world. I understand, Father. Draco's eyes flashed with fire. He took out the letter Hubert had sent him and handed it to Lucius. Father, Hubert saved me in the Chamber of Secrets during my 2nd year. I don't want to owe him. Lucius took the letter and quickly scanned it. I will write to Fudge to withdraw the accusation. These are trivial matters. Power is the foundation of a wizard. You know who is returning. We must be prepared. He will not allow anyone to challenge his authority, and I don't want anyone to obstruct the Malfoy path. 2 owls flew out of Malfoy Manor, one headed towards the Ministry of Magic in London, and the other towards Hogwarts. The bright moon was hidden behind dark clouds, and the spring breeze still carried the chill of winter. In the dense green grass outside Hogwarts Castle, a giant grey rat scurried desperately through the grass. Behind it, a large black dog barked furiously in pursuit. The black dog was emaciated, its long fur matted, and its entire body filthy, like a stray. Its eyes were bloodshot, as if insane, and it gnashed its fangs, chasing relentlessly. Peter was frantic. He had been tracking Harry's movements when a large black dog suddenly appeared and attacked him. When he saw the appearance of the large black dog, he was scared out of his wits. He could never forget who the large black dog was. It was Sirius Black, who had almost killed him in the alley all those years ago. He really found me. He really wants to kill me. I have to escape far, far away. Peter had never run with all his might like this before. The barking behind him was the Grim Reaper, and a slight delay would mean death under the fangs of the big black dog. He never doubted Black's hatred for him and his determination to kill him. He fled, losing his way in his panic, and the rat and dog successively scurried into the tree hole beneath the whooping willow. Behind them, Harry, Hubert, and Hermione, holding the Marauder's map, tracked them to the whooping willow. Sirius and Peter are inside, Harry said urgently. Let's go in quickly. Watch out for the whooping willow, Hubert reminded them. Then the three cautiously crawled into the hole. The passage was tall but narrow on both sides, too dark to see clearly. Lumos, Hubert, with his cloak covering his hair and face, and the three of them quickly saw a doorway as they climbed the stone steps. Peter, Peter, do you know how much I've missed you? A neurotic and frantic voice echoed from behind the door. 12 years, a full 12 years in Azkaban, living with those monsters, the Dementors. But even if I suffered more, I deserved it. I killed my best friend, I harmed James and Lily. I deserve to die. I hate myself. Harry, don't be impulsive. Hubert held Harry back tightly as he tried to rush out, then signaled Hermione to secretly record the scene inside the room with her device. Until last year, when I saw a rat in the newspaper, a rat, ha ha ha. Peter, Peter, if you could just be a good rat, I might even praise you. But you're still as humble and despicable as ever. It was you who told who where James's house was, you who betrayed James, it was you. The large black dog lifted its animagus transformation, turning into a tall, thin, long-haired middle-aged man. He roared loudly at the trembling large rat. Aren't you going to transform back, Peter? He cast a spell. Is it because you don't have the face to see me? But I really want to see you. I've waited 12 years, just to kill you with my own hands today. With a bang, the spell blew open the floor, sending debris flying. Squeak, squeak, don't kill me, don't kill me. The grey rat finally couldn't bear it, and its body quickly grew into a short, stout, bald middle-aged man. A large front tooth protruded, and his head was pointed like a rat's. He knelt on the ground, his small, watery eyes pleading, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have faked my death to frame you, I shouldn't have told who James's location. But I was scared, he caught me, he was going to kill me, he was going to kill me. Death was so close to me, I was really scared. Black, you weren't caught by him, you don't understand. Shut up. Black kicked Peter in the chest, and Peter's fat body fell backward onto the floor. Even if I die, I would never betray a friend. Black stepped forward and kicked him several more times, cursing as he hit him. This kick is for James. This kick is for Lily. This is for Lupin. This is for Harry. I'm going to die. Spare me, Peter wailed. You shouldn't be asking me for forgiveness. I'm sending you now to beg James, to kneel before him and confess your sins. Magic surged from the tip of Black's wand. The next moment, Peter was about to die under his revenge spell. No, Expelliarmus. Harry, what are you doing here? Black asked in astonishment from the ground, then immediately roared, kill him quickly. He's the one who killed your father and mother. Don't listen to him, Harry. I was James's best friend. He betrayed James. He's a Death Eater. Peter quickly retorted, kill him quickly. He escaped from Azkaban. He's gone mad. You're the one who's mad. Harry grabbed Peter's collar, pointed his wand at Peter's temple, and stared intensely at him. If eyes could kill, the flames of hatred in his eyes could burn Peter to ashes. I heard everything you said. You betrayed your best friend, and you knelt before who. You are a coward, selfish, and unworthy to be my father's friend. I'm sorry, Harry, don't kill me. I was James's best friend. I know him, he wouldn't want you to kill me. Peter pleaded tearfully, clinging to Harry's leg. Hubert watched, stunned by how quickly Peter's expression and attitude changed. Hubert pulled down Harry's hand that was pointing the wand at Peter. The truth is out. Azkaban and the Dementors are where he belongs for the rest of his life. First, take him back to Hogwarts and hand him over to Headmaster Dumbledore. The most important thing now is to clear Black's name. Harry is yours to deal with. Black whispered, I'll support whatever decision you make. But if you decide to kill him, let me do it. You're still a child. Harry took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent inside. Hubert is right, Azkaban and the Dementors are where someone like him belongs. I'll go to Azkaban, I'll go. Peter, hearing he wouldn't die, immediately nodded his mouse-like head excitedly. The four people escorted Peter through the passage, and the full moon outside emerged from the clouds. Tonight, the moon was like a large silver platter. The silver moonlight pierced the thin clouds, laying a silver blanket over the earth. It's a good night tonight, we're sure to have a good harvest, Hubert said meaningfully. Hermione shook the device in her hand and nodded. Awu. On a small slope not far away, a werewolf stood on a protruding rock, stretching its neck and howling at the full moon. It's a werewolf. Black's expression changed. He looked at the moon, suddenly remembered something, and urgently said, "You all leave quickly." Unfortunately, he spoke too late. The werewolf reached them in a few leaps. "You guys leave quickly, I'll stop him." Black transformed into a large black dog, positioning himself in front of Harry and the others, crouching low and baring his fangs threateningly at the werewolf. Hoo-ow! The werewolf glared fiercely at the black dog, circling and looking for a chance to pounce. Suddenly, the werewolf raised its sharp claws and swiped at the black dog. The black dog met the attack. However, the black dog was just an ordinary animal, while the werewolf was a magical creature. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Woofawa! Black was knocked flying, tumbling once on the grass. He immediately scrambled up and lunged at the werewolf. The werewolf attacked mercilessly, fiercely and decisively. Black circled him, dodging and weaving. Awu! Black was heavily struck again and fell into the bushes. He struggled to stand up, but he had little strength left. Black! Harry shouted, and the wand in his hand transformed into a silver short sword. Attracted by Harry, the werewolf turned, let out a long howl, and lunged at Harry. "Mooney, snap out of it." Black shakily propped himself up on all fours and roared loudly at the werewolf. The running werewolf suddenly hesitated, stopping its feet, seemingly struggling internally. "Remus, that's Harry Potter, James's son, Harry Potter." Braid continued to shout loudly, trying to wake up his good friend. "Good chance." Hubert immediately pulled out a werewolf inhibitor, darted out while the werewolf hesitated, and injected it into the creature. The werewolf realized it had been attacked and swiped its claws at Hubert. Hubert jumped far away, avoiding the attack. Once the werewolf inhibitor was injected into the werewolf's body, the creature transformed at a visible speed, finally becoming a haggard, pale, and exhausted middle-aged man, the new defense against the dark arts class teacher at Hogwarts, Remus Lupin. "Watch out, Harry!" Hubert shouted loudly, but unfortunately, it was too late. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a vampire but hidden in the darkness quickly transformed into a blonde gentleman. He shot out a beam of bloody light, knocking Hermione away and then stunning Harry. "Ruthven, what do you think you're doing?" Hubert helped Hermione up and demanded coldly. "This is Hogwarts." Ruthven sneered, "Kid, trying to scare me with Dumbledore." He turned his head and glanced disdainfully at Peter Pettigrew. "Harry Potter has been captured, hurry up and lead the way." Peter scrambled over and grabbed Harry, completely failing to notice the strange look in Ruthven's eyes. Peter took the two of them and immediately left using apparition. Clank! A small, round iron box fell from the air. Hubert picked up the box and examined it carefully. It wasn't the location tracker he had left on Harry. "It's another location display," Hermione said. Hubert's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately pulled out an iron box. The two iron boxes projected phantom screens into the air, each screen showing a small red dot, and the positions were identical. Why would Ruthven leave a location display telling us his location? What is he trying to do? Hubert wondered. Regardless, Harry was still taken to you-know-who according to plan. You-know-whose location has been exposed. Hermione, go immediately and inform Headmaster Dumbledore. I'll go find Harry first. Be careful. Hermione suddenly stepped forward, hugged him tightly, and whispered, "Come back alive. I will bring Harry back safely." Hubert was slightly surprised. He pulled back his cloak hood, revealing a head of white hair. He then tracked Harry's location and vanished from the grass. On an unknown wasteland, thick dark clouds blocked the full moon in the sky. Only faint slivers of moonlight brought brightness to the desolate area. Pale tombstones stood densely across the wasteland. Broken gravestones, unvisited for who knows how long, were tilted and scattered. 5 black-robed figures quietly stood in a circle, guarding a large cauldron in the center. They wore terrifying, ghostly masks. No one spoke a word or made a sound. Everything was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the space next to the house twisted, and 3 people tumbled out of it. Before Ruthven could react, Peter grabbed Harry and scurried over to the short black-robed figure lying on the chair. "Master, your most faithful servant has brought Harry Potter back to you." "Harry Potter, Harry Potter." A raspy voice emerged from inside the black robes, filled with deep hatred and a hint of apprehension amidst the cold silence. Harry coughed, waking up from his daze, but he was restrained by Peter next to him. "We meet again, Potter. Last time was in the basement, along with that interesting young man named Hubert. I have waited for this day for too long. In fact, we met long ago, when you were born. Look at my current appearance. Do you want to know what happened that night?" What incredible magic, to be able to destroy my dark arts and leave me neither man nor ghost, forced to live off others like a parasite, hiding in dark corners. But she couldn't stop me, even with her life, nor can Dumbledore. Now, we meet, and I am returning. The black robes were thrown open, revealing the deformed infant inside. He was entirely pale and bloodless, skin and bones, looking like a layer of skin draped over a skeleton. His shoulder blades and ribs were clearly visible, and he had no hair anywhere on his body. His large eye sockets were sunken, and his snake-like pupils were eerily astonishing. Bone of the father. A white bone flew out of the grave and landed in the cauldron. Flesh of the servant. Peter took a sharp blade and gritted his teeth as he chopped off his hand, sending blood splashing. Blood of the foe. Amidst Harry's painful cries, a long cut was sliced across his arm. And finally, the infant lifted the black robe and jumped into the large cauldron. The water in the cauldron began to boil, blood churned, and flames rose from the potion, immediately spreading to engulf the entire cauldron. Fierce flames soared upward, the cauldron vanished, and a curled-up infant was reborn in the fire. The infant stretched its body, growing at a visible rate. His body lengthened, and his arms extended. The red flames gradually turned into black mist, which settled onto his body, forming black robes. Aha! He raised his long, pale hands to his head and groaned happily at the dark sky. His eyes were large and red, with pupils like two slits, resembling a cat's eyes. He had a flat nose with nostrils like thin slits, and his hands looked like pale, large spiders. He was tall and thin, with skin paler than a skeleton. I, the Dark Lord, have returned. Harry Potter. Lord Voldemort drawled, I hear you share my fame. Want to know what that damned Lily Potter did that night? After that, I couldn't touch you, her magic protected you. How false your fame is. But now, thanks to a few drops of your blood. His pale, slender fingernails pressed hard on Harry's lightning bolt scar, and Harry couldn't help but scream in pain. Beg me, say please, merciful Dark Lord, give me a swift end. Lord Voldemort sneered. Bah, never. Two voices rang out simultaneously, one was Harry's, the other accompanied by a flash of electric spell. Hubert stepped out of the space beside Harry, waving his wand to break apart the stone statue that had trapped him. Harry's companion? Another one welcoming death. Lord Voldemort was completely unfazed by Hubert's arrival. I have returned, and once I kill Harry Potter, no one can question my power. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. Power? I prefer to obtain it myself. Hubert's wand pulsed with magic, constantly on guard. Harry, can you still hold on? Ignorant fool. Lord Voldemort cast a spell, and the powerful spell reached them instantly. This was Hubert's first time facing a sixth-tier wizard directly. Although Lord Voldemort had just resurrected and was still very weak, he was still not someone Hubert could contend with. Magic surged from the tip of his wand, colliding with Lord Voldemort's spell, but it was dispersed in less than 2 seconds. He immediately pushed Harry away, and both of them tumbled onto the grass. Nagini, enjoy your dinner, Lord Voldemort commanded, then ignored the white-haired Hubert who was sprawled in the mud, unable to get up, and walked towards Harry. A 12-foot-long giant snake slithered out from under his black robe, flicking its tongue as it crawled towards Hubert. The giant snake raised its flat head high, looking down at Hubert. Hubert struggled to retreat, his face filled with terror. But his panic only excited the giant snake more. It flicked its tongue, toying with its prey. Hiss! Nagini suddenly lunged forward to bite, but Hubert rolled over to dodge. As expected of the Horcrux chosen by the Dark Lord, swift and agile, with strong physique, Hubert once again barely dodged the attack and climbed out of the muddy water. He was covered in mud, with mud dripping from his white hair, looking utterly disheveled. Nagini is a Horcrux, powerful and cunning. She must be killed with specific magical artifacts, and it must be a single, decisive blow. Otherwise, if Lord Voldemort realizes it, there will be no chance. His eyes, hidden by his bangs, flickered. The wounds on his arm and calf, bitten by Nagini, bled profusely. Nagini's fangs carried venom. Even if she weren't a Horcrux, Nagini's inherent strength was far superior to his. Fortunately, he was skilled in calculation and had dodged several fatal attacks. Hubert was entangled by Nagini, her snake body coiled around him, constricting him in the middle. Her snake head was aimed at Hubert, and he could see her fangs. Hubert! Harry shouted, but Lord Voldemort blocked his path. Harry, pick up your wand. Wizards must first bow before battle. Lord Voldemort cast a Cruciatus curse at Harry, who was lying on the ground. Then bend over. Ha ha. The power of the spell caused Harry excruciating pain. He curled up, clutching his chest tightly. Lord Voldemort's spell was merciless, attacking him wildly and wantonly. Lord Voldemort was like an elegant artist, his long fingers holding the bone wand as he cast spells around Harry. Harry screamed until his voice was hoarse, losing all strength, curling up and trembling weakly. But he never begged for mercy, his bloodshot eyes fixed defiantly on Lord Voldemort. "Goodbye, Harry Potter." Lord Voldemort opened his mouth. Harry's consciousness gradually blurred, and in his peripheral vision, a sickly green spell struck him. He knew he was going to die. He seemed to see his mom and dad waving at him. Ha ha ha. Harry's death sent Lord Voldemort into a fit of insane laughter, his head thrown back. The surrounding Death Eaters, Peter, and Nagini were all drawn to him. No one noticed Hubert, who was tightly constricted by Nagini, nor did they realize that his true target, who was supposed to be waiting for death, had always been Nagini. "I implore fate, with my life, I exchange for temporary power, fate sacrifice." Hubert chanted the incantation in a voice only he could hear. With his spell, his life force rapidly drained away. His middle-aged appearance became decrepit, his hair withered, his skin sagged. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an old man appearing to be 60 or 70 years old. Yet, a mysterious beam of light pierced through the dark clouds and shone upon him, an inexplicable presence, ethereal and unfathomable. With the fate sacrifice, powerful magic, exchange for life force, surged through Hubert. His transformation astonished the triumphant Lord Voldemort, who then roared madly, "Nagini, kill him!" But he shouted too late, and Nagini reacted too slowly. A silver sword appeared in Hubert's hand, its blade glinting in the moonlight. The sword of Gryffindor, having absorbed the basilisk's potent venom, now possessed the ability to destroy Horcruxes. Hubert raised the sword of Gryffindor high and plunged it fiercely into Nagini's descending mouth. No! The death of Nagini, a Horcrux, made Lord Voldemort tremble all over, and black mist emanated from his body. "Lord Voldemort, today is the day you die again." Hubert, holding the sword of Gryffindor, stood rigidly facing Lord Voldemort, his aged body ramrod straight, exuding an aura of fearless determination. "Relying on your decrepit body?" Lord Voldemort steadied himself and sneered, but his eyes couldn't hide his madness and hatred. "I want you dead." Avada Kedavra, River of Fate, both unleashed their full power. A torrent of magic as thick as a bucket, carrying Lord Voldemort's hatred and resolve, surged towards Hubert, its immense power sweeping up the grass and soil from the ground, forming a raging current. Before Hubert, an illusory river of fate appeared, with large and small tributaries merging and diverging. The river of fate surged towards the magical torrent, colliding between the two. Powerful magical halos shot out from the collision point, creating a dazzling white light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. The ground exploded, and with a rumbling tremor, dirt was flung up, forming a circular pit 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. Rusfan, hiding behind the stone statue, watched the two semicircular light shields in midair with secret astonishment, his mind filled with uncertainty about Hubert's strength. Others might not know who the white-haired man was, but he knew perfectly well. "Give up. How much magic do you have left, relying on power exchange for life?" Lord Voldemort rasped, trying to demoralize him. The absolute disparity in strength truly cannot be compensated by opportunistic shortcuts. Hubert sighed inwardly. Although he was currently standing his ground against Lord Voldemort, it was due to the unique nature of the River of Fate and his sacrifice of 20 years of his life to temporarily boost his strength to the 5th tier. However, it was merely an increase in magical power. There was no corresponding insight, so he could only use magic like a brute force tool. "It seems I have indeed embarked on the path foretold in the prophecy." He glanced at the full moon, which had emerged from the dark clouds at some point, exactly matching the scene he had prophesied at the beginning of the school year. "Since that's the case, I'll give you a real beating." Fate sacrifice. All his remaining life force was sacrificed, and the gradually fading mysterious beam of light illuminated once more. The River of Fate, which had been steadily retreating, suddenly swelled, its waves engulfing the magical torrent, and Lord Voldemort was swept away by the surging River of Fate. "He's insane." Rusfan stared at Hubert with bloodshot eyes, utterly incredulous. Hubert, having sacrificed his last vestiges of life, was devoid of any glow, shrouded in a dark, deathly aura. He looked at the full moon in the sky, realizing for the first time how bright and beautiful it was. Hiss, hiss, the earth split open, and Lord Voldemort stood up, his shattered black robes repaired by the spreading dark mist. "You are the first low-tier wizard, besides Dumbledore, who has truly harmed me." Very good, Master, I will throw his body to the wolves right now." Peter, seeing that everything had calmed down from the ground, immediately went up to curry favor. Lord Voldemort circled Hubert's cold body. Wormtail, do you know what is most terrifying in the world? It is death, and more terrifying than death is a humiliating death. Lord Voldemort mused to himself. He fought to his death, facing it calmly. He deserves my respect. The mud beneath Hubert's body automatically split open, burying Hubert's body, and then closed back up. Tom, death is not truly terrifying. Dumbledore's gentle voice came from all directions, and then white mists broke through the dark clouds, descending from the sky. They swirled on the desolate plain, transforming into wizards who encircled Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort calmly met Dumbledore's gaze, without the usual animosity between enemies. He seemed quite pleased, as if he had won. You're too late. The pitiful savior, Harry Potter, whom you championed, is already dead. Everyone dies, Tom. What matters is why they die, and for whom they die. Dumbledore's emotions were not disturbed by Lord Voldemort's taunt. 13 years have passed, it's time we settled this. Since you've already died once, you shouldn't have come back. Today, you won't escape. Ha 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 ha. Lord Voldemort laughed uproariously, pointing his bone wand at the encircling order of the Phoenix members. Just these weaklings, these filthy half-bloods? Dumbledore frowned, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Lord Voldemort was the most outstanding student Hogwarts had seen in nearly 1,000 years, but tragically, he had strayed and lost his way. Harry! Black cried out, running over and picking up the unconscious Harry from the ground. He carefully placed his finger gently on Harry's nose, afraid. Take them back, Black. Dumbledore said calmly, not giving Black time to react. The body of the white-haired Hubert also floated up from the mud. Heroes deserve a glorious return, not to lie on a dark wasteland. Black didn't understand, but he sadly took Harry and the white-haired Hubert's bodies away. Attack! Kill them! Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort gave their commands simultaneously. The order of the Phoenix members and Death Eaters instantly clashed, a black and white mist chasing and attacking each other. Spells and magic shot through the air, destroying the surrounding houses and gravestones. The Death Eaters were few in number, mostly puppets temporarily recruited by Lord Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix, well rested, consisted mainly of elite, battle-hardened personnel. Mad-Eye Alastair Moody's magical eye blinked constantly, never stopping, searching for weaknesses in his opponents. Though he had lost a leg and supported himself with a wooden staff, his years of fighting the dark arts had given him keen intuition and a formidable combat style. Every move was ruthless and fearless. Sirius Peter was his primary target and was quickly subdued. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a highly capable Auror from the Ministry of Magic, naturally possessed strong abilities to join the Auror team. He was cautious and meticulous in his actions, highly efficient, and deeply trusted by Dumbledore. Kingsley, wrapped in his robes, coordinated seamlessly with his teammates, repeatedly blocking attacks from behind for them. The Order of the Phoenix was well prepared. In contrast, the Death Eater puppets recruited by Lord Voldemort were much weaker and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore faced off in the center. Lord Voldemort remained unfazed by his side's defeat. His opponent was Dumbledore, and only Dumbledore could be his opponent. Lord Voldemort's black robes billowed, and black mist rose, forming a black whirlwind around him. The whirlwind, mixed with dirt and weeds, spun faster and faster, making it impossible for anyone nearby to stand steady. The dark clouds in the sky were stirred by the black whirlwind, turning into a vortex that poured downwards. Lord Voldemort stood in the black mist vortex, his pale face looking particularly eerie and terrifying in the black mist. The pouring dark clouds, under his control, transformed into a giant skull that lunged at Dumbledore. The skull's teeth and interior were entirely composed of black mist and whirlwind. If caught, one would not only suffer the endless shredding of wind blades but also the erosion of the dark energy. Dumbledore's white hair and beard flew wildly, and his white robes flapped loudly. A long, drawn-out cry of a phoenix sounded from him. He blew a breath onto his wand, and the flame at the tip of the wand turned into a roaring blaze. The scorching flames rose against the wind, transforming into a giant fire phoenix. The fire phoenix spread its wings and charged towards the skull. With a loud boom, a visible circular ripple spread outwards from the two of them. The ground looked as if it had been dug up with a hoe. Except for the ground directly beneath their feet, a giant crater 2 meters deep appeared within a 10-meter radius, turning all the dirt and tombstones into dust. The fire phoenix let out a long cry, its wings enveloping the skull. The phoenix then dispersed into a sky full of fire, igniting the entire skull, transforming it from the inside out into a fiery skull. Dumbledore used his magic to control Lord Voldemort's magic. The fiery skull opened its massive mouth, and the scorching flames turned into a torrent of fire that poured down on Lord Voldemort. The flames illuminated Lord Voldemort's pale face, turning it crimson. The land around him lost its moisture, cracked, and collapsed. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. He showed no panic in the face of the fiery torrent. Transfiguration, I know that too. He extended a slender palm, holding it diagonally towards the flames. He guided the flames with his magic, and as his body spun once, when the flames reappeared from behind him, they had turned into flowing water. The water gushed, transforming into a large snake with bared fangs, biting at Dumbledore. If Hubert were present, he would surely marvel at the two's mastery of transfiguration. Both Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort had transcended the mere alteration of matter, reaching a deeper level of elemental control. They could freely control and convert elements, turning water into fire and fire into water. Dumbledore opened his mouth and blew a breath, and the rushing water snake hissed, turning into a sky full of steam. You are a white wizard, and I am a white wizard. If I want to leave, no one can stop me, Lord Voldemort said triumphantly, but before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Black mist surged frantically from within him. Beneath his pale skin, black lines protruded, like dense cracks appearing on white porcelain. How is this possible? How could all my Horcruxes be destroyed at the same time? In the black mist, Lord Voldemort was reduced to just a head covered in black lines. With the simultaneous destruction of his Horcruxes, his newly formed body suffered a massive magical backlash, causing it to disintegrate once more. His aura rapidly declined. 16th stage, 5th stage, 4th stage. Dumbledore, when did this begin? He roared frantically. Just as he said, he feared death, but he feared dying so unjustly even more. He had already died once without understanding why. He didn't want to die again without understanding. From the time Celtic Village was attacked by werewolves, someone had already sensed your conspiracy. He used 13 years of his life to predict the locations of your Horcruxes, and then at the cost of his life, killed Nagini and injured you. Dumbledore said with some sadness, Tom, too many people have died because of you. The Celts, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and all those innocent people you murdered. Don't resent it, some things must always be repaid. Who is he? Lord Voldemort shrieked unwillingly. But Dumbledore, having finished speaking, no longer paid attention to the frantically struggling Lord Voldemort. He stirred his wand. A muffled thunder sounded out of nowhere in the sky, and lightning tore through the night sky, crackling and illuminating the entire wasteland. The Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters had already moved far away when their battle began, but seeing Dumbledore control lightning and stir up the winds and clouds still made them turn pale with fright. Peter had long since transformed into a rat, trembling in the mud. He would probably never forget this scene, nor would he ever dare to raise his wand in front of Dumbledore again. Dumbledore stood amidst the raging lightning, his hair and beard wildly dancing. Under his control, the lightning transformed into a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon spread its 30-meter lightning wings, then raised its head and charged with overwhelming force towards Lord Voldemort's remaining body in the black mist. Crack, bang, crackle, crackle. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, bolts of lightning piercing the black mist, leaving it riddled with holes. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, everyone looked again. The spot where Lord Voldemort had stood had vanished, leaving only a 3-meter deep pit. Under the high-energy effect of the lightning, the soil had turned into black, glassy crystals. With a whoosh, a tiny wisp of black mist rapidly flew out of the pit and shot into Nagini's body. Dumbledore frowned, but decisively controlled the lightning. The lightning gathered again, forming a spear that plunged from the sky, utterly destroying Lord Voldemort's last hope. The lightning spear instantly tore through space and landed on Nagini's skin. It seemed as though the Dark Lord, whose name struck fear into the entire wizarding world, was about to be utterly annihilated. A circular magic array with blood-red patterns suddenly appeared on Nagini's body. The lightning spear struck the blood-red magic array, and both vanished silently, as if they had never existed. Swoosh, 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 5 blood-red mist streaked across the night sky and descended, surrounding Nagini. The 5 individuals were cloaked in blood-red robes, their faces hidden by the hoods, making their features indistinguishable. Embroidered on their chests was an upright eye. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. Although the newcomers had jointly used a special magic array to block the lightning spear, silently eroding the lightning spear was far more difficult than merely blocking it. Who are you? Dumbledore's expression was calm, but flames were already swirling behind him. Dumbledore, we know you are the most powerful white wizard. The leader spoke, their voice neither male nor female, neither old nor young, like a strange synthetic sound. But Lord Voldemort is a demon chosen by God and cannot die here. Titan, why waste words with this old man? When the Round Table Society acts, who can stop us? The blood-robed person next to him said arrogantly. Aquila. Yes, I'll shut up. Who made you the leader of this operation? Aquila muttered softly but obediently fell silent, not daring to truly provoke Titan. How about we have a contest? If you can't keep us, we'll take this little snake, the leading blood-robed person proposed. It was called a proposal, but before Dumbledore could agree, the magic power of the five had already gathered. On each of the five, a formidable seventh-tier divine beast appeared: Titan, Chimera, Caucasian Aquila, Thunderstorm Griffin, and Phoenix. In particular, the Titan behind the leader was 10 meters tall, and the power it contained made even Dumbledore, a sixth-tier wizard who was a tier higher, not dare to underestimate it. Dumbledore stood opposite them, and behind him, a 15-meter-long flaming phoenix appeared, its aura not losing out in the slightest. The six heaven-piercing divine beasts stood silently on the wasteland. The air, wind, grass, clouds, and lightning all seemed to be still. A circular blood-red magic array floated above the five, connecting the divine beasts on their bodies. Their magic power gathered onto the magic array. As the magic array operated, its power grew stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the phoenix behind Dumbledore flapped its wings faster and faster, and its aura also continuously rose. The full power of a sixth-tier white-robed wizard was unleashed, bathed in flames, like a god of fire. Finally, the phoenix let out a long cry, and the five beasts roared. The phoenix soared into the air, swooping down from above. The magic array above the five divine beasts lit up with a blood-red glow, and the blood-red light and flames intertwined, dyeing the entire wasteland red. Alas, beautiful things always carry potent poison, let alone a divine phoenix and a magic array that had gathered the magic of Dumbledore and the five divine beasts. The divine phoenix let out a long cry, striking the millstone-like blood-red magic array with an unyielding momentum. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire wasteland trembled 3 times. 3 circular rings of fire shot out, and the air, water, and leaves they touched were all vaporized by the scorching magical furnace. The faces of the distant crowd were flushed red by the fire, but no one uttered a word, all silently swallowing their saliva. The 5 blood-robed figures retracted the images of their divine beasts, grabbed Nagini, and transformed into blood mist, flying away. Dumbledore did not try to stop them. In their recent exchange, he was not confident he could keep them. Moreover, there were still Order of the Phoenix members present, and the opponents were of mysterious origin and astonishing strength, so he could not entangle with them without restraint. Let's go back first, Dumbledore said to the surrounding Order of the Phoenix members. Everyone, with heavy expressions, pressed the Death Eaters, who then transformed into white mist and left. Who were the blood-robed figures? Why did they save Lord Voldemort? And what was their purpose? No one knew. The night was deep, but it was destined to be a long, sleepless night. The Hogwarts hospital wing was brightly lit. Lupin lay in bed, and Hermione sat beside him, restless. Hubert and Harry had been gone for 5 hours, but there was no news. The subsequent rescue and Horcrux destruction plan were completed by Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. She could only wait in the back. Hubert promised me he would bring Harry back. Nothing will happen. She kept comforting herself. Perhaps only this way could she feel at ease. Madame Pomfrey was fully equipped and ready in the medical room at all times. With a rush of footsteps, Black rushed in, carrying Harry. Behind him, Dumbledore entered with members of the Order of the Phoenix, making the bright and spacious medical office seem crowded. "Madam, quickly help Harry," Black shouted at Madame Pomfrey, his disheveled long hair covering his face, making him look like a ghoul. "Black, calm down. We believe Madame Pomfrey will do her best to save Harry." Dumbledore gently comforted him, while also apologizing to Madame Pomfrey. "I'm sorry, Madam, Black also realized his anxiety and apologized softly. Madame Pomfrey had already opened her toolbox and began a detailed examination of Harry's entire body, ignoring them. Patients were her everything, treating them without wavering for anyone was her guiding principle. "How is he?" Hermione asked cautiously. "He has many injuries caused by magic. The hospital wing will be his home for the next month." Madame Pomfrey's answer made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It was rare good news. Although Dumbledore had anticipated it, he was still relieved to get the definite news. Dumbledore didn't disturb them. While others' attention was on Harry, he left the hospital wing. Although it was spring, the weather was still a bit chilly. He tightened his clothes and looked at the moon in the sky, a long-standing suppression inexplicably easing. "Principal." Hermione rushed out after him, her expression conflicted with fear and doubt. Her thick hair was pinned behind her ears with a hairpin, and the silver moonlight shone on Hermione's clearly defined and delicate face, with a faint smile on her lips and bright, piercing eyes. She was wearing a white shirt with a tie, and a black sweater over it. Her whole person exuded intellectual beauty, but at this moment, the usually calm and wise witch was uneasy. But finally, she asked, "Hubert, Dumbledore turned around, his glasses resting on his high nose bridge. With his age, experience, and wisdom, he naturally saw through Hermione's thoughts and, for once, made a joke. "Young people are just right." Hermione's face flushed slightly, but the worry in her heart subsided. Not seeing Hubert's trace just now, her heart suddenly clenched, and her heart pounded in her chest, not stopping even after Madame Pomfrey informed her that Harry was safe. "He's already gone back, he's safe, ha ha ha." Unlike the lively and brightly lit hospital wing, the principal's office was dim and silent. Moonlight streamed through the French windows, illuminating only half the room. Dumbledore sat quietly in the darkness, contemplating the bright moonlight, and Hubert, whom he said had gone to rest, sat opposite him, with the moonlight shining directly on him. "Do you need some honeyed water?" Dumbledore finally spoke. He waved his hand, and the lights in the room turned on. The yellow light warmed the heart. "You know, old people tend to get distracted easily. How could anyone think you are old? You are the white-robed great wizard?" Based on the information relayed by the clone body, the violent lightning and the 15-meter-long flaming phoenix were all the masterpieces of the kind-faced old man before him. After Dumbledore returned, he handed the remains of the clone body over to Hubert. To be precise, it wasn't remains, but a rectangular fate tablet. The fate tablet was what the clone body transformed into after death. Based on the information relayed from within, Hubert called it the fate tablet. The clone body, having sacrificed its life, summoned the river of fate. Its rapidly increasing strength in the short term allowed it to touch upon the mysterious realm. Combining the insights gained from the temporary breakthrough with all his knowledge, he refined his body into the Fate Tablet. The Fate Tablet is a predictive magic item capable of calculating and foreseeing the trajectory of destiny. Can it predict any information about the Round Table Society? Hubert shook his head. He was also surprised when he first learned about the Round Table Society. In his memory, the Round Table Society had never existed. However, he soon felt relieved. This was a real wizarding world, not one that only contained the plot. The Fate Tablet has not given any feedback yet. Since they rescued you-know-who, they must have a purpose. As long as they have a goal, I believe they will reappear soon. You can call him Lord Voldemort or Tom now. Always use the correct name for things. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, Dumbledore added cheerfully. All of Tom's Horcruxes have been destroyed, and his immortal body has been broken. His newly reborn body was destroyed again, so even if he reappears, he will no longer be the Tom he once was. The current Tom no longer has enough soul remaining to create another Horcrux. Hubert breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Voldemort's most terrifying aspect was not his powerful dark arts, but his unresolvable immortality. As long as one Horcrux existed, he was immortal. Imagine what it feels like when a terrorist, standing at the pinnacle of the wizarding world and impossible to kill, is specifically targeting you. Dumbledore must understand this best. After expending immense effort, and countless friends and comrades dying, they finally managed to kill the opponent. But then the opponent bounces back full of life after a while, or waits until you are too old to move while they are still full of vigor. How can you even play the game then? If Hubert hadn't used his foresight to scheme against him, risking exposure, Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily, leaving only a remnant soul. Without the unresolvable Lord Voldemort, in a head-to-head confrontation, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard, feared no one. Professor McGonagall often praises your talent in transfiguration magic, and Flitwick has also complimented your skill in alchemy. Dumbledore praised him unreservedly, smiling widely. I used to be the Transfiguration class teacher at Hogwarts and collaborated on alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. Would you be interested in studying with me for a period? Studying under you? Hubert's mind instantly went blank, and he stammered. Dumbledore actually wanted to take him as a student and personally mentor him? Who was Dumbledore? He was, without question, the greatest white wizard of his time. Hello, teacher. Hubert immediately reacted, bowing respectfully to Dumbledore. Dumbledore accepted the gesture calmly. From then on, the two shared an even closer master-student relationship. Knock, knock, knock. Snape rushed into the office. He glanced at Hubert with concern, hesitating to speak. He is my new student. I trust him as much as I trust you, Dumbledore smiled. He had smiled an unusually large amount tonight. "How is Harry?" Snape couldn't help but ask immediately. If Harry were here and saw Snape so anxious for him, his jaw would surely drop. Hubert already knew the truth but remained outwardly composed. However, his calmness registered in Dumbledore's eyes, who again marveled at the wonder of prophecy and became even more determined to take him as a student and teach him well. "Severus, after all these years, have you still not forgotten?" Snape did not answer. A beautiful blue doe appeared beside him. Dumbledore understood his thoughts with a single glance. "He is only slightly injured. Madame Pomfrey is looking after him." He then explained the process of the battle on the wasteland in detail. Naturally, Hubert filled in the details of the situation before Dumbledore arrived. "Tom will return soon. We must be prepared." Dumbledore made a few more arrangements, and Snape then hurried away. Hubert speculated that he must have gone to secretly check on Harry. When Hubert left, he held a magic notebook given to him by Dumbledore. He briefly flipped through 2 or 3 pages and couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's magical attainments. He looked at the bright moon, which was about to disappear from the sky. Tonight was finally coming to an end. His heart felt lighter than ever before. Although danger still existed and challenges would still appear, he was no longer alone. For him, the memories deep within his mind were both foresight and a heavy burden. Just as Hermione had said, he was too mysterious and had too many secrets. If he always concealed things from others, how could he expect them to truly trust him and treat him as a life-and-death partner? After this incident, he shed all burdens. Now, Dumbledore was backing him, and the Wizard Alliance was walking alongside him. They were truly partners who could entrust their lives to one another. Our great heroes who survived the calamity. Fred and George flew in from outside the hospital wing, spreading their arms like butterflies, then looked at each other and said in unison, "Harry Potter." A red-haired girl was following closely behind the two. Fred immediately pulled her to Harry's bedside. "She's been begging us to bring her to see Harry. He's right here lying in bed." "Harry, are you all right?" Ginny was flustered, her pale face flushed red. "Madame Pomfrey said he has to lie down for at least a month." Luna pulled Ginny over to help her out of her awkwardness. "A lot of girl classmates have come to see Harry." She pointed to the pile of gifts stacked on the bedside. They were sent by wizards from Gryffindor and other houses, showing Harry's popularity at Hogwarts. "While I've been resting these past few days, what about Black? How is he? Has he been cleared?" Harry, wearing pajamas, was flipping through the newspaper but couldn't find the information he wanted. Dumbledore handed Peter Pettigrew over to the Ministry of Magic, but the Wizengamot refused to admit their previous mistake. Hermione entered the door with a basket of fruit, accompanied by Hubert. Fortunately, thanks to Hubert's suggestion, the footage was recorded. Even the most stubborn judges couldn't deny Peter's guilt. "Black is free?" Harry sat up happily. "Where is he now?" "The teacher said he went home. He hasn't been back in over 10 years, and the House of Black has many things that require his attention." Hubert shared the news he had just received from Dumbledore today. Headmaster Dumbledore took Hubert as his student. Hermione explained, sounding a bit envious. "Dumbledore's apprentice. Dumbledore's apprentice." Fred and George cheered and shouted. Hubert could feel that they were genuinely happy for him. However, he is currently on his way to Hogwarts. He is anxious to see his godson. Hubert's words lifted Harry, whose expression had been slightly downcast. Harry already knew from Lupin that Black was not only his father's best friend but also his godfather. For Harry, who lacked familial affection since childhood, this was undoubtedly the most precious gift heaven had given him. "Thank you, Hubert," Harry said sincerely. "We are friends who share the same ideals, partners who rely on each other." Hubert said genuinely, "Wizard Alliance, Wizard Alliance, Wizard Alliance." The members present sincerely repeated the phrase. After this incident, they became more united and trusting of each other. The Wizard Alliance had become a part of them. During this time, Sirius visited him many times, and the increasing number of smiles on Harry's face showed that they were enjoying their time together. Sirius had his reputation restored and took over the House of Black. To thank Hubert and the others for their help, he specially gave each of them a magic book. These books eventually became part of the Wizard Alliance's collection. Dumbledore took Hubert as his student, and his teaching ability was naturally beyond doubt. Hubert followed him to study transfiguration and other magic techniques, putting most of his energy into them. He also attended other courses normally, but only as supplementary general knowledge. Under his persistent efforts and Dumbledore's careful guidance, Hubert's magical expertise advanced by leaps and bounds. He gained a more fundamental understanding of the principles of magic and the application of magical power. Previously, he would simply chant spells and wave his wand, releasing magic without fully understanding why. Now, he knew why spells needed to be chanted that way and what frequency was best for generating magical resonance. Knowing not just what but why was a fundamental change. Dumbledore's teachings truly opened the door to the wizarding world for him, allowing him to clearly see the essence of magic. In terms of mental power and magical power, with the help of potions like the concentration potion and the moon god potion, his meditation spirit became more solidified. Both his mental power and magical power made significant progress. He estimated that by the end of the summer vacation, if he could obtain magical materials corresponding to the 3 major elemental attributes, he would be able to break through using the power of those materials. This was also a pleasant surprise inspired by Hermione and Luna, allowing him to supplement the symphony of the gods at night. Besides meditation, he could also rapidly accumulate power and break through using the energy contained within natural magical materials. Unfortunately, crystals with the required elemental attributes are rare or too precious. Gold Silver has been searching for so long and still hasn't found any. It wasn't just him rushing to increase his strength. Harry and the others hadn't relaxed either. The threat posed by Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters remained, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone. Especially after the battle on the wasteland, the members of the Wizard Alliance gained a clearer understanding of Lord Voldemort. Hermione and Luna, the 2 genius witches, armed themselves with knowledge. Neville relied on eating. Fred and George applied for large amounts of funding to develop equipment, and Harry, with the strongest combat talent, rapidly improved his practical fighting skills with Black's help. After Lord Voldemort was rescued from the wasteland by the Round Table Society, there was no news of him, but the wizarding world gradually descended into chaos. News of wizards or muggles being attacked by dark races kept reaching Hogwarts through various channels, and Fudge, the Minister of Magic, was busy using all sorts of methods to cover it up. Not only was the British wizarding world unsettled, but dark wizards and dark races in other countries were also stirring. Everything felt like the calm before the storm, with turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath the surface. Professor, the Daily Prophet has published another article slandering you, claiming you are trying to use Lord Voldemort's resurrection to scare the wizarding world and achieve some ulterior secret. Minister Fudge really is. Hubert took a sip of tea to wet his throat and sneered. Dumbledore had passed the news of Lord Voldemort's return to Fudge and other organizations, hoping to unite everyone to prepare for the response. However, Fudge of the Ministry of Magic scoffed at the idea. Suffering heavily from Dumbledore persecution complex, his first reaction was that it was a Dumbledore conspiracy. His second reaction was to pressure the Daily Prophet to control public opinion. The Daily Prophet used various methods, such as creating hot topics and trending subjects, and diverting attention, to confuse wizards, even going so far as to smear and suppress Dumbledore. Among them, a witch reporter named Rita Skeeter was the most zealous regarding Dumbledore, and various sensational news stories about Dumbledore suddenly multiplied. Mundungus has news. Another incident of dark wizards attacking muggles occurred in a remote village in southern Britain. According to the information Mundungus gathered, it was the Death Eaters who did it. Dumbledore was not at all concerned about his own reputation, but rather worried about other matters. Kingsley also sent back news from the Ministry of Magic that attacks in the wizarding world have suddenly increased. Whereas found the Death Eaters' mark at the scene, but Fudge suppressed the information. Mundungus is a magical artifacts dealer and part-time thief who operates in the lower strata of the wizarding world and is always able to gather important information. Kingsley, on the other hand, is an employee of the Ministry of Magic whose outstanding workability earns him Fudge's respect. The two of them had completely unrelated statuses, even being worlds apart, but secretly they shared the same identity, members of the Order of the Phoenix. After he proved himself trustworthy and capable to Dumbledore, Dumbledore intentionally began cultivating him, opening his network and resources to Hubert. This was an invisible benefit of Hubert being taken as Dumbledore's apprentice, and it was what excited Hubert the most. Fudge is covering up the truth and confusing wizards. He is pushing himself and the wizards toward death, Hubert said discontentedly. Moreover, opposing Lord Voldemort and his followers is the concern of all wizards, and even more so, the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. The dark forces are too numerous, relying only on our strength is too little. Hubert was very worried about this. In his memory, during the final battle at Hogwarts, the Death Eaters and dark races led by Lord Voldemort were overwhelming, while Harry's side consisted only of a few professors and some students who hadn't even graduated. The Ministry of Magic, Aurors, and student parents were nowhere to be seen. How ridiculous and tragic was that? If Lord Voldemort hadn't been an idiot, a single mouthful of spit from everyone present could have drowned Harry and his companions. Mobilizing all forces and uniting everyone who could be united to fight Lord Voldemort was Hubert's proposed solution. The wizarding world belongs to wizards, and all wizards have a responsibility to protect it. Such heavy pressure should not be placed solely on the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix had no funding, no resettlement allowance, and fought Lord Voldemort silently. After their sacrifices, they received no hero's treatment, and their families were even implicated. Neville is a living example of this. After sacrificing so much, they finally achieved victory, only to disappear from the wizarding world, handing the fruits of victory over to Fudge and the so-called pureblood nobles. This perfectly exemplified the saying, "I do the killing and bleeding, while you enjoy the wealth and glory." Although Hubert did not agree with the methods of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, nor did he understand their reasoning, it did not prevent him from respecting and admiring these lovely people. Now that he had joined the Order of the Phoenix, he naturally had to find a way to make changes. "Professor, you are the greatest white wizard today, and the banner for wizards opposing Lord Voldemort. Now even the Wizengamot is calling a meeting for us to provide an explanation. We absolutely cannot let Fudge continue to damage your reputation. I propose that we publicly release the footage of Lord Voldemort's resurrection on the wasteland during the Wizengamot meeting. In front of the public, even Fudge and those nobles will have no way to conceal the truth." The Round Table Society? Dumbledore was slightly hesitant, as he still hadn't found any information on the Round Table Society. He didn't know what kind of organization it was, what its goals were, or who its members were. If he rashly announced their existence, it might lead to unpredictable consequences. Hubert thought for a moment. The information about the Round Table Society can be edited out, they are too mysterious. Dumbledore nodded, and Hubert stayed for a little while longer before leaving. Unconsciously, the end of the semester arrived again, and the little wizards welcomed their summer vacation. After taking their exams with drooping heads, the academy became lively once more. Companions who got along well gathered in small groups, discussing where to go for summer vacation. Those with better family conditions and lenient parents fantasized about traveling abroad. Quidditch World Cup. Dad wrote to say he's taking me to the Quidditch World Cup. He's already bought tickets. A little wizard proudly exclaimed. My dad works at the Ministry of Magic, and he got 2 VIP seats. Another little wizard raised his head, drawing envious looks from his companions. HMPH, what's so great about a bunch of barbarians? A Ravenclaw witch with thick glasses and buck teeth, clutching a thick magic book, said disdainfully, knowledge is a wizard's pursuit. Ugly monster. Bookworm. My beloved Crumb is also participating in the competition. It's Crumb, the most popular Quidditch seeker in the world. The Ravenclaw witch fled in anger, and then the other wizards began to discuss their favorite Quidditch players. Rebus Hagrid, as usual, went to the train station to maintain order and see the wizards off for their journey home. He was very happy recently because the annoying Dolores Umbridge, who understood nothing about magical creatures, had finally slunk away from Hogwarts the day before yesterday. Lucius Malfoy voluntarily withdrew the accusation and attributed his injury to an accident. Without a plaintiff, the Ministry of Magic could only obediently recall Dolores Umbridge. Goodbye, Hagrid. Have a great summer, little ones. Wizards familiar with Rebus Hagrid greeted him warmly, and Rebus Hagrid responded just as enthusiastically. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, along with Fred and George, walked over, chatting and laughing, as places with Fred and George were always full of life. Have a good summer. Rebus Hagrid hugged them one by one, then helped them onto the train. Good luck with summer training, Harry Potter. Luna Lovegood teased, and the chatterbox on her shoulder also echoed its little master. Harry Potter is stupid, Harry Potter is stupid. Harry Potter has high talent, but his cultivation speed in the Wizard Alliance is third from last, only slightly higher than Fred and George. However, Fred and George can create various machines, which is enough to make up for the gap. Because of this, Harry Potter was often made fun of by Luna Lovegood, and the chatterbox also mocked him. Harry Potter was deeply troubled by this, feeling like he was at the bottom of the Wizard Alliance and didn't have any special skills. Sirius Black promised to train me during the summer, and I'll definitely be able to beat you by the time school starts. Harry Potter said defiantly, pouting, then, taking the chatterbox by surprise, flicked its head. Ha ha, let's see if you dare call me stupid again. The group chatted, played, and bickered as they entered the train. Hermione Granger followed at the very end. She glanced around the platform, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Hubert went to London, maybe you'll run into him too. Rebus Hagrid suddenly spoke, startling Hermione Granger, whose face instantly turned red. Rebus Hagrid pulled out a piece of paper with his large hand and quickly jotted down a string of numbers. That's his home phone number. You can call him, if you don't want to. Before Rebus Hagrid could finish, Hermione Granger had already snatched it and quickly ran back to the compartment. Rebus Hagrid smiled meaningfully outside the train. His mood today was exceptionally good. Hubert, whom they were thinking of, was currently strolling through the streets of London, where traffic was heavy and horns blared continuously. The noisy commercial street displayed various advertisements, enticing customers into shops. This wasn't Hubert's first time in London. He was currently in a relatively famous commercial street. Not only were there local residents, but tourists from other countries were also everywhere. The style of a modern city is completely different from the wizarding world. Every time he comes, he feels a sense of disorientation. 2 days ago, he received an interesting message from Gold Silver, prompting his impromptu decision to come to London. A batch of artifacts from a natural history museum in the United States was to be sent to the British Museum for exchange, among which was the Tablet of Akhmenrah. If anyone else saw the Tablet of Akhmenrah, they would only consider it a valuable Egyptian artifact. But when Hubert saw its picture, he was startled and immediately rushed to London. This was because the Tablet of Akhmenrah was exactly like an item from a movie he remembered, Night at the Museum. If it were real, then the Tablet of Akhmenrah would possess magical power, capable of giving life to objects. Hubert speculated that the Tablet of Akhmenrah should be a magical item containing life-related rules, and rules are something only white-robed wizards can touch. Biological intelligence has always lacked a crucial core. If I can obtain the Tablet of Akhmenrah, perhaps I can truly endow it with wisdom. He flipped through the newspaper in his hand. On the back was an article about the museum, listing the exhibition times. London's commercial street is really bustling, Hubert exclaimed, strolling casually according to his mood. There were many people on the street, making it a bit crowded. A thief? Following his gaze, a child's dirty hand reached for a wallet in a white suit. The child's technique was mediocre, and his movements were a bit clumsy. It took him 2 attempts to successfully steal the wallet. A dirty handprint was left on the white suit, but the man in white seemed oblivious. The little boy spotted Hubert, timidly withdrew his hand, and then quickly squeezed into the crowd. Hubert hurried after him. The little boy looked back several times, only relaxing when he didn't see the hidden Hubert. After turning a few street corners, he arrived at a secluded alley. The alley was narrow, dark, and damp. Tall buildings lined both sides, and the ground was uneven, covered in sewage. The little boy ran into the depths of the dark alley, slipping into a small, dilapidated shack made of cardboard boxes and plastic bags. "Beth, look what I brought back for you to eat," the little boy said excitedly. "Cough, cough, big brother, why is your face bleeding?" A weak voice then sounded. "You're weak, eat first." Hubert stopped walking. He sighed, never entering. "He's just taking care of his sister." A magnetic male voice sounded behind Hubert, and the man in the white suit walked out from behind him. Hubert was startled. He hadn't noticed anyone following him. He turned his head, and the person was precisely the man whose wallet had been stolen by the little boy on the street. "You know them?" "No, but I know he stole my wallet because I deliberately let him steal it." "Why?" Hubert was puzzled. To deliberately let someone steal your wallet was truly strange. He couldn't help but size up the man. A full white suit, a white tie. He had a short, buzz-cut hairstyle and a resolute face. He was a charismatic man, confident and composed. "The money he stole means nothing to me, but it can help him live," the man in white replied. "And you, wizard? I was going to get your wallet back for you, and only the wallet, of course." Hubert wasn't surprised that the other party had revealed his identity. How could someone who could follow him without being noticed be an ordinary person? Interesting. The man smiled. To return only the wallet meant the money inside would naturally be left for the little boy. "My name is Samael. I'm Hubert. Hogwarts. I heard Principal Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard. I've met him. He is indeed very powerful." Samael spoke calmly and measuredly. "Are you from Beauxbatons or Durmstrang?" Hubert subtly probed for information. "As far as I know, they are the best wizarding academies in Europe, just like Hogwarts. Wizards don't necessarily have to learn magic at an academy, there is also bloodline inheritance," Samael said meaningfully. "We will meet again in the future. You are a good person, and I hope we can be friends." Bloodline inheritance. Hubert watched Samael's retreating figure, pondering silently. What a strange person. Just as Samael said, Hubert also had a gut feeling that they would meet again. Hubert wandered the streets for a while longer, then returned to his lodging. The exhibition was scheduled to start in 2 days, so he had rented a room in advance. 2 days passed in a flash. During this time, he received a call from Hermione. Hubert was quite surprised, unaware that Hagrid had revealed his whereabouts. He received an invitation from Hermione, and the call was abruptly ended with her declaration, "I'm coming to find you." Thus, his museum trip gained a companion. Hermione acted quickly and found the hotel where Hubert was staying the very next day. "The museum exhibition doesn't start until tomorrow, so let's go somewhere else first." Hermione pulled Hubert out of the room. Today, she wore a white checkered short-sleeved top and black trousers, looking simple and sharp. Her thick hair was tucked behind her ears, and she wore a pair of studs. London has so many interesting places: the London Tower Bridge, the Royal Palace, Big Ben, St. Paul's Cathedral. She rattled off a string of names, listing them off like treasured possessions. Hubert thought for a moment, then produced a wide-brimmed tourist hat and placed it on her head. "I feel like a hat suits you better. Today, you are the guide, and I'll follow your lead." Hermione had prepared thoroughly, pulling out a map of London. The Thames River, which runs through London from north to south, had been traced with a thick red line. Attractions along both banks were marked with a yellow pen and labeled with explanatory notes. Hubert took a quick look. The labels recorded scheduled times for visits, planned activities, viewing points, and so on. "We can't finish all of this in just one day," Hubert couldn't help but say. "How about we pick one or two of the best spots and go see them together? I have made ample plans. We just need to follow the itinerary," Hermione replied, then elaborated on her schedule. She checked the time on her watch. "The boat departs in half an hour, so we still have time." Leaning on the ship's railing, they saw modern metropolises as well as historical relics lining the riverbanks. The ship cut through the water, sending spray flying to both sides. The sky was azure, and the sunlight was mild, a rare fine day. "This is wonderful." Hubert spread his arms toward the sun. It had been a long time since he, a member of a long lineage, had enjoyed the sun and blue sky so leisurely. Bathed in the sunlight, he felt warm all over. Hermione handed him a drink. She stood sideways to the sun, and the sunlight made her smile look even sweeter. "That's London Tower Bridge ahead." In front of them was a bascule suspension bridge spanning the Thames River. London Tower Bridge was named because of its proximity to the London Tower. It is the first bridge counting from the mouth of the Thames River and is a symbol of London. Construction on London Tower Bridge began in 1886, and it was opened to the public on the 30th of June 1894, connecting the north and south districts of London into a whole. Hermione confidently detailed the information about London Tower Bridge. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously and asked, "Do you know how many bridges have been built across the Thames River in total?" Hubert gave a wry smile, secretly sighing about how competitive she was. 15. "That's where we disembark ahead." Seeing that Hermione looked slightly displeased, Hubert immediately changed the subject. The two disembarked. There were many people along the river bank. A crowd was gathered, and sounds of surprise occasionally rang out. In the middle of the crowd, a handsome blonde man was floating in the air, holding the roof of a double-decker tour bus with one hand. The bus moved slowly while he casually trod the air. "Mommy, magic, it's magic." A 7 or 8-year-old girl loudly pulled her mother's hand. "It's a Magikian, not magic. There is no magic in the world. Magic is a story invented in novels." The mother, in her 30s, gently corrected her daughter while stroking her hair. The little girl pouted, looking disappointed. "Big brother, is that magic?" the little girl asked the person next to her, unwilling to give up. Her mother smiled apologetically. Hubert looked at the little girl's innocent, wide eyes and smiled. "Of course. Look, I have nothing in my hands, right?" The little girl nodded. Hubert gently blew a puff of air onto his open palm. A vortex formed in his palm, creating a small yellow tornado. "Look again." The little girl stared wide-eyed at Hubert's palm. A small dark cloud appeared above the yellow tornado. The cloud flashed with electricity, and then rain began to fall. The rainwater dispersed the tornado, turning it into yellow soil. Hubert blew on the soil again, and it began to squirm, transforming into a model of a double-decker tour bus, complete with a handsome man floating while holding the roof. "This is for you." Hubert placed the tour bus model into the little girl's hand, then whispered, "Don't tell anyone. Keep it a secret." The little girl nodded vigorously, hugging the tour bus model like her most precious treasure. Hubert quietly pulled Hermione and disappeared into the crowd. Everyone else's attention was focused on the Magikian on the tour bus, failing to notice the magic Hubert had performed for the little girl. He consecutively used 3 types of elemental control: water, earth, and wind, as well as elemental combination. Amateurs watch the spectacle, experts watch the technique. Hubert's performance was brief, but the complexity within it astonished Hermione. The first stage of wizard transfiguration is the manipulation of existing matter in nature, such as soil, water, trees, and so on. These are tangible and manageable, but vast in number, and most wizards remain in this first stage. The second stage is the manipulation of magical elements. Elements have different properties, and magic power is mixed and intangible. Achieving elemental manipulation requires a deep understanding and familiarity with various elements, along with powerful magic control ability. Achieving this level of mastery in transfiguration is at least comparable to that of a great wizard, yet Hubert is currently only an intermediate wizard. Just some tricks taught by my teacher, opportunistic shortcuts, Hubert said, slightly smug, taking a rare moment to joke and be humble. He truly had Dumbledore to thank for his instruction in reaching this level. In terms of transfiguration techniques, Dumbledore was top tier in the wizarding world. With Dumbledore's help and the advantage of his own mental power control, his transfiguration had advanced by leaps and bounds. HMPH. Hermione snorted quietly, clearly unconvinced. She then held out both hands, and 2 runes appeared in her palms. The runes quickly condensed into fire and a ball of water. She clapped her hands together, and the 2 opposing elements, water and fire, met without exploding, instead turning into steam. How about that? My magic has improved a lot too. Amazing. Hubert praised sincerely. To use magic runes to summon 2 clashing elemental attributes and control them to silently neutralize each other showed that Hermione's mastery of magic runes and magic had indeed improved significantly. Hermione had scored a point, and her mood instantly brightened. She pulled Hubert toward the next destination. Hubert, having learned his lesson twice, never provoked Hermione again. The 2 chatted and laughed the entire way, visiting every location on the list.